Chapter 51. In the afternoon, Li Fei took Li Xian to the space farm. Although 2001 had offered conditions, she didn't know if they were true or not. And the distance was definitely not close. If they went alone, Li Fei, who had been reborn, could not guarantee that she could bring them back safely. If Li Su and Li Xian went together, she would not be at ease without anyone to look after the house. Besides, the crops in the fields were ripe, so it was more important to do farm work. After the two entered the space, they found that it was raining again. Li Fei took out her raincoat and immediately patted Li Xian on the shoulder, smiling evilly. Go, Xian. Today's task is either to catch more fish or to catch that catfish. You decide. Li Xian sighed and said, I know, sister. These days, whenever Li Xian went to the farm, he was either preparing for fishing or on the way to fishing. But he did not feel that he was just a tool. Instead, he really thought that fishing was addictive and interesting. But before fishing, he ran one more time. First collected all the fish cages, threw all the harvest into the shipping box, and then made bait and returned to the river. 16 fish cages can earn a few hundred gold coins every day, and the rest depends on the catch of the day. If you are lucky, you can get thousands of gold coins. And Li Fei stayed and went to the fields. The jasmine and Romania root planted earlier were also ripe. 2 workbenches were processing them at the same time, and they were processed into semi-finished dregs that looked like those seen in a pharmacy, and then put into the mixing table for further processing. While waiting, Li Fei rubbed her nose and walked cautiously towards a certain field. The field was occupied by a huge dark purple flower. Not only were there dense light spots on the wide petals that could make people with trypophobia have an attack on the spot, but there was also a round hole in the middle, from which a stinky smell emanated. If the farm was not large enough, I am afraid that this stench would have been filled long ago. However, if it was still Li Fei in her previous life, she probably wouldn't know that this was the stench of a corpse. Where had she smelled the stench of a corpse? At most, she had smelled the smell of rotting protein. But in the end times, not only can you smell the stench when you get close to zombie creatures, but there are countless people who died of starvation, disease, and other ways. If the corpses are not handled for a while, they will emit a strange smell. People in the base will choose to bury or burn them, or make them into bait to attract mutant creatures. Li Fei covered her nose while approaching the big corpse flower, but the closer she got, the more the stench squeezed into her fingers, and she almost stopped breathing. No wonder the zombies ignored it. This smell, I'm afraid no zombie can resist it. Li Fei returned to the place where the air was fresh, took a deep breath, and quickly went to the fields to pick them. Once they were in the backpack grid, the stench dissipated, and she could finally breathe again. She also threw the whole corpse flower onto the last workbench and began to process it. The dispensing table produced 4 portions of jasmine hemostatic powder and 5 portions of Romania pills, which Li Fei accepted. What the processing table received was a pool of preserved egg-colored liquid in the backpack, which looked really stinky. Li Fei suddenly had an idea and found a few small plastic spray bottles from the storage box. After some tinkering, he successfully poured the liquid into the small bottles, which was about 50 milliliters. It should be enough for one person to use for a long time, but it would not last long for 3 people, so it still needs to be planted again. After harvesting the crops, Li Fei wiped his face and started to do the various farm work that he had gradually become accustomed to. On rainy days, there were indeed many more lichens, allium macrostemon, and earthworms that turned the moist soil up and down. At this time, when she used a hoe to dig out earthworms, there was a certain chance that clay would explode at the same time. After exhausting a round of physical strength, Li Fei ate wild vegetables and thought that it was time to go down to the mine. It was the first time to go down to the mine, so it was estimated that it would take a long time, which meant that there was almost no way to do anything else that day. But their only cost-effective source of gold coins at present was fishing, whether it was the buildings in the craftsman's table or the purchase of seeds. Although the food in the storage box was enough for them to support at least several months, Li Fei was always a little anxious. Perhaps she would still dream of the scenes that happened in her previous life from time to time, and woke up in shock. In this life, she wanted to live forever. In order not to worry Li Su and Li Xian, she did not reveal her true feelings. Could it be that she was too impatient because she was too pent up? Li Fei shook her head and stopped thinking about it, and continued to work. However, When night fell, the bonfire that would not be wet by rain lit up automatically. And Li Xian did not come back. Although he also brought items that could replenish his physical strength. The zombie group should not start to refresh from the riverside. Li Fei took out a baseball bat and swung it in the air, just in time for her to practice close combat. After all, she was quite interested in the proposal of the short-haired woman in 2001. So she would inevitably go out and fight zombie creatures. Besides, in addition to herself, there were 2 pistols to help fight, which was more efficient. The defeated zombies and the blood splattered on the ground were refreshed together, leaving only the dropped items. Li Fei casually rubbed the blood on the bat with soil, and suddenly heard the sound of anxious but steady footsteps from a distance. She frowned, thinking that something new had been unlocked, such as a small boss after knocking down a group of zombies. But she didn't expect that from a distance. Under the light of the campfire, it was a person walking over. Well, it was Li Xian. He was still wearing a raincoat, but it felt like he had rolled in water several times in the soft spring rain. Walking closer, the short hair was also soaked, and the tips of the hair were still dripping. Li Fei quickly put away the bat and walked forward, asking, "What's wrong?" Li Xian smiled to himself, showing a row of white teeth, and said excitedly, "Sister, look what I caught." As he said that, he took something out of his backpack and threw it heavily on the ground, and the thing bounced vigorously as soon as it touched the ground. It must be a fish. But Li Fei looked closely and found that it was the catfish, because the catfish has 2 distinctive whiskers. She can still identify it, and it only appears on rainy days. So she asked in surprise, "You actually caught it?" Li Xian stepped on the fish's body to stop it from jumping, and said proudly with his hands on his hips, "I almost caught it the first 2 times. But this catfish teased me and wanted to continue eating the bait. How could I let it go? I simply went down to the shallow shore and finally caught it." Li Fei asked, "Did you go down to the river? Did you drown?" Li Xian waved his hand nonchalantly. "If I drowned, would you still be able to see me now?" Well, the words are rough, but the truth is true. The 3 members of the Li family can swim, thanks to the swimming pool that has been open for many years near the old house. Li Fei and Li Su were taken there by their father since they were young, and naturally learned to swim. As for Li Xian, he was also taken there by his father. But that's all later. In fact, if you accidentally fall into the water, as long as you don't struggle, there is a high probability that you can slowly float up by yourself. The most important thing is not to panic. But the 3 of them only know how to swim, and they don't know how to dive at all. Li Fei then gave a thumbs up and praised generously. "You are the only one among us who has fishing skills. You are awesome." Li Xian laughed and said, "Then let's go deliver the order first." The catfish struggled, and the previous spirit in its eyes was gone. Li Fei also felt that his revenge was achieved, so he went to the order board with Li Xian. After delivering the catfish and getting the cash coins, the order board updated 2 new orders on the spot. A touch of green in spring. Need 10 green vegetables. Reward, 600 gold coins. The best mushroom in the world. Need 3 morels. Reward, 800 gold coins. Li Fei was immediately attracted by the second order. It really deserves this title. The price of 3 morels is higher than that of a whole catfish. But it seems that in reality, morels are not cheap either. As for green vegetables, she just planted a batch. Even if she delivered this order, she could take the rest back to eat. Li Xian wiped her face and observed the order board for a while, and said, "Sister, this order board seems to have only 4 orders?" Li Fei nodded and said, "This should be a primary order board. After upgrading, the orders can be increased. Currently, 4 orders have occupied the entire order board, so it should be able to be upgraded like a warehouse granary." "Sister, what time is it now?" Li Xian asked again. "If the space is not closed yet, I will go fishing for a while." "Are you really addicted to fishing?" Li Fei smiled. "Okay, let's go back after selling the catch. You're all wet. You need to take a hot bath first." Li Xian nodded and threw all the fish in his backpack into the shipping box. Many of the same fish were merged together without taking up space. So in addition to fishing gear and bait, it could hold a lot of fish. Finally, he closed the shipping box, but suddenly opened his eyes wide. And in a moment, he quickly said, "Sister, my skills have been upgraded." "Huh?" Li Fei asked. "What skills?" Li Xian explained excitedly. almost dancing with joy. I heard the system prompt sound, saying that my trade skills have been upgraded to level 1. And my fishing skills have been upgraded to level 2. Li Fei was calmer than him and asked again, "Did you get anything? Or did you improve anything?" Li Xian also calmed down, but there was still excitement on his face. He checked for a moment and replied, "In terms of trade, the price of items will increase by 5% when delivering orders and shipping. I don't know if it will increase with each level up or at a fixed level, but as long as it increases, it is progress." After thinking about it, the two left their raincoats and returned home. Li Su had already finished his fitness and prepared dinner. Seeing that the siblings were late, he simply kept the dinner warm in the pot and took a bath. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa and continued to wait, not forgetting to read an e-book on skills in a certain professional field. Seeing the two of them coming back, Li Xian was still soaked, so he quickly told him to go to the bathroom, and asked Li Fei to go to the kitchen to get dinner. Li Fei scooped a bowl of rice, and then served some dishes, and went back to the sofa to eat, not forgetting to tell Li Su about what happened on the farm. After all, Li Su was also indispensable among the three, and he should be the first to know any information. Of course, she also told him about the proposal of the short-haired woman in 2001. Li Su was actually a little entangled about this. He also knew that they couldn't just sit back and eat. And even if they could grow crops on the farm, they had to wait for them to mature. And if they didn't go out in the future, they would definitely be suspected. But he couldn't rest at all when he thought of his sister and brother going out to fight monsters. Li Fei understood Li Su's thoughts. Even if they were separated in the previous life, they had seen other families who lived together on the way. The pillars of the family were either the father or the brothers, and they usually took the responsibility of finding food. But among those people, she also saw those who were abandoned because of injuries or other reasons when going out. In the end times, everyone has taken selfishness to the extreme. Of course, those who are the Holy Father and the Holy Mother are another matter. Li Fei naturally could not abandon Li Su, so she would never let the latter go out alone. She comforted him, "Brother, it's the end times. Even if we have space, we can't just sit and wait for death. We have to go out and take a look." Li Su closed his eyes and sighed, nodded and did not answer. Chapter 52. Li Xian quickly took a hot shower. He was so hungry after the fierce battle with the catfish that he went to the kitchen to get a big bowl of food. He sat down with his sister and brother and ate it with big mouthfuls. As the saying goes, the little boy eats the father out of money. Li Xian is at this age. In addition, except for his slightly chubby face, the rest of his body is long. If it weren't for the stock, he really couldn't eat so casually. Li Fei took out his mobile phone and called 2001 using the chat software. The three of them are one, so they might as well contact here to avoid having to convey the message again. 2001 seemed to have been waiting for Li Fei's call. He answered the call after the ringing sounded for 1 second, and his tone was still very excited. "Hello? Hello? Can we continue?" Li Fei cleared her throat and did not answer, but asked, "What's your name?" "Oh, yes. Look how anxious I am. We should be about the same age. Just call me Xiao Ning. My name is Li Fei," Li Fei replied. Long story short. "Okay," Xiao Ning said clearly. "Didn't I say before that I know a place with food and drink supplies? Actually, that's where I work. A live house that serves as a restaurant and bar. The boss specially stocked up a lot of supplies in advance for the New Year's Eve event and the holidays afterwards. After the event, the boss and employees went home, thinking that they would come back again. So they didn't turn off the freezer. If everything is normal, the supplies are definitely not broken." After saying a lot, Xiao Ning asked cautiously, "What do you think? If we share, I won't take more." Li Su listened silently, while Li Xian chewed quietly while looking at Li Fei, waiting for the words. Li Fei thought for a while and asked, "How far is your store from here?" Xiao Ning thought she agreed, and hurriedly answered, "Not far. Just over half an hour on foot." But at this point, she seemed to notice something was wrong, and stopped talking awkwardly. "I was so excited that I forgot that although many zombies had been wiped out, there were still some that slipped through the net. If I just walked, I would conservatively estimate that I would have to add at least an hour to the journey." Li Fei asked again, "Do you have a vehicle?" Xiao Ning stuttered, No. Even if you have one, it probably won't work." Li Fei put his hand on his chin and said lightly, Although the vehicle can directly hit the zombies, the same sound can attract more zombies. I am afraid that I will arrive at the destination quickly but cannot get off the car, or I will be trapped in the store. Ah, is there no way? Xiaoning said bitterly. I don't have much supplies at home. If I don't go out, I will starve to death. You can have it, Li Fei said calmly. You don't have to go to that store first. Is there no food on the road? You must know better than me since you rent here? And there are not as many people willing to go out now as in the future. First explore the road conditions, and then decide when to go to that store. Xiaoning suddenly became energetic and asked, Then shall we go tomorrow? Li Fei did not answer immediately, because her original plan was to go down the mine tomorrow. But she did want to go out and take a look. After all, when more people go out in the future, there will be fewer ready-made supplies. At this moment, Li Su moved his elbow. Li Fei looked at the people on both sides who were eager to try, made a choice, and replied, Okay, let's take a look tomorrow. Okay, then don't bother me for now. See you tomorrow. Xiaoning hung up the phone happily. Li Fei glanced at the two helplessly. Why are you so anxious? Is there not enough food at home? Or have you finished all the work on the farm? But we have to go out. Right? Li Xian asked. Is this what you mean, complacency? Li Fei shook his head and said, I have to remind you that there are definitely more zombies outside than in the farm. And they won't come so systematically. So they are much more difficult to deal with. Li Su smiled and said, Then you have to try it. Otherwise you will get used to it more slowly in the future. Okay. Seeing that the two had no objection, Li Fei nodded and said, It just so happens that I took out all the equipment before, and we will set off tomorrow morning. After the discussion, they washed and rested. But when the next day, Li Fei was suddenly awakened by the sound of banging outside. Listening carefully, the sound was actually at the entrance. But it was definitely not someone trying to secretly pry open the door. Li Fei narrowed her eyes unhappily, and picked up her phone to check the surveillance. Unexpectedly, it was Jiang Li's family, Jiang Li, Luo Yongji, and Luo Qianyang, whose hand was wrapped particularly bulging. That hand was exactly the one Li Xian knocked on. You don't need to look to know why they came to the door. Li Fei could have ignored it. But they also learned to bang on the door, as if they wanted to vent all their grievances on the door. Li Fei opened the building group again. From the time Chow Yifei told her that the residents were surrounding 1001, she was still broadcasting live to her. But she never responded. It is said that the residents of the building occupied the entire corridor. It can be said that there were 3 layers of people inside and outside. At first, they knocked on the door, and then they pounded on the door with their fists. But Jiang Li's family still refused to open the door. The residents became more and more angry, and began to find tools to smash the door. But the tools they had were still some household tools. Occasionally, if they really had a fire axe, they would smash it a few more times. The security door was not broken, but they had no strength. After all, everyone has been saving limited supplies these days. And some people don't exercise much on weekdays. This kind of swinging consumes more energy than before. Until the end, they just cursed loudly and dispersed. Li Fei rubbed his eyes. The window in the room was covered with a layer of preserved egg green. Jiang Li's family's reputation has declined significantly. It seems that if he wants to go to the door, he can only choose this time to avoid being discovered by other neighbors. So even if Li Fei wants to announce this news to the building group and let the residents, who still have grievances, come to solve it, it won't work. I'm afraid they are all sleeping hungry. Jiang Li and Luo Yongji were pounding on the door. And then even Luo Qianyang used his intact hand to hit the door a few times. And even kicked it a few times. But even with tools, the door of 1001 could not be successfully broken, let alone with bare hands. The banging sound even felt like impotence and rage. At this moment, the bedroom door was knocked, and Li Su's voice came from closer. Fei Fei, are you awake? Li Fei sat up and said, Brother, come in. Li Su waited for a few minutes before opening the door and sticking his head out, asking, The building manager is here. Should we pay attention to them? If we ignore them, the noise will disturb the neighbors. And if we pay attention, they will definitely start arguing again. Li Fei took the coat from the bedside and put it on, combed his hair, got out of bed and said, It's okay. I'll go and meet him. Li Su yawned a little. But since he was up and might have to go out today, he didn't plan to go to bed anymore. Li Fei opened the window on the door and said sarcastically, "Hey, isn't this the building manager? How come the building manager is disturbing the residents now?" Jiangli and Luo Yongji came to 1902 together with smiles on their faces. But they were full of resentment when they saw each other today. Before they could speak, Luo Qinyang next to them shouted, "Stinky woman. You still have the nerve to say that? You teamed up with others to be hostile to my family and injured me. Don't you have to pay compensation?" Li Fei sneered. "Didn't you say you would sue me later? Then I'll just wait for the court summons. Why are you harassing me now? Go back and take a nap. You may not be able to sleep during the day." Although the residents finally left yesterday, how could they leave the withheld materials so easily? Even if not all of them, some people will definitely continue to harass them. Jiangli gnashed her teeth and said, "Miss Li, we have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present. Why are you forcing me like this? Isn't it too inhumane? Even if you are a newcomer, I don't care whether you will leave this community in the future. But as long as you are still in this community, you are also a part of the community. You have done such a thing, and you will have no face in the community in the future." After hearing these words, Li Fei smiled, as if a mosquito failed to suck blood. "We have no grudges in the past, but no hatred in the present? Building manager Jiang, you have already lost since you withheld people's supplies. Like father, like son." Luo Yingji also scolded Li Fei in impotence and fury. But Li Fei was too lazy to get entangled with this family. She rolled her eyes and thought for a moment, then silently thought about it. And a pile of powder appeared in the palm of her hand. That was the psychedelic powder made from the psychedelic mushrooms she had planted for trial planting. Today, there was a test product delivered to the door. The two men surnamed Luo were the red-faced ones, and Jiangli became the white-faced one. But they all leaned close to the window on the door to talk. Li Fei found a wrong angle, opened her hand, and gently blew the powder out. The psychedelic powder was almost colorless and odorless. After it spread out from the window, there was gradually no sound outside the door. Li Fei approached and saw that the family of three was standing neatly at the door. Their eyes were sluggish, and they were silent, a bit like they were high. Li Fei thought about it again, and pretended to be vicious and said, "Don't come to the 19th floor again. And don't harass Li Fei, Li Su and Li Xian again. Return the withheld materials to the residents. Otherwise you will see what you fear most." It sounded a bit childish, but the three of them immediately came to their senses, as if they had received an order. But they lost their previous arrogance, and left with their tails between their legs. However, the effect of this psychedelic powder must be shown this morning. After solving this problem, Li Fei stretched happily, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Li Su was already making breakfast in the kitchen, and he was relieved when he heard no movement outside the door. However, when the steaming breakfast was served, Li Xian still didn't get up and leave the bedroom. Li Fei and Li Su looked at each other, and hurried to the second bedroom. If it were in the past, Li Xian would just sleep in on weekends, and they wouldn't disturb him. However, since the end of the world, he has not been so confused. So something must have happened. Chapter 53. Li Fei and Li Su came to the door of the second bedroom quietly and knocked on it. But there was no response, so they had to push the door open and enter. The second bedroom was not large, and it could be said that a bed almost occupied half of the room. So the two saw Li Xian lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, with only his face half closed. Li Fei went forward and touched his forehead. He was not feverish, but obviously sick. "Ah Xian, wake up," Li Fei asked softly. "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Li Xian opened his eyes sleepily and stammered, "Sister, brother, Li Fei and Li Su knew when they heard the slightly hoarse voice that he was probably catching a cold. Li Fei frowned and said, "It must be because I got wet at the farm yesterday and didn't dry myself in time. It was too late to take a hot bath later." "Don't worry." Li Su looked more relaxed than she did. "Don't we have medicines at home? It's fine if it's not a serious illness. I just need to rest. I definitely can't go out today." Li Fei sighed, tucked Li Xian's quilt again, and left the second bedroom with Li Su. When they came to the living room, she discussed with the latter, "Brother, Xian is sick and can't go out, and he can't be left alone to take care of him. You should stay today." Li Su asked worriedly, "But with you and the girl from 2001, won't it be a little short?" "It's not about girls. Even if there is no doomsday and no zombies, it is inevitable that girls will be in danger when traveling with others. This is the inevitable risk brought by this society. It's okay, brother. I'll find someone else. Li Fei seemed not to care, and sat at the dining table. Today's breakfast was rice balls. The rice was made by Li Su yesterday. It was filled with various vegetable grains, luncheon meat cubes, egg shreds, seaweed meat floss, and salad dressing. It was wrapped in plastic wrap for one meal, which was very convenient. Probably because I was going out today. So I made it in this form, and I can carry it with me. But this reminded Li Fei of the local rice balls. Unfortunately, I have the ingredients at home, but I don't know how to make the key point. That is the fragrant and delicious fried dough sticks inside. Li Fei said while removing the plastic wrap, brother, make some breakfast suitable for a Xian. I'll leave the cold medicine. Take another pill after eating. He will be almost well after a good sleep. In order to be on the safe side, Li Fei put all the medicines in the storage box. Anyway, she can take things with her mind. Li Su nodded and said, okay. I know. I just want to make some ginger soup for him. It's still cold outside now. You can drink it to warm up your body when you come back. After he said that, he went to the kitchen again. Since he was not going out today, he didn't need to eat breakfast so early. He should pay more attention to Li Xian. While eating, Li Fei opened her phone and flipped through the address book. In fact, there should not be many people she is willing to find, or can find. After sending an opening message to both of them, Li Fei just drank a sip of milk and her phone started vibrating. Dr. Wu, what's wrong? What's the matter? Dr. Wu, this is the first time you've taken the initiative to look for me. Dr. Wu, emoticon. Li Fei rolled his eyes and typed a reply. I'm going out today. Are you going? Wu Sini was very smart and quick-witted. So she immediately asked, are you going out to collect supplies? Li Fei curled the corners of her lips. Yes. Unlike you, Dr. Wu, who can earn supplies by using your brain and hands. We ordinary people can only do it ourselves. Don't say that. Because I need supplies for my medical consultations. Otherwise I won't go. I've been scolded a lot. And maybe my reputation will be ruined. Wu Sini set a helpless expression. So I can't rely on this alone to get supplies. And I don't think I understand it as well as you do. Li Fei frowned slightly in vigilance and immediately changed the subject. What are you talking about? Just say whether you are going or not. Go. 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 Of course. Wu Sini quickly responded. Just you and me? What are you thinking about? With my fancy moves and your weak look. How could it be possible? Ah, then there is an outsider? Wu Sini set another aggrieved expression. Where does he get so many expressions? And they are all anime and cartoon types. Li Fei didn't answer. And someone else happened to reply. Chow Yifei, I'm here. I'm here. What do you want? Big sister? We are going to go out together to look for supplies. Are you going? Chow Yifei, go out? Go out of the community gate? Li Fei replied. Do you think there will be any supplies in the community? Chow Yifei, Chow Yifei, but can we really defeat the zombies? What if we get hurt? Li Fei didn't want to talk nonsense. Just said, do you want to try outside or starve to death at home? Think about it yourself. Chow Yifei, then I will definitely choose the latter. Starve to death. Big sister. When are we going? Li Fei didn't answer. At present, she can still communicate. So she pulled out a small group. Anyway, it's not troublesome. There are 4 people in the group. Li Fei left a message. You guys get to know each other, and meet at the door of 1902 in half an hour. Chow Yifei, okay. Big sister. I understand. Big sister. Dr. Wu, JPG. Xiaoning, big sister? Ha ha ha. This is a good name. I want to call you that too. Xiaoning, hello. I'm from 2001. I initiated this trip because I really have no food at home, and I'm starving to death QQ. Xiaoning, but big sister Feifei agreed immediately. I just like such straightforward people. So you guys can't hold me back. Chow Yifei, hello. I'm from 1002. Chow Yifei, of course I won't hold me back. Big sister is my goddess. Xiaoning, 1002. Is the building manager the one who lives next to you? How have they been these past 2 days? Chow Yifei, well, it was the things that happened in the building group yesterday. It's just that we couldn't break the door. Otherwise, I think the neighbors would have rushed in long ago. Chow Yifei, just now. I heard a bang at home. But I went to the peephole, and didn't see anyone coming out. It seemed like they were coming in. It was strange. Dr. Wu, because they had been to the 19th floor earlier. Xiao Ning and Qiao Yifei each sent a question mark. And Wu Sini explained, I am 1901. I was sleeping well today. But I heard some noise outside the door. I looked through the peephole, and it was their family. But they went back not long after. Xiao Ning, oh, so you are the doctor in this building. Qiao Yifei, wait. Something is wrong. Qiao Yifei, the door across the street seems to be open again. Xiao Ning, what? Did he go to harass Li Fei again? He is really haunting me. I will come down right away. Dr. Wu, no. I will go. However, Li Fei did not see any of this. She was counting her equipment and getting dressed. Unexpectedly, there was another noise outside the door. And the door was pounded urgently and vigorously. And even a burst of crying and shouting. Li Fei! Come out! Li Fei! Egg custard was steaming in the kitchen. And there was a wisp of smoke. Li Su came out and opened the refrigerator. And found ginger, green onions, and an orange from it. As for fruits, Li Fei didn't buy them in bulk, but only bought some. These days, you can eat both seasonal and off-season fruits. So she only bought what her family and she liked to eat. You can buy more apples, oranges, grapefruits, and pears that can be stored for a long time, as well as cherries, kiwis, and dragon fruits. Even if you don't finish them, you can use a dryer vacuum machine to package and store them. Eating fruit still has some benefits. Li Su was going to make a bowl of ginger soup with these ingredients. But he didn't expect to hear a roar outside the door before the refrigerator door was closed. Li Fei wiped her mouth, stood up, and threw the milk carton into the trash can. She came to the door, after eating and drinking, and opened the window on the door. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly stretched out from the window, pretending to grab Li Fei's collar. Fortunately, Li Fei was more agile and dodged the attack. It turned out that the person was Luo Yuqian, the daughter of the Luo family, who had not come with them just now. To be honest, Li Fei had a shallower impression of Luo Yuqian, probably because she was the quietest one among the noisy people. However, the usual quiet one would definitely be louder when it was loud. Luo Yuqian did not withdraw her hand, and was still wandering around the room casually. Only the angry and sharp voice did not stop. Li Fei, what did you do to my parents and brother? Li Fei crossed his arms and said leisurely, what did I do? Why don't you ask your parents and your brother what they did at my door so early in the morning? It wasn't them who banged the door and disturbed the neighbors? Oh, by the way, you are the one who stayed to look after the house. Luo Yuqian was so angry that she kicked the door a few more times and shouted, you were the first to come to our house and break the door. My parents and brother were distracted when they came home just now. They sent messages in the group chat saying that they would send supplies and stop me from coming to the 19th floor. What did you do to them? Li Fei waved her hand. Please. What can I do to them? I didn't even open the door. Even if they came to my house before, I didn't open the door. Okay. Impossible. Luo Yuqian refused to give in and took back her hand, but instead glared at her fiercely, wishing she could really cut off a few pieces of flesh. They only came to your place today, and they became like that when they came back. You must have drugged them. What can't you, a murderer, do? I'm going to sue you at Aunt Xia's. When the monster is destroyed, I'll make sure you go to jail. Is she a little out of her mind? Let's not talk about whether the monster can be destroyed. How can she be a murderer, although she has killed people in her previous life? In some cases, she didn't kill, and she was the one who died. And who is Aunt Xia? But the character of Li Fei's family may really stand out. Luo Yuqian actually guessed it almost right. She did drug it. Now it seems that this psychedelic powder is really a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary humans. I just don't know if it can work on mutant creatures. The price of psychedelic mushrooms is not expensive, and you can grow a batch more when you have spare money. But Li Fei certainly couldn't tell the truth, but just laughed coldly. Miss Luo, don't eat anything you want, and don't talk nonsense. The official rumor has been refuted that there is no real drug on the market. What basis do you have to conclude that I used some drug? It's inexplicable. You want to sue me? Then I can completely sue you for false accusation. You? Before Luo Yuqian answered, the door of 1901 opposite opened. Wu Sini walked out and warned coldly, I am a neighbor. From beginning to end, I only saw your family coming over and harassing loudly. And it also affected me. I didn't see Miss Lee open the door. So how could you say you drugged me? Don't pester me anymore. Please leave. Wusini was more than a head taller than Luo Yuqian, so the latter naturally didn't dare to attack him. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, You are in cahoots with each other. You are in the same group. I will go find Xian now. After she finished speaking, she turned around and ran to the safe corridor without showing her back. Chapter 54. Wusini spat secretly, but heard a small sound coming from the door of 1902. Li Fei also opened the anti-theft chain and came out. He immediately changed his expression and smiled. Good morning, Miss Lee. Judging from the time you were woken up, it's not early. Li Fei smoothed her hair. This short hair is a bit bad. If you don't sleep in a good position, it will easily bend and look messy. But considering your performance just now, good morning, Dr. Wu. She saw the two people outside the window facing each other, and she couldn't help thinking that she had never seen Wusini's face with such an icy face. And even the jawline suddenly looked a little sharp. The fickle expression made Li Fei suddenly feel that the smile was just his habit of covering up. Is it a doctor's alternative occupational disease? It was because I stood up that you said good morning. Wusini seemed a little dissatisfied, but she was not really dissatisfied. Li Fei rolled her eyes and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Do you know who the Aunt Xia she is talking about is? It means 1802. You're a downstairs neighbor. The most important thing is that she works in the police station. So she is quite prestigious in this building, not to mention this community. Li Fei asked curiously, is she a police officer? Female police officers on assignment are not common. But there are quite a lot of household registration police and psychological comfort police. No. Wusini smiled mysteriously. She should not be considered a police officer. She is the political commissar of the police station. No wonder she has prestige. She can be considered the second in command in the police station. Li Fei didn't know how long Wusini had lived here, but he knew her well. He asked again, do you know her husband? Wusini insisted on saying something and laughed. I have important information. Do you have any information fees? Li Fei didn't want to tolerate him. He opened the door and snorted, forget it. Let's go. Oh. No. 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 I said it's not okay. Wusini stopped him and told him everything. Aunt Xia's husband's surname is Ming. He works in the Agricultural Science Academy of this city. It's a holiday now. They are both at home. Who would think that they can't go out? Have you seen them? Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Ming. Somehow, it felt like I was pricked by something familiar. Li Fei replied calmly, nothing. Mr. Ming came here to exchange supplies. That's all. As she spoke, she looked at the entrance to the safe corridor again, and saw a double door. She pointed and asked, I think there will be a lot of harassment in the future. I want to seal this door. What do you think? So she planted 2 clematis seeds. But this floor is not hers alone. So she has to ask. Wusini smiled and said, I have no objection. As long as I can enter and exit normally. Li Fei paused, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Strange plants will not cause harm to the host and online players, so outsiders will not know. And in fact, it is not a big deal to be injured. And the most important thing is to be discovered. I can only wait in line for the time being. In order to change the subject, Li Fei looked at her watch again and reminded. It's almost time. Go get ready. Remember to wear thicker clothes to avoid being bitten by zombies. Thanks for the reminder. Wusini winked at her playfully. But Li Fei didn't answer and turned into the room. There was a gurgling sound coming from the kitchen. Li Fei sighed and was about to sort out the next equipment when her chat phone vibrated again. This time it was Chow Yifei who called. In any case, they were temporary teammates for a while. Li Fei answered the call, and a deliberately suppressed voice came from the other side. Big sister. It's bad. There's a group of people in front of the building manager's house opposite me. And this time, they actually opened the door. Li Fei was not surprised by this. He turned on the speakerphone and scanned the group chat. It was Jiangli who took the initiative to send messages and tagged several families to go to her house to collect supplies. The psychedelic powder worked. The families who were tagged were surprised and happy. And some families who were not tagged had bad thoughts in their hearts, causing almost 2/3 of the residents of the building to gather at the door of 1001 again. Li Fei said, Why are you panicking? The building manager's family has a change of heart, and is preparing to return the withheld supplies to the residents. Chow Yifei hesitated and said, "But why do I hear the noise outside? It sounds a bit like robbery. You can hear the tinkling of palm trees and quarrels through the door. Not to mention that you can see the noisy crowd on the opposite side through the cat's eye. And there are fights in the room." "Oh, that's not the problem of the building manager. That's the quality of the masses," Li Fei said firmly. "Anyway, it has nothing to do with you. The time is almost up. How have you packed up?" "Oh, almost done." After being persuaded like this, Chow Yifei calmed down. Li Fei had helped him retrieve the corresponding materials that were stolen. Now he should worry about how to get more materials. There are so many people. I guess even the corridor is full of people. "I can't squeeze in," Li Fei said coldly. "If you can't squeeze in, don't squeeze in. Just stay at home." No, no. I'll squeeze in. I'll squeeze in," Chow Yifei said, and even took the initiative to hang up the phone. What a joke. He had already decided to cling to the big sister. How dare he not listen to the big sister? He found the largest backpack in the house. As a Tony teacher, he must not only look good, but also look good. After putting some equipment and carrying the bag, Chow Yifei also put on a mask, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The corridor on the 10th floor was crowded with people. Chow Yifei turned around and locked his door. And he almost couldn't turn around. The sound from room 1001 was clearer. But he moved silently to the door of the safe corridor. Some residents noticed him. After all, he squeezed through. It would be strange if they didn't notice him. But for them, free supplies were the most attractive. So they didn't think too much. There were many people standing on the stairs. Chow Yifei climbed all the way to the 12th floor before he saw no one. He breathed a sigh of relief. When he reached the 19th floor, the doors of the two households were closed. He waited under the window in the corridor. After only about half an instant's stick of time, footsteps came from upstairs. Xiao Ning's outfit was similar to the first time Li Fei met her. She was also wearing a down jacket and colorful SK, with a backpack on her back. She also had makeup on her face. It must have been made up. Chow Yifei was not surprised. He had received women who liked this style, usually coming here to dye their hair. The two greeted each other when they met. Xiao Ning tilted her head and said, "I think I've seen you somewhere." Chow Yifei smiled and said, "I live in 1002. So I'm a neighbor." "Right. Well, let me tell you. The building manager's house has been destroyed. And now a large group of neighbors are taking supplies from her house." "Humph. She deserves it." Xiao Ning pouted and said, "Oh, I remember. I saw you on the review software. I wanted to go to your shop to get my hair done during the holiday. But zombies appeared. It's so weird." The two chatterboxes talked for a few minutes. And Wu Sini from 1901 also went out. He wore a thick down jacket and a medical mask. And the backpack behind him seemed to have more things than two people. When he saw them, he nodded, and the smile in his eyes was a greeting. Xiao Ning's heart was pounding. It was really the celebrity Dr. Wu. After all, it has only been more than half a year since the documentary was aired. Wu Sini also appeared in some variety shows related to medical themes. Recently, the documentary was officially announced to have a second season. So his popularity on the platform has never disappeared. Compared with ordinary people, he can already be called a celebrity. Besides, Dr. Wu looks much better than some ordinary men. The three of them gathered. Except for Li Fei. But this time, they all assumed that Li Fei was the captain. So they just waited silently. Finally, 1902 finally opened the door. But the three of them were stunned. Li Fei wore a mask and a windproof and warm earmuffs on his head. The down jacket he wore was a little bulging, and it seemed to be thickened. He carried a mountaineering bag on his back, a pair of fleece gloves on his hands, and a pair of sneakers under his trousers. It can be said that he was wrapped tightly from head to toe, except for his eyes, but he was not particularly bloated. In comparison, the other three were really lightly dressed. In fact, this outfit was special. Li Fei wore a chest protection, an anti-fall suit inside, and stuck a few hot packs on it. After all, it was still winter. If a thick down jacket was bitten by a zombie, there was a small chance that it would only be torn and the hair would fall off. It seemed that the others had thought of this part, and did not wear other clothes. But when facing Li Fei, they felt like going back to rummage through the boxes and cabinets to buy new clothes. Chow Yifei immediately flattered her. The big sister is worthy of being the big sister. She is thoughtful. Li Fei reached out and pulled down her mask and asked, "What's the situation on the 10th floor?" Chow Yifei shook his head. "I just came up not long ago. I guess it's still noisy. I climbed up the stairs because I was squeezed to death. Fortunately, no one asked me what I was doing." Xiao Ning frowned and said, "Li Fei, do we need to wait a while? I don't want to answer them. And I don't want to talk to them about going to find supplies." Li Fei pondered for a moment and said, "Chow Yifei, please go to the nearby floor to observe the situation and report directly if there is anything. In fact, it doesn't matter if we wait for a while. First, it's still early now. And second, Jiang Li's family definitely doesn't have a lot of supplies. As long as there are no supplies, the residents will find out and go back to their homes soon." "Okay, I'll go now," Xiao Ning also said. "Then I'll go home again and see if there is anything I can bring." So for a while, only Li Fei and Wu Sini were left in the corridor. Wu Sini asked, "Have you had breakfast?" The Chinese people's unique way of greeting. Li Fei nodded. "I have. How about you?" Wu Sini sighed. "I have. But I'm not full." Li Fei rolled his eyes and said nothing. The former asked seriously, "Have you thought about the route? If it were normal, it would just be a walk in the community. But now there are zombies in the community. It is no different from the outside of the community. And it is not easy to go through the front door or the back door." Li Fei calmly replied, "I've thought about it. The back door of the community has not been breached yet. But it is almost there. And we don't know how many zombies are around the back door. And we can't get through. So I decided to go through the front door." Wu Sini thought for a moment and continued, "You mean, those zombies are only breaking the building door and the first floor windowsill now? As long as we stay in the dark, we have a chance to enter and exit the front door directly." Li Fei smiled lightly and gave him an admiring look. "As long as we don't have any burdens and don't make a loud noise. And I have a secret weapon." Wu Sini was puzzled. And it was obvious that Li Fei didn't want to say it now. Probably waiting for people to gather. So he suppressed his curiosity for the time being. It's just that he can't see her smile easily. And he inexplicably wants to see more. Chapter 55. Chow Yifei went down to the 11th floor, pretending to eat melons with the residents around him, and occasionally chatted with them. This happened in the morning, and he was carrying a bag behind him. Most people thought he was carrying supplies, and would not think much about it. The former was a chatterbox. So they really started a conversation. After all, there was nothing else to do now. At this moment, a figure quickly came downstairs, staggered past him, and squeezed into the crowd on the 10th floor, and came directly to the open door of room 1001, waving his bare hands and crying, "This is my family's supplies. You are not allowed to take it. Get out. Get out." It turned out to be Jiang Li's daughter Luo Yuqian. After leaving Li Fei's house angrily, she soon came to the door of the resident in 1802. I don't know if she hadn't gotten up yet, or if she didn't welcome guests. Luo Yuqian pressed the doorbell several times before the door slowly opened a crack. Luo Yuqian immediately cried, "Aunt Xia! Aunt Xia! Are you there? You have to judge for us." But it was Mr. Ming who opened the door. He frowned slightly when he saw her and asked calmly, "What do you want?" Aunt Xia's husband, Mr. Ming, was also known to the neighbors. And so was Luo Yuqian. She rubbed her red eyes and said pitifully, "Uncle Ming, the Li Fei family in 1902 deliberately hurt people and drugged my family, causing my family to be confused. Not only did they not listen to me, but they also did things they couldn't help. Can you let Aunt Xia listen to me and preside over justice?" Mr. Ming was fine after hearing the first half of the sentence, but he was a little speechless after hearing the second half. Most of the so-called drugs are similar to anesthesia nowadays. How can you really make people obedient and do whatever you are told? Mr. Ming said helplessly, "It's not that I won't receive you. Your Aunt Xia is ill and has no strength to deal with these things. You can solve them by yourselves." Luo Yuqian couldn't hear that this was an excuse. She wanted to beg again, but Mr. Ming closed the door first and refused to open it no matter how Luo Yuqian knocked. Luo Yuqian cried for a while, but her appeal was fruitless. So she had to go back to the 10th floor. There were still many people there. She tried her best to get to the house. The items in the room were thrown and taken, and they were already turned upside down. She pushed a man who was rummaging through the cupboards in the living room hard and said angrily, "This is my home. Why did you come in? Why did you rummage through things?" The residents were even more indignant, and they retorted one after another. "It was the building manager who asked us to come." "Okay, that's right. And besides, she was the one who privately withheld our supplies. So what if we took back the supplies that belong to us? Who knows how much supplies your family has hidden in the entire building?" As the building manager, she actually embezzled. When life gets back to normal, go to the neighborhood committee and have her removed from her position. The man who was pushed even stood up and pushed Luo Yuqian back, not paying attention to the force. And the adult man was very strong. So Luo Yuqian stumbled and fell on the cold floor. Her face flushed, because as a member of the Luo family, she knew that her parents had indeed withheld supplies. But they did it like taking wool from others, taking a few leaves and roots of vegetables, and secretly taking small items, so a large wooden box could get a lot of extra supplies. There were also a few annoying families who, after confirming that they would come to collect supplies at the last minute, left the remaining poor quality supplies for them. This was indeed what their family had done, and it was difficult to refute it. Who knew how it would be exposed? But Luo Yuqian had to say something. Otherwise they would turn the house over, and there would be no rice left. Even the neighborhood committee property management didn't know when the next batch of relief supplies would arrive. If there were no supplies, they could only wait to die. Luo Yuqian glanced around and suddenly saw Deng Jia's figure. She suddenly said loudly, "Yes, my mother did swallow some supplies. But she didn't keep them for herself. She gave some to Aunt Deng in 902. Now my house is almost completely searched by you. Go to her house and see if there is anything. I have to take him with me even if I die." Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to him, especially the young people who had been hungry for a long time. Most of them knew that Deng Jia and Jianli were close. Who knew if they were on the same boat in private? Deng Jia tried to calm down under the hot eyes of the neighbors, and shook her head quickly. "Don't talk nonsense. Your mother is so stingy. How could she give me some? Besides, it has been so many days, and we have eaten up the supplies long ago." "Humph. So it's past?" One of the men clenched his fists and frowned. "I thought the building manager was the only one who was unscrupulous. But I didn't expect you guys were a bunch of snakes and rats." Deng Jia panicked and quickly threw the blame away. "Don't worry. I know whose house has a lot of supplies. More than here." When everyone asked where, Deng Jia answered without stopping, "That must be 1902. Some other residents are upset with the building manager, but only their family is so relaxed when they hear about the monster. They must have enough food and drink to stay here. You might as well go to her house and take a look." The residents began to whisper. 19th floor? I remember Dr. Wu lives there too. Dr. Wu must have a lot of supplies at home. Why don't you go and borrow some from him? Are you stupid? It's okay for others. But what if you offend a doctor and get sick in the future? So what? I heard Dr. Wu doesn't treat everyone, and he requires a lot of supplies as a reward. And he may not be able to cure the disease. I don't think he's a good person. He looks kind. Maybe there's a chance for you? At this time, someone asked. Who knows the resident of 1902? At this time, a person stood up and said in a dissatisfied voice, I've seen the girl in 1902. She's extremely selfish. My old man is so hungry that he doesn't even want to sell me some supplies for emergency. And I saw her walk out of Dr. Wu's house with my own eyes. They are both single. Who knows what their relationship is, and how she got to know Dr. Wu. Such a selfish person, who doesn't help each other, shouldn't be allowed to live in our building. The people who heard the news were in an uproar. And because of hunger and thirst, they changed sides one after another, and quickly withdrew from 1001. Of course, some people took the supplies and left without even looking at the Luo family behind them. Song Chuanxiang followed the crowd and secretly raised the corners of her mouth. When 1902 was breached, she must make some money before she stopped. Luo Yuqian continued to sit on the floor with weak legs, looking at the messy room. Her heart was gloomy. Jianli opened her eyes in confusion and stuttered. Yuqian, what happened? Mom. Luo Yuqian cried and explained. You went to Li Fei's house early in the morning with your father and brother. But you were drugged. When you came back, you asked other people in the building to come to your house to get supplies. Our house is about to be emptied. He must have been drugged. Otherwise, how could a person suddenly change? And the change was so strange. What? Jiangli stood up in shock. And when she saw the messy room, she felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. And she felt dizzy. Luo Qinyang and Luo Yongji seemed to have woken up. And they were also in disbelief when they saw the environment they were in. And then, they started to curse Li Fei's family. Luo Yuqian wiped her tears and sobbed again. Mom, now everyone in the building has gone to the 19th floor. Let's go too. If we can't get the supplies back, we have to grab some back. Otherwise, how can we live? Her eyes were full of cold hatred. In the end times, Li Fei's move was to destroy her family. And she wished she could rush forward to fight back. And it would be best if she could suffer so much. However, when they heard some key words, the three of them were shocked. And hallucinations appeared in their eyes. The man-eating monster with a bloody mouth suddenly appeared in the house, and staggered towards them. Jiangli screamed involuntarily. Go away! Go away! I won't go! I won't go! Luo Yongji's face was pale, and trembling all over. And Luo Qinyang was also waving his hands vigorously, trying to crawl away with weak legs and feet. 1001 was still a pot of hot porridge. And when Chao Yifei saw people starting to go upstairs with a look of resentment, he was shocked and hurriedly ran to the 19th floor in 2 steps. Li Fei, Wu Sini, and Xiao Ning were all waiting. After Chao Yifei arrived at the door of the safe corridor, he bent over breathlessly and said in a hoarse voice, No, it's bad. Everyone in the building is coming to the 19th floor. Wu Sini and Xiao Ning's faces changed. But Li Fei was calm and just put on her mask again. The 10th floor is not high, but not low either. In addition, most people didn't have breakfast. And those who took the supplies from Jiang Li's house went home without staying for fear of being robbed again. Therefore, fewer people came to the 19th floor, and they were all out of breath. The men in the front row pushed open the door of the safety corridor, but saw 4 people standing in the corridor, all of whom looked like they were going out. They were all startled and asked, What are you doing? Wu Sini, Chao Yifei, and Xiao Ning pursed their lips and did not answer. Li Fei said vaguely, Can't you see? We are going out. What? Everyone was incredulous. You are going out? Don't you see that there are man-eating monsters downstairs? Li Fei pretended to be sad and wiped the corners of his eyes without tears. There is no other way. My family of 3 really has no supplies. My brother is sick. I have to go out and fight for it. Why are you all here? Is there any new situation in the building? Can you help us? Please. Ah? We heard from others that you have supplies. So we came here. The order has not completely collapsed. As long as they have received moral education, they can basically not tell a big lie. The other 3 people instantly understood Li Fei's intention and pretended to be listless. In fact, they were really hungry. And they were not as well fed as Li Fei's family. They just thought that they might get supplies to cheer themselves up. The person who said this, has his conscience been eaten by a dog? Li Fei complained. Besides, the building manager of this building can lie to you. Do you really believe what someone says? The leaders were still half believing and half doubting. But although Li Fei only showed a pair of eyes, those eyes looked watery, and inexplicably had a pitiful look, which could very well arouse the desire of the big man to protect. Finally, someone asked, Who said that just now? Some others thought that they had been tricked by that person. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Chuanxiang did not want to lose this good opportunity. So she stood up after a moment of hesitation. I am the resident of 2002. Don't be fooled by this girl. Even if her family has no supplies. I saw her go to Dr. Wu's house with my own eyes. Dr. Wu's house has supplies. And there are other men in her house. I saw it with my own eyes. Some residents looked strange all of a sudden, as if they were civets in a melon field. Since the appearance of the man-eating monster, there has been a heavy haze everywhere. Eating melons is a bit fun. Wu Sini frowned when she heard this. Is it easy to make up a rumor about reputation? If it weren't the end of the world, she would have to investigate it to the end. Li Fei's face under the mask sneered silently. So he blew himself up? She was too lazy to say more. What if what they thought in their hearts was confirmed? They couldn't even have enough food to eat. But they still cared about this kind of thing? Maybe there will be people who get supplies by this method in the future. Li Fei's expression on the upper half of her face did not change. She said, Auntie, Dr. Wu earned the supplies himself. He can give them to whoever he wants. You are not anxious because he didn't give them to you? No way. No way. Don't talk about your old people. I believe that some of you have old people at home. It seems that no one is filial. But you are filial. If there are elderly people in the family, they are most afraid of being called unfilial. They glared at Song Chuanxiang in anger. The Song family is a glorious family, and everyone respects the two elders. But Song Chuanxiang doesn't live here, so she is not familiar with them, and is casual. Song Chuanxiang trembled when she was stared at. Just when she was about to argue, she heard the voices behind her shouting, "Commissar Xia is here." Chapter 56. Li Fei and the others were stunned, and the crowd actually made way for them. A middle-aged woman with an imposing manner came over, followed by the serious Mr. Ming. The middle-aged woman had smooth short hair and a unique sense of justice in her eyes, which made people feel at ease. But her face was a little haggard and pale. Girls knew better that this was a symptom of ischemia during a special period. Li Fei guessed that the person in front of her was the Aunt Xia mentioned by Luo Yuqian and the political commissar of the police station mentioned by Wu Sini. After returning to her room, she checked the map and found that there was a police station not far from the community. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences was far away, but it seemed that Mr. Ming stayed at home for reasons related to the holiday. Aunt Xia walked over slowly and silently scanned the crowd. Everyone was very quiet. She glanced at Li Fei and others, especially Li Fei. Li Fei had just moved in not long ago, and the two had never met before. She nodded and said, "Hello. I am the resident of 1802. My last name is Xia." Li Fei also nodded and said, "Hello." Aunt Xia turned around and asked, "You are a group of people. First, you ran to the building manager's house to make a fuss, and then ran to the 19th floor to make a fuss. Aren't you tired? It's better to stay calm and stay at home and wait for rescue." When the residents heard this, they complained again. "Commissar Xia, don't you know that building manager Jiang withheld our supplies for himself? We just took back what we deserved. They say rescue is coming. But when will it come? How can we feel at ease if the higher-ups don't give us accurate information? Commissar Xia, where are the police officers in the police station? Isn't it the duty of the police to serve the people and protect our lives?" Aunt Xia waved her hand until things calmed down a little before continuing. "It's wrong for the building manager to withhold your supplies. But I just checked and you took all the supplies that their family already had. Are you right? How can they survive? Now that things have come to this, let's just settle it. And I can understand everyone's hunger and thirst. But even a good cook can't cook without rice. As a political commissar, I am equivalent to being locked up in this community. There is no other way except to send out communications that are always interrupted. Everyone should understand each other. As for the supplies that Dr. Wu has, they were earned through his skills and are entirely at his disposal. And 1902 and others are prepared to risk their lives to go out and look for supplies. If they succeed, it will be considered a precedent, proving that this method is feasible. Maybe there will be supplies in the future, but you are still here to block them and quarrel with them. What's the big deal? If you have the energy, you should go back and comfort your family and wait for rescue. Right? As expected of a political commissar who is in charge of ideological education, he has to speak a set of official language back and forth. And coupled with the prestige he has established in the community, most people are moved. However, Aunt Xia did not stop, and her tone became a little harder, saying, "Since you are talking about the duty of the police, there is another one, which is to uphold justice. You all know what you know, so I won't waste my words. There are also some people who are full of rumors. Please don't ruin the reputation of the family. Do you understand? Let's go!" Song Chuanxiang's face was livid and she said nothing. After all, she was concerned about her identity as the political commissar of the police station, so she quietly left in dismay. The others still looked back every 3 steps, and finally left the safe corridor. The entire 19th floor was silent and empty, and Xia seemed to be relieved, turned around and stared at a few people, and smiled meaningfully. "You have a great reputation in this building. As ordinary people, Chao Yifei and Xiao Ning are always trembling with fear when dealing with the police." But Li Fei answered calmly, "If I don't grow up, I will be unknown, and then anyone can bully me." "Well said." She smiled, and took the initiative to say friendly, "My husband and I haven't introduced ourselves yet. Mr. Ming's full name is Meng Yisong, and Aunt Xia's full name is Xia Luo." Li Fei always feels that she is a little old just calling her Aunt Xia. She looks like she is less than 40 years old. Xiao Luo felt good when she heard this. Waved her hand and smiled. It's okay. In fact, we have been married for 20 years. And we are already old. But there shouldn't be any woman who doesn't want to be praised for her appearance. And the police are no exception. Meng Yisong shook his head helplessly. But there was still a piece of affection in his eyes that was good at hiding. Oh my God. I didn't expect to be able to eat dog food in the end of the world. In fact, the New Year's Day holiday was the 20th anniversary of their marriage. Who knew that the anniversary suddenly turned into the end of the world? In addition, they happened to buy some supplies at the mall. But they didn't buy sanitary products. And the stock at home happened to be used up. Xiao Luo is getting older. And she loves to have menstrual cramps when it's cold. Fortunately, the electricity was not disconnected. And she could still keep warm. Meng Yisong borrowed sanitary products from Li Fei. She opened it and saw that there were actually 2 ginger candy granules in the bag. Therefore, she decided that the words of the residents in the building could not be fully trusted. Especially the various comments about the residents of 1902. Besides, what time is it now? No one cares about excessive self-defense. She is a police officer. But she is just an ordinary person without a police uniform. If she doesn't want to be used as a gun by the public like the firefighter in Building 24, it is better to remain silent. But today, Jiang Li's bad deeds were exposed. And she had to intervene. It happened to be a good opportunity to get to know the resident of 1902. Are you really going to leave the community? Xiao Luo looked at this group of young people. And her occupational disease came back again. She asked worriedly. Now the zombies are gathering in the front building. And they are gradually extending here. Forget about the front door. The back door is blocked. And you can't climb over the wall. How are you going to get out? Li Fei just smiled and said, Thank you for your concern. We will think of a way. Wu Sini squinted her eyes and remained silent without interrupting. When Xiao Luo heard this, she knew that this was just a way to deal with it. And it would be useless to persuade him. She also keenly heard that Li Fei wanted to end the topic. So she said, Okay. Then you be careful. We will go back first. So there were only 4 people left in the corridor. Xiao Ning and others left and asked hurriedly, Li Fei, do you really have a way? Xiao Luo was right on the point. Although they had to go out to find supplies, they had to get out of the community first. Even if they had 4 pairs of hands, it would be difficult to resist the tide of zombies. Li Fei seemed unhurried and asked, Did you bring any weapons? You need weapons to fight zombies. Wu Sini and Chao Yifei took out their fire axes, and the latter listened to Li Fei and brought the medium-sized rolling pin at home. Xiao Ning shyly took out a fruit knife, and seeing the change in the atmosphere, he hurriedly explained, You can't blame me. I don't cook much, but I do have a clothes-drying pole. But it's too long. Chao Yifei asked, How about I lend you my rolling pin? Forget it. Li Fei stopped him. Then you should continue to use the rolling pin to roll noodles. Are you willing to continue using it to roll noodles after encountering zombies? After she finished speaking, she took out a baseball bat from her backpack and handed it over. Use this first. Thank you. Xiao Ning took it with both hands, and then asked with concern, Li Fei, do you have any weapons? Li Fei simply nodded. The weapons were all in her backpack, or in the backpack compartment, but she could use the backpack as a cover to take them out. Putting the bag back on, Li Fei took out a small spray bottle from the pocket of her down jacket, which was actually taken out from the backpack compartment. When the 3 saw that the small bottle was filled with dark liquid, before they could figure out what Li Fei was going to do, and before they had time to ask, they suddenly saw Li Fei spraying twice above them, and a strange smell instantly filled the air. The 3 of them retreated involuntarily. They covered their mouths and noses, and some even wore masks. But the stench did not fade at all. If they had not eaten much or no breakfast, they would have vomited on the spot. Li Fei, Xiao Ning stammered. What is this? Why is it so smelly? Chao Yifei covered his mouth and nose tightly, and even rolled his eyes. He seemed to be really fainted by the stench. Xiao Ning and Chao Yifei probably never thought that this would be the stench of a corpse. But in life, you can always smell the stench of rotting protein. But that is already too smelly for normal people. Wu Sini is a doctor. Although he is an internal medicine doctor, he has smelled more stench than them. At this moment, he pinched his nose and frowned in confusion. Li Fei did not have no sense of smell, but she kept her face expressionless and spoke nonsense seriously. If you have a little odor on your body, it will cover the original smell. And the zombies will be more insensitive. Really? Chow Yifei asked vaguely. How do you know this? Big sister? Because I have thought about it. Li Fei said calmly. Zombies eat living people, and have a keen sense of smell. So they may not eat dead people. If there is a little more similar odor on our bodies, I think they will not sense us. She said this and added, I saw it in the movie. Xiao Ning listened and said without hesitation, then spray me too. Seeing her come forward, Chow Yifei thought that the smell was more important than the zombies. So he also said to spray. Li Fei sprayed a little on each of the two people, and then asked Wusini, what about you? Wusini put down his hand. As a doctor, he could accept the smell better. He nodded in agreement, and Li Fei raised his hand to spray him. Finally, they were ready, enduring the stench on their bodies. The four of them went downstairs in silence. There were no zombies outside the unit door of Building 20. Li Fei walked in front and took out a bone-cutting knife from his bag in the surprised eyes of the three people. No wonder the baseball bat was lent to others. Li Fei seemed to understand what the others meant, and said lightly, It's not borrowing. It's renting. I'll take more supplies when the time comes. Xiao Ning knew that he couldn't take things for nothing, so he nodded and said, I understand. Let's go out first. Li Fei took the lead, carefully opened the door of the unit, and stretched his head to look around. Not far from the last few buildings is the artificial lake in the community, and walking east is the back door of the community. Li Fei finally gave a few instructions. No matter how scared you are, keep your mouth shut and don't make any sound. We will stick to the corner all the way to the front door of the community. Understand? Just as Xiao Luo said. They really risked their lives on this trip and became the first people in the world to eat crabs. So they unconsciously regarded Li Fei, who was in charge of everything, as the leader and naturally obeyed. And for some reason, they also believed that if they didn't do this, Li Fei would kick him out of the team without hesitation and let him fend for himself. The four of them held their weapons in their hands and chose to walk west. After walking along the corner for only a few minutes, they heard dense bangs from afar and saw zombies surrounding the ground floor and unit doors of the building. It was the zombies that kept hitting. Anyway, they didn't feel pain and just wanted to eat meat. The residents on the first floor closed their doors and windows and drew the curtains. They didn't see it, so they didn't feel annoyed. Even several unit doors had cracks. Xiao Ning and Chow Yifei covered their mouths tightly. Seeing the zombies up close made them tremble. After finally moving to the front door, Li Fei took a look and saw that the board used to fix the retractable door was smashed into pieces. Behind the door was the road, but the sound of the traffic had disappeared, replaced by the distant and terrifying roar of monsters and the strong smell of paste mixed with blood. But for them, it seemed like the entrance to the dawn. Chapter 57. Li Fei carefully observed the movements of the zombies nearby, and then tiptoed to the security room at the gate, turning the door handle sideways. Only when the door was half open and nothing jumped out did Li Fei feel relieved and quietly went in. It seemed that the security guard who was on duty left the security room when he saw the zombies rushing towards the gate outside the community, and he didn't even lock the door, which made it convenient for her. The four of them entered the security room together, and it was not crowded. Li Fei was looking for something on the platform, and finally stared at a button and pressed it. The retractable door was hit by the zombies, but the zombies crawled over after breaking the wooden board, so it was not damaged. It made two sizzling sounds and then opened smoothly. From the glass window of the security room, it can be seen that the zombies did not find them because of the sound. Li Fei made a gesture, and the four of them left in an orderly manner and stepped out of the gate of the community. They had been locked in the community for more than 10 days, but they did not feel free at all when they walked out of the community. Except for Li Fei. The others were shocked by the scene in front of them. There was silence all around, and the road was full of dark bloodstains. There were also burnt car wreckage and abandoned vehicles not far away, and a few zombies were wandering aimlessly on the road. The sky was still smoky gray, and the cold wind of winter mixed with the complex smell hit their skin and noses, causing several people to shudder. Li Fei, however, quickly took out a few things from her backpack as if nothing had changed. After all, she had done a good job of keeping warm, and she would not feel cold as she would be moving around a lot later. She took 2 of them and gave them to Wusini and Xiao Ning, and told them, "You have lived here for a long time, and you should know what shops are nearby. Using this broken door should minimize the noise." In short, Don't make too much noise. Xiao Ning listened to this, as if she was letting the three of them move and she would be left alone, and asked, Li Fei, aren't you going with us? No. Before Li Fei could answer, Wu Sini rushed to deny. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. That's right, big sister, Chow Yifei said anxiously. In movies and games, the team members who are left alone always have a bad ending. I'm not talking about you. But this is not good. Li Fei looked at the eyes of the three people and felt that there seemed to be a small ripple in her heart. Because in her previous life, she went straight into the base with the flow. And even during the time in the library, she had never really organized or joined a team. This strange feeling of being cared for by teammates made her feel not bad. Li Fei smiled and said, I said before, you have lived here longer than me, so I let you go. I'm just going to wander around in these few dozen meters. The zombies have been eliminated by the rescue army, so nothing will happen. Don't worry. Seeing that the three were still hesitant, she said coldly, you should know that we are only the first group of people in this community to go out to find supplies. But it does not mean that there are no people in other communities who want to go out to find supplies. If you keep dawdling like this, I can't guarantee that the supplies have been taken away by others. Gather here in 4 hours and disband. Li Fei waved her hand when she said this. The three people thought it made sense, so they had to set off first. After all, supplies are really more important than people at the moment. Wu Sini was walking at the end. He suddenly paused and looked back, and met Li Fei's clear eyes. She made another gesture, as if telling him to rest assured. He pursed his lips and followed Xiao Ning and Chow Yifei away. Li Fei sighed, finally able to act alone. It's not that she dislikes them, but if they go together, how can she collect supplies? Even if she carries a 30L backpack that is definitely larger than their backpacks, it will be full at some point. So it's better for her to go alone. They were given 2 glass cutters. Now many store doors are made of glass. If you smash them directly, the noise will be too loud. Using glass cutters to knock them open should reduce the noise. But, since Li Fei came to rent a house here, she has either been stocking up or on the way to stock up. She has been to the express delivery station the most. She always passes by the store doors near this community in a hurry. In addition, before the end of the world, takeout was convenient. And basically everything could be delivered directly to your home. Unless you really went out for fun, you would not step into a physical store. The only good thing about these stores at present is that the doors are closed and have not been bought by 0 yuan people. She didn't say that to scare them. There is more than one community around. There must be people like Xiao Ning who want to go out to find supplies in other places. Whether they can enter and leave the community smoothly is not to mention. So this time, Li Fei not only has to worry about zombies, but also their own kind. Moreover, in the later period, everyone has been buying for 0 yuan. So Li Fei has no guilt at all. Li Fei looked up and saw that the first store opened outside the community was not a restaurant or a daily necessities store, but a small private cafe. Outsiders seem to have more stereotypes. Li Fei also drinks coffee. If she is lazy, she will drink instant coffee. If she has time, she will make it herself. However, after the end of the world, all these are over. How can she have time to drink coffee when she can't even eat enough? Although the farm also sells coffee beans and seeds, she buys them for free. And there may be other items in the store. If you want to loot, don't miss any place. Being soft-hearted is useless in the end of the world. The most important thing is that if you don't find supplies now, when natural disasters strike in the future, it will be difficult to even go out, let alone search from store to store. Li Fei took out a glass cutter and fiddled with it for a while, and then knocked it with the handle of a demolition axe. The glass broke, and naturally there was a door. The room was dark, and she went in to look for all the supplies she could after making sure there were no zombies inside or outside. Li Fei put several large bags of coffee beans, the grinder, and the fully automatic coffee machine into the space. The boss probably thought that the store would be open on New Year's Day. He was the boss of this private store, so the refrigerator was not powered off, and it had been running until now. It was crowded with boxed milk, oat milk, coconut milk and icebox, as well as various small ingredients commonly found in milk tea in bags. Li Fei checked and collected the intact ones. This small store was not big, and 2 or 3 people were crowded. So she retreated, Most of the stores opened at the entrance of the community were convenience stores, except for a real estate and decoration consulting store. Li Fei broke into the store and searched around before giving up. It seems that this big corpse flower liquid is really useful. In fact, the sound she made when breaking the door was not small. The rescue army also drove a car and fired in the car. So there were inevitably many loopholes. She could notice that some zombies heard the movement on her side, but they turned around and sensed for a moment, and finally did not walk towards her. Then Wusini and the others should be fine. Li Fei could even stop and take a bottle of mineral water from her backpack to drink and rest. Even at this time of year, wearing tight and thick clothes, such a round of exercise would make you sweat. Li Fei pulled down her mask and breathed a few breaths of the not-so-good air. The shops were very dense. Li Fei had searched 5 or 6 shops and passed a bus station, which was only 100 meters away. If she didn't have space, ordinary people probably couldn't fit much in a backpack. She thought about it and went in the opposite direction. Wusini and the others had just gone in the opposite direction from her. But if she was a platinum-level survivor, the others were pure novices who were ranking for the first time. There was only a lottery shop and a beauty shop between them. And there was a store with broken glass outside the door. When they walked closer, they found that it was a convenience store. The convenience store had a complete range of items, and it was indeed a good place to loot. Li Fei pushed the glass aside with her foot and knocked on the door. The 3 of them suddenly turned their heads and breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was her. Chow Yifei waved his hand excitedly. "Big sister, come and get your things." They had all seen that Li Fei was carrying a standard mountaineering bag, which could definitely hold more supplies than them. Li Fei walked into the store without hesitation, and found a zombie lying on the ground. Its head was almost chopped off, and black and red sticky blood splattered all over the counter. "We just got through the door, and this zombie suddenly jumped over." Wusini came to her side to explain, and then asked, "Are you okay? Did you encounter any danger on the road?" Li Fei shook her head as an answer, but she caught a key word. Presumably, the current zombies are complete mutants, except for not being human. They are no different from ordinary people. If it weren't for the big corpse flower liquid sprayed in advance to add buzz, I'm afraid there would be more than one zombie to deal with. Li Fei asked, "Who killed this zombie?" Wusini recalled and answered, "It's hard to say who killed it. Maybe it was a collaboration." When the zombie jumped out, Miss Ning seemed to hit it with her bare hands subconsciously. Maybe she realized that it was a zombie and not a human, so she attacked with a baseball bat. After that, Chow Yifei also chopped a few times with a fire axe. After the zombie fell to the ground, we also stabbed it. Li Fei raised his eyebrows. "Bare hands?" "Yes," Wusini said, and then lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Although I am also an amateur, I look a bit like a martial artist. If it were an ordinary novel, what should be written at this time? Smelling a good smell on the body is definitely the top 3 must-write ambiguous plots. However, now both of them are smelling like corpses, let alone the ambiguous atmosphere. Just don't dislike each other." Li Fei slightly turned his body, glanced at him again, and asked, "Why don't you do it?" Wusini smiled, a bit like a fox, but what he said was inexplicably asking for a beating. After all, I was just walking at the back to cover them, so what happened in front of them still depends on them themselves. Li Fei smiled and said, "According to what you said, when you cover me, you let me solve it myself. Right? That won't happen." Wusini immediately changed his face to a solemn promise. "I will definitely fight side by side with you when the time comes. Miss Li." He blinked as he finished speaking, as if to say, "You must believe my expression." "Okay." Li Fei pursed his lips to change the subject. "Aren't you going to help them pack supplies?" "Why? You have stock at home. Don't need these?" "How could that be? I have packed them all." Wusini showed the bulging backpack behind her. Normal people probably wouldn't buy a large-capacity mountaineering bag. It's good to have a larger bag. I have packed everything in the freezer and refrigerator. There are many cooked foods in the refrigerator, such as bento, rice balls, sandwiches, etc. But it has been more than 10 days since the end of the world, and the shelf life has long passed. But for hungry people, as long as they are not completely spoiled, they can still be eaten, and they are not rotten. Besides various ice creams, the freezer in the convenience store also has frozen foods, including staple foods and snacks sold in the deli cabinet, which can still be put in. Li Fei glanced around and saw that Xiao Ning and Qiao Yifei had already taken all the instant food and bread on the shelf at room temperature. Their movements were so fast that it seemed that after images appeared, and even their eyes had some green light. Unfortunately, their backpacks were not big, so they had to squeeze in more supplies in the end. Li Fei's palms were itching, so he unzipped the mountaineering bag and started to pack it. Chapter 58. At the bottom, daily necessities were used as padding. There was no shortage of household items and cleaning and disinfection items. Li Fei also found a lot of cloth bags at the counter. Before the end of the world, you had to pay to buy these bags. But now no one cares if you just pick them up. She gave Wu Sini a few cloth bags and asked again, "You want to use these, right?" Wu Sini saw the sanitary wipes, alcohol cotton pads, hand sanitizer and disinfectant, and she curled her lips unconsciously. As she took them, she asked, "Don't you want them?" In fact, Li Fei had stockpiled a lot of these goods before the end of the world. But she didn't let them go so easily. She picked up a bottle of antibacterial hand sanitizer and turned her head to say, "Of course I'll take it, even if I give you everything on the shelf. Can you take it back?" Wu Sini smiled and shook his head. With the cloth bag, he continued to pack the goods. In addition to these, he also took a lot of masks. But Li Fei took several bags of raincoats from the store in another place. When the rainstorm hits, the umbrella will not only be useless against the strong wind, but also a burden. Xiao Ning looked at her backpack in annoyance. Of course, when buying a bag, you buy the style you like. This resulted in her family not having a practical bag with a large capacity. It was almost full without putting much in it. Although the bag was full of food, it was not enough for a week even if she saved a little. She stopped packing supplies for the time being and looked around. She found that Li Fei and Wu Sini were holding the exclusive cloth bags of the convenience store. So she went to the counter to look for them. In the end, she didn't find anything. She had to go up and ask embarrassedly, "Li Fei, can you give me a few cloth bags? My bag is full." Li Fei handed over half of the cloth bags and ordered, "Go and share them with Qiao Yifei. Pack all that can be packed. I'm afraid there will be no supplies next time you come. The door of the convenience store has been breached by them. Even without tools, people can easily come in. This time, they must try to loot as much as possible. Otherwise others will see that there are supplies here and can go in directly, and will only squeeze in and rob the store until there is nothing left." Okay. Xiao Ning readily agreed. With a cloth bag, she could carry more things. She thought for a moment and used the capacity of a large cloth bag to put all the feminine hygiene products on the shelf into it. Unless they happen to run out of them, girls will basically stock up on these things. But just in case, she still accepted them all. But before accepting them, she asked Li Fei, "There are many daily necessities on the shelves of the convenience store, and these female daily necessities only occupy a small part of them. There are only a few packs in total." So Li Fei didn't want them, and Xiao Ning packed them all up with peace of mind. Convenience stores without seats are generally dozens of square meters, and you can basically finish your shopping by walking around. Wu Sini followed Li Fei all the time, and went to whatever shelf she went to. Li Fei saw that he was quiet and didn't disturb her, so she let him do what he wanted. The instant noodles, sausages, pickles, canned food, and even the only 2 bottles of brand-name hot sauce on the fast food shelf were distributed by Xiao Ning and Qiao Yifei. There were also canned oatmeal and canned porridge, especially self-heating food. It can be said that anything that can be eaten was stuffed into their cloth bags. So Li Fei was responsible for cleaning up the mess and took the brown sugar, honey, jam, peanut butter, tea bags and other things on the shelf. "This is good." Wu Sini suddenly took down a product and said, "There are not many. Shall we divide it?" Li Fei looked in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be 2 or 3 effervescent tablets. However, the convenience store didn't specialize in selling these. They were still in the corner and probably wouldn't be sold for half a year. She shook her head. "No. You keep them." Wu Sini didn't refuse and threw them into the bag. Li Fei went to other shelves to collect a lot of snacks, milk, juice, yogurt, and room temperature drinks. She even took vodka, plum wine, and small bottles of white wine from the separate wine rack. She pretended to be sorting out her mountaineering bag. In fact, she quietly moved all the large items into the space. It was a big bag to begin with, and it became even bigger when it was expanded. If someone was around, they wouldn't be too suspicious. Li Fei also packed a lot of ice cream, frozen fruits and pure ice bags from the freezer in cloth bags. Her space can keep them fresh, and these can come in handy when it is extremely hot. Wu Sini saw her doing this and couldn't help asking, "Are you going to search for some food?" Li Fei had already thought of the answer, and said calmly, "I found it in other stores before, and it's all packed." She was right. Except for the first coffee shop, the rest of the stores had food. In addition, she was diligent, and it was convenient to release things with her mind. It was basically the same as shopping in a convenience store. So after she finished, the other three came to this convenience store to search for supplies. Wu Sini touched his nose awkwardly. "Sorry, I overstepped my bounds." Li Fei glanced at him, stuffed a box of rum ice cream into his hand, and said calmly, "It's okay." There was no way. She was used to this tone now. Even if she was pretending, she had to practice in advance. There was also expression. She could speak in a relaxed and soft tone, which meant that she was in a good mood. Wu Sini lowered her eyes and looked at it. The palm of her hand gradually felt cool. He once said on a variety show that he loved rum-flavored ice cream, but there couldn't be raisins on it. As soon as he said this, the sales of rum-flavored ice cream under certain brands increased, and some people even wanted him to shoot commercials. Could it be that she had paid attention to him? Somehow, he suddenly seemed to have tasted a hint of mellow and delicate sweet wine, which made him slightly tipsy. Li Fei. "No, I just took it randomly." But she didn't know what Wu Sini was thinking at the moment. So she just looked around and saw rows of colorful small boxes neatly placed near the counter. Li Fei put all the boxes into her bag expressionlessly, but Wu Sini looked at them meaningfully. Li Fei felt the burning gaze, squinted and asked, "Why are you looking at me? Are you not packing supplies?" "Oh." Wu Sini muttered and casually took the items he could get at hand into his bag. But he suddenly found that he had taken a bottle of lemon sparkling water at room temperature. This made him feel inexplicably confused and a little sour. Li Fei carried her backpack, with several full cloth bags at her feet, and asked the others, "Have you taken all the ice cream?" In fact, not all the ice cream in the freezer was taken away, but people came to the store to find food and water first. It was winter, and most people would not run to get ice cream to fill their stomachs. If there was another chance, she would come next time. Xiao Ning and Qiao Yifei came over when they heard the call. Both their backpacks and cloth bags were bulging, and their faces showed the joy of a great harvest. Li Fei then discovered that Xiao Ning's down jacket was stained with some dirt, which should have been stained when he hit the zombies. She paused and asked again, "Aren't you taking water?" Qiao Yifei was startled. "We're taking mineral water." "What's wrong?" "The water plant may be polluted in the future, and tap water can't be used. So I suggest you take it by the box." Li Fei explained that she had to pour this basin of cold water, and the three people's expressions really fell. Xiao Ning said anxiously, "But we can't carry it anymore. How about we come back in the afternoon?" Wu Sini comforted, "How about this? We divide the work. 2 people take the bags, and the other 2 take the water. After we go back, we will find all the containers at home to store water, and they must be filled at all times in case of emergency." The bags of several people added together were light and not too heavy. Xiao Ning carried a few bags in each hand, so she had some strength. The rest of the bags were carried by Wu Sini. Everyone collected their own supplies, so they remembered which ones were theirs. Li Fei found a 5L bottle of water sold in the store. Her fitness these days were not in vain. She pulled a ring and carried 2 buckets in each hand, which stunned Qiao Yifei. He was stunned for a moment and admired her so much. Otherwise, how could she be called a big sister? He was right. He wanted to carry it in this way, but found that he couldn't lift it at all. So he had to settle for the next best thing and carried a bucket in each hand. The group was ready to return to the community in a mighty manner. Fortunately, the distance was only 100 meters, and the 4 of them soon arrived at the gate of the community. It was almost noon, but the sky was still gray, and the sun seemed to know something and was unwilling to show up, as if it didn't dare to look at this tragic scene. Li Fei also knew the exact time by wearing a watch, but Wu Sini and others had a simpler and more rude reminder. Their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. Earlier, Li Fei opened the retractable door, and they hid under the eaves of the pavilion in front of the security room and looked inside. For some reason, they always felt that there were more zombies gathered under the front building. Maybe they were attracted from outside the community? Well, It's none of their business anyway, Li Fei thought. If the front and back doors are captured, won't the community still be full of zombies? The only thing to blame is the people who are willing to hide at home. In the end, they will either kill each other, starve to death, or mutate. They are trying to survive. What can be wrong? Li Fei calmly followed the original path, almost rubbing against the wall. They don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. If they take the supplies, they can't take the weapons. So they have to be more alert than when they set out. They want to hold their breath and fly to the building immediately. The kitchen of the Li family also started cooking today. No matter how to save the relief food received last time, it is estimated that it will be consumed soon. Those residents who don't have much stock at home will not eat it if they can. So the number of cooking will be reduced. But the Li family not only had to cook at noon, but also had to cook 2 portions. In the morning, Li Su first boiled a pot of ginger soup with ginger, scallions and oranges, and waited for Li Xian to eat a bowl of egg custard before drinking it. Later, he took the cold medicine left by Li Fei and went to the bedroom to rest. In addition, he also prepared lean meat, vegetables and mushrooms, and cooked a suitable casserole porridge for Li Xian, who had no appetite. Of course, there was also his and Li Fei's portion. In fact, even if they had space, Li Su would occasionally think about saving money. But today was Li Fei's first time going out, regardless of whether the latter had gone out to look for supplies in her previous life. He was ready to reward her with a good meal. Li Su took out a frozen pork belly from the refrigerator and various spices from the cupboard, and rolled up his sleeves to get to work, frying meat, frying sugar color, slow cooking, until all these procedures were completed. Li Fei still did not come back. Li Su wiped his hands and went to the living room, and suddenly found that the former did not bring a mobile phone at all, and the public mobile phone was quietly lying on the coffee table, even though he could think that the place where they were going would not be too far from the community. Li Su still couldn't help but worry a little. When he picked up his phone to check the group chat, he found that the group chat that was stuck had become lively again at some point in the beginning of the end of the world. In the owner group, the front row of buildings kept calling for help even if they were in vain. Even the residents on the first floor said that the unit door was knocked open after the zombies entered the building and found the humans living on the first floor. Some of them stopped and kept roaring and bumping, and a small part actually passed through the safe corridor and began to slowly climb the stairs. Originally, the safety corridors would not be locked, and after the apocalypse, residents on the floors would interact with other residents. So the corridors were wide open, giving zombies an opportunity to take advantage. However, Li Su could not imagine zombies going upstairs like normal people, and Li Fei only said that it was equivalent to crawling forward, and as long as they could still sense the presence of humans, they would arrive no matter how slow they were. As for the buildings, it was even more lively, and even the mobile phones in their hands were still vibrating. Chapter 59. Li Su had been staying at home since Li Fei left, but he couldn't have failed to notice the commotion outside the door. Through the peephole, he saw the crowd of people crowded in the corridor, all residents of the building confronting Li Fei and his group. He heard what the political commissar said, and later when the crowd dispersed and talked to Li Fei and his group, he also heard it. After seeing them leave the corridor, he also left the entrance. But people went back, and the conversation gradually became heated. 401 neighbors on the upper floors. Did you see the group of people in 1902 go out? 302, yes. Yes. They said they were going outside to look for supplies. Didn't they go in the end? 602, what's the hurry? There are monsters all over the neighborhood. You may not be able to come back even if you go there. 1601, I have a telescope at home. I looked around but didn't see anyone on the road. The view is limited. At 1602, can you see it from your side? 101, I did hear footsteps. The monster should not have come in yet. They must be them. Right? 202, what's going on at the building manager's house? Although my husband went there, he could only stay in the corridor to watch and ask what happened. He didn't even see anyone. 301, why mention her? It's so unlucky. I voted in favor at the beginning, but she did this. I really misjudged her. 102, I think we need a new building manager. Otherwise, who will we listen to when things get chaotic? The neighborhood committee and property management are like dead people, and they are even more out of tune. 202, downstairs. Don't you think it's not chaotic enough now? I think whoever is elected will end up stealing. It's useless. 401. I'm so angry. Neighbors. When life is restored, let's discuss with people in other buildings and sue the property management company. They are completely ignoring us. We have to complain even if we don't sue. Let the community change to a more dedicated property management company. 801. Why don't you sue the neighborhood committee? They are all chairmen. But none of them can do anything. Not even a word of condolence. Seeing the anger getting worse, a message popped up at this moment, successfully diverting the wind direction. 501. If they succeed in returning, how much supplies can they bring? 1301. The relief food is almost finished. My family is really going to run out of food. If they can bring supplies back, I am willing to buy them at a price 20 times higher than the current price. 2002. Forget it. Last time I went to them to buy supplies, I was rejected at 10 times the price, let alone 20 times. They are just selfish and don't want to help. 1202. That won't work. The supplies at home are not enough even if they are tight for the children to eat. How can I let the children starve? I have to beg for some. 1701. Who said it wasn't? I have elderly people at home. How can they hold on like young people? They will get sick soon. 1801. Does any neighbor have baby diapers? I am willing to buy them at a high price. The price is negotiable. 901. There don't seem to be many mothers in our building. Why don't you ask in the owner group? Li Su was frowning when someone else spoke up. Zhang, member of the neighborhood committee. Hello everyone. I am Zhang, member of the neighborhood committee. May I ask which households are going out to look for supplies? 1601. Oh, isn't this someone from the neighborhood committee? Why isn't he in the owner group, but condescending to come to our small group? 501. Why are you asking this? Do you want to confiscate the supplies they brought back? 1301. What? No. No. I was going to buy some. One word can cause 1,000 waves. The people from the neighborhood committee and the property management have been pretending to be dead until now. The residents have long been fed up with it. As soon as someone started to resist, they all came to resist, and even wanted Commissioner Zhang to quit the group. Unfortunately, the group owner is Jiangli. She is a member of the neighborhood committee, so she naturally ignores this request and will not kick people out. Although she dared not go to the 19th floor again under the influence of psychedelic powder, and dared not see the Li family again. Even the appearance in her mind and her thoughts would be unconsciously frightened. But her family was robbed and her vitality was seriously damaged. She could only seek help from the neighborhood committee and report the whole thing. She also quietly pulled Commissioner Zhang into the building group. Residents Committee member Zhang, don't worry. It's not what you think. I just want to understand the situation. We will not confiscate those supplies. After finally stopping the residents' resentment, Member Zhang said, after our neighborhood committee discussed, if those residents can really come back successfully, it means that the situation outside the community has eased, and they can go out to find supplies. We can definitely form a team to go out and find supplies to solve the food problem in the community. Although the progress is slow, it has also improved. Right? When the residents saw this news, they were unhappy again. 1702, haha. This is a good thing to say. Isn't it just to let the residents of our community go out? Then what about your neighborhood committee and property? Hiding behind your butt. Right? Where do all the property fees we pay every year go? 1602, exactly. If you ask me, the property management should lead the security team to go out to find supplies. And we will pay for them. The security guards must be better than ordinary people like us. For 02, there are 24 buildings in the whole community. If the whole community needs to distribute supplies, when will it be our turn? It's not cost effective. 101, if you ask me, someone from our building went out first, so we should be the first to be allocated supplies. 201, okay. Stop arguing. Since Commissioner Zhang is here, let me ask you, when will the next batch of government relief food arrive? Isn't it delivered by helicopter? It's too slow. Right? My family is running out of food again. I didn't expect that at this time. There are still people who are reluctant to spend money and want to get more relief food for free. Faced with the quarrels in the group, the neighborhood committee member Zhang had to speak again. Everyone, be quiet. We haven't received any news from above, and we are helpless. We are also hungry, but we are still trying to solve the community problem. In short, let's wait for those who are out to come back. But the people in Building 20 didn't appreciate it at all. Some cursed and some questioned. Member Zhang sighed and left the group chat. And then chatted privately with Jiangli to inquire about those residents. Jiangli told the truth that there was no other way except this. And she trembled again when she typed the door numbers of the 2 residents on the 19th floor. Member Zhang hurried to check and finally got the information of these residents. 2001 and 1002 have been renting for more than half a year. 1901 is the owner of the property. And as for 1902, they have only been renting here for more than a month. People in the building group complained that the Li family was mostly in the building group, while the members of the neighborhood committee were in the owner group. But they had not seen those words much, and did not know what they were talking about them. However, the firefighter in Building 24 had the feat of killing the monster. At first, he would discuss it with the neighborhood committee property. Later, I don't know if he realized that he was about to be a sucker, and he was annoyed. Gradually, he only replied to one question after asking 5 or 6 questions. At first, they could use supplies as a reward condition. But they are also human beings and need to eat and drink, even if the number of neighborhood committee members is much smaller than that of residents in a building. Those supplies are still not enough to share, and they can only use them themselves and cannot be given away. Commissioner Zhang pursed his dry lips, took the information to a desk, and reported, Director Feng. The person who went out was found. He is a tenant of Building 20, but he seems not to have returned yet. Director Feng is an elderly woman with a kind face. She raised her gold-rimmed glasses on her nose with her hand, and a glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes. She nodded and said, Okay. Let's wait a little longer. If they successfully return, it means that the results of our discussion can be tried and implemented. However, the man sitting at another smaller desk frowned and said unhappily, What if they don't return successfully? The group of monsters have entered the community. It's useless to block the back door tightly. That was Deputy Director Chui from the neighborhood committee. The rest of the people who stayed behind were members of the neighborhood committee. They were silent in the face of this, but their expressions revealed their inner panic. Member Zhang was also silent for a moment, thinking of the news in the group of Building 20, and finally did not say anything to avoid disturbing people's hearts. The members of the neighborhood committee were all elected, and Director Feng was an old comrade who was re-elected. He was the first person to come to the office every day. The whole office was infected by him, and came early. Unexpectedly, he indirectly saved their lives. Not long after the staff were gathered, the monster-biting incident occurred outside the community. The incident happened suddenly, and the neighborhood committee immediately contacted the property management. But there were not many people in the property management office. The manager was there, but only some of the staff were on duty at that time. The security team stayed on night duty. Only 5 or 6 people, half of whom were outsourced. They were more afraid of this man-eating monster than the residents, and would not stand out and die no matter what. It was not easy for such a group of people to accept the grievances and doubts of all the residents in the community. So they simply rarely showed up. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they could not fight against hundreds of residents. Fortunately, the firefighters in Building 24 set an example first, and the families in Building 20 tried to go out. Director Feng felt that things were gradually developing in a good direction. He heard that other communities around, especially the old communities, had been conquered by monsters, and there were almost no living people. However, the newly elected Deputy Director Chui was not so optimistic. There was no news from the government and the rescue army. How could they fight against the man-eating monsters outside? Moreover, there were now supplies in the community, and the neighborhood committee was running out of food. Apart from continuing to contact the outside world, there was no good idea. Li Su finally closed the group chat, and at the same time he became worried. Even if the residents of the building were temporarily persuaded to go back in the morning, when Li Fei and others took back the supplies, they would probably come in droves. At that time, it was estimated that persuasion alone would not be enough. Fortunately, they had a lot of weapons that could deter ordinary people, but they had to be careful to guard against the dark hands in the future. At this time, Li Xian rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Cold medicine usually has some sleeping effect, and he did take another nap. Now he woke up hungry. Even though his nose was still blocked, he could smell the smell of stewed meat. After all, there were many spices in it to enhance the flavor. He asked unhappily, "Why did you choose to cook meat when I was sick?" Li Su knew that he had no ill intentions, and smiled. "Isn't your sister out looking for supplies? It's okay. When you get better, I'll cook it for you if you want to eat it. Who knew that Li Xian seemed even more unhappy after hearing this. But the topic was no longer about stewed meat. If it weren't for that damn catfish, I wouldn't have caught a cold. I must catch another one next time and braise it. Li Su comforted him for a few words, raised his eyes to the wall clock, and Li Xian also paused and asked, "Why hasn't my sister come back yet?" Li Su couldn't give him an answer, but the meat was indeed almost cooked. Chapter 60. Speaking of Li Fei and the others, they didn't know that their family was preparing a big meal for them, nor that the neighborhood committee had become an ant on the hot pot, and they didn't know that the residents continued to complain but had more expectations for them. They just walked cautiously with all the supplies, and finally arrived at the door of the unit. Xiao Ning had a little sweat on his forehead, but he didn't have a hand to wipe it. He couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to Li Fei. I didn't expect that the smell theory was correct. The group of zombies didn't seem to pay much attention to us along the way. Chow Yifei thought, it seems that I have to download more zombie movies while there is still internet. Maybe I can learn something. The four of them stopped at the door of the building. Li Fei looked around and didn't see any zombies. She raised her hand and glanced at her watch. In fact, the flour liquid of the corpse flour is not invincible. In reality, any smell will dissipate, and the flour liquid can last for about 3 or 4 hours. If it is over, it must be replenished to prevent it from completely dissipating. So she asked for 4 hours at the beginning, adding the time to come back. The stench on her body is not as disgusting as it was at the beginning, but for absolute safety, it is better for them to go upstairs quickly. Except for Chow Yifei. Everyone else has to pass by Jiang Li's house in 1001. And there is also a normal person Luo Yuqian there. She may suddenly rush out to rob. Although they are not afraid of her. They are holding so many supplies, so they don't want to make trouble. Several people opened the door of the unit and went in first. Li Fei was the first to go. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, he saw that the 2 doors on the first floor were open a little, and he seemed to see an eye staring at him. When he saw Li Fei looking at him, he immediately closed the door, trying to cover up his mistake. Li Fei could imagine how lively the group chat would be later, so he led the 3 people to climb to the corridor on the 9th floor in one go. The corridor was cold and silent, and they put down the supplies for the time being. Li Fei said in a tone of suggestion, "There are 6 buckets of water in total, and you have 2 buckets each." Xiao Ning asked in confusion, "What about you?" Li Fei answered calmly, "I use a water dispenser. I plan to stay at home during the New Year's Eve, so I ordered a lot of buckets, which is enough." Wu Sini tried to smooth things over by saying, "If it doesn't work, we can go tomorrow. That convenience store has a small warehouse." Xiao Ning and Chow Yifei looked expectant, but Li Fei continued to pour cold water on them. "Let's get through today first. The whole building will know about our return soon. Not to mention the owner's group. Who knows? There may be others who will try to go out to find supplies. And that convenience store is not far away. Of course, they have to be able to leave the community first." After she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed something keenly, stared at the closed corridor door, and said, "Let's pack up and go home first. Let's talk in the group if there is anything." So everyone carried 2 buckets of water, and Chow Yifei found the supplies he had packed, bowed sincerely to the 3 people, and went to the 10th floor first, and quickly returned to his 1002. Wu Sini and Xiao Ning were both carrying water, and some bags were really too heavy to carry. So Li Fei helped to pick them up and let them go first. And this time she would be the last. Before leaving, Li Fei kicked the door hard, and there was indeed a scream from behind the door. It was a woman's voice. Li Fei snorted coldly and passed by. She guessed that the person was Ding Jia from 902. Ding Jia patted her heaving chest in the corridor, and she was still scared. But at the same time, she felt a little hopeful that 1902 actually found the supplies and brought them all back. She was going to go home immediately and open the group chat to tell the residents the news. If the people in the building knew, they would definitely make a fuss like they did when they went to Jiang Li's house. If she mixed in with them, wouldn't it be possible to grab some supplies? Thinking of this, she was no longer afraid, but immediately opened the door and went home. The 3 of them didn't know what Ding Jia was thinking, but after quickly walking through the 10th floor and climbing up again, they finally reached the 19th floor. Xiao Ning didn't eat breakfast, and Wu Sini only ate an apple. Now they were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, and their faces looked a little haggard. Li Fei was fine, But she knew that Li Su would definitely make her something delicious today. So she became hungry just by imagining it. Between 1901 and 1902, they divided the supplies. Xiao Ning did not forget Li Fei's words, returned the baseball bat, and handed over a can of milk oatmeal and a can of treasure porridge from her own supplies. This can has a long shelf life, and one can be used as a meal. She really didn't feel bad about handing over the supplies. After all, Li Fei helped her so much along the way. Li Fei accepted it with satisfaction, not only for the supplies, but also for Xiao Ning. This trip probably showed 60% of her character. This person should be able to get along. She originally wanted to ask her about the attack, but it would be better for them to go back and sort it out first. After saying goodbye, Xiao Ning continued to go upstairs to the top floor. Wu Sini also sighed and said, "I'm so hungry. I'm going back to eat." Li Fei nodded. "Go ahead. Don't faint from hypoglycemia again." Wu Sini smiled and said, "You care about me." Li Fei rolled his eyes and opened the door with the supplies. There would always be a breeze when the heavy door was closed. Wu Sini didn't leave, so he could faintly smell the smell of braised pork. Am I too hungry? I didn't expect that I would really hallucinate because of hunger. And the dream was still about braised pork. But he remembered that Li Fei had just said that his original plan was to stay at home during the holidays. He even stocked up so much water, and the meat could still be frozen. So it was not surprising. Wu Sini shook his head. He was just worried that if other residents knew about this, they would attack like zombies, and would rather chew the door to get into the house. But he also believed in Li Fei, and believed that she would always have a way to deal with it. So the most important thing for him to do now was to go home and fill his and Su's stomachs. Only when you are full can you continue to live. Li Fei closed the door and shouted at the entrance, "Brother, I'm back." "Sister." Unexpectedly, it was Li Xian who came to greet him first. But Li Fei raised her hand to stop him. "Don't come over. I'll tidy up first." As she said, she took off all the clothes she wore when going out today, put them into the space together with the weapons, and then took the supplies in. However, she immediately smelled a rich aroma. And it must be braised pork. It must be one of the top 3 dishes that go well with rice. The large amount of carbohydrates and protein can definitely soothe her stomach and soul. Thinking of this, she ran past Li Xian and ran to the kitchen, saying happily, "Brother, don't collect the sauce. I want the soup to mix with the rice." Li Xian, who was stunned. Li Su was distracted, as if he saw Li Fei in the past, the sister who was always kind, lively and cheerful in his eyes, and couldn't help laughing. "I know. I also know that you like to eat soft food, so I have to stew it for a while. And the rice is also cooking. You can eat more later," he said, and asked, "Is it cold outside?" "It's okay. Although there's no sun today, I'm fully equipped, so it won't be so cold if I exercise." You know, she's not only fully equipped, but she even put on a heat pack, and she seemed to be a little warm at the end. Li Fei recovered her facial paralysis, but she made 2 chuckles, which should be laughing, but it looked a little weird. "Brother, you asked me for no reason. Did you do something? I really can't hide it from you," Li Su said helplessly, but he could still hear a hint of pampering at the end. He turned around and brought a glass teapot on the cooking table with brown-red liquid in it. "It's still winter now, and you still need to drink something to warm yourself up when you come back. But you don't like ginger soup, so I made this for you." In fact, Li Xian didn't like ginger soup. Or rather, the strong taste was not liked by any child. But ginger and scallion soup was effective for common fever and colds. Not only the former. Li Fei was forced to drink a bowl of ginger soup when she was a child. And she still didn't want to drink ginger soup until now. Unless it was ginger cola. "Brother, you are too partial. You only cook for me." Li Xian leaned against the kitchen door with her arms folded and said unhappily. Li Fei poured 2 cups of steaming tea, and vaguely smelled the fragrance of apples and cinnamon. She handed one of the cups to Li Xian and asked with a smile, "Xian, how do you feel?" "Much better." Li Xian finally took the apple tea and asked, "Sister, what did you find on your first outing?" Li Fei waved her hand, and the 2 went to the living room again. "I put most of them in my space, except for the edible ingredients in the back kitchen of the restaurant. Unfortunately, the vegetables were almost rotten, so I didn't take them." She took a sip of tea and found that it was black tea, with apples, sour and sweet. and sprinkled with cinnamon powder. It was slightly refreshing and spicy, with the right temperature. Only half a cup was enough to warm her hands and feet. Later, we found a convenience store not far from the community, and we searched everything except the small warehouse inside, Li Fei said, putting the apple tea on the coffee table and unfolding the bags for Li Xian to see. We don't lack some fast food and bread, so I brought back some that are not particularly important in the eyes of others. The shelf life of milk, juice, and yogurt is not long, and they will expire in a few days. Li Fei put the wine in the space storage box. The shelf life of various beverages is very long, so he kept a few bottles and put them indoors. At this time of year, the ice cream, frozen fruits, and ice packs have not shown any signs of melting. Li Fei also kept a few portions of ice cream and frozen fruits, and put the rest in the space. Eating ice cream in winter has a special flavor. Li Fei took a box of matcha-flavored ice cream under Li Xian's sad eyes, sat on the sofa, and ate it with a small spoon. Li Xian likes to eat ice cream very much, especially in winter, but he can't eat it now, and he can't eat the braised pork made by Li Su for a while. Isn't it sad? Okay, don't look at me like that. Li Fei shook her head and teased. Those snacks are also what I want to bring you. You could eat them when you recover from your illness. But he wants to eat them now, Li Xian thought angrily. And there is also braised pork. In a flash, Li Su carefully placed a large porcelain bowl with a cloth pad in the middle of the dining table, which was filled with bright red and trembling braised pork. In an instant, the domineering aroma overflowed, and Li Fei felt that even the ice cream in his hand had no taste. She quickly put the remaining ice cream into the refrigerator and came to the table with a greedy look. Although she had eaten home-cooked meals for another month after her rebirth, she had never had such a strong appetite as this time. It stands to reason that the braised pork should be accompanied by some bamboo shoots, quail eggs and bean curd, since the conditions were more stringent. Li Su put a few hard-boiled eggs and dried bean curd in it, which was now dyed the same color. Li Su served the rice again and told her, "Wash your hands and you can eat. Xian, I made porridge for you. Try it." Li Xian had no choice but to sit down. But after having breakfast and taking medicine and taking a nap, he seemed to be much more energetic. You know, after catching a cold in the past, the throat alone would hurt for a few days. And after suffering from nasal congestion and runny nose, you would have to cough for a while before you can really recover. Although Li Fei was very satisfied with the bowl of braised pork, she did not forget where they were. After sitting down, she said, "Eat quickly. We brought back supplies. We will definitely not be able to rest in the second half of the day, or even in the evening. Only when we are full can we have the energy to fight." Li Su thought of something and frowned. "When you say that, I remember that the building group was very lively when you left." Later, people from the neighborhood committee came into the group to ask who went out. I guess the building manager must have told them the house number. Li Fei had already thought of this, and calmly scooped the broth to mix with the rice. If the enemy comes, the general will stop it. If the water comes, the earth will cover it. Besides, I am not the only one who went out. The residents in this building must be harassed separately, starting with Chow Yifei, who lives on the 10th floor. After she finished speaking, she picked up a piece of braised pork with fat and lean meat and ate it. She bought the standard 3-layer pork belly at the beginning, and after Li Su's exquisite cooking, it was really fat but not greasy, and lean but not dry, and it melted in the mouth. After 2 mouthfuls of rice, his cheeks were bulging like a hamster. Li Xian looked greedy, but he still lowered his head to drink the delicious casserole porridge. There was still a lot of lean meat in it, which was barely imaginable. Chapter 61. But at this moment, the uninvited guest really came to the door. It was the time between lunch and lunch break, and most people had not eaten breakfast and were already very hungry. They happened to see some residents in the group saying that those who went out to find supplies had returned, and there were many people who had seen it with their own eyes, so they went out without hesitation. The low-level residents climbed to the 10th floor panting, and rang the doorbell of 1002, and knocked on the door. But Chow Yifei was determined to guard the supplies he had finally obtained, and played dead and refused to open the door. These residents came out as soon as they heard the news, and they didn't even bring tools. Even if they did, it would not be easy to break open the security door. The corridor was not spacious to begin with, and people were crowded outside the safe corridor. The person in front of the door kicked the door twice to vent his anger, and there was no movement in the house. Suddenly someone shouted, "If he doesn't open it, then don't open it. Let's go upstairs. It's not just him who has supplies." Some people looked in the direction of the voice, but didn't see who shouted this sentence. But their hearts were shaken, and they also followed the noise. Yes, yes, yes. I remember that there seemed to be people going out on the 19th and 20th floors. They must have supplies at home. The 19th floor? Is it the girl who opposed the building manager? She doesn't look easy to mess with. No matter how hard she is to mess with, she is still a woman. What can she do to us? Doesn't Dr. Wu live on the 19th floor? How can he, as a doctor, stand by and watch someone die? Let's go! Anyway, we're just buying a little bit. We're not going to pay it back in the future. Let's go! After saying this, people were more excited, and they rushed to the upper floors like waves, almost causing a stampede. The people who had been starving for a long time burst out with long-lost strength, and soon arrived at the 19th floor. Wait a minute. There are too many people here. It's so crowded. Nonsense. How can we get the supplies if we don't squeeze in? Can you please let me go first? Please. The elderly at home are really starving to death. Pa. I'm also starving to death. Who cares about respecting the elderly and loving the young at this time? However, the Li family had already noticed the noise. Li Fei had only eaten half of the meal, frowned in dissatisfaction, and had to put all the delicacies on the table into the space first. Li Xian had a small appetite at the moment, and he had almost finished eating. So Li Su asked him to go back to his room to rest first. The former looked at Li Fei, whose face was gradually filled with anger, as if he was more terrible than the locust-like residents outside. Thinking that he might be a burden, he obediently went back to the house. Li Fei picked up the air freshener and sprayed it a few times. And then he and Li Su came to the door. The doorbell and knocking sound rang again. But they didn't have so much patience facing this 1902, and soon started to smash and kick. Li Fei checked the surveillance and found that not only she was in trouble, but Wu Sini across the street was also suffering from the same situation. She snorted coldly, opened the window on the door, and asked, "What's the matter?" She only asked 3 words, and the replies poured into the small window like a tidal wave. Complaining, "Do you have supplies? Can you sell me some? You can choose the price. Sell it to me first. My old man can't wait any longer. I'd rather eat less. What are you robbing? Hey! You told me to sell it to me first. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble later." There were still many people knocking on the door of 1901. But perhaps because Wu Sini had treated some residents in the building and might continue to disturb them in the future, it was not too serious. Li Fei listened for a full minute inside the door. In just this minute, he could see the various aspects of the human world after the apocalypse. You know, zombies can be suppressed slightly by firepower, and civilians can resist as long as they muster up courage. But the natural disasters that come later are the moments that make people completely desperate, and the dark side of people will be completely revealed. Li Su was silent on the side. His face turned pale and red at the fierceness outside the door. Li Fei slightly adjusted his posture, saw the people outside the window with angry eyebrows, and sneered, "Be quiet." Unexpectedly, the people outside the door really calmed down slowly. Probably because they were afraid that Li Fei would feel annoyed and directly refuse to sell supplies. Haha. She was already annoyed. How could she possibly sell them supplies? She cleared her throat and said calmly, "Commissar Xia said before, these are the supplies I fought so hard to get back. My family doesn't even have enough to eat. Why should I give them to you? You have hands and feet, and the monsters outside have been eliminated by the rescue army. Why can't you go find them yourself? Oh, of course, if you want to just wait to die, then I have no objection." Everyone was stunned, and then they became furious, and some people even reached into the window and tried to grab Li Fei. But Li Fei just turned sideways and dodged. "What are you talking about? It's not like we won't pay. And it's several times or even dozens of times the price. What else are you not satisfied with? Yeah. We are starving to death. What can you do if you help us? It's not free. Please. I bought very little. Just sell me a little bit. Damn it. If you have the guts, don't go out for the rest of your life. And see how I can deal with you." One of them, a woman in her 50s or 60s with wrinkles on her face, muttered unhappily, "Why is the little girl so cruel? Is she born but not raised by her mother? Unexpectedly, Li Fei heard it even in this noisy environment, and his face immediately turned cold. And the cold air around him was pressing. Even Li Su noticed it in an instant, and was shocked. But for some reason, he felt a little pity for the people outside. Li Fei is very different from before. But he, as her brother, doesn't know how far she can go now. But just based on this momentum, those people who were almost at the door squeezed their arms in and tried to open the door, while Li Fei silently took out an electric baton from the space, stretched it out, turned on the switch, and hit the arm that was constantly grabbing. The subtle sound of the electric current accompanied the howling outside the door, and a burn mark was left on the skin. It's unknown who was electrocuted, but all the arms were quickly retracted. Hurt! Hurt! There were shouts outside the door, followed by the wailing of the injured, and the onlookers' unspoken reprimands and questions after they reacted. Li Fei ignored all this. This time, she put away the electric baton and took out a machete. The blade was shining brightly, shining on the faces of the residents who came to the window. Who dares to reach out? Anyway, you don't want to be self-reliant. I can help you chop it up, free of charge. The residents' faces turned almost purple, and they were angry and said, "You are really cruel. Isn't it just buying some supplies? Is it necessary to be so cruel? You are deliberately hurting people. It's illegal. Go and ask Political Commissar Xia to judge. Such a cruel person cannot be allowed to stay in our building to harm people." Obviously, she was a good person who found supplies from outside at first, but she was immediately judged as a very evil person. This is the easily shaken human heart. Li Fei hadn't finished her meal yet, so she naturally didn't want to see blood and ruin the good mood brought by the braised pork. But she didn't mind being really ruthless at the same time. After all, some people must be taught a lesson before they can remember. However, at this moment, the crowd suddenly burst into violent screams again, and even Li Fei was a little confused. Ah! There's a snake! The people who were paying attention to 1902 subconsciously turned back to look, and it didn't matter what they saw, but they actually saw something more terrifying than a machete. The door of 1901 opened a gap at some point, and a white snake taller than the door stared with a pair of blood-red eyes, constantly spitting out its tongue, and opened its bloody mouth. That mouth should be able to hold a human head. Sure enough, even with electric batons and machetes, humans' fear of wild animals or snakes is still engraved in their DNA. Not to mention that the snake in front of them is like a giant python, which is impossible to see in the city. People who are close to 1901 want to escape and squeeze back. The white snake suddenly jumped out, and even the people in the corridor saw it. They shouted and squeezed towards the safe corridor again. The people waiting for news in this corridor didn't know what happened, so they wouldn't follow them. They would only stay and ask what happened. But the people in front didn't care, and just wanted to leave the 19th floor. So Wusini easily scared everyone away without using any weapons, and caused a small stampede, which left people with psychological trauma. On the surface, I'm afraid they won't dare to come to the 19th floor again recently. Wusini then opened the door, touched Susu's body, and said with a smile, "Well done, Susu. I'll give you a snack later. You should become smaller first." Susu spit out her snake tongue, and returned to the size of a corn snake, and crawled into his sleeve. There were several people lying in the corridor groaning because they were stepped on. Li Fei put away his weapon and opened the door to take a look, and asked with a squinting eye, "You are injured. Why don't you treat it? Maybe you can get some supplies." Wusini shrugged, but this time he smelled the scent of fragrance from the open door. So he was relieved and smiled. "I am an internal medicine doctor. This is under the jurisdiction of the surgical department. Even if I can treat it, I can't cure it." In fact, it was still like a test. Wusini was even sure that he, Xiao Ning, Chao Yifei, and Li Fei did not fully trust any of them. Li Fei responded, waved his hand, and went back into the house, releasing dishes from the space. The last meat soup and rice were not finished yet. But even though the residents were scared away, they still did not give up. For them, this was probably the closest time to the supplies. After being defeated by the two households on the 1002nd and 19th floors, and being injured by electric batons, being stepped on, and being scared by the inexplicable giant python, some people had already withdrawn automatically. Those who did not withdraw, with red eyes, climbed up the stairs to the 20th floor. 2001 is also a little girl living alone. Neighbors, who have seen her only know that she always wears makeup that looks like a ghost and often comes back late at night. There are many rumors in the building. They just don't believe it. Could it be that 2001 also has so many harmful weapons at home and even keeps a python? The residents came to the 20th floor in a mighty manner. But they didn't expect that someone had already arrived at the door of 2001. It was Song Chunxiang, the daughter of Mr. Song from 2002 opposite. At this time, the latter was dissatisfied with Xiaoning's refusal. She cursed inwardly twice, and then saw the residents downstairs coming over aggressively. She was startled at first, but soon calmed down. They came here just to ask for supplies. As long as she obeyed, they would definitely not hurt her, and would help block 2001 together. Chapter 62. The leading man ignored Song Chunxiang, holding back his anger and slamming the door of 2001, shouting, "Open the door! I know you brought back the supplies. We paid for them. Not for free." Song Chunxiang curled her lips. She had just said the same thing, and had clearly stated the price, but was still rejected? Could it be that they had a way to buy it? Xiaoning should be standing at the door. She also heard what was said outside, and shouted, "That's nice to say. But you guys are here just to rob, aren't you? You have your own hands and feet. So why don't you go find supplies and starve to death? What does it have to do with me? Hey! You stinky bitch!" The man had just been angry, and was extremely hungry. Like a barrel of explosives that could be easily ignited. He spat, kicked the door a few more times, then looked at the padlock and shouted to the residents behind him. "What are you looking at? Haven't you learned enough from your lesson just now? They all have weapons. So we must have some too. I don't believe we can't subdue them." Some residents wanted to refute a few more words, but seeing that the man was half a circle bigger than them even if he was hungry for a while, they didn't dare. One of the smart ones rolled his eyes and raised his hand and said, "My family has taken the fire axe. I'll go get it." The man snorted and laughed twice, looking at the door in front of him with a little more contempt. "If soft means don't work, then we can only use hard means. After breaking this door, can the girl living alone in this room still defeat a large group of them? Now everyone in the building knows that she followed the people downstairs to look for supplies outside the community. If she succeeded in returning, she must have brought back a lot. She must have gotten a lot by then, and she would be able to hold on until the time for the relief food distribution." The fire axe was quickly passed to the man by the residents. After all, they had similar ideas, and were looking forward to it. But when the door was really broken, and they saw the supplies inside, how could they calmly take out money to buy them? Even Song Chunxiang swallowed a little more hope. The man spat into his palms, held the axe handle, and smashed it hard on the door lock. The two bangs shook the corridor. The residents dared not speak but dared not to hear. It is unknown how many of them secretly applauded in their hearts. Just as the man was about to swing the axe for the third time, he suddenly heard someone say from the door, "Wait a minute." The man sneered twice and asked, "What? Are you scared? If you are, just open the door. We just want supplies and won't hurt you." This time, he didn't even mention buying anything, and just put his true feelings on the table. But they really didn't have the intention to hurt anyone for the time being. Even if they had some dirty thoughts, they had to fill their stomachs first. "Right?" The person inside the door paused and said intermittently, "Then wait a minute." The man became more and more proud when he heard this. And he did something wrong. That was to return the fire axe. He patted the door and smiled. "Open the door quickly. I promise we will leave soon." Before he finished speaking, the door really opened a crack. Everyone rushed to squeeze in, but was blocked by the big man at the door, who also wanted to go in first. However, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his jaw like tearing flesh and blood. He screamed in pain and stepped back unconsciously. People reacted and saw a black figure passing by quickly, raising a fist and hitting the man in the face. The fist hit the upper half of the face directly, and the man screamed again. His eyes could no longer be opened, and he even got a little blood, which splashed on the shoes of others. The 2 or 3 old men standing nearby were immediately no longer blurry. Their legs were strong, and their stomachs were no longer hungry. They screamed, "He's dead! Run!" Everyone was still wondering how the young girl could beat a grown man. The old people didn't want to get involved, so they all dispersed. The young ones stayed behind to observe. Among them was Song Chunxiang, who was frightened but still stayed for supplies. Xiaoning rushed to throw 2 more punches, and the man lying on the ground and struggling began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. Xiao Ning stopped punching, and everyone realized that she had a round thing connected to each of her 10 fingers. And there were spikes on the top. Originally, she didn't have much strength. But with this, she could use it. Besides, Xiao Ning was really a martial artist. She stepped on the chest of the man, who was covering his face, and continued to howl. Her black and white makeup made her look even more ferocious. And she said viciously, "Your aunt learned Taekwondo when she was 4 years old, and started learning karate in junior high school. After she became an adult, she has been practicing Sanda until now." Who heard who? After these words came out, the last person hurried away, as if the person in front of them was not a human, but a demon descended from hell. Song Chunxiang also realized something was wrong. Fortunately, she lived opposite and entered the house immediately. When she arrived at the entrance, she seemed to still hear the man's screams. Song Chunxiang leaned against the door and patted her chest, feeling unlucky. How did the Song family have such a neighbor? The two elders originally lived in an old house, and later this house was allocated to Song Yurong and Chen Lian. At first, Song Chunxiang was not very satisfied. How could an old man live on the top floor? Or the old man was stubborn and thought that the state allocation was the best. He and Chen Lian have lived together until now, and they are also safe and stable. Song Chunxiang accompanied the two elders to the housewarming. The girl opposite was definitely not the fierce and heavy made-up girl. It was just that Song Chunxiang and her daughter Song Lu did not live in this community, and gradually came to visit only during holidays. Who knew that the neighbor would change? And it was such a selfish and cruel person. And the old man never told her once? Seeing her like this, Chen Lian walked up to her worriedly and asked, "What happened outside?" "Nothing. Just a quarrel." Song Chunxiang comforted her and asked again, "Mom, do you know the person opposite? Did he do anything to you and Dad?" "Opposite?" Chen Lian thought for a while and smiled. "You mean Xiaoning? That kid is not bad. You also know that your dad always says that he is tough. And he wants to go downstairs 3 times a day. Once he didn't have time to come back, so he sat on the bench downstairs. It was Xiaoning who sent him back." Song Chunxiang just curled her lips when she heard it. "Really? You can still be kind even if you put on that half-human, half-ghost makeup?" And she obviously found supplies from outside and brought them back, but she didn't want to sell them to us. She's too selfish. Why should she sell her supplies to you? Song Yurong came over with a cane and glared at him. She still has to eat, and she doesn't have sufficient reserve grain like the country. If she sells it to you, how can she survive? It would have been better if Song Chunxiang didn't listen. Once she heard it, she became anxious. "Dad, don't say that. If there is enough, why haven't you distributed the relief grain? There are 4 people in our family, and the building manager is secretly deducting it. I don't think of a way. Do you really think that the food in your home can be conjured out of thin air?" Song Yurong knocked the floor with her cane and said unhappily, "Anyway, I only believe in the country and believe that it will not abandon us. You are not allowed to cause trouble like other neighbors. When you and Lulu were not around, Xiaoning took care of us, so that no one would find out that your mother and I were gone one day. After all, she had been a daughter for decades." Song Chunxiang kept silent and did not reply, but her dissatisfaction with 2001 was even greater. After Li Fei went back, she took out the dishes again and slowly enjoyed the rice and the broth. She burped with satisfaction, and there was still a small half of the braised pork left in the big bowl, which was still enough for a meal. Just when Li Fei took out the half box of matcha ice cream again and was about to continue eating, she found that there was a sudden noise upstairs. It must be that the residents on the 19th floor failed to get supplies, so they went to the 20th floor to harass Xiaoning. I didn't expect that I could hear it through the door and the floor. Has my hearing become more sensitive? But Li Fei still sat down and ate the ice cream quietly. The slightly bitter milky taste filled her mouth. She would not help just because she had been a teammate once, although she brought back supplies. It was also a test for her that she might not be able to defend it. After eating the ice cream, Li Fei threw the box into the trash can. Now throwing away the garbage is also a problem, but she has a lot of garbage bags, the kind that can be sealed. So she found a corner in the farm space to put the garbage. Fortunately, the kitchen waste will not continue to rot in the space, let alone insects. In addition to doing farm work, She will definitely go out more often in the future. And she can find a chance to throw them all away when the time comes. Originally, she wanted to go to the farm to take a look. But she heard the doorbell ringing outside the door. Li Fei frowned and went to the entrance and opened the window on the door. From her perspective, she could see several young men staying outside the door. Li Fei hugged her shoulders and said unhappily, "What's the matter again?" The first man waved his hands and said in panic, "Don't be angry. We are not here to buy supplies." 1902 The incident of wounding people has quickly spread to nearly half of the building. In fact, even the incident of smashing the door of the building manager's house at that time was known to the whole building. So some people with good sense would rather starve than confront each other. But being hungry is not a solution. So these men still came. But they really didn't come to buy supplies. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and asked again, "What are you doing here?" The leading man scratched his head embarrassedly. "It's like this. Didn't you leave the community? Can you tell me what's going on outside the community? It seems that they also want to go out." Li Fei's expression calmed down a little. And after thinking for a moment, he replied, "The rescue army came and opened fire before. So there won't be an obvious tide of corpses on the main road. But we can't take it lightly. By the way, which floor do you live on?" The men told the truth. And Li Fei said, "How to beat the zombies? You can ask the firefighter in building 24. I believe he will be happy to answer. You all live below the 10th floor. You can also ask Chow Yifei in building 1002. He just came back from finding supplies." Li Fei had said enough. The men heard it and prepared to leave. The former paused and suddenly shouted, "Wait, do you know what just happened on the 20th floor?" The man didn't join in the fun. He turned around and asked the other people. Another man knew something and explained, "I heard that people went to building 2001 to buy supplies. Some people even smashed the door. As a result, they were beaten up by the residents inside. There was blood." Li Fei nodded and closed the window, but still stood at the entrance thinking. The men also left. After a moment, she and Li Su gave instructions and opened the door again and went out. Chapter 63. Li Fei's destination is 2001. I have always wanted to ask after hearing what Wu Sini said before, but I didn't find the opportunity. Now there is evidence, so I might as well ask for clarification. Li Fei can fight hard now, but she relies on her reincarnation and golden fingers. And she is not afraid of zombies. So she is not afraid of humans. But no matter what, she only has a set of fancy moves that she barely learned in her previous life, which is far inferior to those of martial artists. Even if she also has exotic plant firearms, she will not have enough ammunition if she really wants to start a fire. So she can't rely on it too much. Li Fei quickly came to the 20th floor. The corridor was empty, and there were even a few traces of dried blood near the door of 2001. She raised her eyebrows and rang the doorbell. As a result, she heard shouting rushing over and cursing from a distance. "Haven't you been beaten enough? Are you a masochist?" Although she said so, the door was not opened, and she probably didn't even look through the peephole. Li Fei curled her lips and said, "It's me, Li Fei." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Ning opened the door. When she saw her, she smiled and said, "Why are you here? You are a rare guest. Please come in." "No, I..." Before Li Fei finished speaking, she was pulled in by Xiao Ning. However, this kind of familiar enthusiasm made the former not very resistant, because she was also such a person. But in the end times, it is better to restrain this kind of personality. However, the two of them are no longer strangers, so they are not so strict. Why should we be so polite? If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death. It's no exaggeration to say that you are my lifesaver. It's okay. No need to change shoes, Xiao Ning said, pulling Li Fei into the house. Li Fei just glanced at him secretly. Even if he was not in the end of the world, he would not be so swaggering when he came to the door out of courtesy. The decoration of 2001 is like the gothic makeup on Xiao Ning's face. It is a dark British style. Mysterious, gloomy and gorgeous. There are gorgeous black and white patterns everywhere. Lace curtains and coffin cabinets. And oil paintings and dream catchers are hung on the walls. There is an open cloth bag on the floor. It seems that they are still packing the supplies looted from the convenience store. But the episode of the residents coming to disturb them just now has come up. Now the water source has not been polluted, and the electricity has not been cut off. Xiao Ning is not only a water boiler party, but also boils pot after pot. and finds all the containers in the house to store water. However, facing Li Fei, she is willing to share a cup to entertain guests. After all, if it weren't for her, I would be alone in this area, and I couldn't contact my colleagues and friends. I'm afraid the end would be very miserable, Xiao Ning said embarrassedly. If it weren't for the end of the year, I would have set up a whole wall of snacks to reward myself. And I don't think it would last until now. Although snacks are not very filling, most of them are high in calories. In addition, in order to fill the stomach, I also stocked up a row of instant noodles. But later I couldn't bear to eat them. I only broke off a small piece each time I soaked them, and didn't put much seasoning, just to add flavor. Although the supplies we found from outside this time were still some fast food, at least we didn't have to save so much these days. Li Fei didn't express his opinion on the decoration or other aspects, and asked directly, I heard that they came to buy supplies from you just now. Did you hit them? Xiao Ning raised his fist, with black nail polish still on his nails, and said proudly, They said nice things, but in the end they broke the door. How could they really buy? Even if they really bought, how could I sell it easily after I worked so hard to get it back? If they don't listen, I will teach them a lesson. And it's best if they don't mess with me in the future. You resisted with your bare hands? Li Fei drank a mouthful of hot water and asked. That's not the case. I have this, Xiao Ning said, and went to find some equipment. Li Fei looked closely and found that they were all kinds of brass knuckles. Although Xiao Ning was a martial artist, this pure close combat could not fully exert his strength against zombies. After all, as long as he was caught by a zombie, he would be infected. It was safer to fight at a long distance. But it was not enough to deal with zombies and mutants. But it was enough to deal with people. Li Fei also said the purpose of his visit this time, and added, If you are willing, I will pay you. How about it? Xiao Ning waved his hand and said, I thought it was something else. Isn't it very simple? And we are neighbors. It is even more convenient. Just call me when you are free. Li Fei was not very satisfied with her casual attitude, but she could not be blamed. At present, most people have not really realized that the end of the world has come. There is such public opinion on the internet, but many comments left at the bottom are self-deceiving, arguing, and questioning, thinking that such things that only appear in games and movies cannot happen in reality. In addition, many Chinese people believe in the country, and the rescue army in S City is also actively destroying monsters. So many people are just dissatisfied with starvation, but still believe that society will eventually return to its past. Li Fei saw that Xiao Ning was a good person and could be associated with him. So he reminded coldly, Don't be so generous. Since the mutant zombies have appeared, there will be more mutant creatures in the future. In addition, someone just asked me about the situation outside. I guess they are going to go out to find supplies. In the future, the nearby businesses will definitely be looted by the survivors. If we want to find supplies, we can only risk going to a farther place, which will be more dangerous. And Li Fei paused here, and his tone became colder. I don't like to owe favors to others. Xiao Ning was stunned when he heard it, and even dared not speak for a while. But then he thought that what Li Fei said made a lot of sense. So he nodded seriously and said, I understand. Then how do we plan? Li Fei likes to talk to smart people, who will understand immediately without any more words. When she is short of water in the future, she will waste words and saliva. Of course, she will not have this concern, and she does not want to waste energy. In fact, she has also downloaded a lot of teaching videos on close combat training. But it is the same as fitness. Finding a personal trainer can supervise and correct mistakes step by step. The most important thing is that Li Fei does not lack that little material. Or in other words, using materials to replace currency now is more expensive than the previous currency. Even if she gives it, she does not need to give more at a time. And the other party will definitely accept it all. Practice is probably scheduled in the morning. If there are other arrangements, I will change it. I will use materials as compensation. What about you? The morning seemed to pass faster than the afternoon, so I could come here to study. I'm fine with that. Xiao Ning nodded. Now we don't have to go to work. There's not much else. But we have the most time. While the network is still connected, we can keep in touch. However, when she heard these two key words, Li Fei was strangely silent. According to her previous life, her length of service was not long at this time. And although the company was not 996, there were some on duty and occasional overtime. Li Su had experienced 996. So Li Fei was so worried about him. If she didn't have the farm space, she would have a lot of time. But if she added this, the schedule for the day would be much tighter. Many game enthusiasts jokingly call these farming games the 007 system. But no matter what, they are just the characters being controlled in the game. But Li Fei is different. She controls herself. If she wants to live well in the apocalypse, she has to work hard in that direction. There is a long way to go. Let's go back and replan the schedule. Xiaoning didn't know what Li Fei was thinking. But she didn't think much about it. She dragged Li Fei to see the snack wall she personally arranged. Li Fei was polite, and went home in about 10 minutes. She discussed it directly with Li Su. But so far, all matters at home are subject to Li Fei. After all, Li Su and Li Xian are actually no different from Xiaoning, Chao Yifei and others. And they have no specific understanding of the apocalypse. After a brief discussion, Li Fei went into the farm space alone. Perhaps it was because he had been outdoors in reality. But after entering the space, he suddenly felt that the air became very fresh and pleasant, even to the extent that it could be sold to the rich as an IQ tax. The fields had harvested again, and 2 rows of land were filled with bright green vegetables. Li Fei put them in his backpack without hesitation, and weighed the last handful when he weighed them. He felt that they were bigger than those in the market and supermarket. One of them must be more than 4 taels. But the wild fruits in the space were so big, so it was not surprising that the crops grew bigger. 20 green vegetables, 10 of which were ordered on the order board. Li Fei could finally eat different leafy vegetables. And he could also make Li Xian's favorite salted pork and vegetable rice. After that, Li Fei divided her stamina into 3 parts. 1 for gathering, 1 for fishing, and a small part for planting, which she roughly calculated. With 1,000 gold coins in the current currency column, Li Fei bought dandelion seeds, corpse flower seeds, and nightlight flower tobacco seeds. At the same time, she also bought a recipe for intermediate fertilizer. In addition to the same plant ash as primary fertilizer, intermediate fertilizer also adds 1 more material, which is any fish. But the growth cycle can be shortened by 50%, and the cost performance is not low. Li Fei plans to only sprinkle intermediate fertilizer on the corpse flower and nightlight flower tobacco. And the rest of the dandelions are enough with primary fertilizer. But the fish she had just caught were basically all used up. After finishing the whole set of cultivation, watering and fertilizing, Li Fei just wiped her sweat and suddenly heard the system say, "Ding. Your planting skill has been upgraded to level 1. Reward Scarecrow Blueprint X1. Finally another skill upgrade." Li Fei grew up in the city after all. And it was not until she heard the word scarecrow that she suddenly realized. Could it be that there are things in the farm space that can destroy plants? But since the system has reminded her, her current farmland is gradually expanding. And it is harmless to put up a scarecrow. The materials for the scarecrow require sticks, weeds and thin ropes, which can be made on the workbench and tailoring table. However, before Li Fei started working, the system reminded her that the zombies had arrived. Li Fei had no choice but to deal with the zombies first. It seemed necessary to have more exotic plants in the form of weapons. Then she would not have to do it herself. Wouldn't it be more convenient to just pick up the dropped items? She thought, wiped off the blood stains on the weapon, looked at the time, and finally decided to return to reality. In any case, she still had to eat. Chapter 64. When Li Fei returned to reality, she found that Li Xian and Li Su had already sat down at the dining table, and there were dishes and chopsticks for dinner on the table. She also chose a seat and asked, Xian, are you feeling better?" Li Xian smiled and said, "I don't know why. I feel like this cold is like it's accelerated. It skipped several days, and now I just cough a few times." Li Su said lightly, "You have to be completely cured before you can eat snacks." Li Xian curled his lips and stopped talking. Li Fei smiled and comforted. "It's okay. It looks like you're going to recover. The vegetables in the field are ripe today. When you recover, let me make you salted pork and vegetable rice." Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he ate dinner obediently. The Li family's dinner was still the leftovers from lunch, but the dishes were rich whether before or after the apocalypse. However, when they had only eaten half of it, the doorbell rang again. The 3 of them frowned. They had made a fuss and consulted before. So who else would come to the door? Li Fei scratched his head irritably, put away the food, sprayed air freshener, went to the entrance and opened the window, and asked, "Who?" The person outside the door seemed to be surprised by the noise, but soon raised the black-framed glasses on his nose and said politely, "Hello. I am Zong, a member of the neighborhood committee. And this is Huang, a member of the neighborhood committee. Are you Miss Li who left the gate of the community today?" When he learned that it was someone from the neighborhood committee, Li Fei felt even more annoyed. So he nodded his head in consideration of the attitude and asked again, "What's the matter?" Hearing the impatience in Li Fei's tone, Commissioner Zhang was about to explain. But Commissioner Huang, who was holding a fire axe beside him, was the first to become unhappy. "What's your attitude? We, the neighborhood committee, came to you to discuss something. Please cooperate. The neighborhood committee is located on the first floor of a building to the west, and Zhang and Huang are the new members of this term. As a result, they were ordered by Deputy Director Cui to come to Building 20. But the zombies have occupied most of the community. What if they get hurt? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult?" Director Feng came forward and gave them 2 fire axes from the neighborhood committee, which was considered a means of self-defense. So Zhang and Huang left the neighborhood committee nervously and hurriedly, and went to Building 20 carefully. They were inevitably attacked by zombies, so they had to bite the bullet and smash them with axes. The sight of brains and blood flying everywhere was too beautiful. Their clothes were already stained with a lot of filth, and it was good enough that they didn't vomit in public. After arriving at Building 20, the two were already pale, and they resisted the urge to vomit and began to climb the stairs. The first house they wanted to find was Chow Yifei's 1002. But no matter how they rang the doorbell and knocked on the door would not open. So they had no choice but to continue climbing the stairs to the 19th floor. When passing by 1001, it seemed that I could still hear faint crying. The people in the neighborhood committee knew that it was Jiang Li's family. It was said that most of the supplies in the house had been robbed. But if you do too much evil, you will be killed. Who made her really do such a thing as withholding relief food? Commissioner Zhang was helpless, and Commissioner Huang was full of anger. Seeing Li Fei's attitude again, of course he would speak rudely. Li Fei sneered when he heard it. "What attitude? You are here to discuss things, and this is your attitude when you come to discuss? Then what attitude should I show?" Commissioner Huang said angrily. "You? Okay. Commissioner Zhang quickly jumped out to smooth things over. "Ms. Li, don't be angry. Don't argue with him. Let's talk about the decision made by the neighborhood committee after discussion." Commissioner Huang glared at him angrily, but did not speak. Li Fei said calmly, "I'll give you 1 minute. Speak quickly." At least this so-called discussion and decision was not a simple and crude handover of some supplies. Commissioner Zhang first asked about the situation outside the community and wrote it down in a small notebook. Then he said that if there was hope, the neighborhood committee and the property management would temporarily organize several teams responsible for going out to find supplies to solve the residents' material problems. However, judging from their implication, it seems that they want these people who went out of the community first to be the team leaders. But if there is no reward, people nowadays will never be willing to do it. So those who will join the team later will not be mentioned. The rewards for the team leader include deducting property fees, water and electricity fees, and being commended in the future. Even if it's not the end of the world, it's still a pie in the sky. Li Fei rolled her eyes and replied, "Sorry, I won't go." Commissioner Zhang was stunned, and hurriedly said, "Please think about it again, Miss Li." Before he finished speaking, Commissioner Huang beside him said loudly, "We do this entirely for the community. Besides, we are not asking you to go alone. There will be rewards when you come back. Besides, you don't want to go now. You will have to go out one day when the supplies are consumed. Why refuse?" Li Fei stared at him sinisterly, not wanting to talk nonsense anymore, and said something in a deep voice and closed the door. "Sorry, I just like to go out alone." Commissioner Huang held back his breath. His face flushed, and muttered, "You are shameless. You go out alone. Aren't you afraid of being bitten to death by monsters? Say less." Commissioner Zhang complained. He could see that Li Fei was soft-hearted. It was all because of this stupid teammate. Why don't you go to the next one? However, 1901, across the street, seemed to have noticed the dispute and didn't open the door in the end. The two had to go to the top floor, but the residents of 2001 were silent. They had no choice but to return in vain. What's worse is that they have to guard against zombies on the way. They may be criticized for doing such a boring job when they go back. Li Fei patted himself at the entrance as if he was infected with some bad luck before entering the house. After putting out the dishes, he continued to eat. Seeing her unhappy face, Li Xian asked, "Sister, who are they?" "2 members of the neighborhood committee." "I don't know them," Li Fei answered. "They said they were going to organize a team to go out and look for supplies. Since we have been out first, they will naturally take notice of us." The committee members were also elected by the residents. But Li Fei had only moved here for more than a month, so of course she didn't know them. Li Su guessed something and frowned and asked, "Are they asking you to lead the team out? Then don't go." Li Fei shook her head and said, "Don't worry, brother. I definitely won't go. I think it's too troublesome." After dinner, Li Fei returned to the room, but silently thought in his heart, and came to the space again. There were still a few hours left, and she planned to use them all for fishing. She could already grow several more kinds of vegetables, some of which could even be used as ammunition. And she could grow more medicinal herbs. And of course, there were exotic plants that were several times more expensive. Li Fei was calculating as she fished, staring at the hook that might shake up and down, as if what she caught was not fish, but gold mines. In addition, there would be loaches, yellow eels, and other harvests at night, which Li Fei caught with a scoop net. But tonight, she actually caught something that was not river food from the river. Li Fei took it out of the net and shook off the water, and was surprised to find that it was actually a small wooden box. She opened it and saw nothing, and the system voice prompted, "Ding. You get 1 earthworm." "Aw!" Fortunately, Li Fei quickly reacted. She thought that there was a small chance of catching this kind of box when fishing, and various drops could be obtained from it. But until the end, she did not get the second box, so she had to give up first. After throwing all the fish caught by speed into the shipping box, Li Fei returned to reality, stretched her body, and fell asleep immediately. But this time, she actually had a good dream. In the previous life, since the end of the world, Li Fei had never dreamed, and it was good enough not to have nightmares. Moreover, she did not dare to dream. Every once in a while, she had to force herself to wake up and be aware of the surroundings for a while before she dared to continue sleeping. This life was a little better, but the habits formed could not be hidden. But dreams would appear sometimes, and most of the time, they were about farm space. This time she dreamed that her farm had become a beautiful pastoral scenery, with abundant crops and fruits on the endless cultivated fields, exotic plants swaying in the wind, chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep in the pasture, and fresh fish swaying up and down in the fish pond. The Li family returned with a full load, and even the hind backpack could not fit the harvest. Li Fei felt like she was lying in a golden wheat field, looking up to see the blue sky, the tip of her nose to see the refreshing air, and her ears to hear. "It's really comfortable, isn't it?" Li Fei turned her head and saw Wu Sini looking at her with a smile. At such a close distance, she could still see the tenderness in her eyes. Li Fei woke up with a start, and her vision was a hazy gray. She rubbed her eyes and confirmed that it was just a scene in her dream. So why did she dream about him? Perhaps it was too early, and she felt sleepy again. Li Fei slowly closed her eyes again. Anyway, she shouldn't dream again in such a short time. Who knew that just when she was about to go back to sleep in a daze, there was another bang from outside, followed by the unique clanging sound of metal colliding. She frowned impatiently, knowing what had happened. Just as she was about to turn over and continue sleeping, the phone on the bedside table vibrated. Li Fei clicked and dialed the number sleepily. Even without the speaker, Xiao Ning's voice was very loud and urgent. "It's bad, Li Fei. The zombies have broken through the back door of the community." X01's perspective could see the movement of the gate more clearly than X02. Xiao Ning was wearing a cotton nightgown with a black cat pattern at this time. She was lying on the window and watching a large number of zombies pouring into the community. This time, she accidentally met the eyes of one of them, who unconsciously raised his head. She was so scared that she immediately closed the window. The zombie she met in the convenience store before was alone. So even though she was scared after knocking it down, it was not as fierce as seeing a group of zombies entering the community with her own eyes. The food will eventually run out. But if they want to go out, they have to kill these zombies first. Can they really do it with just a few of them? Well, then what? Li Fei muttered. Xiao Ning was stunned, and asked back, "What then?" Although the zombies can't break through the unit door for a while. And you and I have enough floors for them to climb. It will be troublesome for us to go out. When are we going out next time? After a lot of chatter, it was impossible to sleep this time. Li Fei had to sit up and start to get dressed. And turned on the hands-free. If you want to go, you can go today. Anyway, you have knocked down zombies before. And your skills are better than mine. I can also rent you weapons. No matter what. You have to fight. Right? Xiaoning paused. And was strangely convinced. After all, as long as you try, the fear can be suppressed in the end. Chapter 65. Li Fei said a few words of comfort, and hung up the phone. Before she got out of bed, there was a knock on the door. She went to open it directly. Standing by the door was Li Su, who was also dressed. He asked with a sullen face. Fei, did you hear that sound? Li Fei nodded and explained, brother. The back door of the community was breached by zombies. Now there is no difference between the community and the road outside. And because we gathered humans here, the zombies may be more dense than outside. Li Su sighed, as if he finally realized something, and said, it seems that we really can't just wait for rescue. We can only find ways to survive on our own. Although the rescue army came once, they did not clear all the zombies. Instead, the number increased to the point where they could break through the iron gate. In addition, the next batch of rescue food was delayed. The Li family also heard Li Fei talk about the end of the world. So they had more experience and ideas. I just don't know if other people in the community think the same way. But Li Fei doesn't care what they think. She only cares about her family. She looked at Li Su's inexplicable expression and asked, brother, do you want to go out? I do have this idea. Li Su said honestly. First, I can't stay at home all the time. Second, I have to take advantage of this period to stock up more supplies. And third, as your brother, I can't always make you suffer. Although they have a farm, once they enter the end of the world, they feel that no matter how much supplies they have, it is not enough. If they all go out, they will definitely find more supplies than one person going out. Li Fei pondered, then asked Xian. It's okay. I'm all right now. Li Xian happened to walk out of the bedroom and turned his arm. If you're talking about going out, then I'll go out too. I don't want to stay home alone. Li Su asked half doubtfully, are you really cured? It's really cured. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Li Xian seemed to be afraid that they wouldn't believe him. He raised his clear throat and jumped a few times. It seemed that he really recovered to the state before the cold. Isn't this recovery too fast? Even if the fever subsided, there would still be a period of weakness afterwards. If it wasn't for something that Li Fei thought of. She really thought that Li Xian had quietly changed. As soon as they exhausted their energy on the farm, they ate the ingredients in the space or drank water directly. Not only did they not feel unwell, but now there was this rapid healing effect. It was hard for Li Fei not to connect these. As a golden finger, he would definitely not harm them. Seeing that Li Su and Li Xian were determined to go out, Li Fei stopped trying to stop them. But after thinking for a moment, he said, wait 2 more days. Wait for the clematis to mature. I will reinforce the door, and then go out together to find supplies. After hearing this, Li Su and Li Xian naturally understood the seriousness of being robbed. So they did not continue. Li Fei went to the balcony and looked down. The blue-gray zombies kept knocking on the unit door. He didn't even need to open the software to know how panicked and anxious the building group was. However, she was not nervous at all. After breakfast, she said goodbye to the two and went to the 20th floor. Who knew that when she came to the corridor from the security corridor, she saw Song Chuanxiang from 2002 squatting at the door of 2001, doing something unknown. Noticing the arrival of the former, Song Chuanxiang tilted her head and looked at her. She seemed embarrassed and returned to 2002 without saying a word. Li Fei paused before and after walking up, and also saw the sign at the door. She knocked on the door, and Xiaoning opened the door after hearing her voice. Li Fei pursed her lips and said, I don't know what the person next door was doing at your door just now. Oh, you mean her? She is the daughter of the old man next door. And she doesn't live here either. This time she caught up and was trapped here with her daughter. When she said this, she picked up something at the door and waved it. Originally, they just knocked on the door to ask for supplies. But later they started to stuff these notes in. I guess they were all the same. So I didn't look at them carefully and threw them all away. Li Fei responded, and was about to take out something when she heard Xiao Ning say mysteriously, "By the way, did you see it? Chow Yifei has left the small group we had just added." "Huh?" Li Fei responded with her nose, but didn't say anything. Xiao Ning came up and whispered, "I only found out after I contacted you this morning. Wasn't it you? Me, Dr. Wu and him? As a result, I found that there were only 3 people left in this small group." After she finished, she asked, "I heard someone knocking on the door last night, saying it was from the neighborhood committee. I didn't open the door in the end. But since they came to my place, they must have come to your place. Right? Their common points are obvious." Li Fei nodded. "And she knew everything about last night," she guessed. "2 members of the neighborhood committee did come. But you must know them better than me. From their tone, I think they want us, who were the first to go out to find supplies, to be the leaders and lead others to go out to find supplies." Xiao Ning frowned, and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Did Chow Yifei agree to them? He is stupid. Not only does he have to obey orders, but he also has to manage a team, even before the end of the world. It is a thankless task. Anyway, she would definitely not do it. Li Fei shrugged. "It's a personal wish. We have no right to interfere. Just live your own life." In fact, she knew roughly in her heart that the 2 committee members would not dare to talk to the 4 families after they returned. She was tough, and the 2 of them probably dared not come to the door again. It's hard to say about others. God knows how she appealed to their emotions and reason outside the door, and what tempting conditions she offered to lure Chow Yifei. Although Chow Yifei and Li Fei went to find supplies, it didn't mean that they were teammates forever. It had nothing to do with her that he responded to the call of the neighborhood committee. "Li Fei, I feel that you are really calm sometimes. Even though zombie monsters have appeared." Xiao Ning's eyes were complicated, with sighs and a little envy, but no suspicion. In fact, even if there was, Li Fei could come up with a reason to get by. What's more, what's the big deal about zombies? The natural disasters that follow are much more terrifying than zombies and mutants. After the topic ended, Li Fei took something out of his pocket and handed it over, saying, "I'm here for class today. This is the tuition fee." Xiao Ning looked closely and found that it was a plastic bag with a layer of mist, which meant that the items inside were still warm. When she took it, she could feel the warmth on her fingertips. It was still soft. She opened it again and took a look. The hot air that came out of her nose also had a little pepper smell. It turned out to be a fried potato pancake. Xiao Ning's face suddenly became very interesting, and with her makeup that she had put on at some point, it looked a little distorted. In fact, Li Fei wanted to complain early in the morning, but she had long been accustomed to only speaking in her heart, and even her face did not change. It's okay to contact her early in the morning, but she can put on a whole set of gothic makeup after just eating a quick breakfast. Does she really have 8 claws like some creatures of the Crimson series? Originally, she wanted to give her a green vegetable as tuition, but suddenly she thought that Xiao Ning's family didn't cook, and there was not even a kitchen knife, let alone kitchen utensils. I'm afraid she is also a pure takeout party. So why not buy her a breakfast? Anyway, it's also the leftovers of the Li family, so it won't be wasted. But in Xiao Ning's heart, it was not that simple. Not only was she grateful, she also looked up to him. Since the end of the world came, she has been living a miserable life, especially for people like her who don't cook and order takeout. At this time, there are still people who can make hot food, which is enough to prove that the family has abundant stocks and trust in herself. Xiao Ning blinked her eyes, suddenly approached and said excitedly, "Big sister, from now on, I will accompany you through fire and water and make a big splash." What is she saying? Is she from the underworld? Okay, you eat first, Li Fei advised. Now the water can still be used, so at least you can take a shower, and there is no smell on your body. Xiao Ning even has an extra scent on her body, which is like perfume. But Li Fei is not used to having outsiders so close to her. By the way, Wu Sini seemed to have another smell on her body. Maybe it was perfume? No. Why was I thinking about this? Li Fei was shocked, and unconsciously thought of the dream she had just had. Xiao Ning was drooling over the potato cake that was bigger than a palm. After sitting on the sofa with Li Fei, he took a big bite, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "You want to learn Sanda? I have to tell you some basics first. First of all, physical fitness. Secondly, learning to control breathing. Finally, there are flexibility training and core strength. As for footwork, punching and kicking, I should teach you later. Xiaoning doesn't smack her lips when eating, but she hasn't eaten food that has just been made in the kitchen for a long time. She puffs her cheeks as if she wants to use her whole mouth to feel the taste in her mouth. But she regrets it after eating. She can still leave half for the next meal. This is so delicious. Li Fei, did you make this? No. Li Fei shook her head. I don't have such good skills. This is made by my family. Oh. Xiaoning blinked, laughed, and asked, Li Fei, is there anyone in your family who wants to learn? I will definitely take responsibility and teach you until you learn it. Li Fei glanced at her. How could she not see Xiaoning's little thoughts? However, Li Su was at most stronger, not to mention Li Xian, who had just recovered. It was okay to learn systematically. At most, she could learn the basics first. She still had a lot of downloaded teaching videos on her phone. Okay, Li Fei said calmly. Practice me first today. It's impossible to fry potato pancakes without oil. Xiaoning wiped her mouth and smiled. Okay. I'll teach you the basics first. I passed the teacher qualification exam. But obviously she didn't go in this direction. Otherwise her students would have to see a gothic teacher every day. Li Fei didn't ask more questions. In the end times, when dealing with people, you just need to focus on the current things. Asking extra questions is futile. Xiaoning rented here alone, so she might be an S-drifter like Chao Yifei. At present, the network and signal are not completely cut off. As long as the family situation is not the same as the Li family, you can still contact your parents. And looking at Xiaoning like this, her parents should be safe. Li Fei didn't ask these questions, but just listened to Xiaoning's theoretical knowledge quietly. She didn't seem to be lying. She really passed the teacher qualification exam. The tone of her speech made Li Fei recall the junior high school days, and sweated profusely. Chapter 66. Physical training includes endurance, strength and flexibility. Li Fei started the first two before the end of the world, and has made considerable progress. In addition, she often does farm work, not only cutting and knocking stones, running around to collect, but also fighting wits and courage with fishes. So her physical strength have improved a lot. So Xiaoning taught her several exercises to exercise flexibility. With perseverance and gradual progress, she will definitely make progress. Since Xiaoning met Li Fei, she has basically never seen her show a big expression. Even if she has an expression, it looks a little fake. Today, she found her energy. Although she also has no expression, her face is somewhat energetic. Xiaoning briefly explained the standing posture and footwork, and then tried it herself. After seeing her posture, she was surprised and said, Li Fei, have you practiced before? You don't look like a novice at all. Li Fei paused before answering. I just learned a few self-defense moves from others. Okay. Xiaoning wiped the tip of her nose and smiled. Why don't you compete with me? I can also see your strength and teach you according to your aptitude. Right? Li Fei snorted and asked back. Go outside. Let's go! Xiaoning quickly changed clothes and went out with Li Fei. But the two of them were just in the corridor. The corridor was still dim, and the two stood on both sides, took a stance and started to attack. However, just as they were getting excited, they suddenly stopped at a certain moment and listened carefully. A muffled rumbling sound came from the corridor window. This is the sound of helicopter wings turning. Xiaoning carried a mobile phone with her. She immediately took it out and opened the group chat. The residents in the area must have heard it. Group chat messages popped up one by one. The last time the helicopter delivered relief food. Even if it was not to deliver food this time, it might be to deliver some daily supplies, which must be beneficial to them. It is really worthy of being a super first-tier city. The interval between the two relief food is not too long, and I am afraid that the supplies will not be much different. There were faint human voices outside the window, like cheering or calling for help. Li Fei watched the screen constantly pushing up the content of joy or complaints. And immediately a resident asked the key point. 1601, how are the supplies in our building distributed this time? 1401, anyway. Jianli is not allowed to distribute them. Who knows if she will deduct the supplies we deserve and give them to others. After the disaster is over, we must explain to the neighborhood committee and revoke her position as building manager. 1202, then someone must be responsible for distributing supplies. Right? 401. What responsibility? Just go to the rooftop and take them yourself. It's convenient. 301. What a bad idea. Aren't you afraid that someone will grab them and run away? 401. Downstairs. If you have the guts, come up with a good idea. The conflict was about to break out. The hostility between the people was getting worse and worse, and they would quarrel after a few words. Facts have proved that after being hungry for a long time and in a state of panic, everyone is like an explosive barrel. 1801. Why not let Xia Zhenwei from 1802 distribute the supplies? And we can all trust him more. This 1801 is too obvious. It's simply targeted. Right? Li Fei frowned. And Xiaoning saw this and whispered. This 1801 is a couple living here. The wife just gave birth not long ago and has been discharged from the hospital. Her mother-in-law also moved in to live here. Probably to take care of her and take care of the child. I heard that they had some unpleasantness with political commissar Xian next door during the days when the zombies appeared. And they even talked about it in the group. This, I shouldn't use the word a little to describe it. Right? As for why they were unhappy, Li Fei could fully imagine that it was definitely moral kidnapping. This was really not a good time to give birth. Or it would never be in the future. As a mother, she would definitely put her baby first, and would hold a grudge no matter what unpleasant things happened. It is also engraved in DNA to find the police when there is trouble. 1802 is 1801's next door. So the first thing she thought of was to seek help. But I don't know if she really couldn't help or was unwilling. So 1801 hated Ming Xia and the others, and would mention them whenever the group wanted to do something to attract hatred. 100 people responded, and everyone said yes and tagged 1802. They probably thought it was a futile task and didn't want to do it. It was good to be a leader for free. Not to mention that the political commissar was the leader. Xiaoning shook his head and said disdainfully, this group of people is really. 1802 also replied quickly. Take off the police uniform. I, Xia Luo, am just an ordinary citizen and don't have this right. So I decided to go with the flow and not participate in the incident. Someone immediately retorted. But you persuaded us so much that day. If that's the case, why should we listen to you? Somehow, Xia Luo's reply seemed a little aggrieved. You are the ones who should listen to me. Right? Pfft. Li Fei covered her mouth slightly, and Xiaoning pursed her lips and didn't show them. This political commissar Xia is quite humorous. After all, the stereotype of the police is that they are serious besides being humane. 201. What are you talking about? As a policeman, don't you feel guilty? 101. That's right. You should serve the people and us. And we trust you to give you the right to distribute materials. Isn't this a lack of a leader? You are a high-ranking official. So what's wrong with doing it? 1802. Sorry. I'm not a sheep. I'm a human. After answering this sentence, 1802 stopped sending messages. There were people cursing in the messages below. Li Fei thought Xia Luo was quite smart. She thought the former would really stand out. Policemen always have an innate belief in serving the people for free. Even without police uniforms, the badges and O's will still exist and be remembered. But she didn't expect Xia Luo to just say goodbye and start directly, which surprised her a little. 402, what's the point of arguing? My family is starving to death. Wait until you choose someone to distribute the supplies, and the daylily will be cold. Anyway, I'm going to the rooftop first. 401, wait for me. I'm going too. After the two households on the fourth floor said this, people stopped blaming 1802 and even stopped sending messages. They were estimated to go out and go directly to the rooftop to get supplies. At the same time, Li Fei and Xiaoning heard a noise behind them, and they turned around subconsciously and met the eyes of Song Chuanxiang and Song Lu, who were leaving. Song Chuanxiang snorted coldly and quickly passed them to the safe corridor. Song Lu kept her head down and followed silently behind her without raising her eyes. Xiaoning frowned and said anxiously, Li Fei, why don't we go to the rooftop too? It seems that they are going to grab supplies on a first-come, first-served basis. If we don't go early, we may get less than last time. You go first, Li Fei calmly reminded. Get a sharp weapon and go upstairs. They are all in a hurry to grab supplies, so they probably didn't take anything else when they went out. Also, be careful not to be squeezed out. That's the rooftop. Xiaoning nodded gratefully. Since they met, she had learned a lot of survival knowledge from Li Fei. It should be considered knowledge, and whether it is applicable or not is still a long way to go. But she was already very touched. If it were someone else, she couldn't imagine how bad her current situation would be. Unconsciously, she had regarded Li Fei as her backbone, and no longer fluttered around like an ant on a hot pot. Quickly went home to equip brass knuckles, and quickly locked the door, and said hello to the latter. Xiaoning hurriedly set out from the safe corridor to the rooftop. Li Fei did not go, but waited in the corridor. The reason why she didn't go was also mentioned just now. There were nearly 100 people in the building crowding the rooftop. What if someone with ulterior motives pushed her downstairs? As long as a group of hungry wolves saw that box of supplies, there would be only greed in their eyes, and only crazy thoughts would emerge in their minds. It would be absolutely impossible to line up and take them in an orderly manner. As for why she had to wait here, the corridor gradually began to sound anxious footsteps, constant panting and cursing. Li Fei waited until the corridor became calmer before going downstairs. Although she would still walk in the opposite direction from some residents and be looked at suspiciously, they would ignore them and go upstairs when they thought of the supplies on the rooftop. This time, she was suspected. No matter how powerful Li Fei's golden finger was, it was impossible for her to survive after falling from the 20th floor. People who had died once would shrink back and cherish their lives in some places. However, when Li Fei reached the 19th floor and came out of the safety corridor and stood in the corridor, she saw people standing at the door of 1901 and 1902 from afar. And I saw that it was my brother Li Su who was standing at 1902, with his arms crossed expressionlessly. And his eyes were not so kind to Wu Sini, who was standing at the door of 1901 with a smile on her face. Li Fei stepped forward and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" When Li Su saw her, he immediately returned to his normal expression, "Fei Fei." The group chat said that relief food was distributed. But looking at the situation, "I'm afraid I have to go and get it myself this time." Li Su paused, and did not simply use the word raw to summarize it. Li Fei nodded and whispered, "I know. Let's talk about it after we go in." After that, she went home with Li Su without looking back, and slammed the door, without giving Wu Sini a glance from beginning to end. Wu Sini. It seems that he didn't offend her in any way. Wu Sini was puzzled, and could only go alone to get the supplies. The building was gradually becoming chaotic, and he had to get the supplies quickly. Thinking of this, he took the fire axe and went to the rooftop. The rooftop was indeed crowded. Even the door and the small road connected were crowded with people, looking up and talking to people around from time to time. It was these few words that made Wu Sini roughly understand what was happening on the rooftop at the moment. The helicopter dropped the box full of supplies and left. There might be building managers in other buildings who could organize the distribution of supplies. But Jiangli, the building manager of Building 20, had lost the trust of the residents. They knew it themselves. So when they saw the information of the residents on the 4th floor, they rushed to the rooftop in a hurry to open the door. Jiangli was actually a far-sighted person. She was reminded by the two young people Luo Qinyang and Luo Yuqian. So she found a corner to hide some supplies. When the residents broke in to look for supplies, they did not search carefully. The Luo family survived until now with that little bit of food, even though the one in front of her was her most beloved son. Jiangli did not dare to give more. The 4 family members were evenly distributed, but there were still too many monks and too little porridge. Everyone was so hungry that their cheeks were thin. Now that they had the opportunity, they did not have to work hard, and it all depended on how much they could take. Jiangli climbed to the 10th floor without even closing the door. The rooftop door was wide open. They were madly shouting hunger in their minds, and they rushed directly to the supply box like zombies. But other residents came up immediately when they saw the supplies being robbed, and it was Jiang Li's family who were robbing them. They immediately became angry and rushed over to fight for them. When the rooftop was completely noisy, the people outside the door were basically the family members of the people who were fighting for the supplies, or they didn't dare to go forward. The rooftop was full of curses, quarrels, pushing, pulling and wrestling. Everyone showed their most violent and fierce expressions. It was like a painting that specifically talked about the ugliness of the world. Wu Sini was not short. He tiptoed and looked. The center of the rooftop was the most noisy, surrounded by circles of people, and there were figures falling to the ground. Alas, I didn't expect that as a doctor. He would resort to violence one day. This should be a melee dad. Right? Chapter 67. In that medical documentary, There are 3 doctors in total. The 5th episode is dedicated to medical disputes. Although the internal medicine department does not have as many large-scale scenes as the surgical department, it will also encounter unreasonable and bad-tempered patients. And the atmosphere can easily become tense. Unfortunately, all hospitals have regulations that doctors cannot fight back at this time. Otherwise, no matter how good-tempered Wusuni is, there will be patients and family members who want to hit their heads into the ground. That's why he raised a pet. Although it is not as responsive as cats and dogs, it is also his preference. Otherwise, if it goes on for a long time, he will have to go upstairs to see his colleagues in the psychiatry department. Since he got the information about mutant animals from Li Fei last time, Wusuni has studied it carefully. He first searched in the group chat and found that many residents' pets died inexplicably. Some, the neighbors next door, heard a few animal screams, occasionally mixed with human crying, but no one would answer even if they asked. I'm afraid they all knew what happened. Otherwise, it's impossible for only a few residents in the whole community to have pets. And if there is a mutation, people who don't know the situation will definitely not be able to help but explain it in the group chat. It is said that the probability of mutant animals not turning into zombies is very small. Thinking of this, Susu's luck is simply bursting. Wusuni pursed her lips and raised her hand while saying, "Excuse me. Please let me pass." Some people saw that it was Wusuni, who happened to have been invited to see a doctor before, and unconsciously gave way. But someone in front of him glanced at him sinisterly and did not give way. With a tough attitude, "It seems that you really can't be polite when dealing with such people." Wusuni was about to make a move with a gloomy face, but he heard someone behind him calling, "Dr. Wu." Wusuni was stunned for a moment, and when he looked back, it was Mengi Song who slowly squeezed over. Mengi Song was wearing a gray coat and a dark blue scarf. His short hair, which he usually groomed every day, looked shaggy at this time. He adjusted his crooked gold-rimmed glasses and finally came to his side. "Teacher Meng, you are here too?" Mengi Song and Xiao Luo are also property owners. The latter's police station is not mentioned for now. The S City Agricultural Science Academy is also located in the art district. That's why the two borrowed money to buy this house and live there. But now that the whole city has fallen, it is estimated that the loan does not need to be repaid. One of the couple is often in school, and the other is often in the police station. If it weren't for the New Year's Day holiday, they would probably be separated. Even if the distance is not far, it is difficult to guarantee safety in such an extreme situation, let alone meet each other. So they are a lucky couple. As neighbors upstairs and downstairs, they can still see each other a few times, so they are not too unfamiliar. In addition, they are both doing research-related things, so they can talk a few words. Mengi Song's arrival caused a few sneers and resentful sidelong glances from the crowd. If Xiao Luo had come along, there would have been even more public outrage. But if he came alone, they were all neighbors, so it would not be good to make the relationship too awkward. And what if he reported it to Xiao Luo? After all, she was from the police station, and they, the ordinary people, could not bear it. So apart from sneering, they did nothing else. Mengi Song ignored them, just pretending that they did not exist. And there was no need to explain anything, and asked in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" Wusuni also leaned over and whispered, "I was just trying to open a way to the rooftop. Otherwise, we would not have a share of the supplies." Mengi Song didn't reply, but he raised his eyebrows, with a little mist on his glasses. I don't know if he was moved by the sentence "we," or if he was skeptical about opening a road to the rooftop. After Xiao Lu replied, she was in a daze. She came back to her senses after his phone was taken away. She looked tired and silent. She asked the work group in the police station and the private numbers of her colleagues one by one, but only a few responded, and even stopped responding after that. Xiao Lu's work can be said to be non-stop all year round, and she is dedicated to the public. She even took a special vacation for New Year's Day. After all, it was the 20th wedding anniversary, and she wanted to rest at the end of the year. Unexpectedly, such a disaster happened. As a political commissar, the most important job is to organize, maintain stable military morale and participate in decision-making. Originally, Xiao Luo really wanted to find a way to go out, but was persuaded by Mengi Song. He was just an ordinary citizen, and he only knew that he couldn't lose his lover for this. Besides, if Xiao Luo wanted to go back to the police station alone, even if she brought all the weapons. The chance of success was very small. So he didn't want her to take this risk. The sound of the police car outside the window disappeared after only a few days. Even if there were replies in the group chat and address book, they were to let her stay at home and not go out. Especially the advice of someone. Not only let her not go out, but also not have too many intersections with neighbors. In the police station where Xiao Luo was, due to the mutation of the staff on duty, the source of infection increased greatly. The surviving police officers were all busy with their own affairs. Even when the public called the police from other street police stations were transferred. It can be said that the police force in our district, which was originally small, was further reduced. Therefore, after just a few days, the sound of police cars was no longer heard. And in a few days, uninvited guests came to the door of 1802. The first one was 1801 opposite. They came many times, either to buy food or daily necessities. In fact, Xiao Luo felt a little sympathy when she remembered that the mother opposite had just given birth and was discharged from the hospital. It was Meng Yisong who made the decision and found an excuse not to agree. The result is obvious. Whenever the group chat gets intense, 1801 will blame them for no reason. As if Xiao Luo, as a police officer, is guilty of a heinous crime if she does not show up. With that person's constant persuasion, Xiao Luo finally put away her thoughts and found that the neighbors, who usually greeted her with a smile, did not seem to be really consistent. People's hearts are separated by their stomachs after all. So after that, Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong became turtles, even forgetting their identities and choosing to survive. However, they had to go out anyway for the battle for relief food today. Meng Yisong volunteered to go to the rooftop. Xiao Luo was worried and secretly gave him an electric baton and a bottle of tear gas spray for self-defense. Only then did he come to the rooftop and meet Wusini. At this time, Wusini did not intend to treat them politely. Facing the ferocious middle-aged uncles blocking the entrance to the rooftop, he suddenly whistled, and a white streak rustled from his collar, and then grew into a giant python, which spit out its tongue on his neck. Everyone screamed, "Ah! It's a snake! There's a snake!" As soon as Su Su appeared, some people left the entrance and the corridor and wanted to leave. However, one of the uncles gradually calmed down and cursed. "What are you afraid of? The snakes that can be kept at home are pets. They are definitely not poisonous and probably don't even have teeth." After shouting this, people calmed down and glared at him. Even Meng Yisong beside him. Meng Yisong, innocent. Damn. You want to scare us? Right? Don't think you're great just because you're a doctor. How can you let the snake out? What? Do you want to hurt us? For a person like this, just don't give him supplies. Wusini snorted coldly, touched the cold snake head, and his eyes became colder. Su Su, today's extra meal. It's just a little smelly. You have to bear it. He didn't expect that one day he would actually train a snake. After these days, he found that the changes between mutant animals and before mutation were very large, and even greater in snakes. For example, the IQ is basically the same as that of high IQ dog breeds, and even a little higher. At this time of year, they will not always fall into hibernation, so their sensory movements are also more sensitive. But she eats more and more. So he said this in a sarcastic tone. And Susu seemed to understand and continued to grow, opening her bloody mouth, revealing 2 rows of white fangs. A small pet snake does feel itchy when bitten. But what if it grows big enough? Even if it is not poisonous, a bite is enough. Snakes are very sensitive. Susu's bent body shrinks, stretches, and rushes before humans can react. They are bitten on the shoulder. The uncle was wearing a thick down jacket, but it was also bitten, and the down fluttered out like small snowflakes. Although there was no blood, the scene of a big snake being controlled to attack was still very scary. The people who had left hurried downstairs, and the stubborn uncle's face turned pale, just like the down. Susu, come back. In fact, Wusini was just trying to scare people. He didn't know if Susu would eat people, but without his permission, Susu would definitely not take the initiative. Besides, he didn't want Susu to eat such food. Susu obediently let go, and before retreating, she shrank to the size of a corn snake and lurked on Wusini's body. The uncle's legs softened and he sat on the ground, moving towards the door. Unable to say a word, Wusini glanced at him and said, "Teacher Meng, Let's go quickly. Ah. Okay. Meng Yisong, who had been silent all the time, adjusted his glasses again, reacted, and hurried to the rooftop with Wu Sini. But the trembling in his heart was still difficult to calm down. How could a snake suddenly grow and shrink, and attack at the command of its master? Meng Yisong, as a professor at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences in S City, naturally believed in science. But the successive situations were shattering and gradually reshaping his worldview, and he inexplicably believed that there would be more such incidents in the future. The man said that the monsters that were currently wandering in the streets and alleys and eating people were called zombies. This kind of creature suddenly appeared, and strange creatures would definitely appear one by one. Somehow, he actually began to look forward to it. Well, because he was a scientific researcher? The two came to the rooftop, and the people on the rooftop were still fighting. Before Wu Sini could stand firm, someone fell at his feet and groaned and couldn't get up. He looked around and saw a familiar figure in the center punching and kicking constantly. And he also squeezed out some time to reach into the supply box to take things and put them into the bag. And that bag was the cloth bag taken from the convenience store last time. The wooden box storing the supplies had been broken, revealing a lot of cardboard boxes and vacuum-packed food, some of which even fell to the ground. In fact, every household can get this amount. But now there is no management staff. The amount that can be obtained is uncertain, and everyone has started to have different ideas and want to get more supplies, resulting in one side grabbing and the other preventing others from grabbing. And noisy. But in the end no one really got it. Wu Sini shouted, "Miss Ning, are you okay?" Xiao Ning turned around and quickly threw the cloth bag in his hand that was already filled with some supplies over, shouting, "Dr. Wu, come and fill the supplies." Wu Sini was not polite after hearing this, and found a few other empty bags in the cloth bag. A large bag from a convenience store was enough to hold supplies for one person. So he gave Meng Yison another one. Meng Yison pursed his lips, and after a mental struggle, the bright supplies in front of him prevailed, and he opened the bag and began to fill it. As usual, it was vacuum-packed grains, storable vegetables, pickled mustard, and instant food. But this time, there was no box of frozen meat, no eggs or milk, all replaced by canned food. Meng Yison was a little selfish after all. He stuffed the cloth bag hard, as if he would not stop until it was full. And the people who were also in a hurry to fill the supplies saw that he took more cans, and they viciously grabbed it directly. Chapter 68. Meng Yisong dodged and quickly took out the tear gas spray from his pocket and sprayed it. The man screamed and closed his eyes, covering his face and rolling on the ground. Facing such civilians, the tear gas spray was already a dimensionality reduction attack. And Meng Yisong was not so cruel after all. He just used a spray. The man fell down, but another person secretly took away the supplies he had originally taken, and slipped away. Later, people found that they could not beat the residents of 2001 at all, so they simply went around to the other side of the box to rob supplies. Meng Yisong looked around and saw more residents with hideous faces and yellow complexions pouring in from the rooftop gate. What was the difference between them and the zombies on the street? His heart skipped a beat, and his intuition told him that he couldn't stay here too long. So he hurriedly said to Wu Sini, "Xiao Wu, I'm going back first. You be careful." At this time, even a caring greeting was a rare thing. Wu Sini sighed silently, nodded and said be careful, and then continued to pack the supplies seriously. Su Su turned into the size of a python again, spitting out her tongue to threaten the people who wanted to come forward. This measure has achieved a considerable effect, and there is almost no one around him. Wu Sini filled the bag, and saw Xiao Ning was still stuffing it after it was full. So he advised Miss Ning, "It's too messy here. It's not suitable to stay any longer. Let's leave first." There were obviously more people around Xiao Ning who were eager to take advantage of her. After all, the supplies were packed in cloth bags, and some people wanted to be lazy and grab her bag of supplies, and then they would just run away. Xiao Ning hesitated for a moment, raised her fist, and knocked one of them away, and it seemed that she was ready to retreat. As soon as she left, the empty space was immediately filled by others. The supply box was like a huge piece of honey, and they, the residents, were like impatient ants wrapping it layer by layer, and they would not stop until it was emptied. Xiao Ning and Wu Sini hugged the supplies in their arms and retreated to a more relaxed area. Just as they sighed, they heard an angry shout suddenly. "Don't leave. It's all your fault." It's all your fault. Bring me the supplies. They're mine. Xiao Ning had learned Kung Fu, so her first reaction was to raise her leg to defend herself. As a result, she kicked the chest of the person rushing towards her, at the same time as the sound of falling to the ground. 2 more screams came from the back. Xiao Li. Mom. They looked closely and found that the person was Jiangli. Jiangli had lost a lot of weight, and she didn't have the spirit and prestige of a building manager. She was like a fallen leaf that was common in this season. Although Li Fei used psychedelic powder on the 3 people in 1001, she didn't take it to the 20th floor when she gave the order, and Xiao Ning was on bad terms with her. So when Jiangli accidentally saw Xiao Ning returning with a full load, she suddenly became furious. She even rushed over to teach her a lesson without even taking more supplies. But they were like ostriches hiding their heads in the sand these days. They didn't speak in the group and didn't read the group chat carefully. They didn't know that Xiao Ning was a martial artist. So Jiangli was hit hard by this kick. In addition, she was too hungry and almost fainted. Liu Yongji's eyes were red, and he even threw away the supplies he had in his arms and rushed over and shouted, "Murderer! I will fight you!" Xiao Ning didn't even bother to fight back. She was different from him. She was full in the morning, and she was the best plan to run away with all the supplies. She fled from the rooftop. However, although Su Su scared away a wave of people just now, there were still residents who stayed quietly. After all, even if they were bitten to death by the python, they wanted to eat their fill before going on the road. But the rooftop was so chaotic, so they wanted to wait and see, and squatted at the entrance of the corridor to directly snatch the supplies from the people, so as to save themselves from doing it. Unfortunately, they met Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning felt that he was actually in an immersive action game at this moment, and he had to pass through levels one by one before he stumbled to get the supplies. And the fight was about to start again. Wu Sini actually took the supplies, filled 2 bags, and quickly left the rooftop with the former. As a result, seeing the greedy eyes in front of him and the posture of pouncing, he summoned Su Su calmly. Be calm. Definitely be calm. This is just self-defense. Since he is not as skilled as Xiao Ning, he can only use this method to defend against the enemy. Xiao Ning opened his eyes wide, and his eyes seemed to shine. After a moment of surprise, he was particularly envious. At least it is much more time-saving and labor-saving than taking action by himself. And isn't this too cool? After cooperating to force everyone back, the 2 finally went downstairs to the 20th floor. Seeing that no one followed them, they both breathed a sigh of relief. This is even more tiring than going to the gym to lift weights. Xiao Ning thought exhaustedly. This is even more tiring than making up for the long hours of sitting in the clinic. Wu Sini thought helplessly. They looked at each other, and then put the supplies they got on the floor of the corridor to count them. 3 bags of rice, 2 bags of millet, 3 bags of noodles, 4 potatoes, 3 onions, 2 radishes. This time, there was no cabbage or dried food. There were also some canned meat. For bags of instant noodles. Wu Sini didn't want to keep it to himself, and he knew what kind of person Xiao Ning was. So he asked, "If I hadn't asked you to leave just now, would you have continued to pack?" After all, they were in a team together. He felt that Xiao Ning would not fail to understand the principle of losing more than gaining. Xiao Ning shook his head and explained, "Originally, I was with Li Fei, but after the relief food came, I don't know why she went home first. So I thought I would take more for her if I could." "Didn't you meet her when she went back?" Wu Sini was stunned for a moment, and said shyly, "Sorry, I wronged you." Hee. "It's okay." Xiao Ning waved her hand casually. "Let's distribute it quickly and go home." As she said this, she glanced again secretly, but she didn't see the beautiful white snake again. Wu Sini didn't notice that he was squatting and putting his own supplies into the bag. However, at this moment, someone's voice suddenly came from the corridor. "Dr. Wu. Miss Ning. Have you been to the rooftop?" When Xiao Ning saw that it was Chow Yifei, she remembered what she and Li Fei had discussed today, and her tone involuntarily became a little lighter, and she replied, "Gong. You should go too. Otherwise you won't get the relief food this time." As a Tony teacher, Chow Yifei had to be good at observing the customer's expressions, so he quickly realized what Xiao Ning meant. But he made this decision himself, so he just did it. It was impossible for them to never find out. So he shut up awkwardly, and even his neck turned red. But soon, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. when the neighborhood committee members came for the first time last night. They thought they were here to collect supplies, so they didn't open the door. As a result, not long after, the two members came again and offered generous conditions through the door that were enough to make people excited. Chow Yifei also thought that Li Fei and others would agree, and was afraid that the supplies on hand would eventually run out. So after some hesitation, he still added the two committee members to the neighborhood committee group, and also quit the previous small group. Today, there was another incident of self-collection of relief food. Chow Yifei thought that he could meet them on the rooftop and explain it later, but he didn't expect to be pushed back with a gentle voice. Chow Yifei was thinking about the supplies on the rooftop, so he had to go upstairs and join other residents to take them. Otherwise, he was afraid that they would be robbed. Wu Suni took some of the supplies, including Li Fei's, and the two packed up and prepared to say goodbye. He entered the corridor with a cloth bag, and suddenly heard the sound of people coming down the stairs. Subconsciously, he thought he was going to be robbed, but he didn't expect it to be Song Chuanxiang, who was in a hurry and ran to the corridor without even looking at him. It seems that Miss Ning is going to be in trouble. Wu Suni shook her head and turned to go downstairs, before Xiao Ning could completely close the door. The crack in the door was suddenly pulled shut by someone. Song Chuanxiang knelt down while crying and said, "Xiao Ning, just sell some supplies to the aunt. My mother is so hungry that she is about to faint. Don't you usually take good care of the old man and the old lady? Can you please do it for their sake?" Xiao Ning usually helps the two elderly people next door and gets along well with them. Although she doesn't like Song Chuanxiang, the two elderly people are innocent, but she also knows that she can't have any pity for others except herself. Otherwise, she might be the one who gets hurt in the future. Xiao Ning frowned and asked, "There are still supplies on the rooftop now. Why don't you just go and get them?" Song Chuanxiang wiped the tears from her face and said in a sad voice, "There are so many people on the rooftop. How can I squeeze in alone? It's good enough if I don't get pushed away. Since you can get the relief food, it means you are capable. Otherwise, you can help me get a few more. You name the price." Xiao Ning rolled her eyes at this nonsense. She finally broke through the crowd and came back. How could she go again? Even if she had a pair of fists, it would be difficult to beat four hands. It's not like she was constantly defending, so it's easy to talk without any pain in her waist. She was too lazy to talk nonsense and wanted to close the door directly. But Song Chuanxiang didn't know where the strange strength came from and held the door tightly. The crying was really annoying. Xiao Ning lost her patience and suddenly opened her mouth as if to bite. Song Chuanxiang felt the heat on her fingers and suddenly let go of them, so the door slammed shut. The latter also stopped crying completely, wiped her face, and changed to an angry expression and yelled, "How can a good little girl be so vicious? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" Before she could scold more, Song Lu opened the door and advised, "Mom, come in quickly. Grandma really fainted." Song Chuanxiang stopped scolding after hearing this, and hurried to go into the house. Song Lu wanted to follow, but was told by the former, "Go to the rooftop to get the relief food. Come back after you get it. Go quickly." Song Lu said timidly, "Mom, I just go when I ask you to go. You've grown up, and you should help with some things. Or have you been so stupid from studying that you can't even do this kind of thing?" Song Chuanxiang glared at her unhappily and went into the house. Song Lu saw it from a distance and had to go to the rooftop dejectedly. After entering the house, Li Fei quickly explained the situation to Li Su and Li Xian. After listening, the two also expressed their understanding. Li Xian asked, "But if we don't go, will other neighbors suspect that we have a lot of inventory?" Li Fei said patiently, "I have been outside the community to look for supplies. This matter will definitely be publicized by the neighborhood committee. Not to mention this building. The whole community will probably know about it slowly. So they don't care whether they suspect it or not. Rather than being suspected, I am more worried about what could happen on the chaotic rooftop." After talking about this, Li Fei mentioned the plan to learn close combat. Although Li Xian is not very old, in the end times, no matter how old you are, being able to fight is the hard truth. Fortunately, he has been training basically all these days, so his physical fitness should be able to keep up. Li Fei plans to learn a few more times by himself, and when he is sure that it is okay for the three of them to go out at the same time, they will go to train together, while making plans for the future. Li Xian suddenly saw something when he raised his eyes, and his face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 69. Li Su asked hurriedly, What's wrong? A Xian? Li Xian pointed to the windowsill with trembling hands and stammered, brother. Sister. I seemed to see someone falling down just now. They didn't live on the top floor and couldn't hear the noise from the rooftop, but they could vaguely feel the commotion from above. But if it was just a commotion, once someone fell from the building, the nature of the whole thing would be different. Li Fei had a calm face and said softly, That's why I didn't go. And I didn't let you go. Even if it was possible that he accidentally missed. Falling from the rooftop would definitely kill him. Their family didn't lack that little bit of supplies, so there was really no need to take the risk. Li Su hugged Li Xian and whispered to comfort her. Li Fei was about to take out her phone to send a message to Xiao Ning, but she heard the doorbell ringing outside the door. Holding her phone, she turned on the surveillance video and found that it was Wu Sini, who was waiting with a bag. After a pause, she went to the entrance to open the door. Before she could speak, Wu Sini said, Miss Li, this is your supply. Before he finished speaking, Li Fei interrupted and said, No, thank you. You can stay. Li Fei didn't like to owe people favors. Wu Sini realized that she seemed to have misunderstood, and quickly explained, No, this is what Miss Ning gave you. If you don't accept it, I can't report it to you. After all, they still have a chance to organize and go out again, which means they will meet again. With Xiao Ning's personality, I'm afraid she will really mention this matter. After hearing this, Li Fei had to open all the anti-theft links and took it. At most, these materials can be used as tuition. The cloth bag was stuffed full, and a quick look showed that they were not a single type. After Li Fei put it down, he asked again, Anything else? Wu Sini frowned slightly, and asked after pursing her lips, Ms. Li, what did I do wrong, or did I do anything to make you unhappy? Li Fei was also stunned, but quickly thought of the reason why he asked this question. But she would not really say it. What? Is she going to say that she dreamed of him for no apparent reason last night? And now she still feels a little embarrassed when she thinks about it. She has been with Li Su and Li Xian for the longest time, so it is not surprising that she can dream about him. But she can even dream about Wu Sini, which means that she has crossed the line. Although as neighbors, they will always see each other every day. But it is better not to be too close for now. Of course, Li Fei would not say this directly. She just said calmly, No. In the end times, you have done very well. At least you can be 50% to 60% of people. And I am just like this by nature. You don't have to mind it. Wu Sini felt unbelievable when he heard this, but he did not continue to pester her, and nodded with a faint smile. Okay, I got it. I'll go back first. Goodbye. Li Fei nodded and said, Goodbye. They both closed the door to isolate themselves from the outside world. And they both sighed. Li Fei looked lonely, ruthless, and cold. She must be a cold-hearted person. But if she was really like that, she wouldn't pay much attention to family affection. Nor would she help Xiao Ning, Chao Yifei and Xiao Luo. And she wouldn't pour herself a glass of sugar and salt water that night. She could completely ignore herself when she fainted. Anyway, he would wake up and return home in the end. It was just hypoglycemia. The main reason was that she didn't trust him completely. Wu Sini thought. But at the moment, he couldn't do anything. So he had to go back to his home first. Li Fei glanced at the bag of supplies, which contained packaged rice, a bag of noodles, a carrot, 2 onions, a bag of instant noodles, and 3 cans of meat. This amount was more than enough for one person. Xiao Ning didn't understand yet, but Wu Sini knew the number of people in his family. So these supplies were probably packed for 3 people. Li Fei scratched his head and didn't say anything for a while. Li Su was keenly aware of the strange atmosphere, but didn't expose it, but asked, Then I'll go cook first? Li Fei came back to her senses and said, Take the vegetables I harvested and make salted pork and vegetable rice. As she said that, she put out all the remaining vegetables. Li Su picked a few and smiled. These green vegetables are fresh and big. The 3 of us can't eat all of them. Let's take some back and eat them next time. No matter how much they bought on New Year's Eve, the vegetables were all consumed. In the past 2 days, they started to eat the vegetables that were preserved in a vacuum before the end of the world. As for the dehydrated vegetables, they were used only as a last resort. After Li Fei gave a few instructions, she took out her mobile phone to contact Xiao Ning. First, she expressed her gratitude, and then asked about the terrible situation on the rooftop. Living on the top floor, she could more or less feel it more than them. About 10 minutes later, Li Fei went out alone to the rooftop with a bone-cutting knife and pepper spray. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw a few elderly people sitting there with a sluggish look. I don't know if they were hungry or unwilling to not grab the supplies. They sat down and didn't move. After sitting down, they were silent. Their eyes were slightly distracted, and I don't know what they were thinking. But what's the use? This batch of relief food has been snatched away, and it's unknown when the next batch will be delivered. Li Fei's action of walking over was discovered by the old people at the door. They stared at her nonchalantly, but she obviously had no supplies on her, so they were even less interested. Of course, it might be because they were too hungry to rush over. However, there was an old uncle who squinted his eyes, and there was a little more staring in his eyes, which made Li Fei want to dig out his eyes and crush them immediately. She could do this wearing thick clothes and a mask, so she couldn't be blamed. Li Fei ignored them and walked into the rooftop, but found that even the supply box was gone. I don't know who took it away, but it is still a material resource after all. There were several silent people lying on the ground, with slightly red, swollen, bruised and bloody faces, obviously beaten, and it was unclear what the bodies wrapped in clothes looked like. But seeing that they would rather lie here in the cold wind than get up and go home, I'm afraid the injuries were not too light. There were actually 2 or 3 people crying on the railing of the rooftop, including middle-aged women and old women. It seemed that the pillars of their families fell off the building during the scramble. It was unknown whether it was a real fall or a human error. Li Fei glanced at the distance. Building 20 could see the rooftops of buildings 21 and 16. Building 21 had not yet distributed all the supplies, but the crowd was at least not chaotic, and could barely be said to be orderly. The words on the loudspeaker could still be heard faintly, which should be the old words about organizing and maintaining order. Building 16 probably received the supplies earlier than their row of buildings. There was no one on the rooftop, and the box was gone too. But no matter what, with the smoky gray sky and the crying around, there was still a sense of desolation, loneliness and sadness. Li Fei rubbed her face, put on a regretful and sad look and walked around the rooftop. After making sure there was not even a blade of grass, she went downstairs and went home, leaving the residents who were crying. When she got home, she rubbed her face again, although she didn't have any extra expression. The fragrance that gradually came made her eyes brighten. To make bacon and vegetable rice, in addition to frying all the ingredients in the pot, everything is done by the rice cooker, because all the elements of a meal were already gathered. Li Su made a bowl of egg drop soup with dried seaweed. The kitchen finally served a large pot of steaming and fragrant rice. The 3 of them had increased their appetite due to daily exercise, so they didn't say much and just kept eating until they all burped. In the end, people will have an illusion that time passes particularly long and time flies. Anxiety, fear, depression, and hunger are the causes of the previous situation. While some people choose to live in a muddle-headed way, using sleep to cover up the rumbling in their stomachs, and naturally feel that the days pass quickly. After that, Li Fei went to Xiaoning to learn Sonda in the morning, went fishing in the farm space with one of the brothers in the afternoon, and went to resist the zombies and do farm work in the evening, and was happy. There seemed to be a new atmosphere in the community. The owner group issued a group announcement to call on the residents in the community to form a team to fight zombies and go out to find supplies, no matter which team they joined. The rewards were very generous, and the end was when a fixed number of people were recruited. If it were a few days ago, the group chat would have been scolded. But now more people are asking how to organize. What are the requirements for recruiting people? How to fight? And how to get rewards? After all, the second wave of relief food was distributed, and everyone still had a small amount of it, especially in Building 20. Many people didn't get it, and it was unknown when the next wave of relief food would be issued. If you don't fight, you will really starve to death. Seeing that the atmosphere of the people had eased, the neighborhood committee and the property management stopped pretending to be dead, and discussed countermeasures with them while bubbling. It only took one night to gather dozens of people. But if you want to go out to look for supplies, you must first eliminate the zombies in the community. So the strike team has more people. All of them are young and middle-aged men. And when the team looking for supplies comes back, they can get reward supplies. Many people signed up for this. The property has distributed all the equipment of the security team, including helmets, gloves, vests, shields and riot forks. Those who didn't get them can only wear thick clothes and take out weapons that can cause attacks at home to protect themselves. Building 20 is probably the building with the most uneven distribution, and many people chose to sign up in the end. Li Su and Li Xian also saw these messages and asked, should we sign up to go once? They have adapted to fighting zombies. As long as it is not a small zombie tide, they can solve it. Maybe they are faster than these people and can finish it earlier. Li Fei shook her head and did not explain anything. Li Xian asked worriedly, but now this is another way to get supplies. If we don't do it, will people with ulterior motives think that we have extra supplies? Li Fei touched Li Xian's head with relief. Thinking of this means that she has taken the whole thing to heart. She said, it's okay. If they suspect it, it's their business. We will deal with it. Besides, even if we pretend that there are no supplies at home now, if those so-called ulterior motives survive to the end, they will still find clues about us. The ulterior motives will still be active, so it will be impossible to hide it blindly. We might as well do it as usual. At this point, she squinted her eyes and asked, is fishing not fun? Or is the farm work done? Or is today's training over? Instead of participating in such an irregular action, it is better to stay at home. How can the neighborhood committee and property management treat and organize a community of nearly 1,000 people fairly? This activity has just been established, and the rules have not been completely determined. In addition, people's hearts are unstable. What if there is chaos at that time? Even when the base is built, there will be a period of chaos. Not to mention this place. Li Su and Li Xian shrugged and stopped talking about it. So Li Fei could see people attacking zombies from the balcony every day. Although there were also people in the group who asked for help, saying that they were injured by zombies. As long as they mustered up the courage to attack, they would find that this man-eating monster was not as terrible as imagined. And in the end, it was still the zombies that fell. At this time, the team that went out to look for supplies also set off under escort. But the surrounding stores with available supplies had been looted by Li Fei and his team, so they had to extend the range by dozens of meters. Besides, ordinary people don't have large-capacity mountaineering bags, and at most they can bring a few backpacks and various bags to carry supplies. In addition to the team members sharing it equally, they also have to hand over a part to the neighborhood committee, and the neighborhood committee is a bit overwhelmed after receiving those supplies. How should such a small amount of supplies be distributed to the residents in such a large community? This is one of the reasons why Li Fei doesn't want to participate in these things, unless the granary is found. If this side gets the supplies, the other side will be unhappy. Not to mention that there are fewer zombies in the community now, and some people dare to go out. Maybe there will be riots in the future. This kind of thing will also happen in the base in the future. In fact, the current community is not much different from the former. They are all shelters for survivors. Where there are people, there will be joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, worry and hatred. When they come together, they become a very powerful force. Li Fei also experienced this in his previous life. Chapter 70. How the community operates. How the neighborhood management maintains people's hearts. How the residents survive. Li Fei doesn't care about these things, and her fate is to work on the farm every day. These days, the dandelions and cotton planted before, as well as the peppers used as bullets, have been harvested. And the big corpse flower, pea pistol, chili rifle, and a lonely potato grenade and sweet potato mine have also matured. Li Fei did not pick the firearms-related exotic plants, but she held her breath and collected the 2 big corpse flowers and threw them directly into the workbench to process with the dandelions. The potato grenade looks similar to ordinary potatoes, because there is only one. Li Fei did not collect it, and the sweet potato mine is buried directly in the ground. If an enemy steps on it, it will explode automatically. So she did not collect it either. It is at least a defense. The second is the clematis fence that Li Fei had been thinking about. After it grew up, it automatically had 2 climbing poles. The vines were like iron wires with tiny thorns, winding around and blooming huge blue-purple flowers. It was planted next to other exotic plants at the beginning. It really looked like a fence, protecting the exotic plants next to it. I just don't know if it can be installed on my own door. Although it is strange to tie iron wires on the door of an apartment building, it can be regarded as a reinforcement method. Li Fei first searched in the mall by himself, but couldn't find a suitable drawing. So he asked the system, It stands to reason that to bring exotic plants into reality, except for weapon types, flower pots must be used as carriers. But the clematis fence is very special. It can be installed directly on the door, so there is no need for drawings and carriers. Li Fei nodded with satisfaction and went to another field to check. The fields were planted with the luminous tobacco that he had planted and replanted at the beginning. The flowers were trumpet-shaped, but the petals were shrunk and not fully bloomed. It was said that they would not officially open until the evening, but they grew closely together on the green leaves. They were a mysterious fluorescent blue-purple color, and you could faintly smell a unique smell. Li Fei had looked up the plant of luminous tobacco, but there was no such color in reality. Otherwise, how could it be called a strange plant? After collecting a batch of crops, Li Fei started to buy with the gold coins he had saved during this period. The price of ordinary plants was much lower than that of strange plants. Li Fei bought green vegetables, tomatoes, lettuce, cucumbers, winter melons, corn seeds, and also spent a huge amount of money to buy a cherry tree seedling. She felt like an advanced version of the Moonlight Tribe, the Daylight Tribe, who would spend all the money after saving it for a while. But even the storable orange fruits at home were about to be eaten up. Although the fruit tree seedlings were expensive and needed nearly a month to grow, they would bear fruit continuously as long as they were not in season. If she had not had the money to buy other fruit tree seedlings, Li Fei would have bought all the fruit tree seedlings that could grow in spring, waited for them to grow, and started to enjoy fruit freedom from then on. So she finally chose the cherry tree. There was no doubt that the cherries produced in the space were definitely of special grade. She had never eaten special grade ones before the end of the world. In addition, she also bought pea and pepper seeds, which were still used to make bullets. Then she bought 2 luminous tobacco seeds, 2 potato grenade seeds, and a batch of the 3 traditional Chinese medicine seeds from before. As a result, the gold coins in her currency column are almost used up. However, Li Xian's fishing skill, which is expected to be upgraded to level 3, has played a great role in buying so many seeds. At the same time, he is responsible for selling things, and the trade level has also been upgraded to level 2. The gold coins obtained from each sale have increased by several percentages. It can be said that Li Xian, a newly trained fisherman, basically does not need to do anything else except fishing and selling goods. Li Su's gathering has been upgraded to level 2, and farming has been upgraded to level 1. With no extra rewards, Li Fei's gathering has been upgraded to level 2, and she has baked so many things on the baking tray. So her cooking skills have been successfully upgraded to level 1. In addition, she has also worked on the workbench and the mixing table. So her synthesis skills have also been successfully upgraded to level 1. But the most obvious thing is that the 3 people's physical strength has also improved. They can feel it when doing farm work. It should be the effect of fitness that persists to the end. Li Fei bought the seeds and saplings but did not plant them. In fact, she came in early in the morning. She said she would do farm work at night. So it was night. And with so many seeds, she had to water and fertilize them after planting. It was too much work for her alone. So she could wait until nightfall to plant the fields with peace of mind, and go to bed directly after planting. That would be a wonderful thing. Li Fei went to the order board again. There were still only 4 orders on the board. Although there was a new one, they still had no progress on the other 3, which still made Li Fei feel a headache. Fortunately, the clematis fence has matured and will be installed on the door of their house. In this way, there is no need to watch the house specially. Whether the 3 of them go out together or go to the farm together, they can be protected. And the new order clearly stated the new content. Fragrant yogurt glass bowl. Need cherries x50. Reward, cherry yogurt recipe x1. 50 cherries? Li Fei was shocked for a moment, and then relieved. Since they were asked to deliver so many goods, it means that when the cherry tree matures, it will definitely produce a lot of cherries. At least more than these 50. Although the reward is not gold coins. The name of cherry yogurt was seen by the dairy alien, and she couldn't imagine how delicious it would be. Li Fei was relieved, and returned to reality after making sure that nothing else happened. It was already early in the morning, so Li Fei did not take a nap, but simply got dressed and got up. It was not extremely cold, but getting up early in winter was a painful thing that required a lot of psychological preparation. Li Fei quickly put on her clothes with her neck shrunk. After leaving the bedroom, she quietly went out and stood at the door of her house, raising her hand and placing it on the door. Li Fei concentrated on trying to transfer the clematis net in the backpack grid and install it. And it worked. The fine wire net was not like the standard shape that you can usually see. Instead, it was like a wild thorn. And it did have thorns. There were 2 flowers on the top, which was beautiful but also hidden danger. Li Fei carefully touched the stems and vines around the thorns. They were hard and tight. The system said that with this barrier, except for the host and online players, anyone who intended to cause harm would be counterattacked. I just don't know what kind of harm it would cause. For some reason, I actually had a bit of exploratory expectations. Li Fei chose to believe in the power of strange plants. While entering the room, she sent messages to Xiaoning, Wu Sini, Ming Yisong and Xiao Luo, telling them that they had installed iron nets at home and that they could call or ring the doorbell if they had any problems. However, she opened the window and sent 1 or 2 messages, and the people around her just circled for a long time. She checked the group chat again and found that the messages had been decreasing since midnight. The messages she connected later were also irrelevant. It was obvious that they were sent first but appeared later. Some people were either afraid or hungry. Now the power was still on, so they could only numb themselves with the internet. A large number of websites were not accessible at this time, so group chat became the only way to pass the time. It is estimated that many people were lurking and watching others talk nonsense. So far there have been messages almost every moment. This situation means that the network and signal are getting worse and worse. After waiting for all the messages to be sent, Li Fei went to the bathroom and turned on the faucet next to the sink. But when she saw the water flowing out, she immediately frowned. The originally colorless water flowed out and gathered in the sealed sink. And the lightly flowing water actually had a faint green color, like turbid algae floating on a lake. Li Fei quickly found a tool to open the seal and let the water flow down in a vortex. The water gradually began to be polluted. She tried again, and the water column flowing out of the faucet only occasionally had a little different color, which was easy to ignore. It was because Li Fei had been reborn and was the first to get up early today, so she could be keenly aware of it. Otherwise, it would be really bad, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the family has the habit of storing water frequently, especially in the bathroom. Li Fei scooped clean water from the bucket and continued to wash. While washing his face with a towel, Li Su also got up. Li Fei quickly reminded, "Brother, the water from the tap is a little different in color. I'm afraid it can't be used anymore. Use the stored water first." Li Su was originally sleepy, but he was completely awake when he heard it. He seemed to want to say a lot of things, but couldn't say a word. In the end, he became silent and frowning. Li Fei hung up the towel and comforted, "Don't worry, brother. Thanks to you. Don't we still have some purified water? And even if it's used up, we still have a well in our space. But we have to trouble you to fetch water every day. Of course, it's not a problem." Li Su sighed after being persuaded. "Water is a more important resource than food, so I can't help but worry. Fortunately, there is space. Otherwise it would be really difficult." When stocking up on daily necessities, Li Fei bought a lot of plastic buckets and kettles, and Li Su used these containers to store water all the time. In addition, he bought a lot of barrels of purified water when he was not aware of it. Even if Li Fei did not store several buckets as he claimed, the water could be used for a while after saving. This was not a big problem for them. Li Fei quickly went to the kitchen to order her breakfast. In the freezer, there were various frozen instant foods that Li Fei bought. They were usually flat boxes, so they did not take up too much space. She also bought almost all the varieties that could be seen in the mall. Li Fei finally selected 2 boxes of Zilongbao. If it was just steaming, she would still do it. After washing up, Li Su saw her busy in the kitchen and stopped worrying about it. He walked up and said with a smile, "The sun came out from the west today? Do you have any other plans?" "The sun will not come out from the west, brother," Li Fei responded seriously. But the second half of the sentence was strange. "The sun after that will never go out and will hang high in the sky." Li Su choked and didn't know what to say. After all, he didn't have the memory of his previous life. After steaming the Zilongbao in the pot, Li Fei explained to Li Su, "It's like this. From the time I took classes with Xiaoning until now, she doesn't have any scheming. I also asked her. There are no special requirements for Sonda. So I think you and Ashwan should also learn it. You can't just use weapons and swing them randomly. Now there are many strange plants that can attack automatically in the farm. so it is easier to eliminate the small zombie groups at night. If it doesn't work, you can go up and finish them off. But Li Fei thought that the zombies in the space will probably evolve one day, and they will have to deal with other mutants and humans in reality. So it is also good to learn some skills to defend themselves. Li Su thought for a moment and said, since you said that, Miss Ning should be a trustworthy person. Although Ashwan and I can face zombies now, we only rely on the weapons in our hands. Once we are empty-handed, it will be bad. Before Li Fei said anything, Li Su suddenly stood up and said firmly, I'll go wake Ashwan up now. Li Fei looked at his back and had to change to a helpless smile and shook her head. Poor Ashwan. Chapter 71. Li Xian, who was half asleep, was soon dragged out by Li Su. He was also awakened by the news of water pollution. But he figured out something quickly and went to the bathroom to wash up. When steaming dumplings, you must put a piece of steamer paper underneath. Otherwise it will stick to the bottom. After opening the lid of the pot, it was steaming hot, and you could already smell the fresh and fragrant smell. In addition to buying boxes of milk, Li Fei also bought other things. This time she took a bottle of pineapple-flavored yogurt as a side dish, which even had tiny fruit particles in it. Thin skin, thick fillings, and lots of soup are the characteristics of dumplings. As a local, Li Fei would never get her mouth burned. At the table, she explained her plan again. Li Su certainly wouldn't have any objections, and neither did Li Xian. He had been forced to train long ago, and even his physical strength in the space had increased. Not to mention practicing another Sonda move. So after breakfast, the three of them packed up, and Li Fei took a bag of vacuum-packed rice and went out with the brothers. Seeing the wire mesh on the door, Li Su and Li Xian were only surprised for a moment, and knew that it must be a strange plant produced by the farm, and they were looking forward to what effect it would have. Li Fei was satisfied with this, and his brother and younger brother were becoming more and more like him. Coming to the 20th floor with ease, Li Fei knocked on the door of 2001. The door opened quickly, but Xiao Ning's voice, which seemed to be slightly complaining, was heard getting closer. Li Fei, why are you here so early today? I just woke up. As soon as the door opened, Li Fei, Li Su, and Li Xian saw Xiao Ning yawning carelessly. She looked like she had just woken up, but they never expected that her makeup was done again, so she was still in the Gothic style. How did she do it? Fortunately, this niche style is gradually being accepted by people outside the circle. Even if they don't accept it, people with a certain level of quality won't say much. When Li Su and Li Xian saw it, they were only surprised for a moment. When Xiao Ning noticed that there was an outsider, she immediately opened her eyes wide and didn't even have time to close her mouth, which looked a bit funny. Li Fei explained briefly, sorry. I brought people here without permission. This is my brother. This is my younger brother. I want them to train with me. This is the tuition, she said, and handed over the bag of rice. This rice was snatched by Xiao Ning from the batch of relief food, so it was not wasted. Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Xiao Ning glanced at the side and said in a panic. Gothic makeup often makes the face pale. For some reason, Li Fei strangely found that there was a touch of pink there. However, Xiao Ning immediately returned to her usual appearance, and after taking the bag of rice, she smiled and said, it's just a few more students. It's completely okay. Wait for me. I'll change my clothes and come back. The three of them waited for a moment, and Xiao Ning came out, but there was no difference. Her body was still made of black. By the way, Li Fei reminded, when I got up this morning, I found that the water flowing out of the faucet had some problems. It would be better not to use it again just in case. What? Xiao Ning opened her eyes wide and screamed anxiously. It's over. It's over. I just washed my face with tap water. I just saw a little more color in it. Not all of it. It should be fine if it doesn't touch it. Li Fei comforted her. Just don't use it again after this. You mean, water pollution? Xiao Ning calmed down temporarily and pondered. After all, there are so many zombies outside now, and this kind of poison can't be eliminated by ordinary disinfection. Right? Li Fei didn't elaborate. Just looked at Li Su and Li Xian, and the latter looked away consciously. If you say that, my family will start to lack water. Xiao Ning immediately frowned bitterly. There are too many places where water is needed every day, especially drinking. And I can't even make instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. Li Fei rubbed her chin for a while and said slowly, Actually, I was thinking about going outside the community to look for supplies in the afternoon. Before she finished speaking, Xiaoning suddenly grabbed her hand on her chin and said with a gleam in her eyes, "Let's go together. Please, big sister." It can be said that the last time we were able to collect supplies so smoothly, it was all thanks to Li Fei. This time, if we go with her shamelessly, we will definitely get something. Big sister? Li Su and Li Xian glanced over. Li Fei calmly accepted the two looks. But when Xiaoning called her that, she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Xiao Yifei for a long time. She let go of his hand and asked, "Hasn't the community already assembled a team to go out and look for supplies? With your reputation, it's impossible not to get in. So can you go outside the community to look for supplies? Don't you know? It seems that you don't pay much attention to the group chat." Xiaoning asked with a little surprise. Li Fei said calmly, "Didn't you notice today? The network and signal are worse. It takes at least 10 minutes to send a message. I think it will be completely disconnected soon." Xiaoning hurriedly took out her phone to check, rubbing her head in annoyance. Her short hair seemed to have grown a little long. After all, short hair needs to be trimmed frequently. "Really?" she muttered and put it down to explain. "Didn't Xiao Yifei quit the group last time? I heard that he joined a team established by the neighborhood committee. But until now, the team members and their families have actually complained a lot. It seems that after fighting hard to knock down zombies or find supplies from outside, the rewards they get are not proportional at all." Li Fei felt that this decision was not appropriate at first, even though this is the only way to save themselves now. At present, the community only relies on the team that goes out to find supplies as the only way to get extra supplies. But they have to pay the rewards for knocking down the zombie team members and meet the material needs of the entire community. How can it be enough? And according to Xiaoning, some of these materials were auctioned by the neighborhood committee, and the highest bidder won. There are many rich people in the community, and the higher the price, the higher the price. But there are also many ordinary people in the community. Some of them don't have much money, and some are reluctant to spend so much money to buy an item that can be bought anywhere before the end of the world. These situations add up, and the resentment is naturally greater. It seems that the chaos in the community will not be caused by zombies. However, Li Fei is just reasoning, thinking back to her previous life. She was even staying in the library reading books at this time, trying to fill her stomach with spiritual food. "By the way, Li Fei," Xiaoning suddenly asked loudly, "have you told Dr. Wu about the water pollution?" Li Fei was stunned for a moment and shook her head. Xiaoning seemed even more anxious than her and said nervously, "What if Dr. Wu gets sick after drinking dirty water? He is a doctor and a summoner. So cool. Our team can't lose him." Li Fei was speechless and was about to answer something when she heard someone's words from the entrance of the safe corridor. "Don't worry. As a doctor, you still have to be alert." The four looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person was Wu Sini, who came upstairs. He was wearing a three-dimensionally cut mid-length woolen coat. Black always makes people look thinner, and it was very slender on him. However, on this black outfit, there was only a touch of white on his neck. Looking closely, it turned out to be a snake wrapped around it, which looked like a thin scarf from a distance. "Good morning, Dr. Wu. Why are you here?" Xiaoning greeted him while staring at his neck. Not only her, but even Li Xian was attracted by his gaze. It must be said that he is in his middle school years at this age, and those who understand will understand. "Good morning." Wu Sini nodded and smiled. "And the cinnabar mole at the corner of her eye was particularly eye-catching. I just found the water quality problem, and I wanted to discuss it with Miss Li. Unfortunately, she was not at home. I thought she would come to see you, so I went upstairs. Anyway, I don't have to go to work now." Li Su narrowed his eyes and said nothing. His intuition told him that this person's words sounded half true and half false, and the smile on his face was completely fake. Xiaoning patted her chest and said in relief, "It's okay. It's okay. If it weren't for Li Fei, I wouldn't have known that the water quality has been polluted. It's the best that you can find it yourself." Dr. Wu. After she finished speaking, she suddenly secretly nudged Li Fei beside her with her elbow. Li Fei glanced at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. After thinking for a while, she asked, "We are going to go out to find supplies in the afternoon. Together? It's just a dream, isn't it? It's not real. She doesn't need to worry about it. Besides, what Xiaoning said is right. Wusini is a doctor, and there are mutant animals around him. It is more beneficial than harmful to a team. Xiaoning. I do. This. How come she didn't realize that Li Fei was not only a nobody, but also a piece of wood? Where do you want to go? Wusini asked, seeming to want to join in. Now that there is no water, the demand for supplies is even higher. If the place is far, I have a car to go. Li Fei unconsciously took 2 steps forward and asked, do you have a car? In fact, she had thought about the issue of vehicles before, and had discussed it with Xiaoning. There are pros and cons, so she didn't make a decision. When Wusini saw that it was her who came up, her smile became more brilliant, and she said, yes, and it is a medium to large model, just suitable for loading. Is it such a coincidence? Li Fei muttered in her heart. Xiaoning said excitedly, Li Fei, do you remember the place I told you about? Although a lot of time has passed, as long as the power is not cut off, the supplies there should not be bad. If you have a car, it will take only about 10 minutes to get there in this road condition. Li Su and Li Xian didn't know what this so-called place was, so they didn't interrupt. Wusini also became interested. After all, he could earn supplies by relying on medical skills in the early stage. But now every household is in short supply. Even if they are really sick, most people are reluctant to take out supplies to see a doctor and would rather carry it. He was scolded a lot for this, but he heard a lot in the hospital, and he would not lose a piece of meat for no reason. So he ignored it all. However, since this way to obtain supplies was cut off, we could only look for opportunities outside. He didn't know what place Xiaoning and Li Fei were talking about, but it seemed that they had mentioned it a long time ago. It was probably because of the distance that it was not implemented. Wouldn't he be able to help? It would also be beneficial for him. Li Fei thought for a while and said, the speed is fast, but I am afraid that it will attract a group of zombies. Moreover, many people are willing to go out to find supplies now. Has your place been looted? Xiaoning replied, after the members of the team who went out to find supplies came back. They not only had to hand in the supplies to the property committee, but also report. There were good people in the group who repeated the situation. It is said that although the current zombies will actively attack after noticing people, the range is smaller, and they look a little stupid and very listless, which makes it easier to get them. This may be a breakthrough point. Besides, even if my store is looted, there are other stores next to it, so it is always worth it. Li Fei didn't say anything, but just looked at Li Su and Li Xian again. Li Su quickly responded, I think it's okay. We have to go out and take a look. Otherwise we don't know what's happening outside. Li Xian also nodded. In fact, Li Su didn't say it clearly, although they have stockpiled goods and even space at home. According to what Li Fei said about the mutant beast tide and mutant plant swarm that will occur in the late stage of the apocalypse, they can't stay at home forever. Seeing that no one objected, Li Fei couldn't deny it firmly. The apocalypse continued until now, and she also wanted to go out and see what it was like. It was a good time to show her skills. Okay, she nodded. Then let's set it in the afternoon, and we'll set off. Chapter 72. After the few people made an appointment, Xiaoning taught Li Su and Li Xian the theoretical knowledge and basic movements and steps, just like she taught Li Fei, as expected of a woman who had passed the teaching qualification examination. Li Xian felt like sweating profusely when she listened to her talk. Li Fei glanced at Wusini and said with a fake smile, Dr. Wu, come and listen. It will be useful in the future. Wusini was about to go downstairs from the safe corridor, but was stopped before he went out, and retreated awkwardly. This is not necessary. I can be an assistant. That won't work. Li Fei pulled him over to join Li Su and Li Xian. An assistant must also know how to defend himself. Otherwise we will be short of assistants. Right? Xiaoning didn't show it on his face, but he was joking in his heart. Wusini had no choice but to stay together. Xiaoning led people to her house without hesitation. Anyway, they just stayed in the living room. Li Xian's eyes were fixed on the various types of game consoles placed in the living room, and the snack wall that was half consumed but carefully prepared. Xiaoning raised her hand and patted his shoulder and smiled. When you can beat me, I will give you one. Li Xian curled his lips. This is totally impossible. The morning time passed unusually quickly, and because he had to go out in the afternoon, he had noodles that could be made quickly for lunch. Li Su found 2 packs of frozen shrimp from the freezer, thawed them, scrambled eggs, and then cooked noodles in them, and finally sprinkled chopped green onions, and it was done. After Li Fei finished eating in advance, he went to prepare equipment for the two brothers. Each of them had a mountaineering bag, a set of assault jackets, a pair of gloves, and a pair of sneakers. In fact, Li Su and Li Xian also had backpack compartments, so they could bring more weapons and switch when the time came. Li Fei even secretly brought a crossbow, not only with normal bows and arrows, but also with sawtooth leaf arrows. For the former, he brought an extra kitchen knife, electric baton, telescope, lighter matches, and bottled water. If it wasn't too conspicuous, Li Fei even wanted them to wear helmets. There was no place to check the weather forecast, but the body seemed to feel a little warmer. So this time I didn't use hot packs and other items, leaving them for later. Li Fei received a message from Wu Sini while she was sharpening her knife. Given the extremely poor network signal nowadays, she didn't know when he sent it. But fortunately, she received it before she went out. Li Fei picked it up and saw that Wu Sini wanted to find her to go to the underground garage together. Even if there are teams that can go out to look for supplies nowadays, the range is not large, unless there are really no supplies to loot. Without the protection of the rescue army, most people are unwilling to take risks in their hearts. Everything is for survival. So not many people will go to the garage to get the car and drive it out. Just rely on their own feet. Sending a message to reply is a waste of time. Li Fei put on the equipment she took off last time she went out, took the baseball bat, gave instructions to Li Su and Li Xian, and went out first. It seems that this clematis net is still very gentle to the host and online players. It opens and closes the door just like usual. Li Fei touched the flower on the top and even smelled a fresh fragrance. It is rare to smell this kind of natural breath in the end times. And just at this moment, she heard the words coming from behind. Is this the iron net you installed, Miss Li? Li Fei turned around. Wu Sini's outfit was almost the same as last time. Maybe there was really no suitable package, but there were still a lot of cloth bags from the convenience store last time. Not to mention that there was a vehicle this time, so she could get more supplies. Yes, after all, you can't be without a sense of defense, Li Fei answered. Wu Sini probably understood her temper a bit, so he stopped talking and nodded. Let's go to the garage, and then drive the car over to pick someone up. It happened to be filled up at the end of the year, so it's still full of gas. The two went downstairs silently. Every few doors, they could hear vague voices with obvious angry and sad tones coming from inside, brushing past their ears with the cold wind in the corridor. Until the second floor, Li Fei slowed down, holding the baseball bat tightly, leaning on the handrail and slowly walking down. After Wu Sini noticed it, he knew that she was alert to the zombies that might have come in, so he also followed quietly with the fire axe in his hand. Li Fei stretched his head and saw that the stairs were soaked with dried black and red blood, and even a few pink and white colors. But he didn't see any zombie bodies. The two residents on the first floor each closed their doors tightly, and there were even low cabinets and other furniture in front of the doors to block the doors. Li Fei made a gesture and tiptoed down with Wu Sini. The unit door was open, and the glass was broken, but it didn't make any difference whether it was open or not. The two of them stood on each side and looked out to observe the situation. Li Fei also threw a large piece of glass out, which made a crisp sound. Seeing that there was no danger, they walked out together. There was a faint smell of rotten blood in the air, and there were bloodstains everywhere on the road. Only the sky, which had always been gray since the end of the world, had a few traces of fish belly white, as if the sun, which had been hiding behind the thick clouds, finally wanted to show its head. But Li Fei's heart sank. The sun usually symbolizes hope, life, and even brings happiness to people. But in the end of the world, she didn't think it would have such an effect. The two walked side by side, one mainly looking forward, and the other mainly looking behind, which seemed to be a bit cooperative. For the sake of supplies, many people chose to join the zombie-killing team. No matter what the final result was, they wiped out the zombies fiercely, and compared with the zombies that had just broken through the gate of the community, the number was reduced by 60% to 70%. The underground garage of the community was dozens of meters away from Building 20. They were just worried about the zombies that might jump out from nowhere, so they walked slowly. During the period, they could see other people in a hurry, but they just glanced at them and lowered their heads. Li Fei put on a mask after leaving the unit. Wu Sini's family also had one, so she followed suit. Finally, they arrived at the garage door. Li Fei looked from afar. The further they went inside, the darker it got. She took out a powerful flashlight from her backpack and turned it on. The light was as bright as daylight, worthy of being used outdoors. The two continued to walk inside. It was like an open space indoors, and even the sound of footsteps seemed to be amplified several times. Wu Sini's parking space was in the middle, and with his guidance, they found it quickly. Perhaps the garage was full of cars, and no living people. The garage door was open, but no zombies came in. They didn't notice any signs until they got to the car. Li Fei shone a flashlight around the car. She didn't recognize it, but the license plate from S-City on the front of the car was probably worth a lot of money. Wu Sini took out the car key and unlocked it, and the sound echoed throughout the garage. Li Fei frowned suddenly, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat, shouting, "Get in the car!" Wu Sini was startled and got in the car subconsciously. As soon as she closed the door, a zombie pounced on the window of the main driver's seat, and the roar could be heard through the window. Then two more zombies pounced on the front window of the car, constantly knocking with their claws, and a lot of earthy yellow saliva splashed out of their bloody mouths, as if they had sensed two big fat sheep, and they were really hungry. Li Fei felt a push from behind the car again, and it was obvious that there were zombies rushing over there. So he hurriedly said, "Quick! Drive!" Wu Sini calmed down, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out of the garage. After seeing the light again, he slammed on the brakes, used inertia to throw all the zombies in the car off, and then ran over them mercilessly, heading towards Building 20. Li Fei opened the car window and looked back, and saw that there were no zombies behind the car. So he finally felt relieved. Wu Sini breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Those zombies just now? Mutants like the dark environment the most, and staying there may be to reduce the energy in their bodies," Li Fei explained. Although Wu Sini was a doctor, this touched upon his blind spot in knowledge, and he asked curiously, "Do they also have energy conservation? Don't they eat humans?" In their eyes, humans are similar to animal meat in our eyes. If they don't have energy conservation, wouldn't they be perpetual motion machines? Li Fei shook his head. "We should be thankful that there are a few zombies lurking in the garage. Otherwise, if the whole car was covered." Then, Wu Sini shuddered and fell silent. It was not a long walk, and after a few words, the car arrived at the bottom of Building 20. Li Fei did not go out, but took out his mobile phone directly, looked at the substandard signal, dialed 2 or 3 times to contact Li Su, and then asked Li Su and Li Xian to find Xiao Ning to come downstairs together. After hanging up the phone, she looked around and found that there was a faint aromatherapy smell in the car, which smelled like some kind of elegant white flowers. "Where's Susu?" She asked about Susu not because she liked her very much, but because having a mutant animal was like having a trump card. A huge snake could repel zombies with a sweep of its tail. Wu Sini put one hand on the steering wheel and smiled. "You like it so much? Of course I brought it. Here." He whistled again, and Susu poked out a small white snake head to spit out its tongue, but refused to move any further. Wu Sini helplessly found something in his bag, and before he could react, the thing in his hand was instantly held in Susu's mouth and swallowed. Li Fei has been paying attention to it. It looks a bit like a mouse, but snakes generally eat that, right? "Do you have any snake food?" she asked. Although mutant animals are loyal, they can't always follow their masters hungry. Wu Sini sighed and said, "Fortunately, I have to work overtime at the end of the year, so I stocked up a lot of Susu's food in advance. And it doesn't hibernate much now, so it's best to find a specialty store when looking for supplies." "I see you seem to be training it now," Li Fei suggested. "Why not try to let it eat more other kinds of food? It doesn't hibernate anymore, so there must be other differences." Wu Sini chuckled and agreed. "Okay." The driver and the co-driver were already close to each other, and his breath reminded Li Fei of that dream. They were so close lying side by side, and gentle words were like 3D surround. Li Fei turned her face away silently and stopped talking. Seeing this, Wu Sini also rummaged around in the car. There were still some leftover tissues, disinfectant wipes, masks, cooling oil and thermometers in the storage box, mostly because of the flu. But as he continued to rummage inside, he actually found a few classic brand milk candies. Maybe he was afraid that he would continue to work without eating or drinking, and then he might have hypoglycemia. In the end, He got it. Wusini thought, picked up a candy, and moved it towards Li Fei. Li Fei glanced at it, and finally took it. It seems that she also likes this brand? Wusini smiled but said nothing. Chapter 73. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Su, Li Xian and Xiaoning came downstairs, and walked out of the broken unit door. Li Fei opened the car window, and was about to say hello, but suddenly found that the girl following the brothers was a little strange. Well, it was just strange at first glance. But the facial features, and even the walking posture were clearly Xiaoning. But this time she didn't wear makeup, showing her bare face, which looked clean and neat. I didn't expect Xiaoning to be very pretty, with single eyelids, but a pair of round black grape-like eyes, fresh and elegant. A bit like the quiet little girl next door. Why does she look like a different person after removing makeup? The three of them sat in the back row. Seeing that Li Fei was staring at her, Xiaoning blushed again and asked in a low voice, "Am I weird?" The elegant beauty opened her mouth. Li Fei somehow remembered the joke on the internet. She didn't answer, but just asked, "Why don't you put on makeup?" "It's to save more water." Xiaoning pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "The water is polluted now. I have to drink it sparingly. How can I have extra water to wash my face?" Xiaoning and Li Su sat on both sides, with Li Xian in the middle. Li Xian heard it, and said, "It's okay. I can still stand up to the beating without makeup. Just like my sister. Hey, my little apprentice. You are quite sweet." Xiaoning returned to her usual smile, squinting her eyes and said, "Even if you're sweet-talking, don't even think about getting the game console now." Wusini followed the words silently. Well, Li Fei's skin is really good, and it really looks like she's wearing makeup. As a result, before she could look away, she was stabbed on the back of her head. It probably came from someone. Li Fei didn't pay attention to these and asked, "Since you're honest, what's your real name?" However, when it comes to the name issue, Xiaoning's cheeks blushed again, and she whispered, "Ning Chuan," even in such a small space in the carriage. It took a while for several people to understand what she said, and they all fell silent. This name is totally different from my first impression. Finally, Li Fei purred her lips and changed the subject. "Let's go." Early. Wusini didn't ask any more questions, and directly started the car and drove to the back door of the community. Only when she arrived at the back door did Li Fei find that the road there had been blocked at some point, probably by the property management. After all, since there was a team killing zombies in the community, someone would go to repair the door and continue to block the zombies from entering. The car turned around and continued to drive to the front door. It usually took only a few minutes to drive to the front door, but this time it was slower. So during this period, Li Fei heard shouting from outside the window from time to time, as if it was from a high place. She knew that it was the residents lying on the balcony who saw the car and shouted. The front door was seen from a distance, and the retractable door was half open. Even the security room seemed to have a figure. But at this moment, someone suddenly tapped the driver's window. Wusini turned around and saw several men holding weapons, who must be residents of the community. But even so, he did not open the window, and asked in the car, "What's the matter?" A hazy voice came from outside the car. "Are you going to look for supplies outside the community? Can you take us with you?" Everyone knows that it is more convenient to have a vehicle than to use one's own feet. It can not only repel zombies, but also go to farther places. It is estimated that these people do not have cars in the community, and did not choose to go to the garage to get them directly. Wusini replied expressionlessly, "Sorry. The seats are full." He drove away after saying this. There was no film on the windows, so outsiders could see that the back seat was indeed full. When he arrived at the gate, a man in a security uniform quickly walked out of the security room. As mentioned earlier, the community needs to be on duty, patrol, and check surveillance. There are about 10 security guards in total. However, after the mutation, I don't know how many of them can stay. Not to mention that the property management may continue to recruit from the public, so they are basically unfamiliar with the replacements. Wusini often drives out and greets the security guards, but this time he is a completely unfamiliar person. He then opened half of the car window, and the security guard also came to the car and asked, "Hello, are you going outside to collect supplies?" "Yes." Wusini nodded lightly. "So please let us go." Security guard Li Peng put his hands in his sleeves and turned his eyes, and asked, Have you registered with the neighborhood committee and the property management? Do you have a permit? Li Fei sneered. Why? You need permission to go out to look for supplies? What kind of logic is this? Ning Shuan has a bad temper, and was suppressed by Li Xian just as she was about to speak. Li Peng saw that the two people in the main and co-pilot seats looked unhappy, especially the co-pilot, who was obviously pretty. But the coldness in his eyes was comparable to winter. So he quickly smiled and said, if you haven't registered, just register when you come back. As for the license, you can actually use other things to pay for it. Li Fei raised his eyebrows and asked, what to pay for? Li Peng stretched out his hands and rubbed them, saying with a hint of meaning, what you need most is what you pay for. Of course it's food. But this is not what I asked for. Those teams registered with the neighborhood committee who are responsible for going out to search for supplies will hand over part of it when they find it. You are a private team. But the rules of the community cannot be broken. Don't you think? After listening, Li Fei said calmly, I know. We'll talk about it later. But you have to open the door first, so that we have a chance to find supplies. Right? Okay. I'll go right away. Li Peng raised his hand and went to the security room to open the telescopic door, allowing Li Fei and his group to go out. Looking at the back of the vehicle, Li Peng remembered the license plate number and curled his lips while sitting in the reclining chair. In fact, no matter what the reason for going out, just go to the neighborhood committee to register. And even if the team is traveling, there is no so-called permit. But if he doesn't say so, how can he find an excuse to get supplies? Although it is indeed a rule, even if he secretly deducts some, it is estimated that he will not be discovered. And he drove out. Wouldn't he be able to carry more supplies? In fact, there are people who go out to find supplies privately. And for safety, they are usually organized in a team. When they come back, they don't have to hand it in like the team organized by the neighborhood committee property. But if they want to enter the community safely and unnoticed, they still have to bribe the security captain Li Peng occasionally. As for Li Peng, he was not a security guard in this community before. It was just that there were almost no security guards who lived in the community and survived. The property management had to find one nearby and offered higher conditions than before the end of the world. But the conditions were not in terms of money, but in terms of materials. As for why Li Peng could become the security captain, who made him related to the property manager. Coincidentally, he came here for the new year. In the early stage, all the property management employees were trapped in the office, and they dared to come out to kill zombies during this period. Those who lived in this community went back to their homes, and those who did not live in this community either continued to make do in the office or discussed with colleagues to squeeze in. And they all had a place to go. Li Peng's brother, the property manager Li Rui, is a resident here, so the former naturally came to visit. However, the extra supplies he got from the residents were also shared with Li Rui. It can be said that Li Rui also pushed him to be the security captain for this reason. Li Peng thought about it, picked up the intercom and talked to someone, then half sat and half lay down, imagining what supplies Li Fei and his group would find. After the car drove out, there were no more zombies that suddenly pounced on him. Following the road pointed by Ning Shuan, Wu Sini sped up on the road. The roads in S City have always been full of cars, but at this moment, the most common ones are the cars parked on the roadside with the engine turned off and the car frames after burning. Many store doors on both sides of the street were smashed, and Li Fei took a quick look at the convenience store they had visited before. She thought that everything in this small warehouse had been taken away. At this moment, buying for free has become the norm, and once this behavior is done, it will break through the moral constraints in the heart and become more and more addictive, until finally doing even more radical things. But this does not apply to Li Fei. After returning from the apocalypse, her morality has long been infinitely close to zero. Of course, the premise is that she wants to. So even if she was the first team to go out to find supplies last time, she was very good at cutting the glass door to get supplies. Li Fei. Ning Shuan couldn't help asking in the back row, do you really want to pay the security guard a toll? What if the security guard is a liar, and we found the supplies ourselves? Why should we give him the money? Li Fei sneered and said, who said I would give it to him? I didn't say it. Ning Shuan was stunned. Thinking back, Li Fei didn't seem to agree at once. But this made her more worried. I have seen his uniform. He is the security captain. What if we disobey him, and he mobilizes the residents to attack us? Li Fei said calmly. If the residents want to attack us, why do we need his mobilization? As long as we have supplies, they will be a thorn in their eyes and flesh. Sooner or later, they will want to snatch them. And sooner or later they will attack us. Speaking of this, you should pay more attention to the door when you go back. There will probably be a lot of commotion these days. Except for Ning Shuan, who was leading the way. Everyone in the group fell silent. And no one knew what they were thinking. Li Fei looked at her watch. It took more than half an hour to walk. But it was indeed reduced by at least half after having a car. And there were indeed zombies on the road. At this time, Wu Xini accelerated and knocked them away. And fled quickly. Her driving skills could compete in Akita Mountain. They also saw some pedestrians being chased by zombies. And then knocked down by others with weapons. Or hitting zombies. But more people were destroying the store doors and buying things from inside. Li Xian suddenly shouted, "Sister, look over there." Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a safe and sound golden retriever. Or a golden retriever as big as a lion. Biting the body of a zombie fiercely. Looking like a lion. But in the car. The scene just flashed by. Li Fei explained, after the end of the world, animals, including pets around people, may mutate. Wild animals are fine. But most pets that are well loved will not survive. Only a small number of them are exceptions. The golden retriever is probably in this situation. Wu Xini also agreed, yes. I checked the group chat message later. And it seems that all the pets in our community are not spared. Except for my family. Ning Shuan said with interest. Is it your snake? Wu Xini nodded. It's called Su Su. A female snake. It should be hibernating at this time. After mutation, its temperament has changed drastically. But I don't know if it can resist zombies. Whether you can resist or not. Just try it when you encounter a difficult situation. Li Fei said. Li Su did not interrupt the whole process. But when he saw the majestic golden retriever, he accidentally saw that Li Xian's eyes still did not retract. And remembered that he also wanted a pet before. It's a pity that his father is allergic to hair. And Li Xian's mother, as a stepmother, did not agree to let him keep a pet until now. Could it be because of this that he chose the taming skill? Because he chose the craftsman's skill himself. He paid special attention to the craftsman's table, which seemed to have the option of a pet house. I just don't know whether the pets chosen from the farm space are ordinary animals or mutant animals. If it is the latter, wouldn't it be a greater help for them? As he was thinking, the speed of the car suddenly slowed down. Chapter 74. The place Ning Shuan mentioned was a live house that was a combination of a bar and a restaurant. This kind of shop is usually located in a commercial street and is a little narrow. Li Fei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but feel dazed when he saw the scene on the street. The road here was covered with more dried blood, and the tires seemed to have a slight sticky feeling when passing by. Even with the car windows closed, it seemed that one could still smell the bloody smell in the air. There was a kind of solemn lead gray in the field of vision, and one could imagine what a miserable scene it was at the beginning. Li Fei closed his eyes. Who knew it would be such a coincidence that this street was exactly the commercial district that he was going to play before the end of his previous life. Although M District is a little far from our district, it is still very convenient to reach the destination as long as the traffic is not paralyzed. Li Fei heard that it was a new hot spot at that time, and searched for guides on the internet. So she made an appointment with others, and got up early to go there. It was a holiday, so the congestion of the subway was only a little better than the morning rush hour. Li Fei hurried to the destination, so she went to borrow the bathroom on the way. It was only a few minutes, but she seemed to fall from one world into another, and she has not completely let it go. No wonder she chose the rental house here at first sight. And it feels a bit mysterious? Miss Li. Li Fei? Fei. What's wrong with you? Sister? Li Fei came back to her senses, and found that the car had stopped. She subconsciously turned her eyes, and saw Wu Xini's slightly concerned and worried expression. The half-melted milk candy seemed to be the sweetest moment. I'm fine. Li Fei shook her head. There was no need to talk about such things to disturb people. The previous life was all in the past. She should pay more attention to this life. Then she asked back, "Where are we now?" Ning Shuan quickly replied, "We have entered the business district. The store is in the back half. I just don't know what the situation inside will be like." Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "Let's get off the car in a secluded place. Our goal is to go to that store. But we can still collect supplies along the way. There are many abandoned and unused cars on the road now, But Wusani's car is a large-capacity off-road vehicle, so it is inevitable that someone will target it. So they will have to walk half an hour longer to return. Wusani is busy on weekdays and basically won't come to this kind of business district to shop. Not to mention that he is single, which makes it even more boring. However, he still walked around carefully, and with Ning Xuan's guidance, he stopped at a relatively secluded area close to the store, and Li Fei saw the top of the small library building in the distance from the window without any surprise. I don't know if there are still guards at the door this time, and if there are people who are still under lockdown inside. The 5 people got out of the car one by one, except for Wusani, who locked the car. The others put on their bags and picked up their weapons. Ning Xuan still borrowed the baseball bat from the Li family and prepared to look for weapons in the business district. Li Su and Li Xian also had matching baseball bats, while Wusani took a fire axe from the fire box. In fact, Li Fei thought that the situation in the business district should be better now, because when the rescue army arrives in a certain area, they will first eliminate the zombies in fixed places to carry out rescue, such as hospitals, schools, and then the streets and such crowded business districts. However, people in the business district must be running around, and their end is tragic. Once there is a trampling and falling, the zombies will take advantage of it, and they are not as lucky as hiding in the library. So it is true that fortune and misfortune always go hand in hand. Although Li Fei was separated from her family, she survived for several years without dying on the spot. However, in the end of the world, 3 years may be like 10 years. So in this life, she must not only live, but also live well. Fei Fei. Look! Li Fei heard Li Su's words and responded to the sound. She saw that the ash-like clouds were strangely spreading to the side until a bright lemon yellow appeared, and then slowly splashed on the ground, illuminating the black and red bloodstains. Li Fei suddenly felt a kind warmth on her face. In fact, there is sunshine in the winter in S City, and it is probably warm. In addition to many old men and women, Li Fei occasionally sits on the balcony of his hometown to bask in the sun. However, since the beginning of the apocalypse, the sky has been gray and there is no sunshine. However, the residents are worried about food and drink every day. So how can they pay attention to the weather? Li Fei is different. Now that the sun has finally appeared, she believes that this is not a good sign. Li Su and Li Xian know the inside story, so they frowned slightly and said nothing. Ning Xuan and Wusani don't know, but seeing the slightly worried look on the Li family's face, they dare not suddenly say anything. Li Fei turned his eyes away and discussed with everyone, why don't we act separately? After the rescue army shooting, most of the zombies have been killed. A small number of them should be able to be killed with cooperation. In this way, we can get more supplies. However, just in case, Li Fei still found the corpse flower liquid spray. 3 bottles of 50 milliliters of flour liquid are enough for them to use for a while. Ning Xuan and Wusani were still scared when they saw the swamp-like liquid, but they still remembered the scene last time. This mysterious liquid was indeed useful, so they gritted their teeth and got sprayed all over. But it was the first time that Li Su and Li Xian smelled such a terrible smell, and their faces turned pale. However, they had also seen the big corpse flower growing in the fields on the farm. The smell was already very unique at that time, and they didn't expect that it would be several times stronger when made into liquid. However, this was a life-saving measure, so the 2 brothers had no objection. Finally, they were ready. The 5-person team could not be evenly distributed, so the final distribution was Li Fei, Li Su and Wusani in one group, and Li Xian and Ning Xuan in another group. Li Su, a single man and a single woman are definitely not okay. Ning Xuan saw it, and tried to hold Li Xian's shoulders, who was taller than her, and smiled. Let's go, little apprentice. Sister will take you to fly. Li Xian snorted. It's not a survival game. After agreeing to meet in front of the store, Li Xian and Ning Xuan left mumbling. Seeing this, Wusani also smiled and said, let's go. Li Fei. In fact, whether it is Miss Li or Li Fei, it is just a code name for people. You should know that in some private bases in the future, the lower-class people with humble status and identity like slaves in ancient times can be ordered around by the upper class, and they don't care about their original names. In addition, they are close to each other, and they seem a little distant when they call each other by polite titles. The 3 of them walked along the edge. Most of the business district is restaurants, and the doors of the first few stores were smashed. Someone must have gone in to loot. During this period, they also saw several zombies in secret. The zombies were still dragging tattered clothes, with lifeless and almost dark eyes, and long and yellow fangs that moved slightly and turned in circles. But several other zombies squatted on the spot, like a blue-gray cocoon. They were obviously zombies, but they exuded a sense of decadence inexplicably. The only thing in common between the two was that their whole bodies were now illuminated by bright yellow sunlight. Li Fei naturally didn't want to start a fight, but since she went out, she had been thinking about a question. Can zombies in reality get rotten meat, bones, and crystal cores? She also asked the system, but the system did not give her a clear answer, as if she had to explore and find the answer herself. If possible, size is also a resource that can be collected. Li Su is an insider, and he seemed to have sensed what Li Fei was thinking. So he leaned in and whispered, "Try whatever you think of. There are not many zombies here, so we can still deal with it." Li Fei made up his mind and looked at Wu Sini again. As an outsider, if he deliberately led the zombies here, the latter would inevitably have wild thoughts. In fact, Wu Sini had long felt strange about the sudden appearance of the sun. His sixth sense told him that this phenomenon would not be normal after all. After all, zombies and mutant animals have appeared. So what else can appear? Seeing the brother and sister staring at the zombies and muttering something, he roughly knew what they wanted to do, and hurriedly expressed his agreement. So Li Su found a piece of broken glass and threw it at the wandering zombies. With a crisp sound, the zombies quickly turned around in tacit understanding. It was just that they were disguised by the fresh big corpse flower fluid, so they did not rush over very quickly. Li Su held the baseball bat tightly, and when the zombies reached the attack range, he and Li Fei knocked them all to the ground one by one, while Li Fei used his backpack as a cover and took out the bone-cutting knife and chopped the zombies' heads down, just like chopping watermelons in summer. Wu Sini also took anatomy classes, but this happened to zombie monsters. The picture was too beautiful. The zombie's head was split in half, and blood and tofu-like brains flowed out. Li Fei crushed it with a baseball bat. After 4 or 5 times, he did not find the crystal core inside. If you want to put something into the space, you have to touch it. Li Fei didn't want to touch the zombies, so he put on a disposable glove and poked it. Fortunately, it didn't work, which shows that there is still a difference between zombies in reality and zombies in the space. Just keep grinding your brain to check it out of habit in the future. Li Fei took off his gloves and explained in a low voice, as if he had just finished an experiment. Zombies don't like sunlight, which will make them move slowly and become more sluggish. But as long as they sense human smell, they will still go there without hesitation. It won't be long before other people will know this and ignite new hope for it. But this hope will soon be broken. In the end times, even if there is no threat of zombies, there will definitely be others. But having said that, this period of time is indeed one of the best times to go out. Wu Sini nodded and secretly remembered this tip. They also went into the shops, whose doors were broken into. Some of them even took away the tables and chairs. They had to exit and find a shop that had not been broken into yet. There were even sports training institutions, and even a dental clinic in this business district. And they were several next to each other. Wu Sini naturally wanted to go to that clinic more. Although he was not a dentist, there must be supplies that he was familiar with and could obtain. Li Fei made a prompt decision. "Brother, you go with Dr. Wu. I will look for it here myself." Wu Sini was about to speak but shut up again. He just saw the brother and sister doing experiments on zombies, as if nothing had happened. There was really no need for him to care about them. So after giving them a few instructions, Li Fei immediately took out the tools and prepared to start collecting supplies. Chapter 75. People now go out to look for supplies. First food. Second water. Third medicine and daily necessities. So they naturally ignore this kind of training institution. There is a gap in the front door of the store. Li Fei went in. Because of the sunlight, the room was not only not dim, but also reflected the fine dust. She couldn't help but frown and waved her hand before checking, even though she was wearing a mask. This is a ball training institution. Looking around, there is a wide court, but there are no zombies. There are many balls, but Li Fei doesn't know how to play, so he just collected a few appropriately. Anyway, there is still room for them in the space, but there are many things that can be used here, such as goggles, weighted vests, wrist guards, towels, etc. Li Fei collected a lot of them. Next to this ball training institution is a boxing club, which makes Li Fei imagine that after parents send their children here, she is attracted to the store next door, which is quite novel. Although Li Fei asked Ning Chuan to teach her Sanda, it is all for self-defense. Right? Who knew that she was hitting the sharp glass next to her with a baseball bat, and it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Before she went in, she saw a figure rushing towards her. Fortunately, she always had a weapon, and was more sensitive than ordinary people. She immediately swung the bat, and hit the head. The sound was like the sound of a young animal being hit, but it had already fallen to the ground. Li Fei looked closely, and found that it was a small and thin zombie. This type of zombie is usually a child mutation, and is faster than an adult zombie. If it were someone else, they would probably be caught off guard and bitten. Li Fei quickly finished off the little zombie with a blow, and the little zombie whose head was smashed finally stopped moving. However, in the next second, another adult zombie arrived. Li Fei hit it with a stick, causing it to stagger backwards. Then, it suddenly jumped up and smashed down with a force, and blood and brains splattered everywhere with a snap. The two zombies, one big and one small, stopped moving. Li Fei did not dare to relax. He held the baseball bat with blood on the top and turned around a little. He was relieved when he saw no other zombies. The big zombie was a female zombie, and the small zombie looked like a little boy. They should be a mother and son. But the strange thing is, since she encountered zombies here, why didn't she encounter them at the ball training institution? Besides, the store door was broken, and zombies have no sense of pain, so they could walk out of the store while looking for people. Why were the mother and son zombies left alone? But Li Fei could imagine that the mother must have brought her child here early in the morning to learn boxing. But she encountered a wave of zombies, and didn't survive. But no matter what, zombies are zombies, and are no longer human beings. She comforted herself in this way in her previous life, and she felt at ease over time. Li Fei did not forget to stir her brain with a baseball bat, and suddenly felt a thorn in the female zombie's brain. She quickly found a disposable glove and put it on, stretched out her fingers and twisted it out. Enduring the sticky and warm touch, Li Fei shook off the filth, and a crystal core exactly the same as the one seen in the space appeared in her hand. The system seemed to have recovered and said, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crystal core. The crystal core obtained from reality can be used in space." Li Fei did not waste water to wash, and put it directly into the space with her palm. It was displayed next to the currency column, and she complained lightly, "System, I feel that you are becoming more and more useless now. This is nonsense." She had never seen such a thing as a crystal core in her previous life. Even no one had seen it in 3 years, which means that there was no such thing in the zombie body. It appeared in this life when she had the system space. Then can't it be used on both sides? It's just an additional channel to obtain it. Think about it, and you will understand. The system was speechless for a while, and finally said weakly, "No, host. I am still giving good guidance." Li Fei replied with a slightly curved mouth, and then went indoors to continue looking for supplies. However, she had also tested it just now, and the zombies wandering outside did not have crystal cores. Is it a probability problem? Or are there any specific conditions? There are more and more doubts. Moreover, at this time in the previous life, Li Fei was still hiding in the library. When she was able to go out, it was almost the time of natural disasters, and more mutant beasts and mutant plants appeared. Zombies are mutated from humans, but beasts and plants grow and reproduce faster than the former. But no matter what, there was no such thing as crystal core in the previous life. So now she could only find the answer by herself. There are many brand new boxing gloves, helmets, hand wraps and confrontation pads in the boxing club. Li Fei also collected 3 sets of hanging boxing sandbags and tumbler standing sandbags. Now they have a good time to practice. After leaving the club, they ran into Li Su and Wu Sini, who had just finished searching the dental clinic. Although there are many machines in the dental clinic that cannot be used or taken away, there are many medical supplies that the former knows. He took almost all of them, and took the initiative to propose that the 3 of them carry them together. After all, Li Fei and Li Su both have large-capacity mountaineering bags. After packing apart, Li Fei pointed in a certain direction and asked, "Over there. Shall we go?" Li Su and Wu Sini looked and found that they were the restaurants that needed to be further explored. But the doors of those restaurants were not broken into, and zombies could be vaguely seen lying behind the doors and windows. Perhaps because of this, people who came to look for supplies skipped such restaurants. After all, they would avoid conflicts if they could. But in order to welcome the arrival of holidays, such restaurants must have prepared a lot of ingredients in advance, like Ning Shuan's workplace. Even if the fresh ones have been spoiled, there is still hope in the freezer. The restaurants in the business circle usually have many people coming for lunch and dinner. The zombies inside are probably cleaners, waiters and chefs who arrived early. Some of them happened to mutate, and some were forced to mutate. But the zombies don't know how to adapt. Although they heard the sound, some of them didn't know how to go through the door. They walked in one direction on their own, so they could only lie on the glass. Wu Sini nodded and said, "Of course I have to go. This is not just about finding supplies. Obviously, Li Fei knows more than anyone else. As her brother, Li Su must have understood it first. So it seems that he is the only one who has a half understanding. He must find a way to grow and improve quickly in the end of the world." "Okay," Li Fei agreed, although she would go in the end. "Dr. Wu, you have an axe. You come to break the door, and we will assist." Wu Sini nodded, picked up the fire axe, and came to the empty space where there were no zombies lying, raised it, and smashed it down quickly. Basically, 3 or 4 hits would create cracks. But the zombies also noticed it, and came over with low roars. So Li Fei and Li Su were responsible for one side each, and they both raised their feet to kick the broken glass, knocking down each zombie. Li Su was already quite strong, and Li Fei had practiced for so long that she could directly knock them out by just knocking. In addition, Wu Sini came to help, and about 5 or 6 zombies in the store were finally knocked down. Li Su and Wu Sini went into the store to explore first, while Li Fei took back the baseball bat and replaced it with a bone-cutting knife. It's not that the baseball bat can't hit the zombies now, but she feels that hitting with a blunt instrument is a bit unpleasant. Unfortunately, after prying open the skulls of all the zombies, Li Fei did not see a single crystal core. But currently, crystal cores can only be obtained by knocking down zombies that come to attack plants at night. Being able to obtain them in reality is already an additional channel. She has thought about it. After collecting a batch of crystal cores, she will first upgrade her backpack. And the backpacks of 3 people are x3, which is also a considerable number. After thinking about it, Li Fei also entered the store and went directly to the back kitchen. In addition to the bloody smell that she is used to, there is a rotten smell. Although the weather is cold at this time of year, the ingredients left outside for too long will still go bad. But the good thing is that there are many freezers, which contain a lot of meat and seafood, all wrapped, and, well, some pre-prepared meal packages. But now it's free, and it feels very cost-effective. Li Su quietly put it into the space backpack while packing, but he still put part of it into the mountaineering bag. Otherwise it would arouse suspicion. But this time they still have vehicles, so it's understandable to pack more. Don't say that they obviously have stockpiled goods on hand but still took so much. Just because there are a few zombies in the place, they gave up the place where they could loot supplies. That is, they gave up. First come first served. Wu Sini's backpack is not as big as the mountaineering bag, so she put it in Li Fei and Li Su's bag first. The situation of the restaurant next to it is similar to this door, and it is also the process of searching in the back kitchen after dealing with the zombies. In addition, Li Fei finally got a few more crystal cores and quietly put them into the space. There were several beverage shops in between. Some were chain stores, and some seemed to be self-employed. The chain stores had some materials to collect, but the fruit in the freezer of a store that specialized in selling freshly squeezed fruit drinks was a bit rotten, so she had to give up. Fortunately, fruit trees can be planted in the space, and there are fruit seeds, so she can still eat fresh fruit in the future. Li Fei raised her hand and glanced at her watch, whispering, "Let's go to that live house. Ashwan and Ning Shuan should be there soon." Ning Shuan told them the store number early, and they could find it along the road. This kind of live house that also serves as a bar usually starts to open slowly at noon, and the busiest time is when the nightlife begins. But Li Fei didn't like staying outside at night, so she was just planning to hang out there, have lunch, play in the afternoon, and go home near dusk. Who knew that she would be sealed off soon after she set out early in the morning? So she had definitely never been to this live house. And this kind of shop is often opened in a corner, and there is no trace of zombies from the floor-to-ceiling windows. It seems to be a treasure chest that has not been opened. Li Fei was looking at the environment, and suddenly saw other figures in the distance. But she immediately recognized that it was Li Xian, and the mountaineering bag behind him, which she bought herself. Ning Xuan walked half a step ahead of him, and was coming in this direction, holding a stick she found from somewhere, which could reflect the sunlight. In fact, there were still zombies in the open space. It was impossible to loot supplies without making noise. In addition, they would definitely notice the sudden human smell and come over. Fortunately, they were still covered with corpse flower fluid, so they did not suddenly attack even if they came over. Ning Xuan seemed to have seen Li Fei and others, waved her hand, and made a gesture to move forward. Li Fei nodded in understanding, and went to the live house together. Chapter 76. Finally they arrived at the store entrance, and it was pitch black inside. The two teams finally gathered, but Li Fei saw that Ning Xuan and Li Xian were even more filthy than them, and couldn't help asking, "What have you been through?" Ning Xuan sighed and pointed to the door. "Let's talk about it after we go in." Wu Sini broke the door with a fire axe. Ning Xuan worked here, and was more familiar with this place than any of them. She tried to find the light switch, and turned on this area. In front of them was a long bar, with a modern stainless steel lampshade hanging on it. Various utensils were neatly placed on the bar, and there was a wooden wine barrel with a faucet on each side. Behind the bar is a row of huge wine cabinets, which store many different kinds of drinks. It is not dusty, but it looks like it has been sitting here for a long time. This store occupies 4 or 5 door numbers, so you can imagine how spacious it is. In addition to the lobby, there are even private rooms, open-air seats, and a stage for live performances, which is enough for several people to act separately, as if they have temporarily arrived at a safe point. They relaxedly chose seats to sit down and rest and organize supplies. Li Fei signaled Ning Xuan to continue, and the latter told her previous experience. Ning Xuan and Li Xian were in the opposite direction of them, because of the experience of the last time. The former tiptoed along the edge, passed by several shops that had been smashed open, and then passed by a few shops that looked intact, and tried to break in with the latter. Li Xian carried a glass cutter with him, and only felt relieved to go find supplies when he walked into the room and didn't feel the presence of zombies. However, there were many beverage and bakery shops on their road, but with the mentality of making the best of it. Some boxed milk, tea bags, and small ingredients that had not expired were collected. Ning Xuan still carried the bag that paid more attention to appearance last time, mainly because her family really didn't have any practical ones, and she couldn't buy them directly, so she brought those extra cloth bags. But if she encountered zombies at this time, she couldn't carry many cloth bags to fight them. Right? So after the two discussed, they put most of them into Li Xian's mountaineering bag first, and then distributed them after returning. Li Xian understood that Ning Xuan believed in Li Fei, and she trusted him and Li Su because she loved him, so naturally she would not disappoint her. As for the bakery, even the unsold items had to be dealt with every day, not to mention that it had been dozens of days. But a lot of materials were still found when entering the back. For example, different types of flour and seasonings. After all, for Ning Xuan, it was most important to take more supplies that could save her life at a critical moment. And Li Xian followed behind her, and while she smelled the eggs left behind to see if they were bad, she secretly put some of the other extra supplies into the space. He also had a space backpack, and he would not make any sound when collecting supplies. Ning Xuan's eyes were full of the current useful food, and she would not pay too much attention to what was missing. After that, Ning Xuan took flour, seasonings, and eggs, and Li Xian also took some appropriately, and the two left the bakery. After entering several small restaurants and knocking down several zombies, they arrived outside a gym. Ning Xuan didn't know what she was thinking of, so she borrowed a glass cutter from Li Xian to cut the door. Just as she kicked open a hole and took a few steps, a zombie suddenly rushed towards her. Ning Xuan subconsciously stood in front of Li Xian and hit him on the head with a baseball bat. The zombie seemed to be shaken and shook its head, but it was not knocked down. Ning Xuan was shocked. The zombie in front of her was different from the zombies she had knocked down before. She and Li Xian only needed one hit to knock down the latter, and then they could finish them off. Could it be that this zombie was different? She had various game consoles at home, and even her computer was high-end, so there were naturally zombie games in her game library. She immediately felt that the zombie they were dealing with might be an elite monster. What was even more terrible was that in addition to the zombie just now, several other zombies came from all directions. Some had their shoulders bitten off and one arm hanging, while others had their stomachs bitten empty. But no blood flowed out, and other dried organs were exposed. The only similarity was that they were all wearing sports bras, and were women before they died. The gym would turn on the heating, and fasting aerobic exercise was very popular. It was probably because they came here early to exercise that day, and as a result, they mutated on their own. Or they met zombies until now. Under his feet was dry black and red blood. Li Xian spat and, while Ning Shuan wasn't paying attention, he changed his weapon to a bone-chopping knife and shouted, "Sister Ning, you deal with that one. I'll deal with the rest." Having been targeted by the zombie, she didn't care whether the noise was loud or not. Ning Shuan saw that Li Xian had taken an offensive stance earlier than her, so she focused on dealing with the zombie in front of her that had already woken up and was rushing at her with its bloody mouth wide open. The t-shirt on its body was tattered, but it could be seen that it was a male zombie, either a gym guy or a personal trainer. But in any case, it was a martial artist. After the zombie's meat was eaten, the lines and muscles from other parts of the body could be seen. The movements were obviously faster and more powerful. Perhaps the mutated zombies depended on their physical fitness before death. Fortunately, Ning Shuan was much more sensitive than it. She found its head again and hit it. On the other side, Li Xian almost killed one with one knife. The bone-chopping knife could easily cut off even animal bones, let alone the zombie's skull. The female zombie was easier to deal with. After Li Xian solved it, he also came to help, and finally defeated the muscular man zombie. The two did not forget to completely destroy its brain. And then they breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. His clothes were also full of dirt, which had completely mixed with the smell of the corpse flower fluid. In fact, Li Xian didn't quite understand why Ning Shuan came to the gym to search for supplies. Although he knew that she still lifted weights, he couldn't just throw dumbbells at the zombies, right? As a result, he found that she found a barbell, removed the barbell plates on it, and then held the lever. She swung it twice with great vigor. It was about a meter long, so it was usable. Li Xian suddenly realized that Ning Shuan came here to find weapons, but she didn't seem to be satisfied with this, and went to search the lockers in the gym. Li Xian was not idle either, and secretly took something more. People who exercise have a lot of things to carry with them, so they usually carried big bags, at least larger than Ning Shuan's. The largest one that could be found was a black backpack, which contained half a bag of protein powder, a towel, a Bluetooth headset box, and a soft and black and rotten banana. Ning Shuan only kept half of the protein powder and threw away the rest. She put all the collected supplies into her backpack. She found a few supplements in other bags, and then she left the gym with Li Xian until they met Li Fei and the others. No wonder she felt different the moment they met. Ning Shuan changed her bag and held a baseball bat in one hand and a lever in the other, looking like a double-blade flow. She must have been a member of the guard team in the base in her previous life, and her treatment and benefits must be much better than her farming. It's just a little heartbreaking, Li Fei thought. There is a high probability that there is a crystal core in the brain of the muscular zombie, but if she asks to take a look at it again at this time, she will definitely be suspected. So she can only give up for now. But it's good to be able to reach the final goal safely. Ning Shuan is familiar with this place and immediately takes them to the back kitchen to collect supplies. Li Fei was the last, but he didn't go in the end. He just looked at Li Su and Li Xian. So Li Su stayed, and Li Xian left with the former. Li Su saw Li Fei staring at the wine cabinet and asked, "Are you going to collect all these wines?" Li Fei nodded and shook his head. "Don't be too ostentatious. Otherwise, how will they explain when they come out later? But if these wines can be taken, they will definitely come in handy in the future. Then let's go and see other things. After searching this place, we should leave soon and won't go around for a few more rounds." The store was very large, but there was nothing to see in the private rooms and outdoor seats. So I walked around the lobby. Sure enough, in addition to the drinks used to make cocktails, there was also a refrigerator with many bottles of red wine. Li Fei put the refrigerator and the red wine inside into the space without hesitation. Secondly, there were many canned and bottled beers, but in order to add more immersive flavor, these beers would be poured into barrels first, and then filled with wide-mouthed beer glasses before being served. Li Fei also collected them. She only collected a few bottles of wine from the wine cabinet behind the bar. And then she saw a few machines. It was an ice maker. This is a good thing. Li Fei collected all of them immediately. And then went to the kitchen with Li Su. According to Ning Chuan, the boss had just received a new batch of goods before the new year. So the supplies were very abundant. But until now, they came here. Some fruits and vegetables have rotted. And it is estimated that only the ones in the freezer can still be eaten. Li Fei. Ning Chuan found her and waved her hand. Come and pack. The doors of the freezer have been opened. Because it is a Western restaurant, there are a lot of frozen meat, sausages, fish and fried food inside. Li Fei picked up a piece of Angus ribeye steak. TSK. Why do I feel a little greedy? In the previous life, I didn't decide to come to this restaurant. Otherwise I might really eat this one in the end. The backpack was finally bulging. After finally putting it on her back, Ning Chuan took the initiative to suggest, we've been out for quite a while. Shall we go back? The backpack was full. The cloth bag was also used. And the trunk of the car was almost full. There was no place to put more supplies. So it was better to go home. Besides, who knows what will happen when we go back? Li Fei actually didn't need to go out many times. And this time was just a training. Didn't Li Xian challenge the muscle man zombie? Who knows if there will be more powerful ones in the future. And there is a chance to get the crystal core. The group walked out of the room with a full load. And Ning Chuan looked back a few more times. And then reluctantly left with the others. The smell of corpse flower fluid on the body has faded a lot. And the few people returned to the original route. Fortunately, Wu Sini's car was also not dangerous, and was still quietly staying in a secluded area. Wu Sini unlocked the car, and worked together to open the trunk. The trunk was filled with fire extinguishers, warning signs, tow ropes, umbrellas, tissues, and a first aid kit that was very consistent with the stereotype. The full cloth bag was also put in. And the Li family's mountaineering bag would be very large once it was full. Originally, the car was full with 5 people. So after thinking about it, it was also put in. Wu Sini and Ning Chuan, who were carrying backpacks, got in the car as usual. Then Wu Sini started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove away immediately, as if there was no trace of them being there. Chapter 77. The sunlight in the sky has become more brilliant after the passage of time. Those gray fluffy clouds have been purified and turned into cotton-like clouds. With the bright yellow sun, the sky is clear, the weather is sunny, and even the car windows seem to have a golden halo. It was not very cold in the car, but Ning Chuan and Li Xian, who were close to the car window, felt a little dazed for a moment, as if the end of the world had not come at all. They were more like going on an outing, and on their way home. Everyone seemed to be worried, so no one said anything. There was only the roar of the engine, and the strange sound coming through the car window. Occasionally, there would be zombies rushing towards the car. Wu Sini would either speed up or run over them head-on if he couldn't avoid them. During this period, there were passers-by who wanted to take a ride, but they were all ignored. Since there were people who wanted to take a ride, there would naturally be people who risked blocking the car to steal supplies. Besides, if they could drive out so leisurely at this time, they must have some skills and might have supplies. From a distance, Li Fei saw a group of about 6 or 7 people, each holding weapons, such as kitchen knives, steel rods, hammers, etc. They didn't look so listless, and their faces didn't seem to be hungry. It can be imagined that they must have robbed many people. However, they still had a little conscience. They didn't rush over and smash like zombies, but waved their weapons through the closed car windows and shouted loudly, asking them to get off the car and hand over the supplies. The words were also hazy. Li Fei completely ignored them and turned to ask Wu Sini, who was sitting in the main driver's seat. Do you want to go? Wu Sini was born fair, and his hands were tightly holding the steering wheel. There were a few fine blue veins on the back of his hands, and he looked a little tangled. He was a doctor, and he only wanted to cure diseases and save lives. In fact, he also understood what Li Fei meant. But he still felt a little complicated when he really wanted to hurt someone intentionally. But soon, he found that the group of people in front of him showed a slightly ferocious look just because he didn't respond, and raised their weapons high to try to break the window. So he stepped on the accelerator in one go, and the car started instantly, and knocked over several people standing in front of the car, and then drove away. As expected, there were several wailing and roaring sounds from the rear of the car. But from the rearview mirror, not many people caught up, and most of them could not catch up. Wusini seemed to be relieved, and turned the steering wheel gently. But even her eyebrows relaxed a little. Li Fei crossed her arms, and said with a satisfied look, "You should do the same when you enter the community later." Everyone was stunned. And then, they realized that before they left the community, the security guards at the gate asked for supplies. But those supplies were found by themselves. So why should they give some of them to hand-in? So even if they returned with a full load, they had to be able to enter the community smoothly to be considered as returning home. It seems that Li Fei meant, don't talk nonsense. Just rush in. At this time, it was basically impossible to call for an ambulance or a police car. Ordinary people would dodge when attacked. And in order to avoid unnecessary injuries, they would probably not go head-on to fight the car coming towards them. Even if someone else came over later, she didn't mind seeing some blood. The car was driving steadily. Li Fei squinted her eyes, and suddenly found a building with red background and white letters at the corner ahead. She suddenly said, "Wait. Stop over there." Wusini slowly slowed down the car and asked after arriving, "What's wrong? You can also search this place. I'm going to take a look." Although there were words of negotiation in the words, the tone did not sound like there was any room for negotiation. Wusini frowned and asked, "Are you alone? Isn't it too dangerous?" There were many dead people in the business district, and zombies could be seen. So people only dared to search the stores in front and didn't dare to go deeper, which gave them a chance. But there were not only unexpected zombies on the street, but also passers-by with bad intentions, which was a double attack. If it weren't for the fact that Wusini was a qualified teammate, Li Fei would have turned her face away. She said in a deep voice, "Then let a Xian go with me. You go home first." "Ah? Oh." Li Xian didn't expect that he would be called. He thought Li Fei would go alone. And now, he also believed that she had the ability to do so. And he could see that this was just an excuse. But it was also a good idea to exercise. Wusini tilted her head and pursed her lips. But in the end she said nothing. Just watch Li Fei and Li Xian get out of the car and take out the packages from the trunk. The car was empty. Li Su pondered for a moment, and went to the trunk to take out all his supplies before coming back. It was most reassuring to be with him. "Dr. Wu, don't worry too much. Fei Fei must have her own ideas. And she just promised me that she would go and come back early," Li Su said calmly while sitting in the back seat. He naturally saw the building, and understood what Li Fei wanted to do. In addition, she also brought a lot of weapons, so he didn't need to worry too much. Wusini felt a little warmth on her neck. He seemed to be more concerned, even though they had only known each other for a short time. It seems that I was too impatient." When Li Fei and Li Xian saw the car slowly driving away, they immediately put all the supplies into the space tacitly, and the mountaineering bag soon deflated. After all, there was a bulging package behind them, and the chance of being targeted was greater. They each held a baseball bat and raised their eyes slightly to look at the title illuminated by the sun. "This is a gas station. Before the end of the world, you could only sneak to the countryside to find out if there was any loose oil for sale. After the end of the world, you can't even buy it for free. It's really a great opportunity." However, just in case, Li Fei and Li Xian went to find the location of the surveillance first. The power was still on, and if someone found out what she was going to do next, they would definitely try to catch her and do experiments. There was always a convenience store in the gas station, but the door of this store had been broken, and there was blood splattered on the ground. After finding a way to turn off the surveillance, Li Fei and Li Xian acted separately. One stayed behind, and the other went to the store to see if there was any mosquito meat. The underground oil tanks were sealed with cement. Even if Li Fei could collect them directly into the space, it would not work across the ground. She scratched her head in annoyance, but suddenly remembered that when processing the big corpse flour, the finished product was a pool of liquid that was directly placed in the backpack. Oil is also a liquid. Can it be placed in the grid first? In this way, there is no need to collect the oil tank together. Li Fei did it right away. She scanned the environment. The road was quiet, and there was no car. Moreover, this convenience store was probably almost completely robbed. From the outside, it looked like no one came here on purpose. So she gently took out the oil gun, curled up her body, tried to open it, and released the liquid into her other palm. The gasoline flowed out, but it did not spill all over her hands. Instead, it seemed as if a hole had opened in her palm, and the gasoline slowly flowed in. She quickly checked the space again, and was relieved when she saw that the gasoline really entered the space. She prepared to fill the entire warehouse with gasoline first. However, this process was a bit boring. The unique smell of gasoline mixed with the gradually warm sunlight made Li Fei feel drowsy. Looking up at the dazzling sun, she sighed. Although the sun slowed down the zombies' mobility, it sounded like a good thing. But people would soon find out that it was actually a bad thing. Wu Sini, Li Su, and Ning Shuan could already see the gate of their community. They were thinking about how to fight with the security guards, but they found that the telescopic door was wide open. Not only the security room, but there was no one around. What about the supplies that were promised to be handed in? The three of them were confused, but they couldn't open the telescopic door if there was no one in the security room. So Li Su got out of the car and climbed over the gate. Fortunately, the door of the security room was not closed. He went in and opened the telescopic door to let the car drive in. After getting back in the car, they saw that there were many more people gathered downstairs than when they went out. Some were even elderly people and children, and many of them looked sad and panicked. Could it be that all the zombies in the community have been eliminated? Or has the neighborhood committee announced some new measures? But it must be said that after not seeing the sun for dozens of days, it is understandable that people want to go out to dry the musty smell. But the more people there are, the more dangerous it is for them to carry the supplies. After the three of them discussed, they stopped parking the car in the underground garage. Although it is estimated that it will be smashed and stolen if it is parked downstairs, there are now ownerless cars everywhere, even on the street. So they can find a way to get another one when the time comes. Fortunately, he didn't have to pay back the loan. So Wu Sini drove directly to building 20. But in the community, he had to slow down to the minimum speed. And soon someone came up and knocked on the car window. Outside, you can just hit and run. But there is no way to make such a big scene in the community. However, those people also have weapons in their hands. But the leader deliberately put away the weapons. So Wu Sini stopped for the time being and asked what happened through the glass. The leader was a relatively young man with a flat head. Seeing that Wu Sini didn't open the car window, he didn't feel dissatisfied, but just asked, "Have you just gone out to collect supplies? Did you receive any children's products? I am willing to exchange supplies." There was really nothing he could do. So Wu Sini shook his head. The flat-headed man looked at Wu Sini, and then at the two people in the back row. They were all young people, and they probably wouldn't look for special products for children when they went out to look for supplies. He couldn't help but look a little disappointed. Some of the people behind him looked impatient, but they seemed to be suppressing their temper and advised, "Captain Yuan, let's go. Time waits for no one. Besides, even if there are people, I'm afraid they may not agree to exchange with you." The flat-headed man frowned, and finally had to signal and leave. From a distance, he could be seen leading everyone with weapons to walk into a unit building. Wu Sini continued to drive, but Li Su felt a little strange. Now even the neighborhood committee property has residents who are unwilling to obey. So how can the so-called Captain Yuan's men be so obedient? Who could they be? Finally, they arrived at the bottom of building 20. They put on their own packages, distributed the cloth bags filled with supplies, and held weapons in their other hands. Finally, they worked together to close the trunk and lock the car. The three turned around to go to the unit door, and at this time, they had already received many direct looks from outsiders. "Hey, wait a moment." Sure enough, but when they looked in the direction of the voice, the people who called them were Xiao Luo and Ming Yisong, who lived in 1802. Chapter 78. Li Su wanted to pretend to be cold, but this time, he couldn't do it anymore and asked, "What happened? You just came back. You don't know yet?" Xiao Luo frowned and replied, "Although the network signal is not good now, the information can still be sent out. Now almost every building and every household in the community has people who have turned into monsters. The impact is huge. People basically gathered in front. But in the end, they only got the plan to leave home first and let the security and killing team check each building. My husband and I didn't go. But monsters sometimes appear in the building, and we don't know how many there are in the building. Do you want to wait?" The three of them felt a jolt in their hearts, and they all thought of the water quality problem this morning. Could it be because of this? After all, some people drink water to fill their stomachs when they are hungry. It seems that even if the water is boiled, It is impossible to completely purify the polluted water source. Besides, Li Su also heard from Li Fei that people with poor physical fitness and frail people, as well as the elderly and children, will be the first to be infected. This must have happened, as long as they are not living alone, just dating or newly married. Which family will not have elderly people and children? No wonder there is no one in the security room. They should have been called away. At present, guarding the door and personnel entering and leaving are not the most important. But let them check each building one by one. How long will it take? They are carrying so many supplies. It's like carrying several big pieces of fat meat. Li Su was not worried that Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong would target their supplies. He just said sincerely, "Thank you, Aunt Xia. But we still want to go home quickly." Closing the door can almost hold out for a while. Meng Yisong adjusted his glasses on his nose and gently shook Xiao Luo's hand. Xiao Luo looked back and understood what he wanted to say. How could they not hear that Li Su's words were an excuse? Maybe they accepted the concern, but still found an excuse. It would be difficult to persuade them at this time, which would make them look nosy. The families living upstairs were all capable people, and Xiao Luo had been harassed a lot because of her identity, and had been forced to listen to rumors in the building. In addition, Meng Yisong told her what he saw with his own eyes after the battle for the relief food, which made her suddenly feel that it was necessary to find an opportunity to stick together. But she also sensitively discovered that it was not someone else who organized these people, but the girl who lived in 1902. I don't know why she didn't come back with them. But Xiao Luo didn't think in a bad direction. It seemed that she always felt that she would come back smoothly and win a great victory. So Xiao Luo pondered for a moment and said, "You are right. It is always safest at home. Let's go together. It's not easy for you to move with your things, and we can also take care of you." This morning, Meng Yisong found that the water quality was different when he was making breakfast. Fortunately, they also have the habit of storing water. They just save as much as possible. So this breakfast was skipped. But not long after, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from next door. Looking through the cat's eye, it turned out that the family in 1801 opened the door. A man who seemed to have weak legs was crawling forward screaming, followed by two half-crawling and half-walking monsters, who pounced on him and bit his shoulder. The man screamed in pain, and a large amount of blood gushed out, gradually filling the entire corridor. If a person with a heart disease saw this scene, he would definitely have a seizure on the spot. Fortunately, Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong just turned pale, and their heartbeats accelerated, and they hurriedly left the entrance. But soon, they heard a slight noise upstairs, and at the same time, there was a collision at the door of their own house, and the roar of the zombies slowly overflowed, adding a lot of horror. However, neither of them was willing to just hide at home. They knew that if they didn't solve these zombies, there would be no peace on the 18th floor. So they each took a weapon to open the door and tried to kill those zombies. After there was no movement, they took a closer look and found that the two zombies that seemed to have mutated into their complete forms were female zombies, while the other one might not have mutated completely. The wound under the tattered clothes was a circle of black and purple, and the blood was almost drained. But it looked more like before death than the two female zombies. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong knew these three zombies. They were the male owner, the female owner, and the male owner's mother of 1801. Meng Yisong was a scientific researcher, so he always had disposable items at home. They put on gloves and dragged the zombies away from home, and took a look at the open 1801 with weapons. Xiao Luo was tangled in her heart, mainly because she had not completely gotten rid of her identity. If they went in at this time, it would be equivalent to a legal invasion. Right? It was Meng Yisong who pulled her in. The room was in a mess, with all the items knocked over and a few bloodstains. Xiao Luo suddenly heard some noise in the bedroom, so she went in with him and found a baby in a swaddle on the bed. But the baby could no longer be described as a baby. His skin was grayish, his eyes were black, and there was something white outside his mouth, like teeth. This should be called a little monster. Xiao Luo was incredulous. She also found an overturned baby bowl on the bed, spilling a piece of white sticky liquid. She touched it with disposable gloves, and it was probably something paste-like. 1801 came to their house for help a few days later. When she failed to get help, she sent messages to the owner group and the building group when she was free to request to exchange maternal and child products. I think the baby didn't need much. Fortunately, there was rescue food later. and the family saved it for the mother and baby. Unfortunately, the mother still didn't produce milk. So the mother-in-law made rice paste and other foods to feed the baby. Unfortunately, the mother-in-law may not have noticed that there was a problem with the water quality today, and she made food as usual. The baby couldn't even resist the bacteria on the adults, so it naturally began to mutate slowly. As a mother, the mother was unwilling to abandon the child, so she was bitten and mutated. After the mutation, the baby no longer had maternal instincts, so the old mother-in-law became the next target, and the husband was stunned again, just because he didn't react for a moment. He became the meal of the two people. A tragic case of annihilation of the whole family was formed. The baby zombie couldn't even break free from the swaddling clothes that bound him, and the sound coming out of his mouth was not crying, but intermittent sharp screams. So he was no longer a baby, but a source that could cause others to mutate, and he must be eliminated. Meng Song adjusted his glasses again. There were a few strands of blood on his clothes, and his hair, which was usually neatly groomed every day, looked a little messy. He turned around and said, "Luo, go to other rooms to find out if there are any useful supplies. I will take care of things here." Seeing Meng Song's determined look, Xiao Luo knew that he was afraid that she couldn't do it. So she nodded and went to another room. She couldn't look at the world with the same mentality as before. Just like what happened today. If they let this room go, there would definitely be other people who came in to loot, all of whom wanted to survive. And they got there first, so they had to be ruthless. 1801 got the standard amount in the first batch of relief food, and the man only took 2/3 of the previous batch in the second batch of relief food. The food was not much, but the supplies were not just food. Xiao Luo looked around, and Meng Song also came out of the bedroom. Instead, he had his hair cut, and there were a few traces of blood on his sleeves that were not easily noticeable. Just as they were leaving 1801, they heard a lot of running footsteps and shouting in the safe corridor. The two hurriedly put the supplies they had found into the house, locked the door, and went downstairs with their weapons. The 18th floor was the top floor, and the further down they went, the more doors they found were open, and zombies appeared in the corridor. Fortunately, humans were faster than them at the moment, so they were able to escape. Although they had dealt with the family in 1801, they couldn't handle the large number, so they followed the crowd to the door of the unit. In fact, they could have stayed at home and locked the door, but after a simple contact, they realized that the monster could keenly sense the presence of people. If they stayed, what would happen if the monsters gathered on the 18th floor? So they finally decided to go downstairs with the surviving neighbors. Many people wanted to come forward to complain when they saw Xiao Luo, but they were stopped by Meng Song, who was covered in blood, and they didn't dare to come forward. After that, more and more people gathered in the community, and there were also zombies following them. But people were in a hurry to escape and had no weapons in their hands. Some tried to fight with bare hands, but in the end, they couldn't really destroy the zombies and kill them. So they still rushed to escape, and the community gradually became a scene of misery. Li Peng in the security room originally wanted to wait for Li Fei and others to come back, but he received the news that the property office had also fallen from the intercom. So he hurriedly took his weapons and went to find Li Rui. After all, he could continue to enjoy the good life with the help of the latter. The bucket of water in the water dispenser in the property office had been used up long ago, so the employees boiled water in the kettles left at some workstations and then poured it in. Now that there is a team that can kill zombies, the number of zombies in the community has decreased significantly, and the property management goes to the building in the community to clock in and go to work as usual. Not to mention that some employees live there directly. Unexpectedly, just after one morning, an employee felt unwell. Originally, he thought he was sick and was trying to fight it, but he lost consciousness soon after. That was a mutation. The employees never thought that they would encounter zombies in the building. They were attacked before they could react. In the end, only the employees behind escaped, including the manager Li Rui. Not to mention the neighborhood committee, which originally had only about 10 members in the office. But half of them were cut after this incident. But the good thing is that the remaining people can still be dealt with. In short, the community was very chaotic, filled with a lot of crying and quarreling. And there were also residents who were completely indifferent and numb. These noises made Xiao Luo almost have a migraine. Just at this moment, the sun came out, casting a large area of golden and warm sunshine, and successfully made the residents slowly stop making noise. as if they were all feeling this sudden warmth. After building 20, some zombies came down, some of which seemed to be relatives of residents waiting downstairs. Seeing the familiar figure, they couldn't hide their grief and wanted to step forward, but were stopped by others. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong looked at each other, and then they worked together to kill the zombies with their weapons, causing a scream. Some people who were still unclear about the situation, or who didn't want to be clear, shouted, "You are killing people. You know the law, but you break it. You are a police officer." Xiao Luo was too lazy to argue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this monster was only in human form at most, and it was no longer human. Besides, the zombies that fell must have been mutated by their relatives, which was understandable. After experiencing hunger, indifference, and mental torture brought by this monster, people with poor psychological quality were already on the verge of madness. It was just that Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong killed the zombies not for them, but to go upstairs and go home earlier. It was best to lure them down one by one and kill them, so that even the two of them could barely handle it. After about dozens of minutes, the sound of a loudspeaker came from somewhere. Everyone knew that it was the neighborhood committee and the property management people who were calling for people to gather. After hearing this, the residents of Building 20 followed. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong did not go, but just looked at the crowd silently. They saw the devastated Jiangli family, the pale-faced Song Chuanxiang and Song Lu. But the two old people were gone. The young man opposite Jiangli was also gone. He was probably in a certain team. Of course, not everyone obeyed and went over. Some of them sat down on the ground with empty eyes and pointed at the artificial lake behind. It was this scene that made Xiao Luo feel creepy. But at this time, someone came to cry and complain, and the voice was getting closer and closer, shouting, "Commissar Xia! Commissar Xia! You have to make a decision for us." Chapter 79. Xiao Luo looked around and saw an elderly woman and a pale-faced middle-aged man. The elderly woman didn't care about her expression and pointed at the latter and cried, "You have to check the residence of 1902. It must be a murderer on the run. Look at how badly my son has been injured." Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong saw that the middle-aged man's arms were wrapped in towels, and blood stains could be seen. The preliminary analysis showed that the wounds were very dense. Xiao Luo frowned. As a political commissar, she often visited the people near the police station to understand their sentiments, including the community where she lived, especially this building, whether she came to curry favor with them or not. She had almost met all the neighbors, so she knew that the people in front of her were a mother and son who lived downstairs. This son is used to relying on his parents and has no fixed job. His mother dotes on him, which means that she can't completely believe what they say. Xiao Luo did not respond directly, but asked calmly, "Calm down. You have to tell me what happened. I can judge it." The middle-aged man spat and immediately said angrily, "What else could it be? Isn't it obvious? The people from 1902 modified the house at home and injured me. I must ask them to compensate." "Oh." Xiao Luo narrowed her eyes and asked, "You live downstairs, right? How did you know that 1902 modified it privately? Besides, they didn't come out of the building. Maybe they went out. How did you get into a conflict?" The middle-aged man choked. This. Xiao Luo snorted coldly and continued, "According to the criminal law, the crime of illegal entry into a residence is less than 3 years. The crime of burglary is less than 10 years. You can weigh it yourself." The mother and son were really scared and dared not say anything. They left in disgrace. In fact, Xiao Luo also knew that these laws might not be so useful in the future, but they could still be used to scare people at this time. It sounded like they took advantage of the resident of 1902 to sneak into the house and steal, but they ended up losing more than they gained, and they wanted to blame others. The two stayed downstairs in the unit. They vaguely heard the urgent voice on the loudspeaker and the noise of the crowd. Fortunately, they did not follow them. Otherwise, they really didn't know how chaotic it would be. There were also a few roars from the zombies in the building. Time passed by while waiting and beating the zombies that rushed out. This wait lasted until Wusani drove back, and the residents of 1902 and 2001 were also there. After the conversation, Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong walked in front with weapons, and the others followed behind. While Li Su was the last, he had secretly put some of the supplies in his backpack into the space, and the supplies on hand could be stuffed in, so he changed his hands to weapons. Zombies can still be encountered on the lower floors, all in the corridors and stairs, and some are knocking on the door indoors. The space is either filled with the sounds of zombies or the sounds of hitting the body. Blood slowly flows down the stairs, and a strong smell of blood is filled. Finally, we reached the 18th floor. 1801 had been cleaned up and was safe. Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their heads. I didn't expect it to get hot during the activity. Or was it because the sun came out? Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Xia. Uncle Meng. Li Su took the lead and took out a bag of frozen meat to hand it to them. Xiao Luo waved her hand and declined. No. We just want to go home. You found it yourself. We can't accept it for nothing. How can this be accepted for nothing? Li Su smiled and said. We took so many things. If it weren't for you, we probably wouldn't have been able to go upstairs smoothly. Now we can get the supplies by our own ability. Just accept it. Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan also echoed on the side. Xiao Luo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Meng Yisong. In that case, we will accept it. Thank you. Go home quickly. Seeing the three people continue to go upstairs, Meng Yisong took the package of frozen meat and returned to 1802 with Xiao Luo. 1801 no longer exists, leaving only the dried blood and lifeless corpses to prove what happened not long ago. Xiao Luo sighed. It seems that I, the so-called political commissar, am not as good as you at the critical moment. Meng Yisong smiled. And after changing their clothes, they sat on the sofa to rest. He held her slightly warm hand and rubbed the plain ring on her ring finger for a while before saying, Luo, I suggest you go out more often in the future. You will definitely gain some experience. I just understood the truth a little earlier than you. Thinking about it, it was indeed Meng Yisong who went out the most, especially the battle for the relief grain. Although he had good writing skills and recounted everything carefully and described the faces of the residents in great detail, it was not as clear and real as seeing it with one's own eyes. Xiao Luo was thoughtful. As for Li Su, they quickly arrived at the 19th floor with the supplies. Before leaving the car and leaving with Li Fei, Li Xian deliberately took out all the supplies that Ning Shuwan found in the mountaineering bag. So the latter filled several bags with them and brought them all up. So they simply divided the supplies in the corridor. Ning Shuwan continued to climb the stairs, while Li Su and Wu Sini went to the 19th floor together. But they stopped immediately when they saw the scene in front of them. There was a lot of dried blood on the ground near 1902, which even extended to the door of 1901, and even stained the carpet. Moreover, the blood formed a path all the way to the safe corridor. No matter what happened, someone must have tried to break in. The three hurried forward, but the door was still closed, and even the wire-like things on the door of 1902 showed no signs of damage. There was even a blooming flower on the top, which looked a little strange. Ning Shuwan asked curiously, Is this the iron net that Li Fei said was installed? Wu Sini was also observing from the side. He remembered that Li Fei had said that he wanted to seal the corridor door on the 19th floor, but it has not been implemented yet. Is it because of insufficient materials? Yeah. Li Su certainly knew what it was, so he simply responded. According to this situation, this strange plant really blocked the outsiders who wanted to invade. It seems that I have to talk to Li Fei when she comes back. Fei also sent you a message, right? If you want to find us in the future, just call us directly. Otherwise, just ring the doorbell. The landlord installed the doorbell on the wall, but it was not wrapped with iron wire. Otherwise, even the doorbell would be protected, and people who were not recognized by the space would definitely be injured. Ning Shuwan was tense all the way, but she relaxed when she saw the beautiful flower. She was so attracted that she wanted to poke it with one hand. Unexpectedly, Li Su came to his senses and quickly raised his hand to stop him. Don't touch it, it will fall off. He made up a reason. Otherwise it would be hard to convince people. Although this reason was also nonsense. But Ning Shuwan didn't think about it carefully. Instead, she was stunned. She lowered her eyes and saw that Li Su was holding her hand. There seemed to be a slight temperature in the palm of her hand, but it seemed to quickly transfer to her face. Li Su also noticed it and awkwardly let go, clearing his throat and said, Let's do it this way first. You have been busy for so long. You should have a good rest. Ning Shuwan said picked up the supplies and turned around and left with her head down. Wu Sini also said she was back to her 1901. But she was suspicious. Why is a wire fence so tense? This 1902 really has a lot of secrets. Li Su entered the house, but stayed at the entrance for a while, secretly sighing in his heart. These few hours are really fulfilling. Not only did they fight zombies, but they also harvested so many supplies. Even without space, they can survive for a while. In fact, with the space farm, they can stay at home all the time. But Li Su still wants to go out to see it. Especially when the threat is only zombies now. You know, extreme weather in the future will make it impossible for people to go out alone or without defense. They must see the devastated world with their own eyes to have an understanding in their hearts. Although it looks desolate and bloody, the people who are struggling to survive are in danger. And there are also intrigues and schemes that are not easy to see at ordinary times. But they must be strong and brave to continue to survive, so as to have a chance to survive. They are not like Li Fei, who is reborn and still have the memory of the previous life. So they can only rely on their own understanding and analysis. The sunlight from the balcony continued directly to the entire living room, and a touch of warmth enveloped it, making him want to dry the quilt. The supplies were placed aside first, and Li Su stretched and went to the kitchen. After all, Li Fei and Li Xian might be back soon, and the food had to be prepared before that. When Li Xian walked into the convenience store, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. There were a lot of bloodstains on the ground. Everything was in a mess. Even the shelves were knocked over. And there was even a lot of flying dust under the sunlight, which was obviously robbed a long time ago. Li Xian turned around. Not only the shelves, but also the small warehouse for stock was empty. There was really no supplies. So he had to go out and meet up with Li Fei. As a result, he found the latter curled up next to a fuel tank, doing strange things with a fuel gun. But now Li Fei must have her own reasons for doing anything. So just listen to the explanation. Li Fei also patiently explained to him and asked him to try to use the fuel gun to store oil. However, the oil can really be stored in the space. But Li Xian suddenly frowned and said, "Sister, my backpack grid is full." Li Fei asked, "Can't you put it in the storage box?" It stands to reason that if the host can do it, the online player can also do it. Yes, but Li Xian paused before answering. Today, the three of us have taken a lot of supplies, or new supplies, and new supplies will also take up grids. So our storage boxes are almost full. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and pouted unhappily. The next time she enters the space, the first thing she will do is to build a few more storage boxes. Fortunately, the memory and storage boxes in the warehouse are the same, and the upper limit of each grid is 999. She has tested that the capacity of a gasoline is 1 liter, which means that the upper limit of each grid is 999 liters of gasoline. The entire warehouse has 25 grids, which adds up to more than 20,000 liters. There are about 60,000 liters of oil in an ordinary gas station. The gasoline generator she bought when she was stockpiling normally needs 2 liters of gasoline to generate electricity for 1 hour. If the storage in the warehouse full of gasoline is used up, there will be more than 10,000 hours. What is the concept of 10,000 hours? More than a year. Of course, they will definitely not live for just 1 year. So fuel is still very important. Thanks to her golden finger, she can use this trick to store it. But she must be quick, because after the country builds a base, these fuels will be used, and it will be difficult to get them by then. Li Xian had no choice but to block her first, and took out a bottle of water and a calorie chocolate bar. Since he went to the business district, he has been paying attention to the movements around him. He didn't even dare to drink water. It was a period of growth, and he felt hungry at this moment. But he didn't feel safe when he was not at home, so he just took out a chocolate bar. Li Fei looked at his figure, thought for a moment, and suddenly stopped the action in his hand. He turned his palm, and 4 crystal cores appeared inside, shining like diamonds in the sunlight. Chapter 80. These crystal cores were what she gained in the business circle this time, and together with the ones she had saved in the space before, they were just enough to upgrade her backpack once. Li Xian ate a chocolate bar while drinking water, and soon finished it, with a light salty and sweet taste left in his mouth. Li Fei asked him to sit down first, and then explained to him the appearance of crystal cores. Li Xian pouted and said, "Sister, why didn't you say it earlier? According to what you said, the muscular zombie that Sister Ning and I killed today must have a crystal core in his head. Alas, it's too late to go now. This is my negligence," Li Fei admitted shyly. "But it doesn't matter. There will be opportunities in the future. Use these crystal cores to upgrade your backpack. Li Xian was startled and subconsciously declined. Sister, you are more skilled than me and my brother. And you know more. Now that we have finally saved up all this, you should upgrade your backpack first. Don't refuse. Li Fei shook her head and advised. Anyway, the three of us will upgrade our backpacks in the future. It doesn't matter who is first or last. Besides, if you upgrade now, you can save oil with me. Li Xian had no choice but to agree. Li Fei called the system to confirm the upgrade again, and the crystal cores on the currency column were cleared. When the former opened the backpack, there were indeed a lot of empty spaces below. After a rough count, there were a full 30 spaces including the previous ones. This is the primary backpack that was upgraded for the first time. At least it can hold all the supplies collected during a simple outing. And there will probably be some left. So Li Xian also took out a gas gun and did the same thing as Li Fei, and turned it on at the maximum flow rate. And the gasoline was stored in the backpack grid in order. But the progress was not fast. And they had to pay attention to the surroundings at all times. After all, they had almost no cover now. And they were still doing some weird actions, which would inevitably arouse suspicion from passers-by. Unfortunately, even if they had adjusted the gas gun to the highest speed, these dozens of cubic meters of oil could not be collected at once. Otherwise it would take at least a whole day. Too much is enough to kill. Li Fei kept an eye on the time. After about 3 hours, Li Fei and Li Xian each stored 10 full bars of fuel. That's why Li Fei asked Li Xian to upgrade her backpack first. If she was the only one storing tons of fuel, it would take twice as long. And now they have twice as much oil. 20 full bars of oil are estimated to be 20,000 liters. Besides, they don't need this fuel now, so they can continue to collect it later. So Li Fei and Li Xian paused this trip, put on their backpacks and prepared to go back. This gas station is only a few hundred meters away from the community. Li Fei and Li Xian have done a 100-meter round-trip run alone for countless times. After Li Xian upgraded his backpack, he put some supplies into the backpack, and the bag on his body became lighter, making him more agile. The warehouse was not full, so it was used to store supplies temporarily. Li Fei's steps were not heavy. The two of them jogged along the way. Surrounding them were wide roads and destroyed shops. The supplies inside must have been looted. After all, there was more than one community in the world. Li Xian's forehead began to sweat as he ran. When they set out, they were dressed according to the weather of this season. Who knew that the sun would come out and the temperature would rise? Not only did they feel hot, but they were also more tired when running. After a quick glance, some shops were not completely emptied and only had rooms left. But now going home was the most important thing. So they skipped those. Stop! There was a sudden shout. And then 5 or 6 men with weapons appeared from their hidden places. Li Fei and Li Xian stopped walking, and the next second they took out their weapons. It was almost noon. Although most people couldn't maintain regular meals, it was time to go to work. One of the most important jobs in the end times was to collect supplies everywhere. The channels for collection were not important. The men took a half step forward aggressively, waving their weapons in the air for demonstration. They were almost as energetic as the group Wu Sini met while driving, proving that they had experienced such scenes many times and had robbed many people of their supplies. It's just that Li Fei didn't have a car. Otherwise, he would have run over them long ago. Why would he listen to their nonsense? Li Xian took off his mask because he felt too hot while running. But Li Fei didn't. But he could tell from a close distance that she was a girl. The robbers wouldn't take a boy with a childish face and a woman seriously. The leader weighed the weapon in his hand and smiled crookedly. Hand over everything you have. We just want supplies. If you listen to us, we can spare you and let you go. Otherwise we'll teach you a lesson. Understand? Understand? What the hell? For those who came here specifically to rob. Li Fei had nothing to say to them. She looked at Li Xian and pretended to take out a kitchen knife and small explosion-proof shield. Melee attacks cannot be done without defense. And once you have defense, the success rate of attacks can be greatly increased. I remember Ningxu 1 has already started teaching you footwork. Li Fei whispered. Theory alone is not enough. This will be your first practical lesson. Li Xian frowned and did not answer. But his heart was like 15 buckets drawing water from a well. Oh my! The robbers looked at Li Fei and Li Xian's postures and looked at each other for a while, and then laughed one after another. And the laughter seemed to soar into the sky. What? You still want to resist? With your thin arms and legs. Can you use the knife? I think your shield is pretty good. Let me use it when the time comes. Don't grab it. Brother. Stop talking nonsense with him. It seems that they won't listen to us. Just go ahead. The leading man spat on the ground and pointed at someone beside him. The man got the order and attacked with a steel pipe. But the others didn't move. They sneered as if they were watching a good show. The thin arms and legs were hidden under the clothes. Li Xian was young but tall and long-legged. He took the lead over the man. In addition, his kitchen knife had a sharp blade, which was easier to stab than to chop. Li Xian's eyes were stern. He used the footwork he learned from Ning Shuwan these days. After dodging, he raised his hand and stabbed the man's shoulder. Because of the rising temperature, the people who came out at this time were no longer wearing thick clothes such as down jackets and coats. So the man was in pain. At the moment when his body paused, Li Xian reached out and stabbed him in the chest again. Li Fei had already found the opportunity. And at this moment, he raised the bone-cutting knife without hesitation and chopped the man's neck. Just like chopping a chicken to bleed. The bone-cutting knife is specially used to chop ribs and the like. Even if human bones are harder than zombies, this sharp weapon will also tear the skin and flesh. And blood will spurt out. The man screamed in pain, covered his neck with his hands and fell down. And he had lost his aggressiveness. The crowd was in an uproar. And then one by one, their faces became hideous, holding weapons and rushing forward. Damn! You who dared to hurt me! Go to hell! Take all their supplies. Ah Xian, I'll leave the front to you. Li Fei gave an instruction and kicked the man holding a brick in the weapons of the others were wrenches, fruit knives, hammers, crowbars and the like. And the explosion-proof shield could still handle them. It was because they were big and strong and had gathered a group of people that they were able to successfully rob several times. It was their bad luck to meet Li Fei and Li Xian. Li Fei waved the bone-chopping knife, just like killing zombies, and chopped at the weak points, such as the head and neck. His momentum was even stronger than theirs. The biggest thing that group of men had done so far was to rob the supplies of passers-by. They were essentially paper tigers. Seeing that several attacks were blocked, the brother who rushed out first could not move because of excessive blood loss, and gradually began to think about escaping. They just want supplies, not their lives. The leader saw this and turned his head in exasperation and shouted, "Fuck! You guys are not allowed to leave. There are only 2 of them. What are you afraid of?" As the saying goes, villains die because they talk too much. Everyone was stunned for a moment, wondering why the conversation was interrupted. As a result, they watched the leader slowly fall down with a black arrow stuck in his neck. And the leader was bleeding soon. Some people were so scared that they loosened their hands and surrendered their weapons. The girl in front of them actually had a crossbow. If it weren't for outdoor camping enthusiasts or weapon enthusiasts, which good person would have this thing? They had run into a tough guy. "Run!" someone shouted, and everyone ran away. In their minds, the 2 people lying on the ground were no different from corpses. They were just strangers who had been reunited. At this time, they chose to save their lives and run away. Li Xian took a breath and watched Li Fei put away the crossbow in silence, and then recovered the arrows from the leader. The kitchen knife and shield alone could not deter them. However, they were repelled at first, and then Li Xian partially blocked them, allowing her to take out the crossbow from the space to shoot. At such a close distance, the probability of being hit by arrows also increased. The arrows bought from the owner of the outdoor camping store were limited, and they could not be wasted. She did all this with a calm expression, but Li Xian's heart was in turmoil. If what he did was just intentional injury, then what his sister did was real intentional injury resulting in death. Well, he was just thinking about it. After all, in that situation just now, if they didn't fight back, they would be the ones hurt. Do you think they will continue to cause other harm after seizing the supplies? He didn't dare to imagine the follow-up. People only know fear when they see blood. The process and result of this incident really taught Li Xian a lesson. Blood flowed all over a large open space. And Li Fei turned around and said, "Let's go." Li Xian came back to his senses and replied, "Okay. This place is only a few dozen meters away from the community, and it can be reached in a few quick steps. I don't know if the group of people are from the community, but it doesn't matter anymore. But just like what Li Su and others saw when they entered the community, it always feels that there are more people downstairs. Just in case, The two still have weapons in their hands. Sure enough, not long after entering the community, someone else walked towards them while shouting, "Hey, wait a minute." Li Xian looked around and saw that it was Li Peng and a man with glasses, who was the same size as him walking towards them. Li Su and others didn't run into them when they came, but Li Fei ran into them instead. It was really unlucky. Li Peng was still wearing his security uniform, while Li Rui was wearing a winter coat. They looked the siblings up and down, and saw the kitchen knives in their hands. The surface reflecting the sunlight was even stained with blood. However, it was not uncommon to carry sharp weapons with marks on them, so the two did not take it seriously. Later, Li Rui came forward and asked with a kind smile, "Did you just go out to look for supplies? Are you a private person? Or, we didn't find any supplies, and we were robbed." Li Fei interrupted calmly. It was impossible to hand in the supplies. Anyway, she didn't lie. She did encounter robbers. Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood, and put on a dejected look. Li Rui choked, and couldn't help but look at the blood-stained kitchen knife again. So, was it zombie blood or human blood? Chapter 81. On the contrary, Li Peng was suspicious. How is it possible? Didn't you go out in the car of the 20 residents in front of you? It seems to be your neighbors next door, with a car that can run and load. How could you not find any supplies? Li Peng and Li Rui are currently wearing the same pants, and Li Rui is the property manager, and he can also get the information of every household. So Li Peng naturally knows it behind him. Then tell me, how can I walk here by myself now? Li Fei not only asked back, but also curled his lips. Besides, you know the situation outside. This area is not just our community. Residents of other communities have already looted all the nearby stores. So some don't want to find supplies, so they become robbers. What can we ordinary people do? Without waiting for Li Peng and Li Rui to reply, Li Xian beside him suddenly waved his knife, pretending to rush forward, and shouted, "If you hadn't been so slow to release the community, would the supplies in the nearby stores have been taken away by others? If I starve to death without getting the supplies, I will definitely drag you to be buried with me before I die." Li Xian has a pair of long arms and legs, and this knife almost hit Li Peng and Li Rui, who were not prepared, frightening them and stepping back quickly. Looking surprised, Li Peng's temper is far worse than Li Rui's. Seeing that Li Xian didn't take him seriously, he was about to get angry, but was forcibly suppressed by Li Rui, and continued to smile. "You can go in, but the zombie killing team is still patrolling, and it should not have reached building 20 yet, so you should be careful." Li Fei asked, "What happened?" Li Rui briefly explained what happened in the past half day. After listening, Li Fei nodded without expression and left with Li Xian. Li Peng immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, what are you afraid of them? Isn't it just a kitchen knife? I still have a steel fork and an explosion-proof shield. Besides, as a resident of the community, it is also my duty to hand in the supplies." Li Rui's glasses flashed a gleam of light, and he shook his head and said, "You see, although they are carrying large packages, they are deflated, so I think they are not lying. What's more, what if the boy next to her really has a problem with his brain? It is not against the law for him to hurt others, and he cannot be brought to justice after order is restored. Finally, the food we secretly hid is enough to last for a while, but you insisted on being so obvious, which will not only arouse public anger, but also be known by outsiders. Wouldn't our supplies be in danger? Use your brain more in the future. As a property manager, Li Rui has seen a lot of weirdos, so he will think more carefully. There are also many difficult owners in this community. Even if a group of them have mutated, the ones who survived may be even weirder." He glared at the unpromising Li Peng, who became even more unhappy than Li Xian. However, when the siblings walked away, Li Fei took Li Xian and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be crazy about literature. You acted well, little lunatic. Don't forget this scene in the future." Li Xian was forced to lower his head. A faint blush appeared on his face, and he closed his mouth without answering. It was really embarrassing to think about it. Li Fei did not continue to tease him, but glanced at the scattered people wandering downstairs and pondered. Li Rui said it simply, but Li Fei quickly understood everything. The polluted water source has caused the first wave of chaos in the community. Although the people were evacuated and the team was sent out in time, it was at best a bad idea. After the neighborhood committee used a loudspeaker to summon the residents, it was soon covered by questioning. crying, and accusations. In addition, there was a lot of people squeezing and trampling. The chairpersons had no choice but to say a few nonsense words and then fled the scene. Many people followed unwillingly, and some remembered that their doors were open, and they were afraid that those who killed the zombie teen would take the opportunity to take away the supplies at home. So they went upstairs despite the dissuasion. The luckier ones successfully got home, locked the door, and counted the supplies, while the unlucky ones encountered zombies that had not been eliminated, but they had no weapons, so they were mutated and naturally could never go home again. Li Fei and Li Xian were stared at all the way. Of course, more of them were staring at the backpacks behind them. However, the two of them were still holding bloody kitchen knives, so no one dared to step forward for a while, except for some thick-skinned people. So every few steps Li Fei and Li Xian took, there would be women or old people with children coming to ask for food, crying so hard that they were heartbroken. But how could a really hungry person have such strength? Moreover, if the physique is really weak, drinking contaminated water will almost mutate, proving that these people can actually survive for a while. There were also young girls crying and looking at Li Xian beside them. Li Fei could see what he would do with a playful look, but Li Xian was disgusted by it. He shuddered and ignored them and left with the former. The two ignored them and occasionally pushed them. Finally, they left the beggars. However, at this moment, a familiar voice came from a distance. "Big sister." Li Fei looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Chow Yifei holding a fire axe. There were several visible bloodstains on Chow Yifei's clothes. He looked thinner. He had a specific hairstyle, but it was cut shorter. Li Fei nodded and said hello. He was the one who took the initiative to leave the group. He never came back later, and they didn't add each other as friends. In fact, Li Fei could also think that even if the neighborhood committee property was incompetent, people would still involuntarily regard them as the backbone and gradually get close to them. So as long as he didn't come to invade, Li Fei wouldn't think much about it. Chow Yifei paused for a moment at Li Fei's indifference, but remembered that this was her personality. So he didn't think much about it and asked, "Did you just come back from outside? Did you find supplies? If you go out privately, you still have to hand over some supplies to the community when you come back, which is not cost effective. The team assembled by the neighborhood committee property has an official reason after all, and it's a group of people who go out. The supplies they find will be distributed according to the number of people, so the amount they hand in is also small. However, if they go out privately, the property management will issue a rule that at least 1/3 of the supplies must be handed in. This leads to the fact that the residents who stay in the community would rather go to the team members to buy supplies than go out to find supplies. And most people still believe that the world will eventually return to its original state, and they still use a lot of money to buy. Some team members also took the opportunity to make money, and many of them made money, and the prices were getting higher and higher. Regarding this, the property management chose to turn a blind eye, and the neighborhood committee, which was seriously injured, was unable to manage, and not many people would listen to advice, and some people didn't want to intervene. Chow Yifei went to the outside world earlier than them, so he didn't do anything to make money, let alone sell supplies. Every day, in addition to receiving tasks from the neighborhood committee property management, he would stay at home and take care of his supplies. However, in his opinion, working for the neighborhood committee property management is now an increasingly thankless task. He plans to secretly go out to collect supplies after today's storm is over, and he was sure that Li Fei and the others would definitely go out. So they met? It seems that Chow Yifei didn't know that they drove out. Li Fei still said as he said before, "We went out, but we searched all the stores within a few miles and didn't find anything useful. There were also robbers on the road. We were afraid of losing both the wife and the army, so we thought about it and came back first." Chow Yifei still believed Li Fei's words now, and the bags behind them looked so light. So they must have returned empty-handed. Then you must be careful. The corridor is full of newly mutated zombies today, Chow Yifei reminded. There is no regular distribution of members in the current team. There are people from every building. But if there are 20 buildings, Captain Yuan should be responsible. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and asked, "Who is Captain Yuan?" Chow Yifei explained, "It's the firefighter in Building 24. Do you have an impression of him?" "How could I not have an impression of him?" Li Fei even remembered that when the zombies first appeared in the community, it was the firefighter who calmly suggested in the group chat that the neighbors block the door. And then, he was the first person to kill the zombies. In short, he was the one who stood out without realizing it. I didn't expect that he was still working for the community? Li Fei couldn't help but feel disappointed. Maybe he could also have no worries about food and drink. But she really thought that he could do more without living in this small house. But this firefighter must have had some ties. Most likely family problems. If he wanted to take his family away, it would be much more dangerous than staying in the community. So it was understandable. I see, Li Fei replied, and then asked, I see you seem to be going to the building too? So many zombies appeared in the community for no reason. And the search for supplies has come to an end. I am going to deal with this matter first. Chow Yifei scratched his head in annoyance. He actually had some supplies left at home. But he always felt that it was never enough. Let's not talk about it. Big sister. I have to go. Li Fei responded indifferently. And passed by him with Li Xian. Finally, they arrived at the bottom of Building 20. There were a few people sitting on the steps of the green belt. Motionless and numb. The sun shone on them. But they didn't know whether they were basking in the sun or in a daze. And they didn't know what they were thinking. But this is not what Li Fei and Li Xian should care about. The two walked into the unit door and started climbing the stairs. There seemed to be more blood in the staircase corridor, some of which had dried up, some of which were slightly flowing, and occasionally a few low roars could be heard. Li Fei knew that most of these were newly mutated zombies. But there would not be many in the building. So Li Xian and he would chop them whenever they saw them. Of course, this was not for the neighbors, but simply to be able to go home. This time they did not forget to chop open the skulls one by one to check. But they did not expect that there were some zombies. And there was not even a crystal core. After that, they finally reached the 19th floor, and Li Fei and Li Xian stretched unconsciously. Home is the eternal harbor. Li Fei also immediately saw the pool of blood on the ground. But it was definitely not caused by zombies. She looked up again, and there was no trace on the wire mesh. Li Xian rang the doorbell, and the door opened quickly. The anxious look on Li Su's face instantly calmed down. You are finally back. I wanted to go out to find you again, Li Fei said calmly. Let's go in first. After changing clothes and shoes at the entrance, Li Xian couldn't wait to wash his face. Li Fei also took out a wet wipe to wipe it, and took off a sweater by the way. She thought for a moment, found an indoor thermometer from the storage box, and placed it directly on the wall. After a while, the indoor temperature reached about 10 degrees. As we all know, the indoor temperature in the south in winter is at least 1 or 2 degrees lower than the outdoor temperature. So the outdoor temperature may be more than 10 degrees at this time. The weather in S City has always been unpredictable. Either there is no spring and autumn, or the temperature fluctuates within a week. So even if the sun comes out today, most people will not take it seriously. Only Li Fei, Li Xian, and Li Su know that the temperature will rise instead of falling in the future. Although it is not as outrageous as extreme heat, it is also very bizarre in this month. It is mainly because of the sudden temperature rise. Plus they have been exercising, so they feel very hot. And it is also the time when they are most likely to catch cold. So it is most important to wipe off the sweat quickly. The floor was covered with bright yellow sunlight, and there was a clothes drying rack on the balcony, with several people's quilts on it. This reminded Li Fei of his old house, where clothes were usually hung out to dry. But this high-rise house didn't have such conditions. If the old house hadn't been flooded, Li Fei felt that it would be okay for the three of them to continue living in a small house. Not to mention that it carried all their memories, familiar looks and smells. And even if there were weird neighbors, they could all be dealt with. Li Xian also washed his face, with a few long hairs on his forehead wet. And he came out and collapsed on the sofa, looking like a black cat basking in the sun. Looking very comfortable. Well, how could it not be comfortable? Their family's life is currently ranked among the best in this community, and even in the entire S City. Chapter 82. Fei Fei. A Xian. Li Su called the two of them, and at the same time brought a large glass pot and 2 glasses, placed them on the coffee table, and poured the liquid while saying, I made lemonade. I thought you would be back soon. Now that you have just returned, the temperature is just right. Li Fei took a sip. The sour and sweet lemonade tasted cool, but not cold enough to irritate her mouth. Moreover, the sour taste aroused her hunger. It was really appetizing. Li Xian ate a chocolate bar after all. But Li Fei had not eaten anything except breakfast. It was probably that she still had the habit left over from her previous life. She would try not to eat unless she was extremely hungry, and then leave all the food for as long as she could before it spoiled. But now she has a lot of food. Why should she endure it? Li Su seemed to see through Li Fei's thoughts, and knew that the siblings must be hungry. So he hurriedly said, I originally made lunch, but I couldn't wait for you to come back, so I took it away to warm it. This time, all the ingredients I used were found in that restaurant. You can try it. I'll go get it. Li Fei and Li Xian finished the lemonade in their cups, and they came to the dining table impatiently, as if they were pressed against each other. In the middle of the table was a roasted whole chicken, and next to it was a large plate of fried food with sauce, and pizzas of different flavors. It's true that they are all fast food, but they are indeed satisfying and filling. And most importantly, they can definitely make you feel happy. Li Su also brought 2 cans of beer. Li Xian couldn't drink, so he brought him a can of Coke. The roast chicken used the frozen chicken from the store, but Li Su did the marinating, so the skin was crispy and the meat was tender, fresh and juicy. The fried food included French fries, chicken nuggets, shrimp chips, onion rings, with ketchup, salad dressing and tartar sauce, all of which were frozen and fried. Unfortunately, Li Fei and Li Xian came back too late, so the crust was not so crispy. The pizza was 2 8-inch bacon and cheese flavors, and the pizza dough was also made from the store. Li Fei and Li Xian's cheeks swelled up from eating, and they only drank drinks in the middle. But they soon started to eat again. When they were finally full, they touched their slightly bulging stomachs and burped in satisfaction and without image. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Li Su remembered something, got up to open the door, and after talking about something in the hallway, he came back with a small electric cooker. Seeing Li Fei and Li Xian looking at him, Li Su felt a little embarrassed for some reason, and explained shyly, Ning Shuwen's family has no kitchen utensils, so she asked me to borrow some, but she exchanged them for supplies. That's true. Didn't Li Fei give up giving her vegetables last time? Her family really doesn't cook, and this time, they brought back frozen goods, so they need kitchen utensils to cook. Moreover, some of the ingredients obtained from the relief food must be cooked with kitchen utensils, and before that, they probably relied on various instant foods to solve their hunger. Li Fei did not comment on this. Ning Shuwen had helped them a lot. Just borrowing a pot was nothing, not to mention that it was exchanged for supplies. I guess she would make a lot of cooked food this time and store it in the refrigerator. I seem to have seen a microwave oven when I went to her house earlier, so she didn't have to worry about reheating. Ning Shuwen's day was full of ups and downs. First, she was outside in a thrilling way for almost the entire morning. She was still uneasy when she returned to the community, especially when she came to the 20th floor. She was shocked to see the door of room 2002 open. 2 zombies were slowly crawling out of the room. She was so scared that she immediately dropped the bag in her hand and subconsciously went forward to attack while holding the lever. They were half crawling and fell down after a few hits. Ning Shuwen stopped temporarily when she saw that the 2 zombies had no attack power. Then she found that the 2 zombies seemed to be 2 elderly zombies. That's... Ning Shuwen's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe it. After a while of melancholy, she finally let the 2 old people get relief. No matter what, she still had to continue living. When she was sorting out the supplies, she suddenly found that she had no kitchen utensils at home. So she borrowed kitchen utensils. She could see that Li Fei came to find her, and now he was instigating the 2 brothers to learn Sonda. But she didn't really want to go out. They have always been very calm and not so panicked. I think there are stocks at home, so as she always goes to their house. Isn't that the same as disturbing them? Next time I go out alone, I'll see if there are any kitchen utensils. After the 3 Li family members had eaten for a while, they began to count the supplies they had found this time. Li Xian went with Ning Shuwen, and he put out the supplies he found first. He went to beverage shops and bakeries the most. Li Fei looked at the milk and tea leaves and said greedily, Brother, I want to drink milk tea. Li Su said helplessly, Okay, I'll make it later. In fact, Li Fei loved milk tea in his previous life. But after the end of the world, he had forgotten what these 2 ingredients tasted like. As for the bakery, the supplies he got were naturally various baking materials, the most basic flours, sugar and salt, eggs, yeast and baking powder, butter, milk and whipped cream, as well as extra honey, condensed milk, cheese, vanilla extract, cocoa powder, chocolate, nuts and various spices. Not only that, Li Xian even took 2 dough kneading machines, a baking oven, and a corresponding number of baking trays. Of course, these large items were put into the backpack grid. And fortunately, their house was big enough to accommodate them. Brother, don't we still have a lot of flour at home? With this dough kneading machine, we can get twice the result with half the effort, Li Xian said proudly with his hands on his waist. Looking for praise, Li Su was about to say something when Li Fei interrupted him. Well done. There will be more types of food in the future. Drinking milk tea while eating sweet biscuits and cakes as afternoon tea. And having bread and snacks for breakfast. What kind of heavenly day is this? Thinking of this, she almost grinned sincerely. Li Xian was speechless for a while. How could he not hear the meaning of praise? Li Su was also speechless for a while. It seemed that his sister was really hungry, and was more of a foodie than before. The supplies of the beverage store and the bakery were classified and placed aside. Li Xian also went to the gym with Ning Chuan. When mentioning this, Li Fei also explained the problem of the crystal core to Li Su, who nodded in understanding. There was nothing else in the gym. Of course, all kinds of fitness equipment, which Li Fei had prepared. And Li Xian took some more, such as dumbbells of different weights, elastic ropes, and secretly took a treadmill and an exercise bike. I originally wanted to take an elliptical machine, but that one is bigger. Even though their house is much more spacious, it would be a bit crowded to put all of them down. Li Fei glanced at him and joked. Why? You like sports now? Li Xian was shy and didn't say anything. But as long as exercise becomes a habit, there will be an inexplicable sense of refreshment after exercise. Okay. Put it aside for now. You can always eat it later. These are the supplies I found today. You can take a look. Although Li Su went with Li Fei, they separated in the middle. He and Wu Sini went to the dental clinic, so they collected medical supplies. Li Fei checked them one by one. The instruments included suture needles, sutures, gauze, adhesive tape, syringes, surgical blades, tweezers, and hemostatic forceps. Although the surgical scissors are dedicated to the dental department, they can still be used when there is a shortage of instruments. In addition, there are a lot of alcohol and hydrogen peroxide, cotton balls and iodine, sterile gloves, protective glasses, disposable hats and masks. Li Fei took a quick look and found the medicine. He picked it up and looked carefully. It turned out to be anesthetic and adrenaline. This device is enough to carry out a small operation in the end of the world. Of course, whether the patient can survive or not is not mentioned for the time being. Even if it is exchanged, it can be exchanged for a large amount of supplies, especially for the base. However, Li Su not only took these products, he also took 2 disinfection cabinets. This thing is common in medical institutions. It is used for sterilization, disinfection, heat preservation and dehumidification. It is not only those medical equipment that need to be prepared in this way, but also clothes and tools can be used. Li Fei released the supplies she received from the ball training institution and the boxing club, which were also utensils and daily necessities. The rest was a large amount of food. The food placed outdoors in the restaurants she passed by had rotted to a certain extent, and the frozen goods in the refrigerators and freezers that accidentally lost power or were not connected to the power had melted and produced a strange smell. So she didn't take any of them. In addition to the large amount of food stored in the kitchen as Ning Xuan mentioned, the Live House restaurant also had various drinks. Li Fei secretly took a whole cabinet of red wine, more than a dozen bottles of foreign wine, box beer and sparkling water. Of course, there were also 2 ice machines. Although there might be a power outage in the future, not only does her home have a generator, but it can also be put into the space after it is made, and the finished ice cubes will not melt. They had a great harvest this time. No wonder even the storage boxes in the space were full. They were basically frozen meat and seafood, pre-prepared dishes and snacks, which filled up the refrigerator and freezer at home again. If they couldn't fit in, they would put them in the space, because they wouldn't melt anyway. After packing up all the supplies, Li Fei suddenly said, "Brother, Ashwan, you go first." Li Su and Li Xian looked at each other and sat silently on the floor opposite her. Li Fei said seriously, "Brother, Ashwan, you went out with me this time, and you must have seen what the world has become. The situation in the future is expected to be 100 times more serious than it is now, so you have to be mentally prepared. In addition, She glanced at the brothers, whose faces were becoming more serious, and asked, "You also noticed the abnormality that happened today, right?" "You mean the sun?" Li Su whispered. "It was cloudy before, but the sun suddenly came out today, according to what you told us before. This is..." He paused at this point, and Li Xian immediately said, "Is it polar day?" "Except for certain countries, polar day and polar night are impossible in China. According to scientific principles, this situation is even more impossible for a long time. But now even zombies have appeared. While subverting the three views, this situation is actually easier to accept." Li Fei nodded and said, "Yes, the polar day has begun. There are two problems we need to overcome now. First, the sun is constantly shining, so the temperature will naturally accumulate slowly, although it should not be as outrageous as the extreme heat in the end. It is estimated that it will reach a temperature never seen before. Second, all plants in the world will be mutated. These mutated plants will continue to photosynthesize, which can increase the oxygen content in the atmosphere. If some people with poor physical fitness cannot get effective treatment, it will be difficult for them to survive." Li Fei spent too much time in the library in his previous life, but he saw the sun hanging high in the sky outside and the strange plants around from the window, and some of them covered the windows. During this period, she also felt chest tightness and difficulty breathing, but she thought it was purely caused by hunger and thirst, and did not think about it carefully. Later, when she arrived at the base, she learned from others' words. But at that time, it could not be called a base. It should be called a shelter. Knowledge, pure oxygen is also toxic. The higher the concentration of oxygen and the longer it is inhaled, the more poisoning symptoms people will have. It can be treated, but where are the conditions for treatment in the end of the world? Even if it can be treated, as long as it is in this environment, the condition will not be completely cured. Humans are still weak in nature. If water pollution is just an accident caused by people's carelessness, then polar day high oxygen is the first natural disaster to eliminate a group of humans, mainly the elderly and children. The atmosphere solidified a little, although the warm sunshine continued to shine. The three of them felt a chill behind them. Chapter 83. Li Su asked, "What should we do now?" Li Xian also looked over with an inquiring look. The two brothers only listened to Li Fei's words now. Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "We found so many supplies this time, even enough for the three of us to eat for a while. So I think we should not go out for the time being and focus on the space. Except for going out sometimes to get familiar with people and find some specific supplies. What do you think?" Li Su nodded and said, "At least we don't have to consider meat for the time being. We can plant more vegetables and make some equipment on the farm, which will be good for future development." Li Xian also said, "But before that, we still have to continue to make money. I think finding supplies is indeed not as interesting as fishing." Li Fei glanced at him and smiled. Making money is inevitable, and planting and production are also necessary. However, because the zombies outside now have crystal cores, and there is no way to obtain them in space, we still have to go out and get fuel from the gas station. It was only a few hours later, but Li Fei still missed the unfilled fuel. After the three of them discussed it, the wire mesh was installed. Li Fei took Li Su and Li Xian into the space with his mobile phone. The air in this space is clean and fresh, and sometimes you can stay in it to resist high oxygen during the polar day. Li Fei did not forget his previous thoughts and started working directly, preparing to process wood to make storage boxes first. Li Xian took the fishing gear, bait and food to the river. Li Su was not idle either. He came to the tailor table under Li Fei's guidance to study. He chose the tailor's skill, so he would get more experience points by doing exclusive work. There was cotton in the storage box, and there was also the luminous flower tobacco harvested before. After the luminous flower tobacco was processed, it could be made with the former on the tailor table to become a magical tool to fight against the high oxygen in the polar day, the luminous mask. Looking at the description, it is probably that after wearing the mask, the oxygen in the air can be neutralized when breathing, reducing it to a level similar to that before the end of the world. There is no science to speak of, but as long as it is useful, it's fine. Li Fei made 10 storage boxes in one go, and reorganized the supplies stored in them. This was not an easy job. Unlike in the game where she could arrange things with one click, she had to take out a lot of supplies first, and then put them in. Fortunately, this action did not consume her stamina. Just then, Li Su called her over, and when Li Fei arrived, She found that the former was at the craftsman's table. Li Fei asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Fei. "I think we can take a look inside, and then build a building." Li Su pointed to the interface he opened. "Although it's too early to build poultry houses and pastures, you have already started planting. So I think this can be prepared." Li Fei looked in the direction, and found a mill option on the interface. When it comes to mills, it means all kinds of food, such as wheat can be made into flour, rice can be made into rice, and other products can be processed for farm management. It is one of the important buildings. To build a mill, you need wood, stone and clay. These materials are available everywhere, but you have to save up the gold coins. Li Fei thought for a moment and said, "Okay, but in addition to this, I thought there was another building that could be built." Li Su asked curiously, "Which one?" After all, he was the only one who had the craftsman's skill, and he would probably build all the buildings in the future. Li Fei swiped the interface, clicked and said this. Li Su looked and saw that it was a fish pond. Now the only income comes from fishing. Every time you have to go to the river or lake, and using fishing gear also consumes physical strength. But if you build a fish pond, it can automatically produce aquatic products, and the amount is comparable to fishing. The time saved can be used for other things. It's just that building a fish pond is more expensive than building a mill. So Li Fei just thought about it. Maybe we can't just rely on fishing to get gold coins. We have to find another way. Li Su suggested. The buildings in the craftsman's table cost a lot of money. Fei. Should we go to the mall to take a look? Li Fei opened the mall as soon as she said she would. In fact, she has already started to grow crops. The fruits and vegetables produced in the space are growing strong and ripe. Some of them even have a chance to receive 2 or more plants for planting a seed. These are just leafy vegetables. If it is roots and melons, she can't imagine whether they will be bigger than in reality. In other words, she can have extra fruits and vegetables for processing. So the shipment price is much higher than the base price of fruits and vegetables. But what can fruits and vegetables be processed and sold? Li Fei and Li Su have been browsing, and finally selected a blueprint. Clay pot blueprint. Clay pots can make vegetables into pickles, fruits into jams, and other byproducts, such as the soy sauce needed for the steamed sea-based recipe. In fact, soy sauce is also made from beans, so it can also be sold for money. Li Fei had the money for a blueprint for the time being, so he bought it without hesitation. But the materials had to be found again. Li Fei was not in a hurry, but went to the field on the farm with Li Su again. The crops in the field were still growing continuously, and several rows of grown exotic plants were dancing in the wind. Ordinary crops require less time than exotic plants, and each piece of land was sprinkled with fertilizer when it was planted. It must be able to produce a lot during the time that the Li family was at home. However, the fertilizers sprinkled were all primary fertilizers, unlike intermediate fertilizers that could shorten the maturity time. That's why Li Fei wanted to build a fish pond so that more intermediate fertilizers could be produced. Brother, when I upgraded my skills, I was rewarded with a blueprint about scarecrows. Li Fei explained. Since there are scarecrows, there may be other factors that disturb the planting. So I want to make a few more scarecrows. In the future, there will be more plants that can be planted, and I also want to separate them with fences. This is a big project, Li Su explained. It seems that we have to collect more materials first, no matter what kind of building or equipment. The basic materials are almost always one of the 3, wood, stone, and weeds. If there are enough gold coins but not enough materials, it will be embarrassing. So Li Fei and Li Su went to the area they had divided for planting trees, and saw that the trees they had planted at the beginning had grown up. The lush trees were exactly the same as those seen in other places, and they could be cut down again. As for the trees where Li Fei left stumps, they should have grown up now, but she had forgotten their location. But she could continue to cut them down. In the future, when the farmland expands, those trees will definitely not even have stumps left. Li Fei and Li Su took out axes and chopped down 1 tree each. When the tree seeds popped up, they planted them directly and spread tree fertilizer. After the trees in the area were chopped down, the 2 went to the farm again. But this time, they did more than just cut down trees. They quickly switched tools, cutting trees, smashing rocks, and weeding. In addition, they would hoe the land to see if clay could pop up. During this time, they would also go to the campfire to cook food to restore their physical strength. And they did this until the sun was setting. The sun rises and sets in space just like a normal day. If they return to reality at this time, they will definitely find that the golden sun is still as dazzling, eye-catching and warm as it rose today, with no intention of setting down to rest. I don't know what the situation is like in the other hemisphere at this moment, but the natural disaster has come quietly. Feeling a vibration in her pocket, Li Fei wiped the sweat from her forehead and took out her mobile phone to see that someone had indeed sent her a message. She had deleted all the contacts and group chats in her address book long ago. Now all that was left were newly added, such as the community owner group and the building group, the small group that was created because of mutual acquaintance before. Even the contacts only had Li Su, Li Xian, Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan. So these two messages were naturally sent by the latter two. Although the current network signal is not good, this sun that seems to never set will definitely cause chaos in the community. Neighbors will either get together to talk face to face, or continue to vent in virtual group chats. I don't know when Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan sent her messages, but if they went directly to her house, the system would remind her that someone came to her house. So these two people just sent messages using a weak network and didn't disturb her too much, which made Li Fei quite satisfied. She checked the messages and found that they were just asking about the sun. After all, there were zombies, and the strange celestial phenomena didn't seem so scary. Li Fei only sent a few nouns in the end, and then continued to work. His physical strength had been replenished. But at this time, it was no longer a matter of physical strength, but he was really hungry. So Li Su exited the space first. The bonfire had been lit in advance. With the help of the firelight, Li Fei went to the workbench to process the secondary materials needed for the scarecrow and the fence, and then went to the tailor's table to check the progress. In addition to the ones planted in the field, Li Su processed all the harvested luminous flower tobacco, and then made a total of 6 luminous masks together with cotton. As for the 2 luminous flower tobaccos planted in the field, Li Fei prepared to make 2 flower pots for transplanting, and took them back to reality and placed them indoors, which was equivalent to an air purifier. Luminous masks, like tools, have durability, but it's unknown how long this durability will last. So everyone made 2 copies, hoping to use them until the polar night comes. These 6 luminous masks will probably take until tomorrow to make, and Li Fei no longer worries about it. Looking at the sun, it will be time for the zombies to come. But now she doesn't need to prepare for an attack in advance. She just needs to watch over them. The number of zombies has increased to about 20. I don't know if it's because of the light or something else. The bottom of the zombies' eyes are like a sticky swamp, with 2 black marks flowing down, sharp fangs dripping with yellow saliva, and even the nails have become longer. However, just as they reached the attack range, the weapon-type exotic plants in front of them started firing at the same time, like firecrackers. Fortunately, China banned guns, unlike the United States where you can hear the sound of firecrackers every day. Li Fei looked again. Under the baptism of gunfire, the zombies in the front row basically lost their offensive ability, and the zombies in the back were also attacked to varying degrees. It's just that the firing rate is a bit slow. I feel like I can plant some other exotic plants? Li Fei was very hungry, and he looked at the time again. He decided to fight quickly, and took out a kitchen knife to join the battle. When the kitchen knife chopped the zombies, Li Fei noticed a change. The body was a little harder than before, and some would use long nails to block the slash, like a subconscious reaction. However, with the help of firearms, she still managed to eliminate this wave of zombies safely. The system also spoke, and the crystal cores that had been used up in the currency column had numbers again. But this time, 3 crystal cores were rewarded. It seems that Li Fei's idea was right. The zombies in the space will evolve, so the rewards naturally cannot be stingy. Therefore, in reality, the mutants will only become more and more dangerous, especially during the polar night. Chapter 84. Finally, the zombies were wiped out, and the strange plants quieted down. The clematis nets left in the farmland grew densely with their own poles, blocking the front few pistols and chili rifles. Just as I put away the kitchen knife, I heard a rustling sound from a distance. Li Fei turned around and saw that it was Li Xian, who came back stepping on the weeds on the ground. She asked from a distance, "Sister, have all the zombies been eliminated?" Li Fei nodded and asked, "How was the harvest?" Li Xian simply released all the fish, in addition to the aquatic river fish produced in the fish cages. There were dozens of fish jumping on the ground, which looked very fresh. Li Xian already had fishing skills and upgraded her backpack. If she hadn't really run out of energy, she would have probably fished until she was kicked out of the space by the system. Li Fei stroked her chin, roughly estimating the price of this batch of aquatic products. She didn't know if it was enough to build a fish pond, or should she buy seeds and plant crops first. Li Xian looked at Li Fei's expression and couldn't help but complain. Sister, you look so evil now, just like the final boss in the game. Li Fei recovered her facial paralysis and asked Li Xian to sell all the aquatic products. After packing up, they returned to reality together. The balcony was still shining directly with a large area of sunlight. It seemed as if time had not moved at all. Only the numbers on the clock proved that it was indeed night on a normal day. The quilt on the clothes drying rack has been put away, and there is still a faint fragrance in the air. Li Fei poured another glass of lemonade, sat on the sofa, and took out his mobile phone to check. Sure enough, there was a new message. Although the order of the messages in the group chat was a bit strange to read due to the network jam. After all, because of the polar day phenomenon, everyone was asking and discussing in a panic. But there were probably no other side effects except the sun hanging high in the sky during these hours. So in the end, people still lived as usual. However, the biological clock that people had developed in the past may have changed during this period of time. Once there is no night, they will sleep when they are tired and sleep until they wake up naturally. If they can't see the accurate time from the clock and mobile phone, it will definitely cause abnormal mental state in the long run. Ning Shuan sent her a message, saying that she was going to go out to look for supplies tomorrow, so she couldn't teach them. Wu Sini said the same thing. Now he was only a small part of the money he earned by using medical skills, so he could only go out to look for supplies. They shouldn't be short of food at the moment, but they still had to find a way to get water and daily necessities. Li Fei thought for a moment and suggested in the small group that they could go together, but then the rotating circle next to her made her a little anxious, so she simply stopped looking at it. In this era, people are very dependent on the internet and devices, even addicted, but they should be able to quit after the end of the world because they only think about how to survive as much as possible all day long. So they naturally don't think about those things anymore. But Li Fei, who has the golden finger, doesn't have to be so nervous in this life. Fortunately, she downloaded something that can relieve boredom in advance, as long as there is electricity. During the break, Li Fei turned on the surveillance again. The surveillance can call up the video of the corresponding time for viewing. So Li Fei called up the video from the time they left. It can be seen that about 2 hours later, 2 or 3 people sneaked to the 19th floor. They are strangers, but they are estimated to be from building 20. They should have learned from the group that the famous 1902 resident had gone out, so they were ready to come and take a look. The surveillance clearly captured that one of them took out some tools for unlocking, and the rest of the people, one was guarding on the side, and the other was watching in the safe corridor, and they actually looked a little familiar. The time showed that another 2 minutes had passed. The person responsible for unlocking the door might have touched the iron mesh on the door, and the strange iron mesh-like plant sensed that there was an enemy in front of it, and quickly extended thin vines with sharp thorns to wrap around the unlocker's hand, and continued to grow sharp thorns. Well, this was actually Li Fei's imagination. Although she installed 2 cameras in front of her house, she could only see a little bit of something that looked like iron wire. But Li Fei was still very satisfied that it could really attack automatically, because then there was a painful scream from the unlocker, and the person beside him wanted to help him pull his hand out, but he might have also touched the iron wire, and continued to grow and wrap slowly. Soon after, flowing blood began to seep out of the ground. As for the lookout, he had already fled in fear after seeing this scene, and he probably didn't even see the scene clearly. The poor and hateful 2 people finally broke free from the iron wire and fled away from the 19th floor, leaving only the pool of blood behind them. Li Fei paused several times to carefully identify. Their hands should also be bloody. Haha. They deserve it. Li Fei closed the video and went to the dining table. Filling their stomachs is the most important thing now. Time is limited, so Li Su still made frozen food from the live house restaurant. He thawed 2 lamb chops, beat them and marinated them, and carefully fried them slowly. During this time, he opened a bottle of red wine and made a sauce with onions, minced garlic, milk, black pepper and salt. As for Li Xian's portion, Li Su fried a piece of fillet steak separately, since there was red wine in the restaurant. There must be corresponding glass bottles. So the open but unused red wine was also placed on the table. With 2 tall glasses, Li Xian couldn't drink. So he opened a bottle of sparkling water, which was still lemon-flavored. If it was a calm night, Li Fei would have to find a few more candles to support the scene. Wouldn't this be equivalent to a candlelight dinner? There must be some romance in the end times. Unfortunately, the balcony without curtains still continuously delivers sunlight, and those who don't know would think it was lunch. However, without the disturbance of neighbors for the time being, this meal is a bit more leisurely. It seems that this restaurant does not use synthetic meat, but real fresh meat. Even if it has been frozen for such a long time, it can still emit a mellow meaty aroma under Li Su's conditioning. Li Su also made a bowl of cheese mashed potatoes. Since the main dish is like this, it should be more Western style. Li Fei drank a lot of red wine. She was not drunk to the extent of 1 glass. She didn't finish the dinner until the bottle was empty. After a busy day, I have to take a shower. But the water in the tap is definitely not usable. Fortunately, there is still normal water stored in the house before, so I don't have to go to the space to get it, using a kettle to heat and adjust the temperature. The 3 of them took a shower and seemed to have washed away their fatigue. Li Fei felt a little sleepy, and the quilt had just been dried in the sun, which was full of gentleness. This was particularly precious in S City, which was supposed to be the time of the return of the south wind. She didn't even turn on the electric blanket. She pulled up the curtains, put on the sunlight eye mask, and prepared to fall asleep. There were more than 1 pair of sunlight eye masks at home, so she didn't have to worry about Li Su and Li Xian's sleep. But after an unknown amount of time, Li Fei felt an external force that woke her up unconsciously. She pulled off the eye mask and rubbed her eyes. The hazy sunlight was still reflected outside the curtains. At this moment, she suddenly felt a thin stream of heat under her body, and then her lower abdomen became hot and numb. Li Fei was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Is she having her period? Don't criticize her. After the apocalypse, there are many women whose menstrual periods are infinitely delayed. It's nothing more than insufficient nutrition intake. Even Li Fei, who has a stable job, often doesn't have her period for several months. And even if she does, the amount is not much. I remember that she hadn't had her period for a long time before she died in her previous life, because she was not punctual. She didn't have the energy to record it every time. The original Li Fei was quite punctual, so she didn't record it carefully. In other words, because this is Li Fei's body in her previous life, and she has eaten a lot until now, she finally had her period normally. But the body inside is Li Fei, who was reborn from the apocalypse, so she never noticed it. Li Fei was completely awake. She scratched her head embarrassedly and went to find some sanitary products to change. She cleaned and tidied everything. These things didn't make any sound. The room was still quiet, but Li Fei noticed some extra movement. She left the bathroom, sure that it was a small sound coming from the entrance or outside the door. She tiptoed to the door and took out a kitchen knife. She lay down and listened. Hey, are you sure you can saw off this iron net? That's right. Didn't the Huang guy say that this iron net is very evil? He touched it and it entangled with it like a living thing. So his hand was injured. It will probably take a long time to heal. These are the voices of 2 different people, and the lower voice seems rougher. What are you talking about? Maybe he is hallucinating because of hunger. How can there be life in a wire mesh? It must be his poor skills. He knows some lockpicking skills. What a waste. It seems that the zombies in this building have been completely eliminated, and people have moved back. Once they moved back, their minds began to become active. They drove out of the community, and the information was passed back and forth. Building 20 must have been the first to know, so of course someone wanted to act secretly. But the upper voice was still very hesitant. Look at the blood on the ground. And it's not just Lao Huang who was injured. Didn't Xiao Li say it himself? And his family is not as thick-skinned as Lao Huang and his mother, so they never showed up again. Old Chen could let it go, but he ran away when he saw the 2 people were injured. It was useless. The rough voice was a little more impatient. These few families have gone out to find supplies, and they must have left them at home. How can we not give it a try? If you want to continue to starve, then get out. We won't take you with us. Stop nagging. When it comes to starvation, the voice immediately disappears. After all, the feeling of hunger is really unbearable and even more painful. The rough voice then asked, Xiao Wang, how are you doing? Xiao Wang was the one who said the first sentence. And only said, first, find a way to open the barbed wire. And then I can try. Li Fei frowned. It seemed that Xiao Wang was responsible for unlocking the door. She held the kitchen knife tightly. But it was not enough. She took out an electric baton in her other hand. Good. Very good. She thought irritably. She was already starting to feel uncomfortable. This group of people wanted to hit her on the edge of the knife. Then she would fulfill their wish. Who knew that when Li Fei was about to open the door and chop it down? There was a shouting outside the door. It was howling like a dog being beaten. There was no need to think about it. It must be that the rough man tried to saw through the wire, but was counterattacked by the clematis. He still stabbed into the sharp thorns. You? Don't run. Help me loosen it. It hurts me to death. However, the answer was fearful and angry. Bah! I knew you had bad intentions. You kept thinking about coming and asked me to come too. Do you want me to die together? You fucking stay alone. As he spoke, the corridor was left with only the constant screams of pain. The previous people and Xiao Wang seemed to have left. Li Fei retracted his weapon, put his hand on the door, and tried to feel the clematis net. Strange plants are like mutant animals to their hosts, and they can always have a certain connection. Well, it seems that the nutrients of this clematis net are most likely to block the blood that flows out of the enemy after the attack. The bleeding caused by the use of spikes is not that fast. But no one rescued him, and he couldn't break free for a while. What awaited him was to experience the blood in his body slowly draining away, and weakness and fear gradually coming and doubling. Why not go out and give him a quick death? Li Fei thought to himself. TSK. She is actually a little kind. Chapter 85. In her previous life, Li Fei had seen murders and corpses, and had mustered up the courage to kill enemies. After her rebirth, she was even more determined. After all, if the enemy didn't die, she might have to die. Moreover, in the later stages of the apocalypse, human life was worthless, and it was rare to see a saint. But the man outside the door was obviously from this building, and he might have a family in one of the households. If she killed him now, her family would definitely come to her door tomorrow, and it would be troublesome to deal with the corpse. It's not that she is a saint, but it's very troublesome to follow up. And she has a stomachache, so she doesn't want to move anymore. In fact, putting a corpse at the door can also deter neighbors and the like. But she only had one neighbor, Wusini, so it was probably useless. Besides, the temperature would gradually rise, and the decay of the corpse would probably accelerate. I dare not think about it. Li Fei curled her lips in disgust. However, at this moment, she suddenly heard the sound of a door opening outside. The rough man also noticed it, and shouted for help as if he didn't care. Dr. Wu! Dr. Wu! Please save me! This unfortunate thing is entangled with me, and I can't get rid of it. It hurts so much. Li Fei opened the window on the door, just in time to face Wusini's indifferent expression, and saw it clearly. She didn't think he would come forward to help get rid of it, but she was a little worried that he would accidentally touch it. He was not an online player, and he would definitely be entangled with the wire. So in the end, she closed the window and opened the door. When she opened it, she realized that she would not disturb the clematis net and continue to entangle the enemy. Those thin vines would slowly grow longer, and the rough man, whose voice was like his person, had been entangled in both arms. The stems and leaves were very dense. He was constantly surging like a fleshworm, and a lot of fresh blood was flowing under his body. His face had turned pale. When the rough man saw her, his face turned red for the last time, then blue, and finally white. Tears were forced out of the corners of his eyes, and he continued to beg. Please save me. I won't dare to do it again next time. Please. I don't want to die. Li Fei ignored him, just tilted his head and said, You go in first. I'll take care of it. This tone, as if what she saw was just a piece of meat waiting to be processed. But Wusini didn't seem to want to do what she said, and just said lightly, His blood flowed to my house. The window at the end of the corridor was still bright, and the originally dried layer of blood was covered by fresh blood. The clothes on the rough man now seemed to have rolled in a pool of blood. He seemed to have no strength to shout loudly, but his tearful eyes still expressed the same meaning. Li Fei narrowed her eyes, seemed to have noticed something, and asked, Why? You want to come with me? Wusini smiled and said, It's almost over anyway. Right? The two people seemed to be telling each other a riddle, but they seemed to understand each other's meaning. Li Fei glanced at the rough man who stopped twisting and thought, although it is nighttime now, it is still bright outside, so I guess I can't throw it too far. Why is it that the dark and windy night is the best time to do this kind of thing? No. Just put it anywhere in the building. Wu Sini shook her head and looked at her. You may not be able to move it by yourself. I will help you. And it will be faster. Li Fei looked at Wu Sini's curved eyebrows and white face that formed a huge contrast with the blood. Somehow, she was shocked and looked away and whispered, then let's get to work. The 20th and 18th floors couldn't be released. As the host, Li Fei would be fine if she broke the iron wire on the unconscious rough man. And the color of the thin vine looked darker. One of them held the shoulders, and the other held the legs, lifted them up with force, and walked to the safe corridor. It was late at night, and Li Fei didn't want to move much. When he arrived at the 17th floor, the door of room 1701 was open. It was probably one of the people who escaped at the beginning. At this time, the door was not closed, which meant that no one was at home. Li Fei and Wu Sini looked at each other and went straight in, since the zombies in this building had been eliminated, and the team members should have come to see it from the afternoon to now. They were not afraid of a zombie suddenly popping out. After finding a room to put the burly man down, room 1701 was facing the sun, and the curtains were not drawn. After the big move, Li Fei actually felt a little tired. Who made her have the bleeding debuff now? The burly man who fainted was caused by excessive blood loss. If he could not get effective treatment for a long time, he would be no different from death. Although his family would definitely look for him if they saw that he had not returned for a night. They knew that zombies had appeared in this room, so they would not go in at the first time. But after they went in and found it, if it took too long, the corpse would probably not be recognizable in its original appearance, and they might even miss it. However, now many households in the building have their doors wide open, and there should be some people who want to take the opportunity to rob. Li Fei felt that she could be such a person. After all, there was no one in the house, so it would be a waste not to take it. However, the people in the building were all short of supplies, and the supplies that could be found in 1701 were still seen in the relief food, and they were obviously thrifty. Li Fei didn't want to take it, so she pouted at Wu Sini. The latter understood, figured out something, and took the supplies. It seems that the car crash shattered the remaining hesitations, and also shattered the fantasy and possibilities of the future. And it would be a new life in the future. This is interesting. She would rather her teammate be a person who is ruthless and ungrateful to her than to be indecisive and too kind. Wu Sini looked over, paused, and asked, You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Li Fei rolled his eyes and asked in a bad tone, Do you have an occupational disease? Wu Sini shut up. But he immediately understood the reason. It should be a special period. First, as a doctor, he still knows this knowledge. Second, he has also come into contact with many such cases. For example, the nurses in this period are more terrifying than usual. Although he was confused about the iron wire net, he also suppressed the doubts in his heart, knowing that Li Fei would definitely not like others to ask, and would not really answer if asked. The two went upstairs again, waved to each other, and went into the house. Li Fei sniffed her hands and washed them twice in disgust. After completing the whole set of actions, she was not only no longer sleepy, but her lower abdomen also began to ache. But this feeling that she hadn't had for a long time actually made her feel a kind of pain and happiness. It's better to have pain for a while than not to have it for several months. So Li Fei went to the kitchen to turn on the fire again and found a small milk pot from the cupboard. When the network was not stuck, she saw a drink recipe that was suitable for drinking during menstrual cramps. While heating the milk, add turmeric powder, black pepper, cinnamon powder and honey. Although it sounds a bit dark, it also feels a bit warm. But before the milk boiled, Li Su actually got up. Even with the daylight mask, the body seemed to be able to sense the bright sunlight outside, so it was easy to wake up. In addition, the bedroom door was open, and he could vaguely hear the screams coming from somewhere. He thought he was dreaming, but he didn't really wake up until he heard the sound of the kitchen at home. What's wrong? Fei Fei? Li Fei said calmly, I have a stomachache. Boil some milk. Li Su didn't have to know everything about his sister's condition, but Li Fei was very different from usual at this time, so he could see it at a glance. Even if Li Fei was now expressionless, Her face could still be seen. Do you need help? Li Su asked. No. Just warming up the milk. I'll go to sleep after I finish drinking it. Li Fei declined. Brother, you should go to bed too. We have other things to do tomorrow. Li Su had no choice but to return to the bedroom. After Li Fei finished making the golden milk, she poured it into a cup and waited for it to cool down. During this time, she did not just stare blankly, but it would take too much time to read novels, TV series, or movies. After all, it was still night and she should go to bed. After thinking about it, she still opened the group chat. As expected, the sun did not set, and some people could not sleep, or those who had slept for a day were even more sleepless. Although the network was stuck, there were still many people who would rather send messages and wait for replies to kill time. Li Fei slid the screen up and down, and sure enough, there was a message asking about someone who went out and did not come back. After seeing the reply, people who did not know the truth were mostly sarcastic and gloating, with only 1 or 2 words of concern. And there were also people who asked why they went out, but did not reply. It was estimated that they were from the family of the rough man. They were naturally guilty, and would not reply when asked. Even the other 2 people, although they didn't know which family they were from, definitely didn't chat. Li Fei blew hot air and sipped the hot milk. She could already imagine the scene of the family turning into a self-explosive truck and coming to her door in a few hours. But as long as she was stubborn and refused to admit it, what could the family do to her? Besides, if she was too impulsive, she might get hurt again. After drinking the milk and washing the cup, Li Fei fell asleep again with warm hands, feet and stomach. But now there is no distinction between day and night. So she set an alarm on her mobile phone while there was still power, which was the same as before. Li Su was always the first to get up. After washing up, he started to make breakfast. Thinking about Li Fei's discomfort, he prepared to make her a bowl of sugar water. However, after breakfast and sugar water were cooked, even Li Xian got up. But Li Fei still did not leave the bedroom. Li Xian slept soundly, as if he had not noticed anything last night. He rubbed his eyes and asked, Brother, why hasn't my sister gotten up yet? In his impression during this period, Li Fei seemed to be very depressed. But in fact, she was still very active. Li Su paused, then said, Your sister is not feeling well. Let her sleep a little longer. We will eat first. Fortunately, Li Fei still had her own biological clock, and finally woke up in a daze. She yawned sleepily and touched her belly, which seemed to be less uncomfortable. However, after recalling, she remembered that she always had symptoms 2 or 3 days before. So it was just a break. After getting dressed, getting out of bed and washing up, Li Su and Li Xian had almost finished breakfast. Li Su boiled red dates, longanians, eggs and brown sugar water, using all the dry goods that Li Fei had stockpiled. Li Xian had a physiology class at school, so he roughly understood what was going on and didn't say anything. Li Fei got up late today and had breakfast late. But before she left the table, she heard another round of screams outside the door. Here they come. She bit off half of the sweet boiled egg and thought silently. After the scream, there was a loud shout. Open the door. Open the door quickly. I know there's someone inside. Don't try to hide. Come out quickly. Chapter 86. Li Su and Li Xian couldn't help but frown. But they didn't get up because they saw Li Fei was still eating breakfast calmly. However, after hearing the last sentence, the 2 brothers didn't do anything. But Li Fei's face suddenly changed. He put the spoon on the table with a snap, and immediately stood up and walked to the entrance. She opened the window on the door directly, and she could still vaguely see the iron wire on the door. I don't know if it was because of telepathy. The net slowly opened a small hole to let her see the things in front of her more clearly. There were several women outside the door with raised eyebrows. When they saw her, they said angrily, What kind of evil magic did you use? And you dare to kill people? Li Fei asked coldly, How can I kill someone? Don't admit it. Lao Ma hasn't come back for a long time. Just like he disappeared from the face of the earth. You must have harmed him. How can you be so cruel? Give me back my life. Li Fei's temper also came up. Perhaps she couldn't control herself at this time. She crossed her arms and sneered. I want to laugh when I hear you say that. He didn't go home. What does it have to do with me? He didn't come to my place. So, did he actually want to come to my place? Now everyone basically stays at home. He came here without asking. Could it be that he wanted to do something secretly? You? The woman was speechless for a moment. Before she could reply, another woman urged her anxiously. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and rescue the person first. Li Fei changed his angle, and saw a struggling woman half lying and half sitting on the ground. It was probably the wife of the rough man. If someone helped, the clematis blocker could still break free. If not, it would slowly bleed to death like the rough man last night. But the wife of the old ma was lucky. She finally broke free from the wire. But her face was pale. Her hands were bloody. And there were tears on her eyes. She might not be able to move her mouth anymore. Even the others only cursed a few more times. But they didn't dare to touch the door again. Even the end of her voice was trembling. The only thing left on her body was her mouth. As I said before, as long as she doesn't admit it, no one can do anything to her. Li Fei teased. If you have this time, you might as well go find someone yourself. Maybe he just went out and didn't come back. Anyway, I don't know. After she finished speaking, she closed the window without waiting for an answer, and returned to the table to drink the last sugar water. The door was still outputting insults, but it was not clear through the door, as long as it was not the noise of banging or kicking the door. This iron wire fence is really useful. Li Su sighed in his heart. Now basically no one dares to come to the door for no reason. Girls in special periods are so scary. Li Xian bit the bun and thought silently. Now the water flowing out of the tap is no longer drinkable. It's okay if you have the habit of storing water in advance. But if you don't, you're in big trouble. So there are more and more problems of attempted burglary. After all, people can live a few more days without food. But if they don't drink water, they won't live for a few days. This woman would rather waste her saliva here. So let her go. Anyway, it's not them who are thirsty in the end. This morning, instead of going to Ning Shuan's place to practice, the Li family prepared to do some fitness on their own. In the living room, they first found a way to hang a hanging boxing sandbag, and then put a tumbler sandbag, and then put out boxing gloves, wrist guards and hand wraps. With these equipment, the two brothers really looked quite impressive. In her previous life, Li Fei didn't dare to rest casually. Even if she had waited for her menstrual period for a long time, she would endure the pain and go to work. To be honest, she almost went to exercise together just now, and she couldn't be idle for too long. It was Li Su who stopped her and asked her to go to the balcony to bask in the sun. It's better not to exercise a lot in the next 2 days. To make her feel at ease, Li Su also made the milk tea she had been longing for. But now she could only drink warm hot milk tea with a spoonful of soft and sticky taro balls and rice mochi. Iced milk tea would probably be out later. Li Fei had no choice but to drag a back chair to the balcony and sat down for a while. The glass window was covered with a layer of golden light, and you could see a few pedestrians passing by on the road. The door had become quiet, and the regular sound of hitting sandbags appeared instead. Li Fei drank a sip of milk tea with a straw, chewed the sweet taro balls, and then took out her mobile phone. In such a peaceful occasion, take a break. What should I look at? Li Fei picked up the names one by one, but suddenly stopped. When she downloaded the video, she first downloaded all the ones she had collected on the website. She must have liked watching them, so she collected them. And the name she stopped to see was a documentary. And it was the medical documentary that Wu Sini was in. But more than 3 years had passed, and she had long forgotten what it was about. He should have gone out. Right? Otherwise, the group of women wouldn't have been so quiet when they came upstairs to make a fuss. He should have listened to her advice, and went out with Ning Shuan. I didn't seem to see the car when I looked down just now. Why not review it? Anyway, she liked this type of documentary very much. Besides, maybe she could learn some useful medical knowledge. Thinking this way always feels a bit self-deceiving. Li Fei shook her head, found the headphones and put them on, and clicked on the video to watch. The documentary was filmed in the 8th People's Hospital of S City. But because Li Fei's hometown is in M District, she has never been there once. In addition to Wu Sini, the protagonists of the documentary also include an anesthesiologist and an obstetrician and gynecologist, and it is unknown whether they escaped the disaster. Looking back on the past, she was indeed moved by Wu Sini's big appearance. And when she appeared, the rapidly increasing and constantly rolling barrage also expressed the same feeling as her. Now it seems that I don't know if it was designed in advance by the director team. Wusini always feels a bit of a persona on the screen. The kind of double-faced person who appears to be arrogant and casual on the surface, but Sood Wantue when serious, can easily make young girls who are not experienced in the world fall on the spot. Li Fei couldn't help but hold her forehead. Was she inexperienced at that time? But you really can't trust everything on the other side of the screen. For medical documentaries like this, you probably have to be careful about everything except the patient's case. Just like she knows Wusini now. She feels that there is still some difference except for the smile on her lips. Unfortunately, most people are visual animals now. With just that face, he has already won most of the battle. Each episode is about 3/4 of an hour. Li Fei is scrolling, while occasionally checking the group chat for interesting things. The warm sunlight seems to form a thin film covering her body. She feels a little hot. She glances at the thermometer on the wall. The value has reached the outdoor temperature estimated yesterday, and it will continue to rise slowly in the future. She put away the chairs and went into the house. Seeing that Li Su and Li Xian were sweating profusely during training, she went to find a few bottles of sports drinks, which she bought from the convenience store. It was still early, and Li Fei looked at the time and thought it was time to prepare lunch. But seeing that Li Su and Li Xian were so tired, she was not so useless as to force her brother to continue cooking. So she rolled up her sleeves and went to the refrigerator to find ingredients, thinking about today's lunch. Alas, she could still choose food at this time. If she told others about this, it would definitely cause outrage among people and gods. Right? When downloading ebooks, Li Fei also downloaded a lot of recipe books. She wanted to make a few large dishes, so that she could eat them directly after returning from the space in the evening. Meat is definitely a must. She took out a bag of spare ribs and opened a bag of bean curd to prepare a dish of steamed spare ribs with bean curd. She also took a whole thick white radish and dried mushrooms that were wrapped and preserved, and cooked a pot of mushroom and radish stew, which can be eaten as a vegetarian and drink soup. Li Xian took off her boxing gloves and gulped down a sports drink. She wiped her sweat with a towel and asked, "Sister, are you okay?" Li Fei glanced at her and replied, "Even if you can't, you have to eat." Li Xian felt a chill on her forehead and stopped talking. Li Su asked, "Is there any water? Just in case. The contaminated water can't be used to wash vegetables and soak mushrooms." Li Fei thought about it and simply took a large kettle and flashed into the space. She drew water from the well and returned to use the water. In fact, over the past few days, they would scoop some water to drink when they were thirsty in the space, and it seemed to have some effect. For example, last night, how could she hear Lao Ma and the others talking in a low voice from a long distance? There must be some connection between them. It happened that she was going to make soup at noon, and she planned to use the water source in this space to make it. In the long run, it was estimated that it would have a greater effect. Seeing that Li Fei was full of confidence, Li Su let her create. The ribs had to be thawed and washed. The dried bean curd and dried mushrooms had to be soaked. The radish had to be peeled and sliced. And in addition, the sauce for marinating the ribs had to be prepared. It was a wise choice for her to stock up a lot of seasonings at that time. After stir-frying the radish, you can put in the mushrooms and the water from the space to stew. The marinated spare ribs are placed on the bottom with bean curd, and then spread on top and put into the steamer to steam. While waiting, Li Fei also cooked rice in the rice cooker. The kitchen was full of steam and a faint fragrance. Li Fei smelled here and there with satisfaction. It turned out that she was not only a fool who could learn cooking at present. The mushroom and radish stew, the dried shrimp and water starch were the finishing touches. After the spare ribs were steamed, they must be sprinkled with chopped green onions. In fact, Li Fei also bought a lot of green onions before the end of the world, but they would always wilt when placed at room temperature or refrigerated. So she spent some effort to cut them into small pieces and freeze them so that they could be used whenever she wanted. The clear soup exudes a strong and fresh aroma, and the ribs also have a mellow meaty aroma. And even the rice aroma from the rice cooker vents gradually floats in the living room, making Li Su and Li Xian, who are resting, feel hungry. After sitting down at the dining table, Li Su smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to have such a skill. I didn't realize it before." Li Xian also hurriedly flattered, Yes, this is delicious. No one will be unhappy when being praised." Li Fei smiled and said, "Then you eat more. But I still like to eat the rice cooked by you, brother. The ribs have been steamed, and the oozing meat juice is absorbed by the bean curd sticks underneath, which is also tender and delicious. Vegetarian soup is most important for its freshness. After drinking a bowl, my limbs are warm. In this weather, even the tip of my nose has a few beads of sweat. Li Fei feels very comfortable drinking this temperature of soup. Li Su and Li Xian ate 2 bowls of rice in a row. Since exercising, their appetite has increased. However, they ate so hard because they were hungry. Li Fei made the food himself. And they still have to work later. How can they not eat enough? Chapter 87. After lunch and a break, Li Fei took Li Su and Li Xian into the space. The sound of heavy rain of gold coins was heard again. The 3 looked at the list and the numbers in the currency column with satisfaction. Now, as long as they can work hard, it is not a problem to earn thousands of dollars a day. As long as they work hard, it is not a daydream to earn more than 10,000 a day. But it is not just this rain of gold coins. It is also raining in the space this time. There is no weather forecast here. So for Li Fei and others, whether it rains or not is completely a possibility. Li Fei looked at the scattered rain in front of him, happy and sad. The happy thing is that the farm will not be attacked by zombies on rainy days. And there is no need to water it. The sad thing is that if the zombies don't come, they will not be able to get the crystal core today. After using the crystal core once, Li Fei became more and more aware of its importance. If the game had not been linked to reality, she might have really spent money on it. And not only backpacks, but also buildings on the farm can be upgraded with crystal cores. But more are needed. The 3 of them each found a raincoat to put on. After Li Xian talked to the brother and sister, he went to the waterside to collect river fish as usual. At present, there are 10 fish cages by the river and the lake. Most of them still catch shrimps, snails and shellfish. Thinking that it has been a long time since I have tasted fresh food, I kept the cheapest clams for a snack. Then, he started fishing today. He took a look at the game forum before it was closed. If you are a pure money-making party, you should avoid doing this, and that in one day. It is easy to accomplish nothing in a day. So now that Li Xian has decided to fish, he will spend the whole day here. Anyway, it is not boring. Li Su took care of Li Fei, and left the starting place temporarily with tools. He not only had to collect various items, but also had to use a hoe to dig the ground this time to see if he could collect more clay. Li Fei also accepted this concern and turned to take care of the farm. The luminous mask on the tailor's table has been made, because it was made by Li Su at the beginning. He has gained experience in making it, so it is okay for Li Fei to put it away. The 6 luminous masks stacked up were put into the backpack. Li Fei took one out and took a look. It was just an ordinary black cotton mask. It felt furry to the touch. If you get close, you can smell a faint smell of tobacco, which is not unpleasant. It is not needed now, but it will be needed one day. So Li Fei put it in the storage box first. At the same time, the secondary materials for making scarecrows and fences on the processing table were also completed, and they could be combined again. Li Fei made 2 scarecrows for backup. The scarecrow was half a head taller than her, and was in the shape of a doll. As long as she held it in her hand, a large range cursor would appear on the ground. As for the fences, she was not in a hurry to make many at once, and she had to plan the fields first. With the gold coins, Li Fei wanted to buy again. I don't know if it was because she didn't even have the qualifications to shop in her previous life, and she wanted to get them all back in this life. When she opened them all, the first thing she looked at was various seeds. As the main vegetables in spring, Li Fei bought another batch of seeds, and then picked amaranth and spinach that the family loves to eat. After they grow up, the leafy vegetables can be eaten for a long time. Secondly, Li Fei bought another wave of cucumber, tomato, lettuce, eggplant, and carrot seeds. Winter melon was planted before, but Li Fei bought a few more seeds. If melon plants like this are planted together, there is a certain probability that they will be synthesized into a huge crop when they grow up. However, she didn't have enough gold coins last time, so she didn't do it and only left the land. This time she must try it anyway. Imagine the huge melons appearing on the field. You can harvest a lot from one, and you can eat it for a long time. It's even more bizarre than exotic plants. After buying vegetable seeds, Li Fei looked at fruit seeds, because she already had a cherry tree, and fruit trees did not grow fast. She was afraid that if she planted another fruit tree, it would wither before she received much fruit. The price of fruit tree seedlings was not cheap. so it seemed a bit uneconomical. So this time, she set her sights on fruits that could be planted on the ground. And finally she chose strawberries and melons. It seemed that fruits were always more expensive than vegetables. But Li Fei vaguely remembered that the income from fruits was a little higher than that from vegetables. Besides, they were now preparing to make clay pots. And the income from jam would be even higher. Strawberry seeds were bought. And melons were also melons. So Li Fei bought them in multiples. Finally, Li Fei bought some soybean seeds. Not only for brewing soy sauce. Soybeans can be processed into many things, such as the most basic tofu, soy milk, and tofu brain, dried tofu, and yuba. After fermentation, there are condiments such as fermented black beans, fermented bean curd, and soybean paste, and oil can also be pressed. But no matter what, soybeans are edible and not bad. Alas, you can't think too much when you are working. Otherwise it's easy to be greedy. Li Fei thought helplessly. After buying crop seeds, she thought about exotic plants again. When she was sure that she had enough gold coins, she relaxed, because she remembered what happened when she killed the zombies last time. She first bought 3 corn shoot machine guns and a batch of corn shoot seeds for backup. Then she bought 2 sweet potato mines and a taro bomb. Potato grenades are more convenient to throw, so she bought more. After that, Li Fei saw another powerful weapon. Hanging golden bell fire thrower. The name sounds very powerful. Besides, the fear of fire is not only engraved in human DNA, but also causes great harm to animals and plants. Even if they become zombies, they are still afraid of fire, so it can cause tons of damage. It was just a bit expensive. Li Fei gritted her teeth and bought only 1 seed. She had been buying weapon-type exotic plants, so she stopped shopping to see if there were any auxiliary exotic plants. After that, she really found a kind of electric sunflower. Ordinary sunflowers will always face the direction of the sun when they bloom. But as an exotic plant, the electric sunflower can convert sunlight into electricity and store it when facing the sun, which is equivalent to a power storage box. The state should still have people operating the power grid, and there is no environmental damage. So the electricity has not been disconnected until now. Even if it is disconnected, the previous landlord installed a wall-mounted solar energy outside, which has benefited from the polar day and can provide electricity 24 hours a day. The other generators that Li Fei bought are not needed. But this is not permanent. The sun will suddenly set one day, and it will become polar night from then on. So it is still necessary to store electricity in advance. But Li Fei finally spent almost all the gold coins. She roughly calculated and bought 4 electric sunflower seeds for the time being. Shopping is over, and the only thing left is sewing. Li Fei felt that she was not feeling unwell, so she went to the workbench to make fertilizer. The time required for the ordinary crop seeds she bought to mature after fertilization was about the same. That is, fruits, and unexpectedly, soybeans needed a few more days to grow. So she still used primary fertilizer for these. The time required for the corn shoot machine gun and the electric sunflower was not long. So Li Fei prepared to make a medium-level fertilizer and sprinkle it on the hanging golden bell. After all, it was a very offensive weapon, so it was not surprising that it took a long time to grow. While processing on the workbench, Li Fei went to the field to measure it again. Although she wanted to use a fence to frame it, it would also be more beautiful. But considering that she had already planted several weapon-type exotic plants and had not picked them, she could only place them on the edge first. Wooden fences can be made with wooden boards. Li Fei made a few of them first, and placed them while gesturing. This kind of farming game instantly became a casual dress-up game. However, farming games often have such elements. When Li Fei was browsing forums in her previous life, she also saw many players carefully arrange farm plans, some of which were so neat and beautiful. Once this fence was placed, it was at least separated from the equipment at the starting point, and it looked more like a farm. After putting the fence in place, Li Fei took out the hoe and started to hoe the ground. She also had a stamina line. Wouldn't it be a waste if she didn't use it? Moreover, after these days of exercise, everyone's stamina value has increased, and there is more work to do. Li Fei bought a lot of seeds. It was hard to hoe the land, but the advantage was that the chance of clay explosion increased. By the time she finished hoeing the land, she had already spent more than 2/3 of her physical strength. Li Fei breathed a sigh of relief and started sewing. Fortunately, Sowing did not require physical strength, and it did not need watering today because it rained. Otherwise she would have to use at least 2 physical strength points when encountering melons that can grow into huge crops. Except for winter melon. Li Fei specially picked a piece of land to plant around it, and the exotic plants were clustered together, so that all the seeds were planted. Next, she had to fertilize. Looking at the land grid that was about to turn dark, Li Fei felt very satisfied and full of motivation. At least for a while in the future. They don't have to worry about food anymore, and can continue to explore other things. After planting such a large field, Li Fei's farming skills have also been successfully upgraded to level 2. Ding! Your farming skills have been upgraded. Now it is level 2. Reward mixed seeds X5. The system spoke in time. Good guy. Just after planting the land, she was rewarded with seeds. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and immediately asked, "What is this mixed seed?" The mixed seeds contain any crops that the host has planted so far, including ordinary plants and exotic plants. But you will only know what you have planted after it matures. And the growth time is the same. Isn't that a blind box? Not to mention saving a lot of money. If there are exotic plants in it, she will make a profit. After all, she is now picking the right ones that will be useful in the near future. So no matter what she grows in the end, it will be beneficial to her. Thinking of this, Li Fei hurriedly hoes 5 more plots of land separately, spreads all the mixed seeds, and applies fertilizer again. Li Su came slowly after finishing his work. Seeing Li Fei in the field, he knew that Li Fei could not sit still. So he did not say much and showed her what he brought back. In addition to the usual collections, there are a lot of clays stacked together with the clay that Li Fei exploded when farming. It can make a few earthenware jars. The materials used to make a clay pot are clay and stone, which need to be processed on the workbench before the production of a large vat requires more materials. After Li Fei and Li Su discussed, they decided to make a large vat and 2 clay pots first. The large vat seems to be mainly used for seasoning, while the clay pot can be used as mentioned before. Vegetables can be made into pickles, and fruits can be made into jams. Whether there are other functions will have to wait until they are made. It's just that they didn't seem to have crops that could be tested immediately. And the wild vegetables and fruits they picked didn't seem to be pickled. So Li Fei and Li Su finally lit a bonfire, cooked a meal on it, and made food that could restore physical strength. At this time, the system sounded again. Chapter 88. Ding. Your cooking skill has been upgraded. Now it is level 2. Reward, Grilled River Fresh Recipe X1. These days, Li Fei and others still eat grilled wild vegetables, grilled wild fruits and fruit platters to restore their physical strength. After all, they can return to reality to restore their physical strength. These are easy to eat and easy to get, so they have not thought about eating new dishes for the time being. Since it is a cooking skill, the reward must be related to food. A recipe quietly appeared in the backpack. Li Fei took it out to study. He saw that the ingredients needed for grilled river fresh were all obtained from the water, and the physical strength value increased was much more than the former. You can try it when Li Xian comes back, she thought. In the end, a lot of dishes were made. Li Fei and Li Xian split up into 2 groups. One went to the river and the other went to the lake to continue fishing. It rained today, so the zombies would not attack. So the 3 of them fished until the moon was above the treetops. Because of the rain, catfish appeared in the river, and Li Xian's skill level at this time, coupled with Li Fei's 2-sided attack, was no longer as embarrassed as the first time he fought against the overlord of the river. So in the end, Li Xian and Li Fei spent most of their time and caught 3 catfish, compared with other ordinary fish that only cost dozens of gold coins. A catfish can be sold for hundreds of gold coins, so the siblings pay more attention to the latter. After Li Su went to the lake, he kept fishing. He caught a lot of common fish and came back at the agreed time. The ingredients needed for grilled river fish are any river fish, and the quantity is required. Li Fei picked some shrimps and crabs and put them on the baking tray. After about 2 minutes, a portion of grilled river fish was ready. Like the fruit platter, it comes with its own container. The roasted meat exudes wisps of mist, but the 3 of them are about to leave the space. So this dish is put into the storage box for standby. A lot of shrimps were caught in the fish cage this time. When Li Fei took out the shrimps that were still alive, he suddenly found that there seemed to be some vague connection with the large tank that was still standing after the production. It was not known whether Li Fei was too perceptive or the entire farm space, and the host had a spiritual connection. She felt that this feeling was very strange. Could there be any connection between the shrimp and the large tank? Li Fei decided to trust her sixth sense. After telling Li Su and Li Xian, she put the shrimp into the large tank. A faint small frame immediately formed above the large tank, with a countdown pattern on it. It seems that these shrimps can also be processed and sold. There were 2 empty earthenware jars left. Li Fei tried the river fish one by one, and finally found that the clams could also be processed smoothly in the jar. Li Xian looked at the clams being used up with a look of dejection. After Li Su saw it, he comforted her. "It's okay. Let's make a midnight snack when we get back." After hearing about the midnight snack, Li Xian was indeed in high spirits and looked forward to it. Li Fei did not stop the experiment until she found out again that the fish they had on hand could also be pickled in a clay pot. But firstly, the container was not enough. And secondly, the function of the clay pot was to increase the basic value of the raw materials, which would take at least a few days of effort. For fishing, which is a way to make quick money and earn a lot of money in one day, it is not very cost-effective. For materials like river fish, which are less in quantity and gold coins than fish, it is okay to process them appropriately to increase their value and then sell them. So she still wanted to sell all the fish she caught today. Although Li Fei decided to eat catfish in various ways after catching them, he looked at the gold coins he had wasted with a guilty conscience and asked Li Xian to throw the 3 catfishes and other fish into the shipping box. Li Su and Li Xian would not complain. After all, they also had to eat the crops grown in the fields. Aren't they working hard to earn gold coins every day so that they would not have to worry about food and drink in the future? It was reasonable to spend money. Finally, after finishing today's work, the 3 returned to reality. The original night was instantly replaced by daylight, and they were a little afraid of light. They hadn't eaten dinner yet, but at this time, it would be time to have a happy midnight snack. Li Su found a bag of frozen crayfish, which is also in the top 3 of the midnight snacks. Li Fei also stocked up a lot of bagged seasonings when he was stocking up on seasonings. Because the family doesn't eat spicy food, Li Su put in a golden soup garlic flavor. In addition, he also found a bag of duck goods and fried a pot of potato sausage in an air fryer. The mixed aroma was very strong and filled the whole room domineeringly. Li Fei went to draw the curtains on the balcony and took out disposable gloves, while Li Xian brought a bunch of drinks over. How can there be no drinks for midnight snacks? Finally, they studied a new projector together and found a movie to prepare. Waiting for the midnight snack, the crayfish in a large glass bowl was bright red. The neatly arranged duck wings, duck feet, and duck heads were fragrant, and the fried potatoes and grilled sausages were crispy and tempting. Li Su and Li Xian opened a can of Coke, and Li Fei opened a can of orange juice. The 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked them together, and the movie started. This movie was quite appropriate. It was a foreign zombie theme, but generally speaking, movies and TV dramas are basically man-made factors, and Li Fei's movie was real magic. Anyway, she didn't know why the world became like that in her previous life until she died. It stands to reason that watching the movie and thinking about the situation you are in should make you feel immersed and melancholy. But the crayfish and duck products are so delicious. Even the small potato cubes are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The 2 brothers drank iced drinks and felt so happy that they were not afraid of the zombies in the movie. Li Xian also made some comments, saying that the zombies in the movie were not as scary as they were in real life, and pointed and talked. Li Fei smiled and suggested that he go out tomorrow. Li Su agreed, and Li Xian shut up. The 3 of them talked and laughed, and the neighbors upstairs and downstairs should not hear them. They didn't go to bed until they had supper and cleaned up the mess. As a result, Li Fei couldn't get up the next day. It wasn't because she was drunk on orange juice, but maybe it was because she planted a large field yesterday. When she woke up, she felt a pain in her lower abdomen and no strength. In fact, she also stocked up on painkillers when she stocked up. But the medicine had to be taken before the pain came after her own estimation. The key is that she has started to feel pain now. Li Fei sighed gloomily, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. She was happy because it proved that her body was in good condition. Unlike other women in the late apocalypse, who simply lost their menstrual periods, she was sad because she didn't expect that she would be knocked down after training her body for so long, which wasted time. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was already morning. She was busy all day yesterday and slept late. so she didn't get up so early today. But she still had to get up. This was not an ordinary holiday, and people would get used to being lazy for a long time. It was also good that a clematis fence was installed at the door, since the 2 petty thefts happened and spread. At least no one in this building dared to sneak into room 1902 anymore. But Li Fei glanced at the group chat and found that some other residents' homes had still been robbed. Nowadays, burglaries are not about property, but food, drink and daily necessities. What's worse, they are about women living alone. And the situation is even more tragic. After all, so far, the rescue army has never appeared nearby. And even the rescue helicopter has not arrived yet. The police and ambulances are busy. And people who are evil in their bones are even more fearless. So sometimes, human hearts are more terrifying than mutants. Mutants just want to eat meat. And humans can do whatever they want in a moment. Li Fei rubbed her stomach and finally got up and dressed. She first took a few more kettles to get water in the space, and then came back to wash. Although there is an endless supply of water in the well in the space, the Li family still started to save water. It is also a good habit. The wastewater from bathing can be used to flush the toilet. The water from washing rice can be used to wash vegetables. The water from washing vegetables can be used to mop the floor. And the mopping water can still be used to flush the toilet. Focusing on one water for multiple uses. In these days, Li Su and Li Xian have also re-established their biological clocks. And they woke up one after another even if they slept late last night. When they woke up, they had to clean up and make lunch. When Li Fei thought of this, she suddenly felt a heavy sweetness. This kind of life, she didn't even dare to dream in her previous life. For today's itinerary, Li Fei didn't plan to stay in the space all the time. She suggested that Li Xian go out for a trip. In fact, she still missed the fuel in the gas station, and it was not far from the community. Li Xian pretended to be unhappy and said, "Sister, what I said last night, do you still take it seriously?" Li Fei patted his shoulder and joked. "So what? You are the only one among us who has a mid-level backpack. You should go out more often?" Although Li Su knew that the siblings were playing, he still asked worriedly. "But now we have to hand in part of the recovered supplies. And there are probably more people from this community on the street now. How about I go with him?" "No need, brother." Before Li Fei could speak, Li Xian comforted her. "I'm near the gas station. I won't go too far. And the gas station has nothing except the oil sealed inside. I guess no one will come in to check. I will make a quick decision." Li Su sighed. A Xian has really grown up. Li Xian's earlobes turned red when he heard this. And he said stubbornly, "I'm not a child anymore." This reminded Li Fei that Li Xian's birthday seemed to be in the first half of the year. After all, she and Li Su both had birthdays in the second half of the year. And Li Xian, according to his age, was indeed a grown-up man, and could even stand on his own in the end times. She was relieved and said, "Okay, you can set off after lunch. Go early and come back early. Bring weapons but don't fight too much. Running away is the best strategy." Li Su went to the kitchen to make quick fried noodles, which were large in quantity and delicious. In order to confuse the surviving security team, Li Xian did not carry a mountaineering bag, but changed to the school bag he carried to school before, and put his personal belongings and weapons into the backpack compartment. Li Xian's main purpose this time was still fuel, and supplies were only secondary. However, this was his first time going out alone, so Li Fei gave him a specific tool, a radio walkie-talkie. Nowadays, it is becoming increasingly difficult to communicate with mobile phones. If something special happens, Li Xian can use this to notify his family, because the polar day is not long enough to increase the oxygen content. Li Fei did not let him wear the luminous mask. After changing his shoes at the entrance, Li Xian waved his hand and left the house. And Li Su and Li Fei watched him go back home and entered the space. Chapter 89. Because they sold a few catfish yesterday, they earned more gold coins today. The number on the currency column shows that they can now build a building facility. This is the first building in their farm space. Which one should be built first? Previously, they considered the mill and the fish pond. Li Fei pondered and swiped on the screen. This swipe jumped to another facility. That is, pet house. Li Su saw Li Fei paused on this and asked, "Why? Do you have this idea?" The last time they went out in Wu Suni's car, they all saw the majestic golden retriever, which was indeed useful for survival. Li Fei paused, then said, "No. I was just thinking that a Xian's birthday is not far away. It turned out that even after experiencing the apocalypse for several years, Li Fei still remembered Li Xian's previous wishes. This was natural. In her previous life, whenever she felt lonely, she would think about all the memories in her head again. After several years, she not only remembered the appearance of Li Su and Li Xian, but also basically remembered the scenes of the past. At that time, Li Xian wanted to keep a pet, but the family was not large, and his father was allergic to hair. As a stepmother, his mother naturally did not agree with him, and it has been until now. But now there is no excuse to refuse. And according to the system, the pets raised in the pet house are born as mutant animals, and can survive in space and reality. Besides, when Li Xian first selected skills, he chose the taming skill, which was a perfect match. They had never even seen the materials needed for this pet house. However, there was still some time before Li Xian's birthday, and they would definitely be able to collect them before then, so they could give him a surprise. So in the end, Li Fei and Li Su decided to build a fish pond first. Building a fish pond requires a lot of stones and 10 portions of algae. However, the algae harvested during fishing would be directly made into bait, so they could only fish now. So Li Fei went to the river, and Li Su went to the lake, and the fish cages in the water area could be harvested again. Compared with using a fishing rod, it might be easier to use a scoop net to catch items like algae. And occasionally fish would be caught. Li Fei had already caught so many fish. Even though she didn't have any fishing skills, she was quite skilled at it. She quickly got 2/3 of the algae from the water, as well as a few fresh fish. After packing up her fishing gear, Li Fei went to the lake. She could continue to collect on the way. Anyway, the wool that grew irregularly in the space would be a waste if she didn't collect it. From a distance, she saw Li Su continuing to work hard with a scoop net. Li Fei stepped forward and took out the fishing rod to fish. With the cooperation of the brother and sister, the required amount of algae was soon reached. "Let's go, brother," Li Fei said. "Only you have the craftsman's skill, so you have to handle the construction of this fish pond. Maybe when the fish pond is built, your skill can be upgraded to the next level." Returning to the starting point and opening the craftsman's table, the fish pond pattern on the screen suddenly turned colorful, meaning that all the materials and gold coins were collected and could be built. Li Su clicked, but the fish pond did not appear immediately, but a cursor appeared on the ground. Before building, the location must be determined. Li Fei and Li Su walked to the side, and the cursor followed them all the time. The farmland they had reclaimed was not actually very wide, so there were still a lot of tree stumps, gravel, and weeds in the unreclaimed areas. But if you want to open a fish pond to raise fish, there must be more than one fish pond, and it would be best if they could be connected into a large area. So the two continued to walk south until they almost saw the end of the mountain. Li Fei took out tools to clean up a piece of open space, and finally they were able to put down the fish pond. After Li Su confirmed, the cursor disappeared, replaced by a small material pile with a countdown icon on top. Just wait a little longer, and the fish pond will be built. Although the system did not prompt the skill upgrade, it is estimated that this kind of construction will only get the corresponding experience after it is completed. The two were not too anxious and turned around to do farm work again. However, since Li Fei still felt a little uncomfortable and did not want to worry Li Su, she just sat down quietly to fish. But this time, she planned to pick a few to take back. Let's just say that we only eat meat. It's time to change the taste. If this is released, it will definitely be resented by the gods. Right? But after Li Xian went downstairs, he always felt that the community had changed. In fact, their family had not moved here for too long, and after living in the old community for a long time, they were always a little unfamiliar with the new community with tall buildings. But the more this happened, the faster he felt the atmosphere brought by the end of the world. After the water source pollution, each building had more or less lost some residents. Once there was no water, even if there was electricity, gas, and a pitifully low network signal, people could not continue to survive. So many cases of theft, kidnapping, and robbery occurred. If the Li family had not had the clematis net at the door, they would definitely be a piece of fat meat that others would keep an eye on. Even if their family was safe, it did not mean that other families would not suffer. However, Li Xian went all the way from the 19th floor to the first floor. Apart from the dried blood on the ground, he saw that all the doors were closed and quiet. He didn't know how many survivors were still in Building 20. When he came to the community, The sun was still shining. But the dead and cold atmosphere became even stronger. Even this new community has become like this. So you can imagine what the old community in their original area, which was mostly populated by the elderly, looks like. Li Xian saw from afar that many people holding containers gathered around the artificial lake, seemingly scooping water. The artificial lake should be running water. But since the end of the world, it is not clear whether it will be controlled to make it flow. And it is not known how long it has been dead, and what kind of dirt will be in it. But people are thirsty, and don't care about these. The water stored in this large artificial lake is estimated to be enough for more than half of the residents in the community. And it is first come first served. Li Xian felt a little hot. At this time, he no longer wore winter clothes and wore fewer clothes. But the golden sunlight splashed on the dead trees and branches in the green belt, which seemed to raise the temperature a lot. It feels like March or April. But it's only the new year now. Li Xian thought a little uneasy, thinking that he had to go early and come back early. Li Xian retracted his eyes, pulled the mask on his face, and went to the gate of the community. As a result, after walking a few steps, he met an older woman with a teenage child begging for food, or a man of uncle age who was blowing his beard and glaring at him and scolded him to hand over the supplies. Probably because he was young. He was easy to bully. Li Xian remembered Li Fei's words. Running away is the best strategy. His sprinting was not in vain. His long legs ran away quickly. It was not easy for people who didn't eat enough every day to catch up with him. Finally, he arrived at the gate. There was someone in the security room. But it was not the Captain Li Peng. It was just that during this period, the job of security guard seemed to be more popular. After all, choosing to join meant that he was willing to stand on the same team with the property manager Li Rui and the security captain Li Peng. How could he be left out of the benefits in the future? So it was normal to have new faces, because there were always several ways of people coming in and out. The telescopic door would leave a small door, and Li Xian sneaked out. There are no supplies near the community, and even fewer people. The surrounding communities should be in the same situation as this community. Either they continue to stay at home and choose not to go out, or they must go further to find useful supplies. Li Xian came to the gas station on the corner with ease. As expected, there was no one there. Only a few oil piles were still standing. But there were 2 oil guns thrown on the ground. It seemed that someone had used them to fuel. Li Xian looked around, huddled up beside the oil piles secretly, took out the oil guns and continued to store fuel. At least fill up the backpack. Of course, he also kept an eye on whether there were people passing by. Under the light, it was easy to see what they were doing secretly. But it was still very boring to talk about this. After a while, Li Xian yawned. He didn't know whether it was because of the large plate of fried noodles at noon that caused his blood sugar to rise, or because of the increased oxygen content caused by the polar day, which made him always a little drowsy. The trees planted on the roadside would stop growing in winter. In order to divert his attention, Li Xian observed and found that there were a few scattered green spots on the branches. When did my eyesight get so good? I was just told about it during the physical examination. Judging from the current temperature, I am afraid that even plants will eventually be deceived and speed up their growth until they become green in spring. Li Xian was lost in thought and didn't notice a car slowly approaching from the other side. He opened the front window, and the man stuck his head out to take a few quiet glances before getting out of the car. As a result, the sound of the car door closing with a bang made Li Xian startled and even threw the fuel gun in his hand away. The fuel gun, that was not closed, was still pouring out fuel continuously. Li Xian looked up and his heart, which had been beating wildly for a while, gradually returned to its place, but immediately flew to his throat again. Wu Sini smoothed the long hair on his forehead, tilted his head and smiled. Is it you? Why are you here? This situation is even worse. If it was a stranger, he didn't need to answer and could just slip away. But the other party was in the same community, or even a neighbor across the street. Not saying anything would make him more suspicious. So embarrassing. Li Xian pursed his lips tightly, and whispered after a while. Waiting for someone. I really can't think of any other reason. Oh! Really? Wu Sini took out an empty gas gun, as if to refuel his car, and asked while operating it. Did your sister ask you to wait here? Li Xian answered casually, and apologized to Li Fei in his heart. Wu Sini squinted his eyes, but didn't ask any more questions, but followed the topic. How about taking my car back together later? No need. Li Xian immediately declined. When the time comes, we can go back by ourselves. Anyway, this place is not far from the community. You should take care of yourself first. Dr. Wu. Wu-Sini smiled. After the car was refueled, he still did not leave. Instead, he took out several sealed containers from the trunk and continued to fill the fuel. Even if he did not have this car, the fuel would definitely be very useful in the future. Now it is free purchase, so he should collect as much as he can. Fortunately, when he went out to look for supplies, he also remembered to find some containers that could hold fuel. Otherwise it would not flow directly into the trunk for storage. Right. While filling the fuel, Wu-Sini felt Li Xian's eyes from time to time. He paused and smiled again. Fuel is also a useful material. Right? Li Xian quickly retracted his eyes and answered a few random words. After all, he was young, and his thoughts were really visible on his face. Even the look just now was like a frightened cat. As his sister, Li Fei was most likely not out with him. So what was he doing here? He was holding the oil gun. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Chapter 90. Wu-Sini put dozens of liters of fuel in a container and put it in the trunk. He looked up and saw that Li Xian had not moved a step, and still had an inexplicable look of vigilance. They are indeed siblings. But does he look so scary? Wu-Sini sighed silently and asked, "Are you really not going with me? I will be troubled by the security guards when I return to the community." He was able to drive in and out smoothly, thanks to his identity. Property manager Li Rui is much more savvy than Li Peng. Before the end of the world, Li Rui knew the information of several medical staff in the community, so he kept a respectful attitude after the end of the world, and did not have too much trouble handing in supplies when entering and leaving the community. It is impossible for a community of nearly 1,000 people to have only one medical staff member. But according to Wu-Sini's understanding, the others are not doctors or nurses working in the 8th hospital. But in the end times, knowing some medical skills and pharmacology is much higher than ordinary people. So Li Rui thought that the supplies for the medical staff must not be cut off. Of course, they are not responsible for this. But they don't need to hand over some supplies when they come back like the others. Maybe they will have to give supplies in return. So if Li Xian and him are in the same car, they should be able to enter the community directly. Li Xian shook his head silently, and Wu-Sini gave up quickly when he saw that he couldn't persuade him. Got in the car and drove away. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and then he felt his chest calm down. But his face, which was still slightly chubby, still looked a little pale. Did he see? But he still had to do what he had decided. So he picked up the oil gun again and adjusted it to the maximum speed to store it. He had already stored a lot of fuel last time, and this time he emptied his backpack and stored it again. Li Xian glanced at the electronic screen, and finally he was going to put the fuel in these oil tanks into his bag. Not lingering in battle is a good habit, and not being greedy is a good quality. So Li Xian put away the oil gun and continued to carry an empty school bag to go home. Last time, he was robbed on the road, but this time he was safe and sound. I don't know if people who have the same idea heard something and didn't go out for the time being, which made it easy for Li Xian to reach the gate of the community. Wait a minute. A security guard standing outside the security room happened to see Li Xian, walked over with a soft stick in his hand, motioned him to stop somewhere, looked at him calmly, and asked, "Are you from our community?" Li Xian was upset, so his tone was not very good, and he nodded and said, "Yes." The security guard crossed his arms and asked, "Is it a registered team or a private person?" The latter needs to hand in a set of supplies before entering. Speaking of this rule, there was a commotion in the community for a while, but the Li family neither looked at their phones nor went out to inquire about the news, so they didn't know much about it. At the beginning, the neighborhood committee property only assembled 2 teams. That is, the team that killed zombies, and the team that went out to find supplies. They habitually registered them in a book, and the progress was relatively slow. Later, someone from the neighborhood committee and the property proposed the theory of handing in supplies, which was actually passed. The rule stated that the registered teams could regularly hand in some supplies for the operation of the community. But if it was a private person who wanted to go out to find supplies, they had to hand it in every time they came back to the community. After this measure was officially implemented, although most residents questioned and complained, they all went to the neighborhood committee and property management to try to join the team and be registered. Seeing that people's enthusiasm was mobilized, the neighborhood committee and property management were satisfied and floated. After organizing several teams, they closed the door and stopped registering. Some people who failed to register were unwilling to believe in evil and found an opportunity to go out alone. When they came back, they found that the property management had reassigned security guards, each with weapons and equipment. People who were a bit bullying and afraid of the strong naturally did not dare to confront them head-on, and handed in some supplies dejectedly. So far, this regulation has gradually penetrated into the community. People are most afraid of being seen as disunited. So even if they have resentment in their hearts, they dare not go against the entire community and hand in the supplies obediently. It's just that most of these supplies will not be delivered to those in need. Li Xian was stopped by the security guard. But he was not panicked. He frowned slightly and said bitterly, "I didn't find any supplies outside." "Didn't find it? How is that possible?" The security guard obviously didn't believe him and asked with narrowed eyes, "Is it hidden in some corner? Do you want to go in first and then find it? I advise you to obey the rules. Don't be discovered by then, or you will have to hand in more than just a little." Li Xian frowned, suddenly remembered what happened between him and Li Fei at the gate of the community last time, and silently took off the backpack. The security guard smiled and relaxed. "It's better to be obedient. I won't make it difficult for you. The community regulations don't ask for much anyway." Before he could finish his words, Li Xian hit him on the head with a school bag, and even knocked off his security hat. "You can look. You can search. It's all empty," Li Xian yelled, hitting him with his school bag. "The surrounding stores have been looted, and I can't go too far by myself. How could I have supplies on me? Fuck you." The security guard raised his soft stick in a rage, but he didn't know what he thought of. So he put it down again, blocking it with his hand, and said disgustedly, "Are you crazy? Okay. You go in. It's really unlucky. In fact, there are people who suddenly go crazy like this. They are all poor people who are gradually driven crazy after the end of the world. How can a madman be reasonable? So if you can avoid contact, don't contact." The security guard is also afraid of bad luck. When he feels that the school bag is indeed empty, he will let him go. Li Xian snorted coldly, took his school bag, and entered the community. Going crazy is really useful. Finally, he reached building 20, and Li Xian's speed of climbing the stairs also increased. When he reached the 19th floor, he would not be attacked by the clematis net and went straight into the house. And there was a faint fragrance in the room, which smelled like soup. "Xian, you are back?" Li Fei was lying on the sofa, watching a drama and eating something. Li Xian went up and took a look. It was a plate of milky yellow dessert, which looked very chewy. But when he saw Li Fei so leisurely, Li Xian couldn't help but think of what happened at the gas station, and he stammered unconsciously, "Sister, Li Fei sat up, put down the spoon, and asked, "What's wrong?" She patted her side to let him sit. Li Xian put down her school bag and sighed. "I did collect all the oil from the gas station today, but Dr. Wu from next door drove in halfway, and I didn't even notice it. I don't know if anyone saw me collecting fuel. Sister, do you think he would find anything?" Li Fei thought it was something else, but she didn't expect it to be this. She got up and got a new spoon, scooped a spoonful of dessert for him, and comforted him. "It's okay. You collected all the fuel. That's all. As for him," she paused and ate a dessert. It was the rich and mellow golden cheese baked milk that dairy people love. If he was a smart man, he would have doubted us from the details. And I don't think he is stupid or slow. Since the end of the world began, their family has never panicked. And they are even calm to the point of being a little lax. As neighbors, they probably saw it. It's also thanks to him being a smart man who doesn't talk too much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to have such a connection. Li Xian pondered for a moment and asked again, "Then will we still have contact with him in the future?" "We can have less contact, but we can keep getting to know each other." Li Fei shook his head. "Don't worry. Even if there is any betrayal, you should know who won't tell the secret." Li Xian shook his shoulders. Why did his sister's words sound so much like a villain boss? Li Fei brought back a few Christian carps from the space, and boiled a milky white Christian carp soup in the evening, and also fried a plate of onion beef, sprinkled with cumin, and the aroma was fragrant. Since eating that duck last time, Li Su also wanted to braise something, which could not only change the taste, but also extend the shelf life. After being comforted by the brother and sister, Li Xian put his worries aside and turned to cook. After the three of them finished dinner, they had to go to the space to resist the zombies. But this time something seemed wrong. First, the space that was about to fall at night was abnormally bright for some reason. The special light even covered the flames burning in the campfire. And there was a unique warm feeling. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and found that the center of the light was in the field. And it was in the field where most of the exotic plants were planted. Could this be that double-petal sunflower? Li Fei hurriedly asked the system, "How can I make this light disappear temporarily?" The system quickly replied, after picking the double-petal sunflower, "Put it in the backpack or granary, and you can do it according to your request. If you want to take it back to reality, you only need to prepare the flower pot later and transplant it." Li Fei was relieved. Shielding the sunlight with his hands and approaching step by step, he only touched the petals that seemed to have temperature. And the double-petal sunflower, as an item, came to the backpack grid. The light flashed and disappeared, and the space returned to its normal brightness. With such light, Li Fei could even imagine the life of a family of 3 in the polar night. But she hadn't finished yet, and the system's voice rang automatically. "Ding. The farm tonight seems unusual. Please prepare the host." The voice stopped abruptly, and the wind blew up, blowing the nearby green plants and rolling down many branches and leaves. Even the crescent moon in the sky seemed to be covered with a strange and dangerous blood color. Li Xian played a lot of games, and heard this prompt from the system. She stepped forward and asked, "Sister, could it be that the zombies that appeared in the farm today are different from those in the past? It's been so many days. Could it be the elite monsters of this stage?" Li Fei felt a little guilty. She had played this game before, but she was not as good as Li Xian, who had never played this type of game before. Clearing her throat, she took out a longer machete and reminded, "Anyway, we should be ready first. No matter what appears later, it is best to lead it to the side of the weapon plant so that it can be more powerful." As if returning to the first time they faced zombies, Li Su and Li Xian nodded in agreement with serious expressions. There was a strange wind sound in the dense vegetation, which was mixed with a few low roars. Li Fei held the machete handle tightly and remained silent. Unexpectedly, it was not a group of zombies that came to attack the farm this time, but only one zombie. Or it was an elite zombie. Before Li Fei could even see its appearance clearly, it saw it running from the cover, and a pair of black claws fell immediately. Chapter 91. Li Fei used her blade to block the claws with her backhand, and the claws made a tinkling sound after the collision, and the zombie also retreated under the force. She seized the opportunity and chopped the zombie's head with the machete. Unexpectedly, the zombie tilted its head, and the blade only chopped its shoulder. The zombie howled twice. It was obvious that Li Fei was taunting and attracting monsters at this time. He kept attacking her. Li Su and Li Xian were waiting for the opportunity behind him, and continued to chop with the blade from behind. But if the zombie's head was not chopped off, it was estimated that the zombie would not really fall down. So Li Fei put away the knife for the time being and ran straight to the farmland. The zombie still had only her in his eyes, so he naturally followed and rushed there. As soon as they were in the attack range, the pea pistol and the chili rifle could not wait to fire bullets. Bang, bang, bang. A few shots came down, and a force was generated, causing the zombie to dance and step back a few steps. Li Fei took the opportunity to jump and chopped the forehead with a knife, hitting the center of the eyebrows, and a thin stream of black blood immediately gushed out. Li Su and Li Xian on the side attacked from both sides, providing assistance, and while raising their knives to attack, they did not forget to chop the head as much as possible. The face of the zombie was completely unbearable. After the three of them worked together, they finally chopped its brain apart. The sticky brain flowers flowed more and more along the line, and the zombie's movements finally became slower and slower. Finally, Li Fei chopped it off with a swing, and the head and body were separated, and it fell down staggeringly. The system immediately said, "Ding. Great. This night is safe. Reward Crystal Core X20. Get Rotten Meat and Bones. Get Trophy Complete Spike Armor X4. Wow. The Crystal Core rewarded by this elite monster can be worth several groups of zombies. And there are trophies. I think last time it was just a blueprint reward." Li Fei really wanted the system to release an elite monster directly. She could continue to kill it as long as the reward was enough. But it was impossible to think about it. The currency column had been updated, so Li Fei opened the backpack to check. It turned out that the so-called complete spike armor was the long and sharp nails of the refreshed zombie. When it was released, it was even real and bloody. Li Xian suddenly had an idea and said, "Sister, generally speaking, if you get materials from monsters in the game, it means that this material may be able to make something. Right? That's the work of the forging table." Li Fei rubbed his chin and thought, "It seems that we have to try to explore the mine. In fact, the mine has been unlocked a long time ago. But Li Fei and others have been wandering on the ground and are not in a hurry to need any materials, so they have not gone there for the time being. But remembering the bone blade blueprint rewarded by the system last time, at least this forging table must be made first. To make a forging table, it has to be related to the materials produced in the mine, such as gold, silver, copper and iron. Moreover, the mine tasks account for half of the order board. So it's time to go to the mine once." Li Su looked at the sky and said, "Let's go back first. We have to think about this plan in the long run." Li Fei nodded, and left the 3 machetes at the front of the storage box, so they could be taken at any time. They returned to reality. However, the warm and bright sunlight still shone outside the window, giving this doomsday a false shell as if everywhere was still full of vitality. In fact, it couldn't be considered false. As the temperature gradually rose, the dead trees in winter were unaware of the truth and had already glowed with a green second spring. There were even wild flowers on the roadside that were thriving and blooming. If there were no corresponding birds and butterflies, it would really be a beautiful picture of the revival of all things. Some people thought this was a good sign, but others thought it was an abnormal situation. When things reach their extremes, they will inevitably face greater threats. But the latter soon put this idea behind their minds because of the rescue that came immediately, and their inner panic also disappeared. In addition to the previous batch of rescue troops, the residents of the community finally waited for the second wave of familiar gunfire. This time, some members even went directly into the community and connected with the neighborhood committee property. But they did not go too deep, because the survivors living in the buildings near the gate of the community saw people wearing colorful clothes and carrying guns, and they ran downstairs uncontrollably to the rescue troops, and even wanted to skip the gate and go to the side of the convoy. There were people crying, some asking why the rescuers had only come now, and some wanting to leave the community, asking how to leave, and whether the man-eating monsters had been eliminated. The rescue soldiers all had no expression on their faces. Only a trace of fatigue could be seen between their brows. They just said a few words to calm them down and then shut up, because a crowded scene soon formed. The rescue leader only talked to the property management staff of the neighborhood committee, and the others were blocked by the human wall. But as more and more residents came downstairs, and the noise became more and more intense, the rescue soldiers had to fire a few shots into the air to deter them, which barely stopped the noise. Xiao Luo is a political commissar, but now she is no different from ordinary people. It was Director Feng of the neighborhood committee who came to invite her personally. She had to tell Meng Yisong a few words, and then followed him to the office of the neighborhood committee. The office is on the first floor. There are some bloodstains at the door, and there are 2 people stationed on both sides. In fact, the rescue army came this time, and even entered the community to discuss things. One is to briefly issue a notice to the community, and the other is to deliver some supplies. So they had to leave not long after. The reason why the rescue army came in to talk is that the surrounding old communities, such as old communities, or newly opened real estate projects, are basically empty. There are not many survivors. They either mutated into zombies, or packed their luggage and ran away. Naturally, there is no one to talk. For new communities like this, where the survival rate of survivors reaches more than 40%, the rescue army will distribute supplies and talk to the management staff. The following is just the distribution of supplies. The rescue army brought good news, saying that 70% of the zombies in the city have been eliminated. Now the city is continuing to transfer supplies from the granary to distribute to the people for survival. After a while, it is estimated that we can return to the old days. But how many people, supplies and forces were consumed? How many lives did not wait for this day? And why the polar day phenomenon occurred? And whether it would bring lasting consequences? Such bad news was deliberately concealed for the time being. After all, what people need to hear now is good news that can cheer people up. The rescue soldiers didn't say anything, but Xiao Luo understood. She didn't expose their good intentions, but just asked how the police station where she worked was doing now. She also tried to contact them when she was sealed off in the community. when the network signal was not so bad. She knew that the police station had lost many comrades, and could not even send messages recently. The last message she received was to let her stay at home and not go there, as there were other threats nearby. The police station was not far from the community. And for this reason, Xiao Luo and Meng Yiseng lived in this community. The rescue soldiers would definitely see the current appearance of the police station when they moved along the main road. The team leader paused and only said that their main task was to find survivors and distribute relief food. When they passed by, they saw that the door of the police station was closed and there was blood on the ground. It seemed that there was no one, so they didn't go in to investigate carefully. Xiao Lu knew what the leader meant, so she didn't ask any more questions. Then Director Feng sent people to register the supplies and distribute them one by one, and then used a loudspeaker to notify the residents upstairs. The rescuers left in a hurry. Some people had to go back to their homes in dismay, but some people thought that this was a sign of abandoning them, and they couldn't help but curse a few words. However, when they heard that there were supplies to be collected, they hurried home to wait. There are only 2 directors and 2 committee members left in the neighborhood committee, but after hearing the inspiring news, they used loudspeakers to convey simple words downstairs over and over again, which were not much different from what the rescue team leader said. The repeated playbacks led to cheers from the survivors, and some people even shouted excitedly on the balcony. The weather was warm recently, and some men even took off their clothes and turned around. Once the supplies were registered, the property staff distributed them evenly, took out several carts and sent them to the downstairs of each building, and asked the building managers of each building to continue distributing them to each household. But there was another problem, because the water pollution had previously caused most residents to be infected. It was not clear how many people were left in each building. If the number was not clear, the supplies would definitely not be distributed evenly. The rescue army only escorted the supplies and killed some zombies from time to time on the road. They did not care about the distribution. They could only make the decision within the community, and there was no shortage of disputes. The Li family also heard the loudspeakers that were playing all the time. Even at this time, the 3 of them were still drinking drinks leisurely, watching the people in the windows of the opposite building jumping excitedly. The wall-mounted thermometer stayed at the number of more than 20 degrees. Even if you are wearing a shirt and a long-sleeved t-shirt, you won't feel too cold. But this temperature at this moment is absolutely impossible in the past. This temperature is a very suitable temperature, but in the end times, you still have to be more careful. Besides, there is the sun hanging high in the sky that never sets. The surviving scientific experts must be scratching their scalps. Right? In her previous life, Li Fei had never heard that the authorities had cracked the cause of the apocalypse, let alone the present. So for this catastrophe, they humans could only leave it to fate and fight back. Fortunately, she has a golden finger in this life, and she can live comfortably in her own little world. Simply put, as long as you work hard, you will gain. There is a coffee machine that has just been used on the kitchen counter, and there is still half a box of ice cubes in the ice maker. Li Fei is biting the tip of the straw and drinking a glass of iced American coffee. Li Su mixed milk in it, and Li Xian mixed orange juice. The ice cubes ding-dong in the cup are also very cheerful, although it is not yet the temperature that should be in summer. Having a leisurely drink of a cold drink can also make the mood very happy. Li Su listened attentively and asked, if they are asked to go downstairs to collect supplies, will we go? Now the number of residents in the community has dropped sharply. In some buildings, even the building managers are gone. There are not many people in the neighborhood committee and property management. Naturally, it is impossible to provide services to the end. If this good news had not been announced in advance to give people hope, I am afraid it would be another battle for relief food. Chapter 92. Go. Why not? Li Fei drank the iced Americano in one gulp and wiped his mouth. The more supplies, the better. And they're free. There may not be a fight over this building by then, so just go get them. Let's pack up first. Li Xian casually glanced at the screen of his mobile phone. Although the network signal was not good now, it was still possible to check the time. Anyway, there was still electricity. But he was stunned when he saw this, and couldn't help asking. Sister, brother, he said, raised the phone towards them and asked, is it the new year? Or it has already passed? Li Fei and Li Su were also stunned, looked at the screen, looked at each other, and fell silent. These days they only care about space. eating well and sleeping well. That is, they often set alarms to remind themselves that it is time to go to bed at night. There is a clematis net at the door to help them defend against enemies. They don't ask about the affairs in the community. Occasionally, they receive messages from Lucini, Ning Shuan, Xiao Luo and Ming Yisong and his wife. Or they are just greetings. Every once in a while, they send people out for a walk. And when they come back, they put on a frustrated look to show that they have not found any supplies. In fact, the body also feels tired. And it is almost time to rest at that time. I don't know if the time difference of the ancients going out at sunrise and returning at sunset has been engraved in their DNA. There are also a few more curtains on the windows of the house. They are blackout curtains that Li Fei bought when she was stocking up. They can be controlled by pulling the hanging chain next to them, which is very convenient. At this temperature, the quilts that were originally used were temporarily put away and replaced with lighter silk quilts. The sun never sets, and the south can't wait to dry the quilts every day. Now, there is enough time to dry them. There is no need to keep warm when sleeping. With the sunshade, the three of them are now used to sleeping in the polar day. But in fact, their unwillingness to go out in this way did expose the possibility that they still have supplies. During this period, some people who did not give up secretly came again to try to break through. But they were blocked by the clematis. If there were no people around, they would have ended up like Lao Ma last time. The carpet was completely soaked with blood. Li Fei even found a small pool of blood that had seeped into the indoor entrance. He wiped it with baking soda and sprayed it again with disinfectant before giving up. There are no zombies in the community anymore. So the team responsible for searching for supplies has been expanded. They will still go out to search for supplies as usual. Since the nearby stores have been looted, they have to make full preparations to go further away. Now that the rescue army has brought good news, they seem to have immediately unloaded their burdens and become lazy, waiting for supplies to be delivered to their doorsteps. Some people who have committed crimes in the community are afraid that they will be reported to the police and arrested after order is restored. So they fled with the supplies around them overnight, even giving up this supply. Before the rescue army arrived, the residents lived in dire straits, because they all went to the artificial lake to fetch water to drink. People who usually drink clean water drink dirty dead water. And there is nothing at home to filter water, which will inevitably cause illness. But now they can't go to the hospital, so they can only find a way to exchange the only supplies for medicine, which is not worth the loss. But without water, one will die earlier than without food. Maybe even if he dies, he doesn't want to be thirsty before he goes on the road. The network signal has not been repaired yet. Li Fei occasionally receives messages from neighbors upstairs and downstairs. It seems that they are testing whether she is still alive. This is extremely common in the end times. Who knows if she can survive the next day? So Li Fei just casually replied a few words. As for whether the other party can receive it, it is none of her business. Every few days, Li Su or Li Xian will go out, either to find other gas stations to continue collecting fuel, or to see if there are any consumables that no one has taken away. But they are all put into the system backpack. Even if they search the backpack they carry after entering the community, they can't find anything at all. So they can only let them go. Not to mention that Li Xian has mastered the art of going crazy. Even if he doesn't go crazy, he is still considered mentally unstable by the security office. Every time they see him, they ignore him and treat him as if he doesn't exist. This happened again and again. Sometimes Li Xian really put some supplies in his school bag, and the security guards didn't check him, and he got home smoothly. During this period of time, even the space has changed. In addition to this kind of work and rest, they work, eat, and sleep in a straight line. Days pass by, and they forget about this day of national celebration. Or it has been a long time since it happened. Who can blame the weather? It seems that the memory is far away from that bleak season. Not to mention the Li family. I'm afraid that the whole community, the whole city, and the whole country are not in the mood to welcome this day. But as Chinese people, they are still used to celebrating this day, which means the real arrival of the new year. Li Su suggested, why don't we make a late New Year's Eve dinner, which can also be regarded as the new year? How could Li Fei refuse the opportunity to eat and drink? Not to mention that their farm had just had a bumper harvest not long ago. Don't talk about waste or not. It's a real waste to keep the ingredients that you worked hard to produce without eating them. All the crops that Li Fei had planted before have been harvested. The crops include leafy vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, eggplants, carrots, corn, and soybeans. The winter melons planted around did not grow into a huge size, but the winter melons grown on each field weighed more than 10 pounds. In addition, there were peas, peppers and corn shoots planted as bullets, a batch of Chinese medicinal materials, and strawberries and melons grown on the ground. The melons have grown into a huge size, occupying 4 squares of land. A faint sweet smell can be smelled on the skin. They are about the same height as Li Fei, and cannot be held in one arm. It is estimated that they must weigh at least 100 kilograms. However, I heard from the system that when they are harvested, they are not cut directly, but broken with tools, and then they will become a large number and can be stored in the backpack, which is very convenient. It can be said that the huge crops can even be used as attractions and are also a highlight of the farm. The cherry tree is also grown, and the branches and leaves are all hung with red agate-like cherries. I also heard from the system that this tree can produce at least 50 kilograms of cherries. At the same time, the strange plants also grew mature one by one. 2 luminous tobaccos that Li Fei was preparing to transplant, potato grenades, sweet potato mines, and taro bombs were buried in the ground, and corn shoot machine guns and pea pistols were planted together with chili pepper rifles. The firing rate of resisting the zombies was indeed much faster. And in a green bush, the hanging golden bell also bloomed. It grew very large, half a person's height. As a fierce fire thrower, its whole body is a strong coral red, and its shape is more like a spherical short barrel, with a mouth in the middle, which should be where the fire starts. The planted electric sunflowers have also bloomed. Every day, they will bloom towards the sun like in reality, showing a flickering golden color, as if they are charging, and they will close again when the sun in the space sets. It is said that an electric sunflower can store 50 degrees of electricity, so waiting for it to be full of bright golden color should mean that it is fully charged and can be picked completely. And the mixed seeds rewarded after the skill upgrade have also matured, growing green vegetables, tomatoes and spinach, as well as a pea pistil and a double-petal sunflower. The Li family grew up in the city after all, and they didn't expect that one day they would feel the joy of a good harvest when they started farming. But although a good harvest is good, the containers used to collect grain are still stagnant. Although they can continue to build storage boxes to store these crops, there will be too many of them, which will be very chaotic. Fortunately, they had collected enough crystal cores to upgrade once in these days. After much deliberation, they finally upgraded the granary. The primary granary, like the primary warehouse, was initially 25 grids, and after upgrading, it was increased to 100 grids. Even if it would consume more crystal cores than the previous level to upgrade again, these 100 grids were enough for them at present. After all the plants on the farmland were harvested, except for those strange plants, the fields were empty. Li Fei and others collected wood, stones, and weeds around them, measured a large area of available land, and enclosed it with a wooden fence, plus the 2 scarecrows, as a farmland for growing crops. Those strange plants still did not move in front of the farmland, and they would still resist the zombies before they were picked. The wooden fence has durability, so even if you don't dismantle it, it will slowly break down, which makes it very convenient to expand the area. The crops after the harvest are not only enough to eat, but some of them will even pop out. So the Li family is currently focusing on making equipment so that those that pop out can be processed and produced. Not only can they be eaten by themselves, but also can be sold to increase the price. Li Su's craftsmanship skills are constantly gaining experience in this regard. As Li Fei thought, after the first fish pond on the farm was fully built, Li Su's craftsmanship skills were upgraded by 1 level, and the fish pond was automatically filled with water, waiting for the fry. Fish fry can be purchased in the mall, and it is not expensive. However, there is only 1 fish pond now, so we have to think about what kind of fish to raise. Later, Li Fei chose perch fry. First, the price is not expensive but not cheap. It is mid-range. And second, she has a recipe for perch that she has learned. So isn't that killing 2 birds with 1 stone? As for the feed needed to feed the fish, it is actually no different from the materials used for several baits, except that the amount used has increased a lot, and it can still be collected. And Li Xian guessed that this fish farming should also be linked to his taming and fishing skills. So the feeding was left to him. The fish pond needs to be fed once a day, and the fry will grow up and mature after a specified number of days and be caught. Even so, it is still a lot of money. Not to mention that you can occasionally bring one back. In reality, all the seasonings are available, and you can immediately eat the fresh, fragrant, and tender steamed sea bass. Li Fei had previously made a large vat and 2 earthenware jars. Last time, he put shrimps and clams in them respectively. As a result, he found that the shrimps were processed into shrimp paste and the clams were processed into pickled clams. The price was a little more than the gold coins earned from selling the raw materials. He quickly mobilized Li Su and Li Xian to find materials to continue making. Until now, there are a total of 3 large vats and 6 earthenware jars in the space. According to the explosion rate of clay, this is what the 3 of them have consumed several physical points to do. 3 large vats. Li Fei used 1 to pickle river fish, 1 to make jam. After all, the cherry tree produced more than the 3 of them could eat for 3 meals a day, and the last one was used to brew soy sauce. But when Li Fei was determined to brew soy sauce to make steamed sea bass, he suddenly found that the materials for brewing soy sauce were also missing. What else can I do? I'll just keep working on my liver and keep replenishing it. Chapter 93. Li Fei had no choice but to choose 2 large jars to make jam and the other one to pickle vegetables. Anyway, the functions of the large jar and the earthenware jar are almost the same, except that more raw materials are thrown into the former than the latter. Li Fei has already picked the first batch of cherries from the cherry tree and put them in the granary. However, according to the calculation of the granary grid, the number 1 only represents 1. But each cherry produced from the space can be rated as a special fruit in reality. Even if Li Fei's family eats a meal, they can't eat more than 2 kilograms. A total of dozens of cherries. In addition, they can continue to pick later. So Li Fei dedicated this first batch of cherries to the large jar. In addition, she not only kept some to taste in reality, but also took 10 to deliver the orders on the order board. A recipe for cherry curd successfully appeared in her backpack. Li Fei opened it to study. The ingredients required cherries, cheese and syrup. The effect of eating was a bit simple, just to restore physical strength and life value. But even if she wanted to eat it, she couldn't get the last 2 ingredients for the time being, so she put it aside. As for the last large jar for pickling vegetables, Li Fei thought about it and threw a portion of green vegetables into it first. This time she planted a lot of leafy vegetables, so she didn't feel bad to pickle one for experiment. As for the 6 earthen jars, Li Fei pickled all the river fish caught in the fish cage. It didn't take long to pickle. After the jars and cans were taken out, Li Fei asked Li Xian to sell them. The price was indeed double compared to the price of the raw materials, so she continued to make equipment and process with satisfaction. Now she has 2 more large jars and 4 more earthenware jars, which are enough for them to pickle many kinds of products. There is no need to do it again. Up to now, Li Fei's gathering skill has been upgraded to level 1, and the synthesis skill has also been upgraded to level 1 by making finished medicines on the mixing table. But there is no reward. But the mixing table takes less time to make. After Li Su's craftsman skill was upgraded, perhaps because the experience gained from the 6 luminous masks was not enough to upgrade, the tailoring experience did not increase. But the gathering skill was upgraded to level 2. Li Xian's fishing skill was upgraded to level 3. His trade skill was upgraded to level 2. And the percentage of the price when selling in the shipping box also increased. But if there is any common improvement among the 3, it is probably that the upper limit of physical strength has increased, which can be noticed by itself. It is all due to daily exercise. In addition, Li Fei had harvested a lot of coffee beans before, so a cup of coffee before exercise doubles the effect. Because there were many types of crops planted at the beginning, there was a chance to get extra quantity when some crops were harvested. Until today, the Li family not only still has some food in the space, but also has not eaten up the stockpiled food before the end of the world and the food found after the end of the world. Naturally, they don't care much about the rescue food sent by the rescue army. However, the relief army had sent it despite rumors and fatigue, so Li Fei had to not only take it, but also carefully keep it. Since they were going to prepare a big meal, the 3 of them had to get busy. But before that, the loudspeaker downstairs started to sound again. It happened that there was a clothes drying rack on the balcony, and the 3 of them took their thin quilts and spread them out. Such good sunshine is not dangerous, so they dry it every few days, and smell the warm air when they sleep. not to mention how comfortable it is. While drying the quilt, they opened the window and listened carefully. It was just some things about asking residents to go downstairs to collect relief food. And before the words were sounded a few times through the loudspeaker, many people had gathered downstairs. Li Fei found a few plastic bags, put on a tactical belt as usual, took pepper spray and a kitchen knife, and told Li Su and Li Xian a few words. Just as she was about to go out, she heard the doorbell ring. She put on her shoes slowly, stood up and looked through the cat's eye. It turned out to be Wu Sini next door. Li Fei raised her eyebrows and opened the door. In that moment, the latter showed a smile and said lightly, "Good morning, Li Fei. Let's go downstairs to get supplies together." It was too hot to wear down jackets and other winter clothes in this weather. Wu Sini wore a khaki long-sleeved shirt, a pair of beige trousers, and a pair of round-toed shoes. His hair was a little long and had not been trimmed. However, because he had a hairstyle before, the hair that grew back was still a little curly. The longer hair, on the contrary, added a bit of gentle temperament. Of course, he had a good-looking face. But they are still thin, or the survivors now generally experience rapid weight loss. It is estimated that only the Li family still maintains the appearance before the end of the world. They are also energetic, so there is no need to worry too much. However, Li Fei still wears a mask when she goes out. Even if it makes her feel stuffy, it is better than letting others see her current appearance. Now even if people can find a way to get supplies, and are not too worried about eating and drinking, they will definitely be depressed because of the polar day time difference. If it were not for the good news from the rescue army, they would probably not even want to move. But in terms of clothing, she still wore a denim jacket that was suitable for the temperature, which could also slightly cover the things around her waist. The two of them went downstairs one after the other. Perhaps because there were not many residents left in the building, they did not feel crowded until they reached the door of the unit. They saw a long table and chairs at the door, with paper and pen on the table, and a cart next to the table, which contained the same boxes of supplies that were delivered by helicopters several times before. This time, when people saw the boxes of supplies, they did not rush forward to grab them. Perhaps they believed that life would soon return to normal, and there would be no shortage of supplies, and they could even line up quietly. Of course, it might also be that they did not have the strength to move much. Li Fei, Dr. Wu. Here. A voice came from somewhere in a low voice. Li Fei and Wu Sini looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, it was Ning Shuan who was waving at them. So they walked over, greeted them, and asked, "What's the situation now?" Ning Shuan continued in a low voice. "Our building doesn't have a building manager like some other buildings. But because of the previous incident, Jiangli wanted to organize it. But no one wanted to listen to her, claiming that someone else would be assigned to distribute the supplies. So it's just a stalemate. But it can't stay a stalemate forever. Right? The supplies still have to be distributed." Wu Sini said. "That's right. And before distributing the supplies, we have to count the number of survivors in the building." "But," Ning Shuan said, looking around, shaking her head, "I guess there shouldn't be many left. Originally, whether it was going to the rooftop or squeezing on a certain floor, the crowds could fill up the corridors of several floors. But now the number of people has dropped dramatically, and they just fill up the open space in front of the building. From a distance, I can see that building 19 next door is in a similar situation." Li Fei remained silent, and even though she didn't say a word, she could still feel the mixed looks from different places. Chow Yifei looked at her for a few times and then looked away awkwardly. The woman from the old Ma family had a yellowish complexion and fierce eyes. Song Chunxiang and Song Lu had red and lifeless eyes and swollen eyes, and they were in no mood to resent her. Ding Jie and her daughter from 901 were unkempt and had thin cheeks, and some people with ulterior motives looked at her a few more times, their eyes full of suspicion and scruples. Especially Jiang Li's family, who didn't expect that after the water pollution incident, their family of 4 still survived, and they also had disheveled hair and unshaven beards. Liu Yongji also lost a lot of weight, and really got rid of his beer belly. It seems that Li Fei came downstairs quite late. Jiang Li probably argued with reason before, but she still retreated in the displeasure, and even scolding of the residents. Maybe after the order they imagined was restored, they would go to the neighborhood committee to complain and take down her title of building manager. Not to mention the position of building manager. She might not be able to stand up straight in the building in the future. Jiangli would definitely not be willing to accept it. Seeing Li Fei coming downstairs again, all the new and old grudges would definitely burst out at the same time. But the influence of psychedelic powder on them was still there. So they looked at them with hatred after a while. But they immediately withdrew their eyes in fear, which looked a little funny. After all, as long as they see Li Fei and Wu Sini, they will not see just two people, but will see the things that scare them the most. However, they have not yet suspected it, but just think that they are hallucinating because of hunger. But Liu Yuqian is an exception, and she is very suspicious that it is Li Fei who is doing it. She has no evidence and can't go upstairs to question directly. She heard that all those who sneaked in 1902 in the building were injured, so she didn't dare to go there rashly. Even now, she just cast a hateful look at them. That's all. Wu Sini blocked in front of her and Ning Shuan, and glanced back coldly. And Liu Yuqian withdrew her eyes in dismay. Ning Shuan even raised her fist with brass knuckles and shook it. And then the others also retracted their attention. Li Fei, why do I feel protected? Is she that weak? Finally, after a person appeared, the whispers and random glances finally disappeared, and everyone shouted, "Yes, yes, I think it's Xia Zhengwei who should take charge of the situation. Xia Zhengwei, what should we do next? We've been hungry for a long time, and it's time for supplies." Xia Luo made a gesture to press down, and people gradually shut up. But those pairs of expectant eyes were still staring at her as always, tense and hot. Fortunately, as a political commissar, Xia Luo has received many such looks, and she can remain calm in the face of these hungry and thirsty people. Xia Luo cleared her throat and said, "Since Director Feng personally appointed me to temporarily take charge of the distribution of materials for Building 20, I will take the position reluctantly, but only this time. After all, I am just an ordinary citizen in the community, and I will not be in charge of the future." Director Feng wanted her to be in charge of the distribution of materials, and he made the decision after knowing the situation of Building 20. Besides, most people in the building trust her. Is there anyone more suitable than her? However, Xia Luo and Meng Yisong did not want to come forward at first, and it was only after Director Feng and Deputy Director Cui persuaded them that they reluctantly agreed. However, they did not think that S City would return to normal, especially Meng Yisong, who was a professor at the Agricultural Science Academy of S City and was particularly sensitive to plants, not to mention the abnormal plant growth during these days. The people who were hurt by the weird wire mesh at the door of 1902 were unwilling to accept it and actually went to Xia Luo to complain. How could Xia Luo not understand that if she had not tried to break into the house first, how could she have been hurt? So in the end, they were all sent away. Meng Yisong, however, became interested in the descriptions of people. According to them, it was a thin vine, like a wire that would automatically wrap around. And there were even flowers on the top of the door. With zombies, the three views of human beings have long been smashed and reshaped. So even if they heard about the thin vines that grew automatically, they were not too surprised. Just like the group of women who rushed to 1902. They only thought that Li Fei had performed some strange tricks and magic to be so stubborn. Meng Yisong wanted to observe it so much that he walked around the house, not wanting to do anything. He felt bored. Finally, he secretly went to the 19th floor and watched it on tiptoe for a while, without even letting Xia Luo know. As a professor, he could see that it was a clematis, and it was well growth. But who would have extra supplies to grow flowers now? And this flower vine was tightly wrapped around the door, which was rare. Fortunately, Meng Yisong did not touch it. After all, in terms of their relationship, they could not be called acquaintances. Besides, those people were stabbed after touching it. He was not stupid enough to like plants. He also felt that the second spring of plants caused by the polar day was not a good sign. In addition, there were zombies. What if even plants changed? Although it was unscientific, it did not mean that it was impossible. Moreover, from the perspective of ecology, the polar day will allow plants around the world to photosynthesize 24 hours a day. If the higher-ups don't think of a solution, the oxygen content in the atmosphere will definitely continue to rise. But humans may not be able to withstand higher oxygen content. The more Meng Yisong thought about it, the more he felt that the situation was not optimistic. After all, who can move the sun and make it continue to operate tonight? So even though Xia Luo told him what the rescue army said, he was not as happy as other residents, and still told the latter not to return to his usual attitude towards this matter. But even if Xiao Luo didn't think as far as the professor, she had thought a lot about the problems of her professional counterparts. She knew that crimes had already occurred in the community, and even in her building. And some were even very vicious. There was no need to think about what had happened outside the community. The police stations in various districts and regions were probably suffering heavy casualties, like the one she worked in. Restoring order sounded good, but in fact, it was a long way to go. She did not have much hope for this. So she had better forget her identity as a political commissar and live as a commoner. If it weren't for the two directors of the neighborhood committee persuading her strongly, as if this matter was hers, and if she didn't do it, she would be entangled all the time. Xiao Luo would not want to bear this burden. But since she nodded in agreement, she had to do this thing well first. That's why she appeared here. Otherwise they only need one person to go downstairs to collect the supplies. Xiao Luo glanced at the remaining residents in the building. Many neighbors she had met were gone. As for the corpses of the zombies, people threw them downstairs and left them alone. When exposed to the sun and the temperature rose, they became more corrupt than when they became zombies. There were even human corpses lying in some corners. This temperature was simply the favorite of bacteria. But except for the family members, no one was willing to touch them. In addition, the funeral homes were probably full now, and there were not enough staff. Some people thought that they would seek justice with the corpses in the future, so they did not deal with them even if they were very sad. In fact, there was always a faint stench in the air, and the ground was full of brown. The whole community was like this, which attracted a lot of flies. The flies landed on the corpses and laid maggots, and the cycle continued endlessly. I didn't expect that there would still be flies in the end of the world. I have to sigh at the tenacious vitality of this species. However, people were overwhelmed by the so-called good news, and they didn't even care about the scene. Disgusted, especially some residents who still didn't want to go out more. Just thinking about this batch of relief food. She pointed to the paper and pen on the table and said calmly, I will let my husband be responsible for registering the information of each family. You must truthfully state how many floors and households there are in the family, and how many people are left, so that the supplies can be evenly distributed. Don't think about concealing or deceiving. There are not many people in the building now. Even if you lie to me, you will be discovered in the end. If there is other relief food delivered by then I'm sorry. You can't think of asking for supplies anymore. After all, he is a police officer. Once he starts working, he has a sense of majesty without anger. Even Li Fei can't help but straighten his back with a sharp glance. This aura is really beyond reach. For some reason, Li Fei is a little envious. Her age and qualifications are there. Even if she has spent 3 years in the apocalypse, she can't catch up. At most, she knows some survival skills. I guess other residents think so too. Some of them shrink their necks and dare not look over. For a while, there was silence. Xiao Luo was quite satisfied with this situation. She pointed to the supply box and said, I haven't opened this supply box yet, but I will open it in front of you later and count it one by one, so there will be no suspicion. After the inventory is completed, you can quietly register your information and receive the supplies. But, Xiao Luo paused and said, I can't do it quickly by myself to count this whole box of supplies. So I want to find someone to help me, so as not to waste everyone's time. Xiao Luo's words were well reasoned, and some people raised their hands to recommend themselves. Jiangli almost subconsciously raised her hand, but she didn't know what she thought of. Her face turned pale, and in the end, she didn't raise her hand. Xiao Luo looked around again, looked in one direction, and suddenly said, Li Fei, can you help me count the supplies? Chapter 94. As soon as the words fell, another sharp voice interrupted and resounded in the crowd. No! Why should she count the supplies? Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was Jiang Li's daughter Luo Yuqian who raised the objection. Her face was slightly ferocious, and she seemed to be biting her back teeth, and her tone was also very dissatisfied. How much harm has she caused to the people in the building since the zombies first appeared until now? Now that life is about to resume, it is good enough that we don't drive her out. How can we let her count the supplies for us? This word awakened the dreamer, and all those who had grudges against Li Fei's family in the building stood up and began to condemn them loudly. The first to attack was Lao Ma's wife. She had finally recovered from her arm and arm injuries during this period, when she went out to look for supplies. She also asked others to inquire about Lao Ma, but there was no news of Lao Ma. I'm afraid She didn't expect that Lao Ma was actually in this building until now. It's just that in this weather, it is estimated that it has gradually rotted and his appearance can no longer be seen. But Lao Ma went to 1902 before he disappeared. If it wasn't Li Fei who did it. Lao Ma's wife pointed at Li Fei and said to Xia Luo angrily, Commissar Xia, I don't know if you have been bewitched by her. She is a murderer. She killed my husband. When life is restored, you must execute her on the spot. As for now, you can't let a murderer work for us. Deng Jia and Song Chunxiang also echoed, that's right. She is a selfish and narrow-minded person. Not only does she have no public morality, she even has no morals. People like this should be arrested and imprisoned. How can she help us with you? Political Commissar Xia? I object with both hands. Don't even mention morality. She is simply inhumane. Jiangli didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually broke through the shackles of the psychedelic fans, pulled Luo Qinyang and started to scold him. But her words were still a little intermittent, and her momentum was less. Look, my son was beaten by their family, and he hasn't recovered yet. Isn't the country advocating the elimination of gangs and evil? There is a gangster in our building. How can we live in the future? As she spoke, she showed Luo Qinyang's hand to others. There were indeed marks on it, and it would heal in a few days. After all, it was Li Xian who hit it with the hammer, and he didn't use much force. If it was Li Fei, he might not have hit it, but directly chopped off the hand. With Jiangli speaking up, Luo Qinyang and Luo Yongji also glared at each other, and Luo Yuqian on the side wanted to cut Li Fei into pieces, and shouted angrily, and she also drugged our family. That day, my parents and my brother went to 1902 to ask for an explanation, and they came back dizzy and changed their appearance. Now everyone in the building is saying that she used some kind of magic to hurt people. I said it immediately at the time, and you didn't believe it. Political Commissar Xia. But you should believe it now. Right? Chow Yifei stammered at the side. But in the end, he said nothing. If it was about the early stage, he could have said a few words. But why was it getting more and more difficult to understand later? It would be better to shut up. Luo Yuqian was angry and continued to scold without restraint. If it weren't for you, the supplies in my house wouldn't have been robbed by the people in the building. A group of robbers. As soon as these words came out, some neighbors were unhappy. When Jiang Li's house fell, almost everyone in the building went to join in the fun, and people crowded several floors of the corridor. This scolding scolded everyone in the building. Not to mention that there are survivors now, and they are all gathered downstairs. Immediately, someone retorted, What do you mean by robbery? It was obviously the building manager who stole the supplies first. Is it wrong for us to take back the supplies that belong to us? That's right. If you were more honest, that wouldn't have happened. How dare you say that? You're shameless. Li Fei just wanted to laugh. Luo Yuqian stole the chicken, but lost the rice. People nowadays are basically like dogtail grass. Just one more word, and the wind direction changed. But Li Fei was retorted. She stepped forward, crossed her arms, sneered, and calmly asked Lao Ma's wife, You said I killed your husband? Where is the evidence? Even if you want to complain to Political Commissar Xia and convict me, you have to show evidence. Right? If it weren't for the fact that he was missing, I would have reported him for sneaking into my house and trying to steal. Old Ma's wife's face flushed, and she stamped her feet in helplessness and fury. You! Li Fei ignored her and asked Deng Jia and Song Chunxiang, I am selfish, narrow-minded and immoral. What does it have to do with you? I have supplies, so why don't I use them at home? What contributions have you made to the building? Or have you helped me so that I should give you the supplies? Don't talk about business. Do you think money was useful at that time? Without waiting for the latter to argue, Li Fei looked at Jiang Li's family coldly. Jiang Li and others just got angry. And now seeing Li Fei's eyes, they shrank their necks in fear. I guess Jiang, the building manager, has forgotten. So let me help you recall. If I remember correctly, you were the first to deduct the supplies from my family. And then we went to ask for them. And your son tried to push us. So we chose to fight back. So, I am still self-defense. Jiang Li didn't dare to refute as if her throat was pinched. Li Fei looked around again, rolled her eyes clearly, and said, As for you, don't think I don't know what you did. You deserve to starve to death if you don't want to find supplies to survive. What does your life or death have to do with me? Facing 1902, who had only moved in a few months ago, The other neighbors had been together for a longer time. After hearing this, they were even more angry and embarrassed. So they immediately turned the arrows from Jian Li to Li Fei, accusing and even slandering them. There were also those with bad tempers, who ignored Xiao Luo and Meng Yisong, as if they suddenly had strength all over their bodies, and went straight to her aggressively. Li Fei was not afraid of them at all. If it wasn't for Xiao Luo's sake, she wouldn't mind taking out a kitchen knife to see the blood. Anyway, there were already so many bloodstains and sputum on the ground. She wouldn't mind splattering a little more. Even if she used pepper spray, it would be enough to make people suffer for a while. Who knew that before she took out the pepper spray and sprayed it fiercely, a snake as tall as 2 people suddenly appeared beside her, with bright red eyes and hissing snake tongue. The man was immediately scared and sat on the ground with his legs softened. It took a moment for him to react and ran away. Ah! Snake demon! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Su ba! Disgusting. I won't eat it. Not only was this person frightened silly, but other residents were also frightened and almost scattered. Even the people in the next building could not help but scream in commotion when they saw a big snake appearing inexplicably from a distance. Fuck. Is that a snake? How can it be so big? The key is, how did it appear out of thin air? Damn. It won't attack. Will it? Go and call for help. Meng Yisong, who was sitting at the table, had his glasses crooked, and Xiao Luo, who was standing next to him, was also surprised and wide-eyed. After all, they did not participate in several large-scale incidents that occurred in the building, and they would guard the house more. I thought the wire door of Li Fei's house was weird enough, but I didn't expect there would be a master. However, the so-called expert looked calm and composed, even putting one hand in his trouser pocket and posing. When he raised his hand, Su leaned over and put her head on his palm. Since we are about to return to normal, why do you still take action? Wu Sini said slowly but coldly. Miss Li is right. It is you who always want to get something for nothing and do not make progress. Your fate is always in your own hands. You will eventually die of hunger and thirst here. Who can you blame? Li Fei. Why are you still being so literary? Seeing that Wu Sini did not hesitate to summon a monster to help Li Fei, Song Chuanxiang suddenly thought of something and laughed angrily. Okay. I'll tell you how Dr. Wu is in league with this guy. Tell me, are you two a couple? After she questioned, she said loudly to everyone. I saw it with my own eyes. She came out of Dr. Wu's house. Dr. Wu is single, but she has a man at home. This relationship is definitely not normal. God knows how she got close to Dr. Wu. So she has no shortage of supplies. Right? Everyone's eyes suddenly became wrong. And they even had a bit of a melon-eating mentality. And sometimes, more people would gather around such things with a bit of color. Of course, rumors are formed in this way. Wu Sini's eyes were stern, and she almost wanted Su to bite this woman's mouth to pieces. If this mouth can only slander, then what is the point of using it? Ning Shuan clenched her fists in anger, but she couldn't attack casually this time. So she shouted, Aunt Song, you spread rumors and slander others like this. Do you think the spirits of Grandpa Song and Grandma Chun in heaven will forgive you? Don't go there when the time comes. And you won't be ashamed to see Grandpa Song and Grandma Chun. Seeing that Ning Shuan was about to quarrel with her temper, Li Fei suddenly said, So what? Wu Sini was stunned and looked at her with a little disbelief. But soon, his earlobe slowly turned red. If it wasn't covered by his long hair, with his skin color, it would definitely be noticed by others. Look, she admitted it. So shameless. Song Chuanxiang thought she had won a round, and couldn't wait to show her achievements. Laughing. I admit it. But who told you that we were lovers? Did I say that the person living in my room was my boyfriend? Li Fei interrupted Song Chuanxiang, with a disdainful tone and a look of contempt. Even if that's what you think, I relied on my ability. Unlike some people who are greedy for comfort and take advantage of their old age because they have elderly people at home. You have to have face. But your face is much thicker than the city wall. Song Chuanxiang's face turned pale and blue, because every time she exchanged or asked for supplies, she would verbally bring up Song Yurong and Chen Lian. Not to mention that everyone in the building knew the owner of the store. The latter also knew some of the other old men and women in the community, and the younger generations might have met each other. It can be said that every time Song Chuanxiang successfully obtained supplies, it was still for the sake of the two elders, not to mention the expression and voice that Li Fei deliberately put on. The mockery was doubled. Like a nail piercing her head. Li Fei. Why are you talking to her? Ning Shuan spat. You don't need to lower yourself to such a person. Anyway, when the time comes, the disaster comes from the mouth. And she deserves the punishment. It's not that Li Fei broke the jar and became Ning Shuan's self-lowering. But there was indeed a wave of women who mainly engaged in this profession in the end of the world. In addition to the group in secret or in private bases. Some of them even set up red light districts in official bases. Because there is a set of strict rules. The base even turned a blind eye and acquiesced. This kind of red light district can even drive the operation of part of the base. Especially attracting some dignitaries. And the top women in the district don't have to do the flesh trade. It's definitely not easy for both the business and the people. But now, people's minds are not so open. Aren't the examples in front of us? Song Chuanxiang's face was completely pale. And suddenly she screamed and half ran and half jumped to Xiao Luo's side. Mixed with crying. Commissar Xia. Did you see it? They are so arrogant. Not only do they have illegal weapons, but the snake often attacks people. Don't you care about it? With Song Chuanxiang's accusation, the people in Building 20 seemed to have found their backbone. And they also cried one by one. Just thundering but not raining. Just like the scene in ancient times when the people who had been wronged stopped the sedan chair of the great master of justice, and knelt down and cried bitterly. Susu's red eyes also flashed with contempt. It won't attack without the master's order. Xiao Luo was almost having a migraine due to the noise. No event organization could make her so irritated. In fact, she was silent. But she was also observing carefully. The big snake she saw for the first time today seemed to only obey Wu Sini, and would not hurt anyone. As for the thorn in everyone's mouth, she was still calm, and even had a bit of contempt in her eyes. It is undeniable that Li Fei was present in all the storms that had occurred. But, that's enough. Xiao Luo roared, stunning everyone present, and then continued, even if you all believe that Li Fei is wrong, are you really not at fault at all? Don't think I don't know what happened in this building, and what happened in the entire community. It's still a special period now. Don't think everyone is happy. Since both parties are at fault, can't they each take a step back? The more you argue, the harder it is to get the supplies. Can't you think of that? There are also surveillance cameras installed at the door of Xiao Luo's house. But because there are only 2 households on the first floor, after the end of the world, you can only see the occasional tiptoeing of 1801 opposite. No one should dare to do anything in front of the police station staff. But this does not mean that she has not heard of anything that has happened in the building that can be sentenced according to law. In the increasingly stuck network signal, she has also seen a lot of news from the outside world, which is very chaotic. Naturally, she can imagine what happened in just one community. They all attacked Li Fei fiercely. Could it be that they were really innocent? Xiao Luo no longer believed it easily. The residents were silenced by this series of questions. Finally, Luo Yuqian stammered. We can't let her help you anyway. Otherwise we won't accept it. The residents supported. Yes, we won't accept it. Song Chuanxiang didn't forget the previous quarrel, and quickly added angrily. Dr. Wu and 2001 won't work either. Li Fei rolled her eyes again. Do you really think she wants to count the supplies so much? She still thinks it's troublesome. I know. Xiao Luo's tone was cold and hard, and her eyes were unhappy. Then I'll count it. As long as you can wait. Now, go and register your information first. The residents looked at each other for a while, and finally calmed down and lined up slowly. Ming Yisong adjusted his glasses and wrote down the information from the residents, while Xiao Luo opened the supply box and counted it. Li Fei, Wu Sini and Ning Shuan seemed to have been regarded as a gang by the people in Building 20. Yes, it was a gang, not even a team. There is an essential difference between the two. But they didn't care either. And they took care of themselves and lined up at the end. They were not popular in the first place. And if they went to the front row, they would cause a commotion. Wu Sini did not take back Susu. And because of this, the whole team was relatively quiet. After all, there was an obedient big snake behind him. What if he made any move and was ordered by the master to attack? The whole area was quiet, as if there were only voices reporting their own information. However, not long after, Li Fei seemed to have noticed something. When he looked around, he saw a group of people coming from one direction, with a fierce momentum. Chapter 95. Li Fei's eyesight was getting better, so he could see the member walking in front of the group, who was holding a bow-like tool in his hand, and hurriedly said to Wusini, "Hurry up and put Su away." Wusini was stunned. Now he only needed to say a sentence in his mind, and Su would receive his command, and then shrink immediately and get into his sleeve. The visitor could still see the big white snake, but it disappeared before he took a few steps. He was also stunned and asked the person who took a half step back beside him, "Where is the snake monster you mentioned?" It turned out that someone really went to report it after seeing what happened under the 20th floor. The person behind him replied tremblingly, "Many of us saw it with our own eyes. Right under this building. Wasn't there just now? This monster must have seen danger and hid." The distance was already very close, so some residents of Building 20 also heard it. Not only that, there were also people from the 2 households on the 19th floor who immediately pointed out, "Yes, it's right here. He brought that big snake and hurt people. You have to judge for yourself. With that monster around, can we still live in this community with peace of mind?" Li Fei's hand had already touched the handle of the bone-cutting knife on her waist. From an emotional point of view, she felt that Su was well-behaved and cute. From a rational point of view, with a mutant animal by her side, they would be safer on a few floors. She didn't care about the people on other floors. So if Su was in danger, she had to help. Wusini's face looked bad, as if covered by a thick layer of dark clouds before the polar day. He thought too simply. He originally just wanted Su to be a deterrent, but he didn't expect to alarm people in other buildings. And he couldn't wait to find someone to deal with it. If he had known, he would have brought another weapon down. Not to mention Ning Shuan. She would definitely go if there was any problem. Not to mention that when she teamed up with Wusini, Su had been lurking and would never do anything to hurt people. Otherwise, wouldn't the first person to eat be its owner? A bunch of nonsense without even thinking. "Big sister." A low voice appeared behind her. Li Fei glanced at it. It was Chow Yifei, who was quietly calling her. Seeing Wusini and Ning Shuan confronting the group of people in front, Li Fei moved towards Chow Yifei without letting go and asked calmly, "What's the matter? Big sister, you don't go downstairs often, so you probably don't know them." Chow Yifei explained. That group of people is a team under the property management, managed by manager Li Rui. The neighborhood committee and the property management are both registered teams, which are divided into several teams. Chow Yifei and the firefighter in Building 24 are both under the neighborhood committee. After all, the property management occupied the security room and issued those rules. Many people are not happy but have to abide by them, which makes them unhappy. In other words, if you get involved with the property management, you will have more opportunities to get supplies. In addition, with Li Rui's 2 sets of faces, many people still join in. In addition to these 2 official teams, there are also people who do not want to be managed and spontaneously organize themselves. It is obvious that there are only 100 people in the community. But there is a 3-way confrontation. It is conceivable that when the base is established in the future, there will be some bloody storms. According to Chow Yifei, the leader of this group of people is Zhang Xinghua, a middle-aged uncle, but he has learned carpentry and has tools at home. So he cut down some trees downstairs to make some tools, especially weapons. The wooden bow at his hand was made by himself. Although the power is a little worse than that of zombies, it can still resist people with half the effort. Li Rui wanted him to join the team on behalf of the entire property. But at that time, Zhang Xinghua had already exchanged a lot of supplies with wooden tools. After all, at a time when the end of the world is imminent, some people want to have more weapons for self-defense. The wooden bow and wooden arrows alone exchanged for more and better supplies than the rescue food. But the water source was polluted that day, and the old man who got up early in the family was the first to be caught. His wife was also scratched because she was slow. Zhang Xinghua reluctantly killed the 2 old people, but the medicine did not cure his wife, and she gradually died. In fact, he still has a child, but he is studying in another province, and it is estimated that he is in danger. Zhang Xinghua has become a lonely man. After crying for a while, he has no ties and took the initiative to join the team under the property. He also made a lot of weapons for other team members. Now he not only has the most supplies, but also gradually becomes the leader, because he hates this group of man-eating monsters. And the community seems to have bad luck, and there is no second surviving mutant animal. So when Zhang Xinghua heard that a huge snake monster appeared in the community, he rushed here without stopping. Now he not only has hatred, but also has a little more arrogance in his heart after being surrounded by the stars for a period of time. In addition, he and his men have weapons, and they don't take ordinary people seriously. So he has the same temper as Li Peng. You should hit the snake at its weakest point. So he asked someone to get the anti-riot steel fork from the security room and came over in a swagger. But he didn't expect that the snake monster would disappear, which made him feel difficult. But since he came here, he just left. How can he save face when others look at him? Besides, it's a snake monster, so he can't stay in the community to hurt people. He took the initiative to ask Wu Sini and Ning Shuwan, who were expressionless. You are the ones who are controlling the snake monster? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you were joking. Hand over the snake monster quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Wu Sini folded his arms and sneered. Why? I didn't hurt you. Because there can't be any more man-eating monsters in the community. Zhang Xinghua's eyes were red, and he clenched his bow and said loudly. We finally killed all those man-eating monsters. What if your big snake suddenly becomes ferocious and eats people? It's better to get rid of it now. Don't worry. Wu Sini waved his hand. It's much calmer than you. Look at yourself now. It's scarier than a snake. Even if you eat people, it can't eat people without my order. Li Fei supported his forehead. Wu Sini was quite good at mocking. However, in this situation, Su Su could not be summoned again. Otherwise, wouldn't it be completely confirmed that she had hurt people? When he heard the word cannibalism, Zhang Xinghua thought of his parents and wife, and even his children, who didn't know whether to live or die. His face became more violent. He stretched his hand upwards, and the people behind him drew their bows and put arrows on them. It was not easy for ordinary people to learn archery. They could only learn by practicing. In the end, the people left in the team were the first to learn archery. So after this wave, Wu Sini would be greeted by a real rain of arrows. Some people in Building 20 were frightened by this batch of weapons, and they could not help but urge them anxiously. Hand over the snake monster. That's right. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Someone looked at the open supply box greedily and suggested, why don't we take the supplies quickly and go upstairs first? We won't watch this incident anymore. As soon as he said this, most people looked at the supply box eagerly. However, the next moment, Xiao Luo took out a black stick with a serious expression. When she pressed the button, there was a hissing sound. It was clearly an electric baton. She was so scared that she dared not say anything more. Ming Yisong stood up and came to the supply box in tacit understanding. He also took out a black object from his pocket and flicked it to both sides. It popped out instantly. It was a baton. Xiao Luo came between the two groups of people with confidence and persuaded them. Enough. Don't be impulsive. The rescue team has already come. Do you want to make trouble before that? If Xiao Luo didn't have a good body, she really couldn't cope with the intensity of her work. Moreover, just before she went home on vacation, someone inexplicably stuffed a bunch of police weapons into her. In the end, she brought them back for his face. Unexpectedly, they would be really useful. No matter how noisy the people in Building 20 were, she didn't see it with her own eyes. Now it was a real fight and even a scene of injury, and she couldn't ignore it completely. Zhang Xinghua narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, You are? Xiao Luo said coldly, Police officer from Shizhen Police Station. Police number 319551. You can check the authenticity. So please put away your weapons. Hearing that there was a police officer, the people behind him had already put down their bows half-believingly. And they had indeed heard that there was a police officer in the community. And even the political commissar. Life is about to resume. If the political commissar of the police station sees me committing a crime, how can I have a good life in the future? Zhang Xinghua didn't have so many concerns, but still snorted for Xiao Luo's sake. We don't plan to do anything, as long as he can hand over the basilisk. Wu Sini didn't say anything more, and said firmly, I won't hand it over. It's my pet and my family. It just survived by luck. You can ask how many pets died in the community. I'm the only one left. Bah! Zhang Xinghua spat. What a twisted theory. Besides, life will be restored in the future. But you still have a big snake. What's the point? Won't it make your neighbors feel uneasy every day? Zhang Xinghua was quite good at fanning the flames. As soon as he said this, people in the building followed suit and asked Wu Sini to hand over the big snake. He was already annoying. And with this threat, he couldn't get what he wanted no matter what. just as Wusini was about to say something else. Ning Shuan beside him tugged at his sleeve and pouted slightly. Wusini glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Li Fei silently carrying 3 bags filled with supplies. Obviously for 3 people. He was shocked and seemed to understand what she meant instantly. 1, 2, 3. Wusini and Ning Shuan turned around and ran, entered the unit door, and started climbing the stairs directly, and ran away. Everyone was stunned. The remaining residents of Building 20 were attracted by the crusade against Wusini. No one noticed that Li Fei not only quietly wrote the information on the registration form, but also signaled to Meng Yisong to use plastic bags to pack the supplies for the 3 members of the Li family, and Wusini and Ning Shuan. The latter lived alone and were very easy to calculate. Although Xiao Luo's efficiency in counting alone was slow, there were not many supplies in the entire supply box, and even the variety was greatly reduced. There were only vacuum-packed rice, potatoes and canned food. And the canned food was all classic luncheon meat. A rough count showed that there were only more than 30 neatly arranged supplies in total. She didn't know how many were in the supply boxes of other buildings. And she didn't know how many survivors there were in Building 20. But considering the number, it was best to take first come first served. So she quietly packed supplies for 5 people. Meng Yisong saw that she didn't take more, and even counted them carefully. So he didn't bother, saying, "Stop. You still have a chance now. Otherwise you will be charged with illegal entry into a residence and attempted intentional injury, which will be aggravated. The task of popularizing the law is arduous, and many people were frightened by the specific legal provisions and professional terms. Moreover, there is a premise that the rescue army has arrived." So even Zhang Xinghua, who was half crazy, had to hesitate for a moment, glared at the person who informed him, and said angrily, Okay, I know. Damn. It's so unlucky. Don't let me see this man and that big snake next time. Otherwise I will kill them first. Unfortunately, someone just happened to bring a riot fork. Zhang Xinghua got even angrier when he saw it. He slapped the man on the head and shouted, "Don't you see what's going on now? Put it back. Get lost." The man covered his head and left again aggrieved. Seeing Zhang Xinghua and the others go back, Xiao Luo breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the people in the building coldly. Those residents who were watching the excitement immediately lowered their heads and dared not look at each other. But no matter what, the supplies had to continue to be distributed. So she put away her weapons and started working with Meng Yisong and Li Fei. Wusini, Ning Shuan and others in the corridor climbed to the 5th floor in one breath. Seeing that no one was following them, they stopped to rest temporarily. Ning Shuan bent down and panted, "Oh my god! I almost got a stitch in the side. You are amazing. Li Fei, I have to give you a thumbs up." Li Fei put the bag on the ground and said calmly, "After all, no matter what you say to those people, they won't listen. Why bother talking? Just go." Ning Shuan breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "It's good to leave early. Thank you, Li Fei, for thinking of us when you took the supplies." Li Fei looked at the former's rolling eyes and felt a little uncomfortable, pointing and said, "Let's divide it quickly and then go back." Ning Shuan nodded and said, "Yes. It's almost noon." But Li Fei had already distributed it in advance, so it was very convenient to take it again. Each person got a 500g bag of rice, a pound of potatoes, and 3 canned meats. But Li Fei's bag had 3 times more. Ning Shuan went upstairs very tactfully, leaving Li Fei and Wusini alone. They also began to climb the stairs, and the latter pursed her lips and asked, "Maybe it would be better if I didn't let Susu out? If he hadn't called Susu out, maybe there wouldn't be the turmoil caused by Zhang Xinghua, and the supplies would have been obtained faster, and there wouldn't have been such a rush back." Li Fei glanced at him and shook his head. "I know what you think. At this time, it's naturally a good thing to have something with deterrence around you. It's just that there are other people who don't like it and can't stand it. Why should you follow them? The more you follow them, the more they climb up the pole." After she finished speaking, she felt that her tone was a bit harsh, and it didn't sound like comfort at all. Of course, she wasn't just comforting. It would be a waste not to let Susu appear. Wusini paused and smiled. "You are right. And Susu doesn't like to maintain a small form now." Susu half emerged from the gap and spit at the 2 of them. Unfortunately, if it were a cat or a dog, at least some expressions could be seen. At present, I am afraid that only Wusini can slightly sense its mood. Wusini raised his hand and poked its little head. And the two continued to climb the stairs. But when they climbed to the 18th floor, the former seemed to finally be unable to help and asked hesitantly, "That?" Li Fei stopped and looked at him, but found that Wu Sini's neck was covered with a layer of camellia red. Whether it was because of holding back or heat. "What's wrong?" she asked. Wu Sini whispered. The ant on the 20th floor said. "Oh." Li Fei remembered and frowned. "She said I was your mistress?" "No." The color on Wu Sini's neck began to extend to her face. It was the last sentence. "You said?" If Li Fei could remember this sentence, how could she not remember the next few sentences? She sniffed and seemed to feel a little hot. "Is it too much to wear a denim jacket in this weather?" "I just said that it's best not to refute certain people. Anyway, no matter what you say, they won't believe or listen. It's better to just go along with what they say," Li Fei said softly. "If you mind." Then, before she finished speaking, Wu Sini suddenly interrupted. "I don't mind." Li Fei was stunned for a moment, subconsciously turned her eyes away, and happened to bump into those bright eyes. There was also a window at the corner between the two floors of the corridor, and the bright sunshine poured in, and the soft warmth covered her whole body, like a soft quilt. She didn't know whether it was because of the sunshine, or because Wu Sini's eyes were like this at this time. And there was even a little inexplicable tenderness. "It's just that it's really a bit hot." Li Fei was speechless for a while, then turned around and said, "Let's go home first. It's been a long time." Wu Sini curled her lips silently, followed them upstairs, and went back to their own rooms on the 19th floor. As soon as Li Fei opened the door, she smelled the fragrance in the air. She should have gone to the kitchen to find out what it was, but she stayed at the entrance and the door for a while before changing her shoes next to the shoe cabinet and taking off her denim jacket immediately. But in S City, the temperature at this time is not like the winter, when there is no change between indoors and outdoors. After taking off her coat and mask, she just felt a little more breathable. "Sister." Li Xian didn't know her complicated feelings at the moment, and he came over while shouting, asking, "Why did you take so long? I seem to see a lot of people by the window." "What happened?" Li Fei was really scared, and her heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, her facial paralysis attribute came in handy here. Li Fei shook her head expressionlessly and said, "It was just a few minor incidents. I brought back the supplies." Hearing Li Fei's words, Li Xian didn't care, gestured and smiled. "Brother is going to cook a big meal today. Let's go and help." Li Fei nodded, no longer thinking about it, took off her belt, and went to the kitchen with Li Xian, fetched water to wash her hands, and then helped to cook. It turned out that the aroma was from stewing meat, and the other side of the stove was also frying vegetables. Li Su saw Li Fei coming in and asked, "No fight?" He was busy in the kitchen, and Li Xian was live broadcasting what happened downstairs, but he couldn't see everything. However, with Li Fei's temper, he might just pull out a knife and go straight to the fight. So he still had to ask. "No, everyone was here, so it was hard to do it." Li Fei shrugged. "It was just that some people were more noisy, so I had to be a gentleman and talk instead of fight. And then I went upstairs after getting the supplies." Li Xian brought a plate of food to the dining table. When he heard this, he couldn't help but think, so his sister is a gentleman? The weather is warm now, so there is no need to worry about the food cooling down too quickly. Li Su first made a few stir-fried dishes, including shrimp, cashews, corn, green vegetables, and veal. He also fried a bowl of pumpkin and glutinous rice balls, made a bowl of amaranth soup, steamed a sea bass, and stewed braised pork. Li Fei went to the space to take out the fruits. There are only 3 kinds of fruits in the farm now: cherries, strawberries, and melons. However, cherries are the most abundant, so he took more and made a fruit platter with the other 2. The price of strawberries and melons is not low, so Li Fei plans to keep a small part for himself and find a way to sell the rest at a higher price. After finishing this big meal, it was almost noon. But when you are hungry, the deliciousness of the dishes can be doubled. The 3 of them didn't care whether the aroma would spread to other places. After washing their hands, they gathered at the table and started eating. But before that, they brought 3 glasses and poured cola, orange juice, coconut juice, and other drinks into them. In fact, according to the current environment, it was just an ordinary and sumptuous meal. But in their hearts, it seemed to have a very important meaning. Li Su smiled and said, "Fei Fei, Why don't you say a few words? Li Fei asked. Why do you want me to say something? Li Xian said on the side. Oh, sister. Now we all listen to you. Since this meal is to be regarded as the New Year's Eve dinner, it is also the beginning of the new year. So naturally I have to say a few words. Okay. Li Fei sighed, tilted his head, and thought for a while. Then cleared his throat and said, Then I wish us all to continue to live in the new year. In the end times. Those usual New Year's greetings are useless. This is the most useful blessing. Of course, the premise is that you have the life to say this blessing. And it is better to say it many times. Once every year. The three of them clinked their glasses. In fact, they also have a lot of wine. But it is far from the level of being able to get drunk. It would be better to replace it with drinks. It is impossible to really imagine the future. The future will only get worse and worse. But Li Su and Li Xian have gradually adapted to the end times. Even if they are eating delicious meals, they can continue to listen to Li Fei's explanation. Li Fei explained it to the two of them based on her memories of her last life. However, she had stayed in the library for a long time. Otherwise she would not have been able to learn almost all the skill books on agricultural knowledge by herself. But at this time, some people could not help but try to sneak out. At that time, most of the zombies should have been eliminated by the rescue army. But many people were still afraid of the man-eating monsters outside, and did not dare to take risks. Even if the guards stationed at the door left, they still did not dare to leave the library that had been regarded as a shelter. Even if they were really hungry and went out to find supplies, they would eventually come back. And those who tried to go out and not come back were basically men. Some did not want to be imprisoned, and some wanted to go home to see their families. Many tools can be found in the small library, especially fuel, which is the books. Because she read a lot of books while smelling the scent of ink, Li Fei in her previous life felt heartbroken whenever she saw the pages of a book burning. In fact, Li Fei has space in this life, so she can put away all the books. But the library is definitely occupied now. If she goes there, she will be stripped naked, so she can only give up. Second, although she has spent 3 years in the apocalypse, she was always unprepared during those 3 years. She was just like most people, a walking corpse without any emotions. So when she thinks back later, she has more negative emotions and her memory is a bit confused, let alone the details. Fortunately, this life is similar to the previous life. Until now, except for the rising temperature. The real horror of the polar day has not yet fully appeared. I guess even the so-called experts will be a little confused. Only Li Fei understands that many people survive the polar day, but fail to survive the following polar night. In the polar night, the wind is rustling, the wind is blowing, and the mutants are coming back again, which is enough to drink a pot. So they'd better prepare some more weapons and auxiliary supplies. But the time to the polar night is not far away. And it's not close either. They currently have a new goal. Chapter 97. As we all know, the New Year's Eve dinner doesn't have to be finished. You may have to eat leftovers for the next few days. So the Li family didn't finish this meal. Anyway, the refrigerator can still be used, and they can still eat next time. After resting, the three of them went to the space together. But this time they didn't do fishing, planting, and gathering. They harvested the fish cages and picked the fruits separately. Li Fei made all the harvests in the fish cages into grilled river food and evenly distributed them in the backpack. Secondly, they looked for tools in the storage box. Li Fei first took out 3 headlamps, then the equipment and weapons he was wearing, and the Remania pills used to restore health. The system did not say anything to stop them from using equipment in reality. But Li Fei thought that the equipment and weapons made in space might be more suitable for killing monsters in space. Since the system did not say anything, it means that the equipment and weapons in reality can also be used. But it is estimated that it will take some effort. After sorting out the backpack grid, the three of them set off in a mighty manner, and went all the way to the location marked on the map. In front of them appeared a cave more than 2 people high, except for some light shining in front of the cave. It looked dark inside. Li Fei wore and turned on the headlamp in advance, and Li Su and Li Xian also turned it on before walking in. However, with the lights of the 3 people, the illuminated area was larger, so they could see that the area inside was not actually large. In addition to a small road on the right, there was actually a people carrier in the center in front, which was enough for 3 people to sit on. I just thought that this transporter was used to specify the number of floors and skip floors. It was useless for them at the moment. After all, they had not even been to the first floor, and did not know what it looked like. So Li Fei walked in front, Li Xian in the middle, and Li Su in the back. They all took out their machetes, and held them in their hands, and went to the path on the right. After stepping in, even with the headlamp, it was dark in front of them for a second, as if the system was loading. After blinking, they saw the whole picture of the first floor of the mine. The mines from 1 to 20 floors are worm soil mines. As soon as they heard it, they knew what it looked like. The mine was not as dark as they imagined. I don't know if it's because they haven't reached the corresponding floor yet. There are mining lamps hanging on the wall to provide light. Underfoot was soft soil, dark green weeds, and the rest were mostly various stones. But Li Fei had forgotten what materials would come out of the worm soil mine, so they could only grope their way through the first level. Li Fei also wore a watch. She looked down and saw that it would take several hours before the zombies on the ground attacked. But with the exotic plants in their farm now, they would not need the three of them to go back together, so they could still stay for a while. The mine was very quiet, and sometimes you could hear the echo of dripping water, because it was unclear when the monster would attack. Li Fei decided to let Li Su mine first, and she and Li Xian would protect him by his side, because the former still had the highest physical strength. The three of them had already replaced their tools. Li Su took out his pickaxe, aimed at a stone in front of him, and knocked it down. After knocking it 3 or 4 times, the stone was broken down and turned into a certain number of ordinary raw stones, which were put into the backpack. Li Su was not ignorant of adaptability. He remembered the shape and color of the stone, walked a few steps, and found a lighter gray stone to dig with a pickaxe. The stone was knocked 1 or 2 more times before it was broken down, and the stone in the backpack was indeed not an ordinary stone, but limestone. In any case, since different stone materials have been mined, they will definitely unlock different uses in the future. So the more materials, the better. Li Su was in the mood and followed this method to search. In addition to normal stones, he mined some limestone, which could be stacked in the backpack. However, at this moment, Li Fei suddenly heard a buzzing sound. She could basically see things clearly in the mine, and with the light of the headlamp, she immediately saw an insect flying slowly from them. If you have to say, it is more like a fly, but in reality, there should not be flies as big as 3 fists. In short, this must be a monster in the mine. Li Fei didn't think much about it. He jumped up with a machete and chopped off half of the wings of the flying insect. The flying insect buzzed wildly, swaying but still flying towards Li Fei. The latter could even see the wriggling mouthparts. With another knife, he chopped off the other half of the wings of the flying insect. After the flying insect fell to the ground, she cut it in half with another knife, and a stream of black-green liquid burst out, and the stench spread. Li Fei habitually wanted to finish off the insect, and since it was an insect, she crushed the insect corpse as if she was afraid that it would revive on the spot. Unexpectedly, she got an unexpected surprise. She actually found a crystal core in the insect corpse, and she didn't need to pick up the crystal core herself. It disappeared quickly and appeared on her currency column instead, and the number increased by 1. I didn't expect that the monsters in the mine could also explode crystal cores, which is faster than the zombies every day. Li Fei's excitement this time was actually reflected on her face, and she almost grinned. However, at this moment, Li Xian suddenly shouted, "Sister, don't be happy. It's coming again." Li Fei came back to her senses and looked up. It was still a flying insect attacking, but it came alone. She said, "Xian, try it this time. It's not difficult. Just do it like I did just now." Li Xian looked at Li Fei's sly smile speechlessly, and then took the machete to deal with the flying insect. Perhaps the difficulty of the first level of the mine cave did not pose too much threat to them now. Li Xian finally succeeded in killing the flying insect and crushed the insect corpse like Li Fei. But there was no crystal core in it this time. It seems that this crystal core also has an explosion rate, but the refresh of monsters and the number in the mine cave are also random. So how many crystal cores can be obtained in the next trip to the mine cave is still unknown. Li Fei's ambition was gradually expanding, but Li Su had made a new discovery. In addition to the ordinary raw stone and limestone he had found before, he found another kind of stone, which was lighter in color, almost white, although there was no name displayed above his head. Li Su still took the pickaxe and knocked it down based on his intuition. After receiving the backpack, it turned out to be a new stone. Gypsum stone. The area of the first floor of the mine was not large. And after Li Su knocked a piece of limestone and gypsum stone, all he saw on the ground should be ordinary stones. So the three of them temporarily gave up this area and turned to look for the entrance to the next floor. The mine was going down further and further, when Li Fei found a hole with a ladder on the ground. He was sure that this was the entrance to the next floor and went in. Li Su and Li Xian followed and touched the ground after a few steps. The second floor of the mine was no different from the first floor. Li Su was still looking down for different stones, while Li Fei and Li Xian were watching the movements of monsters. In this floor, what they encountered and obtained were the same as in the first floor. After all, they wanted to find copper and coal as soon as possible to complete the orders on the order board. So they looked for extra stones and killed a few flying insects before entering the third floor. However, as soon as Li Fei arrived at the third floor, he keenly sensed a strange atmosphere, especially in this closed environment. There was a unique unpleasant smell in the air. In fact, the flying insect monster just now would inevitably spray out smelly insect fluid after being killed. Li Fei and Li Xian decided to keep the clothes they were wearing and use them as special clothes for going to the mine. So they were almost used to the smell just now. Unexpectedly, the stench on the third floor was even stronger. Perhaps there were more monsters? Or more species? In any case, they had to be more focused. Li Su continued to mine. Li Fei and Li Xian killed several flying insects together. Some of the stinky liquid splashed on their bodies. Although they were disgusted, they successfully obtained a few more crystal cores, so they were not disgusted. Li Su also mined mostly limestone and gypsum. It seemed that there was still no new harvest on the third floor. However, there were a total of 100 floors in the mine. Only a few floors were estimated to be within the range of novices. And there were naturally not many ores. So they decided to continue. After reaching the fifth floor in a row, in addition to the stones waiting to be mined everywhere, Li Fei heard a buzzing sound again. The flying insects and monsters all made this sound. But at the same time, there were some smaller hissing sounds surrounding them. It was very noisy and annoying. Li Xian narrowed her eyes, then opened them wide, and pulled Li Fei to point. Sister, look at that. Li Fei looked closely, and saw a flying insect flying in the air. This was not strange. But the strange thing was that the flying insect looked different from any they had ever seen. The flying insect flapped its wings quickly, but its body was 2 circles larger than that of ordinary flying insects. A bulging black sack was hanging under its tail. Although it was unclear what was inside, it gave people a nauseating feeling. The flying insect seemed to have discovered them, but it did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, it continued to fly in the air with a buzzing sound, and even slowly retreated a distance. Li Fei frowned suspiciously, and then she saw that the sack under the tail of the big flying insect suddenly broke open, and a few white things fell out of it, fell on the ground and began to wriggle rapidly. Li Fei didn't recognize what it was, but his hands were faster than his brain, and he had already grabbed the knife and chopped it directly, bursting blood all over the ground. Li Xian's reaction was not as fast as hers, but he saw clearly that the things that fell from the sack to the ground were soft maggots. In fact, in reality, it is inevitable to see maggots on zombie corpses and on rotten human corpses. But now the most important thing is to eliminate the zombies, and the subsequent cleaning work is far behind. The scene is really beautiful. Li Xian trembled all over and quickly reminded. Sister, it seems that the flying insect is a mother. We must get rid of it first. Otherwise, there will still be worms in the insect sack. Then you pay attention to those falling insects. After Li Fei gave a warning, she didn't waste any words and jumped up with a knife to chop vertically. Maybe the big sack hindered the speed of the flying insect. The flying insect couldn't dodge in time, and the sack was completely cut by her. A large group of snow-white maggots fell one by one, covering the ground and stones immediately. After the maggots squirmed for a few times, they began to grow slowly one by one. After Li Xian noticed it, she hurriedly stabbed them with a machete. There were so many of them that Li Su also stopped mining and switched to a machete to help. Li Fei stared at the flying insect and would not stop until it died under her knife. After the flying insects and all the maggots were killed, the ground was covered with smelly blood plasma, and even some stones could not see their original colors. Li Xian wiped his sweat and said in fear, Sister, this is the 5th floor. This flying insect has a new form. I'm afraid it's an elite monster. Li Fei thought, if you count it this way, the 20th floor is the last floor of the insect soil part. By then, I should face a boss monster. Li Xian asked with a bitter face. Will it still be maggots that will explode? Li Fei shrugged, not necessarily. There may be other insects. After all, it is the insect soil layer. However, they worked together to kill the elite monster. And the rewards were more. Especially the crystal core. Adding the previous accumulation, the number is enough to upgrade the backpack again. Li Fei thought about it, and prepared to let Li Su upgrade the backpack. Li Su did not ask much. They called out the system, and confirmed that the former's backpack grid was greatly improved. Li Su had dug 5 layers of ore, and his physical strength was not used up. So he could start to replenish it. But Li Fei looked at the time, and decided to change people next. Li Xian continued to dig. And Li Su and himself were responsible for killing monsters. Everyone had to try it once. Even if it was the first experience of going into the mine. Li Su told Li Xian about his discovery. And the latter soon found limestone and gypsum in a pile of stones. From the 5th layer, the area of the mine cave was also larger. And there were more rows of ore veins. So Li Xian finally found a different mine. Which was coal mine. Mining a coal mine will yield coal, which is not only a very useful fuel, but also required for using a furnace to refine metal ores into metal ingots. So the more the better. Coal mines are usually found in piles. And Li Xian happily chiseled them all out and put them away. But although the coal was found, the copper mine was still nowhere to be found. After the 3 saw that there was nothing to pay special attention to on the 5th floor, they continued to move forward and explore deeper. Chapter 98. I don't know if it's because they are isolated from the outside world underground. But the time passed extremely quickly. Li Fei and others have only explored half of the 6th floor. When they looked at their watches, they were almost at the farm to resist the zombies. But in fact, it wasn't that she suddenly had an idea to check the time. But she was hungry. Feeling the gurgling sound in her stomach, Li Fei couldn't help but sigh. This was probably one of the worst sounds in the end times. Every time she heard it, it was like a death knell for her. She thought so in her previous life. But this life shouldn't be like that. It means that she should consider what to eat again. Why don't I go back and take a look? Li Su offered. My stamina is about to run out. You can stay for a while. Li Fei nodded in agreement. And they found a man-carrying passage in the corner, which should allow people to quickly get to the mine entrance. So Li Fei simply took out a pickaxe to mine the vein, and quickly switched to weapons when he encountered monsters, which was not difficult. Li Xian's stamina was still the least among the 3. After digging for a while, he took out a stone hoe and dug the empty space under his feet. After Li Fei killed a few flying insects, he saw him doing this and asked, Xian, what did you think of? Well, I'm trying. Li Xian held the hoe with one hand and smiled. Since this part of the mine is called the worm soil mine, and we have seen the worms as monsters, then this soil must have some meaning. Ah, what's wrong? Li Fei asked. Li Xian didn't seem to be injured, and smiled. Sister, look, I dug it. Li Fei looked and really dug up a piece of clay. If it's true as he said, then the chance of digging clay in the worm soil mine should be higher than in the outside world. What else do you want? Just dig. Once you have energy, you will use it quickly. Before seeing Li Su come back, the 2 of them had used up their physical strength. After all, mining is like fishing, and you will spend physical strength once you knock. The 2 of them headed back home, and when they returned to the starting point, the zombies seemed to have just been eliminated, and the bloodstains on the ground had not yet been refreshed. After reuniting with Li Su, they took out the things in their backpacks and took a look. Most of them were stones, limestone and gypsum, as well as crystal cores obtained by killing monsters. And insect meat dropped after killing flying insects. Insect meat is a dark green, wet and sticky piece of meat, and it can be dropped almost every time it is killed. And the rest of the backpack is all the stones mined this time, including stone, limestone, gypsum and coal. The amount of coal is just enough to deliver the order. So Li Xian took the coal to the order board, while Li Fei and Li Su stayed and opened them all, trying to find drawings of items that can be made with limestone and gypsum. Of course, these 2 kinds of stones must be processed before they can be used. Li Fei quickly found the use of the insect meat, which is to make fish food in batches. They just happen to have a fish pond. However, they can make fish bait on the workbench. But this fish food is equivalent to feed. So they need to build a feed factory to process it. Even the animals in the poultry houses and ranch barns in the future need to be fed with feed. So this feed factory is very useful. Fortunately, this feed factory is cheaper than poultry houses, barns and even fish ponds. But the gold coins are still a little short. Li Fei put it aside for the time being and continued to browse in the mall. The raw and slaked lime obtained after the limestone is processed can be made into fertilizer, dehumidifier, and building materials. After all, when the farm is fully built in the future, it must be properly arranged and decorated. The use of gypsum is similar to that of limestone, but it has a unique function that instantly caught Li Fei's attention. That is, making tofu. Before making soy sauce, it is a good idea to process the soybeans into tofu and sell them. The most important thing is that they can eat tofu again. However, they have all the materials, but they lack a facility. That is, a mill. Although the Li family has never made handmade tofu, they know that beans can't suddenly become solid. In addition to solidifying with gypsum, they have to grind the beans first. It seems that Li Su's idea is not unreasonable, Li Fei thought to himself. Just then, Li Xian came back. After he delivered the order, the system gave him a coal kiln drawing. If either the host or the online player learns the blueprint, the rest can learn it. The coal kiln on the blueprint is square, with a door in the middle and a small chimney on top. It uses wood to burn coal, but the materials needed to make it can only be obtained by continuing to mine. And burning coal in this way will cost a lot of wood. So they went to the tree planting area to see how the trees are growing. But before that, they went to the area where the big vats and earthenware jars were piled up and collected all the finished products that could be collected. Because there was an order for pickled cucumbers on the order board, Li Fei pickled 2 more cucumbers in addition to river fish and fruits. The jams and pickles produced from the large earthenware jars all come with their own jars. The cucumbers are pickled, and Li Xian puts away all the pickles. Then goes to the order board and the shipping box to deliver and sell them one by one. Li Fei looked up and saw that just after completing 2 orders, another order was automatically placed on it. It seems that this order board needs to be upgraded when there is time. Good bamboo shoots are fragrant in the mountains. Requires spring bamboo shoots X5. Reward, pickled pork with preserved vegetables recipe X1. In fact, Li Su can make pickled pork with preserved vegetables himself. But the materials are not enough at present. However, the pickled pork with preserved vegetables in the space must be different from the reality. Moreover, since this order has appeared, it means that spring bamboo shoots will also begin to appear in the space. However, Li Fei scratched her head. Not to mention the spring bamboo shoots, she hasn't even seen any trace of the last morel mushrooms. Maybe she should find a time to do a carpet search. Otherwise the space will have to change seasons if the morels are not found. Alas, I didn't expect that 3 people couldn't handle it. The farming game is so scary. Sighing secretly, Li Fei looked at another order. Hard Crisis. Defeat Stone Zombie X10. Reward, Stone Hammer Blueprint X1. Gold Coin X500. Li Fei was a little surprised and speechless. Can this still be considered an order? It feels closer to a bounty mission. But the reward is both blueprints and gold coins. What else do you want? But what is a stone zombie? Is it one of the monsters in the mine? They only went down to the 7th floor of the mine today. In addition to the stinky flying insects, they saw a few wriggling maggot monsters. But no zombie-like monsters. Maybe they have to go deeper to see the real appearance. After thinking about it, Li Fei already had several plans in his mind. But he had no gold coins and could only put them aside. After a few words, he returned to reality with Li Su and Li Xian. I don't know what the survivors think now, but Li Fei seems to be able to imagine it. After all, the rescue food that the rescue army escorted with great effort is getting worse and worse in their eyes. They eat it, but they probably have to complain a few words after eating it. The Li family was peaceful and calm, still connecting space and reality, and rarely going out. During this period, there were still a few people who were unwilling to give up and tried to find a way to enter 1902. This time, they did not use physical attacks, but used magic attacks instead. They tried to burn the iron net on the door, but not only did it not catch fire, but they were also taught a lesson by the solid clematis. Li Fei saw all this from the surveillance. They sneaked up with a lighter, but not only did they fail, they also burned their clothes and left here tumbling and rolling. The flames burned silently. And even if Li Fei woke up at night, he might not be able to notice it immediately. By the time he found out, the smoke had already spread almost everywhere, and the people upstairs in the same building would not be able to escape. Now there is no water source, and in the end, the whole building might not be able to escape. Sometimes the victims of a fire were not burned to death, but choked to death. It was intentional arson, and it was even more like a killing. This was much more serious than the previous lock-breaking and petty thefts. It was simply extremely vicious and cruel. Originally, Li Fei wanted to remember the faces and retaliate, but she stared at them and thought about it. In addition, all the neighbors in the building had just gathered downstairs not long ago, and most of them looked at her coldly. So she couldn't have no impression of these faces. That means that these people are probably not from Building 20. It should be that there are a few big mouths in this building who told the people in other buildings about the glorious deeds of 1902, and were remembered by the outsiders with ulterior motives. In order to get some benefits, the big mouths deliberately brought them here. But the result was not worth the loss, and they got what they deserved. But Li Fei still remembered these faces first. If she met them in the future, she would not show them a good face. It would be best to get rid of them. For such people, it is a waste of limited resources to keep them alive. On this morning, just after finishing breakfast, Li Fei was about to go to the space to take a look, but she heard the doorbell ringing outside. She only told a few fixed households to ring the doorbell instead of knocking when they had something to do. And now the whole building should know that the iron wire at the door of 1902 is abnormal. It must be some kind of magic. It is too late to hide. So how could it take the initiative to come up? So it must be someone from the few families she told. Li Fei came to the entrance and looked through the cat's eye, and found that it was Xiao Luo downstairs. She rarely saw Xiao Luo go out of the house. After all, there were only 2 people in 1802, and there was always someone to look after the house. Besides, Li Fei herself didn't go out much, but because of her status, the latter sometimes had to come out. This time she saw her, so she must have something important to do. Not to mention that Li Fei had a good impression of her. So this time she deliberately opened the anti-theft lock and the door and asked, "Andy Xia, what do you want?" Xiao Luo looked at her without a word. Although Miss Li in 1902 always looked expressionless and cold, she spoke in a habitual Wu dialect. Of course, maybe she was willing to talk to herself, so she became the way she might appear on weekdays. This expressionless face was like a muscle habit. Not that she did it on purpose. Li Fei almost always wears a mask when she goes out, but not at home. So Xiao Luo sees her complete appearance at this moment, judging from her face, spirit and body shape, as well as the comments of people in the building. This Miss Li is definitely not an ordinary person, even if she is not glamorous. Her fair, clean and normal figure can tell her a lot of important information. Ahem. Occupational disease is coming back. Xiao Luo came back to her senses and smiled. It's not a big deal. It's just that the rescue army has selected several shopping malls and district are for requisition these days, allowing people to buy supplies on their own. One of them is not too far from our community. So my husband and I have discussed and prepared to go alone. So I came to tell you that if it's too late, there will probably be no supplies. She didn't say she wanted to go together. After all, the distance between people is getting farther and farther, full of suspicion and danger. Perhaps except for family members. Any relationship has a layer of stiffness, which is very uncomfortable. But some people are willing to deliberately step forward with a shameless face, while others have self-knowledge. Xiao Luo is obviously the latter. Li Fei pursed her lips, but did not show the oily thoughts in her heart on her face. She nodded and said, "I know. Thank you, Aunt Xia. Our family will consider it." "Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore and leave first." "Yeah." Li Fei paused, and suddenly added, "If you go to buy supplies, don't forget to stock up on more hygiene products. It will be difficult to get them in the future." Xiao Luo was stunned, but the former had closed the door. Thinking back to the beginning, didn't my family know them in this regard? This little girl. Xiao Luo curled the corners of her lips and knocked on the door of 1901 next door. Chapter 99. Li Xian saw Li Fei finish her talk at the door. But when she came back, she seemed to be in a trance, so she couldn't help asking, "Sister, what's wrong? Who came just now?" Li Su also cleaned up the table and waited for Li Fei to answer. Li Fei sat on the sofa and told the story. It was Aunt Xia downstairs. She said that the Rescue Army in District R had requisitioned several shopping malls. And there was also one near our community. So she came to tell us that we could go to buy supplies. Isn't this a good thing? Li Xian said excitedly. And then asked, Brother, do we still have cash at home? If we don't go, the supplies will definitely be snapped up soon. Right? Li Su pondered. In addition to online shopping, I also exchanged a lot of cash to buy goods offline. There should be some left. But not much. I don't know if it is enough. Li Xian wanted to continue talking to Li Fei, but saw that the latter was hesitant. He had hardly seen her with such an expression before, and asked, Sister, what are you thinking about? Actually, Li Fei paused and sighed, in my previous life, I never heard of the news of requisitioning shopping malls for people to buy supplies. Even though the zombies were about to be eliminated, $0 purchases were almost becoming the norm. So I didn't expect such a regular and orderly event to occur. Of course, it might be because she had been in the library for too long. But the library was equivalent to a small shelter. It was impossible that such good news had not been passed on. As long as it was passed on, there would definitely be people who would be eager to go, including Li Fei, who had few supplies around. Then again, it didn't seem so easy to wipe out most of the zombies in the previous life. Otherwise, how could Li Fei, who was also a coward at that time, stay in the library? Could it be that she was reborn in this life, and there were changes in the plot? Li Fei's thoughts were very confused, and she couldn't figure it out. Li Su and Li Xian didn't have the memory of the previous life, and they couldn't help. But the former knew that she couldn't spend too much time on this. The previous life was all in the past, and the current life was the most important. Li Fei then asked, Brother, how much food do we have left? Half of the frozen food in the freezer has been eaten. The frozen meat that was stockpiled before the end of the world, plus the frozen meat that was brought back from outside last time. There are probably dozens of liters left. It is indeed possible to stock up a little more. The refrigerator in the room has more than 400 liters, and the freezer occupies more than 150 liters. The frozen meat is packed in boxes and bags, so it can be squeezed. Now there are only a few dozen liters left. They haven't built a barn, so they can go out to find supplies. The freezer at home is filled with frozen food and ice cream. Some frozen food is usually used for breakfast, but many of them are one box per person, so they are consumed more than frozen meat. There is already space in the freezer, which makes Li Fei want to fill it again. However, they have not eaten all the fruits and vegetables from the last harvest, and they originally planned to plant more. So meat and eggs are a bit scarce at the moment. Li Fei thought of this and said, Then find out the cash left behind first. I'll take it to the mall to have a look. Are you going alone? Li Su asked. Although you may not be able to buy anything, one person can't carry much supplies. Right? And you have to carry it back by yourself later. Li Xian suddenly thought of something, grumbled, and pushed Li Su and said, Brother, you go find the cash first. Sister will definitely have her own way. We'll talk later. Li Xian's actions were too immature. Li Su looked at them suspiciously, and had to find the cash first. Li Xian blinked at Li Fei again, as if to say, Don't worry. I understand. Li Fei still had a blank expression on her face, but she felt a little uneasy. She had a plan, but she hadn't decided to implement it yet. And could it be so easy to be discovered? The money was estimated to be not much. Li Su took out a stack of red bills and handed it to Li Fei. Li Fei counted and found that there were only a little over 1,000. And there were some scattered bills and coins. Logically, all the money should have been spent. But she didn't know where she had neglected to leave some. However, looking at the money, Li Fei didn't feel optimistic. Although the mall was requisitioned, there were too many people and too few porridge, and prices would only soar. She might not be able to buy anything with this money, which was better than those who had no cash and couldn't withdraw money at this time. After getting the money, Li Fei dressed up, put on a belt, and equipped with pepper spray. The kitchen knife was a little more noticeable, so she brought a small folding knife. No matter what, personal safety must be guaranteed. Otherwise, what if someone fails to buy supplies and gets angry and starts to go crazy? She casually carried a backpack, went to the entrance to put on shoes and a mask, and Li Fei went out after a few instructions. However, she did not go downstairs immediately, but stopped in the corridor, and then went forward to knock on the door of 1901. After a while, Wu Sini opened the door. and a smile appeared on her face after a moment of surprise. Somehow, Li Fei could always feel that there was a bit of a joke in it. If it weren't for the polar day, I would have thought the sun rose from the west today. Miss Li would actually come to me on her own initiative. Wu Sini leaned against the door frame and laughed. Did you know the news? Li Fei chose to change the subject directly. There is a mall where you can buy supplies. Yeah. Wu Sini nodded and said. And Xia also came to inform me. So, he looked up and down, and his smile became even stronger. Want to take my car? Li Fei pouted and said. It is indeed very convenient to have a vehicle. Okay. Wu Sini agreed, and seemed to adjust the non-existent sunglasses on his face, with a cocky look on his face. The weather is so good today. Taking a car can be considered a ride. Let's go together. It should be said that the weather is so good every day now. That is, the sun is shining. The sky is clear. The wind is gentle. The spring flowers are blooming. There is not even a late spring cold. And the temperature is relatively suitable. It is suitable for going out for a trip. The premise is to ignore the background of the end of the world. Li Fei turned around and left without being spoiled. Wu Sini immediately stopped talking and followed him. Hey, don't go. You are buying supplies. Right? Just buy supplies. Let's drive. It seems that he didn't open the door quickly just now, and he should be preparing to go out. It happened that he knocked on the door, and he opened the door and joked a few words and was able to catch up in time. After a little farce, Li Fei and Wu Sini went downstairs. But in a corridor of more than 10 floors, none of them spoke. In the warm corridor, a kind of frozen chill appeared. It seemed that they all remembered the scene that happened in the corridor that day and felt embarrassed. But they were going to leave together anyway, so they couldn't be so embarrassed. Finally, Li Fei asked, Did you bring money? Yes. Wu Sini answered. Li Fei glanced at him and added, I mean cash. Wu Sini was stunned and asked, Cash? Did the mall say that you have to pay in cash? No. But, Li Fei thought for a while and said, The mall may do this. After all, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to buy supplies. It's crowded. If you scan the code to pay, what if you can't see it at the checkout? There must be people who secretly don't scan and get away with it. It's more reassuring to get the money in your hand. You are still careful. Wu Sini sighed, but soon asked helplessly and embarrassedly, Do you think ATMs can still withdraw money now? Asking this question means that he, like most people, relies on online payments. Li Fei couldn't answer the answer, because she didn't know that when her life returned to peace in her previous life, the monetary order had almost collapsed. Why don't you try to find a few ATMs? Li Fei could only give this suggestion. You have lived here longer than me. You should know where there are around. Right? And you can drive fast. As they chatted, the two came downstairs, and at a glance, there were indeed more people going out. And they all came down with their families, probably to bring back more supplies. Maybe the news has spread throughout the community, and people who originally felt that life was gradually getting back on track are obviously more excited. Wu Sini's car is still parked downstairs. Fortunately, it was not stolen. Although some people in this building hate him, people who heard that there were extra supplies in other buildings would still find a way to contact him. As for the former, if he can treat, he will treat and collect a wave of supplies. If he can't treat, he can't treat. After all, he is still a doctor, not a god. The warm sunlight poured down, so bright that it was blinding. It was a pity that they really didn't have sunglasses. Li Fei was still wearing that denim jacket, but she felt a little stuffy. Requisitioning the mall is certainly a good thing, but the requirement is to let people go there on their own. It is said that the mall closest to the community is actually 5 or 6 kilometers away. If you walk there on foot, under the scorching sun, and you are hungry, you may collapse halfway. Even if you finally reach the mall with all your strength, you will probably be squeezed by the endless stream of people. So Li Fei put aside his face and directly took a ride. He could not let anyone down but himself. Wu Sini unlocked the car, and Li Fei and him were one in front and one behind. But this time, the latter sat in the back seat. The former shrugged his eyebrows and teased. Come on. I won't do anything to you. No. It's fine here, Li Fei said calmly, leaning against the car window. Seeing this, Wu Sini stopped pestering him. While opening the car, she also flipped through the storage box in front and threw something out. Li Fei was quick to notice the action of throwing something, so she raised her hand to catch it the next moment. And when she opened her palm, she saw that it was a candy. Does he still think he is the male protagonist of some otome game? He always gives candy. Well, if you say so, then she who is giving candy is the heroine. Isn't she? Li Fei pouted. But it was a classic brand of candy that she liked very much, and she couldn't bear to throw it back. Well, that's it. So she unpacked it neatly and put it in her mouth. It tasted like mint, and a cool feeling gradually spread in her mouth. The car drove and soon arrived at the garage door. Unexpectedly, many residents of the community remembered that they still had vehicles, and went to the underground garage to drive out their own cars. The queue extended from here to the entrance of the community, and it felt like rushing to the morning rush before the end of the world. The security captain Li Peng was not there, and another security guard was replaced. Anyway, even if society recovered, they would get a job and it would not be a big loss. So they were still doing the corresponding work. The traffic slowly moved forward and finally left the community smoothly. The road gradually became crowded with traffic, rumbling and honking. The vehicles were all heading in the same direction, heading for the mall. Wucini probably found out which mall it was, and was familiar with the road conditions nearby, so she could continue driving without navigation. But their first destination was not the mall. Chapter 100. Li Fei was not familiar with the area, so she could only sit in the car and wait for it to stop. She looked out the window and found that in addition to the traffic, the green belts on the road had become lush and green. The original dead trees had already regained new vitality, with lush branches and leaves, and hundreds of flowers blooming in the bushes. In short, it was more lush than the fixed greenery in the community. Luxuriance at this time is not a good sign, Li Fei was thinking, and suddenly heard a voice from the main driver. Li Fei, fasten your seatbelt. The road condition is a bit bad. Li Fei fastened her seatbelt and looked out. It turned out that there were no traffic lights on the road, let alone traffic police, which showed that there were no rules on the road at all. These cars were all in a hurry to get to the mall, so they competed for speed. Naturally, they stepped on the accelerator as low as possible, which could easily lead to vehicle collisions. The constant overtaking also caused many road rage patients, and some drivers even got off the car to fight each other, passing by many collisions, horns, noises and shouts along the way. Wucini turned a corner and barely escaped the noise. A bank sign soon appeared in the field of vision, but there was an anti-theft roller shutter door at the door. However, Li Fei was not stupid enough to go to the bank to look for supplies. The self-service ATM machine was still a single room with a glass door. Wucini stopped the car next to it, said hello and got off to withdraw money. Wait, Li Fei called him. Take as much as you can. I don't know if you can take more in the future. Wucini got off the car with a complicated look on his face. He came back about half a cup of tea later with several large stacks of red banknotes in his arms. He sighed heavily. Fortunately, I can still withdraw money. I don't know if I can take out these. Li Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, Didn't you bring a bag? Wucini shook his head a little embarrassedly. Maybe he didn't think of withdrawing a lot of money at first, let alone the amount of money that was packed. Quite obedient, Li Fei took his backpack and said, If you don't mind, you can put it in my bag first. Although there is my money in it, it can be separated and won't be mixed up. The thickness of a stack of 10,000 yuan bills is only 1 centimeter. Wucini can hold this pile of money in his arms. It is conceivable how much money he took out. Anyway, he can definitely buy a lot of supplies in the mall. It depends on whether there are supplies that he can buy. TSK. He actually put it in. He is worthy of being a famous celebrity doctor. Of course, I'm worried about where to put it. Wucini agreed immediately, and put it all in Li Fei's backpack. He was incredibly obedient, which made the latter feel strange. Say he doesn't know about the end of the world yet. He has been reminded so many times. He is not a dull person. How can he not understand? Say he already knows about the end of the world. But how can he be so gullible? Li Fei learned a lesson in her previous life and chose not to trust others easily, although she eventually found someone she could trust. In this life, she could not trust anyone in a short time except Li Su and Li Xian, which made her not understand why someone would trust her so easily. Absent-mindedly silent, Wucini had already started driving again. The road was still not peaceful, and no matter how good his driving skills were, he could only slow down a little. The car was isolated from the outside world. Wu Sini glanced at the rearview mirror while holding the steering wheel. Li Fei sat quietly in the back seat, as if ignoring all the noise outside the car. Her expressionless face was even slightly numb, and the golden spot printed on her soft hair seemed to have cooled down. This handful of snow still hasn't melted, but for some reason, after spending some time with her, he didn't think Li Fei was as lonely, cold and unwilling to interact with others as she seemed. On the contrary, she hated evil and would take revenge. She had a different attitude towards everyone. If others were nice to her, she would also be kind. If others were not nice to her, she would become a cold-blooded animal. Su Su stretched out her little head and spit out her snake tongue. Li Fei looked up and noticed it. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it, and smiled softly and silently. This scene happened to be seen by Wu Sini again. He was stunned and suddenly felt that Li Fei's expressionless face might not be due to her nature. Just like me. Sometimes I don't really want to laugh. So they all have their own protective colors? But this is probably the home of psychologists. Wu Sini definitely can't figure it out. So she gave up. He just thought that maybe one day he could knock on her heart. That would be enough. Although the mall is several kilometers away from the community. With a vehicle, even if the speed is slow, it is faster than a pair of feet. Li Fei soon saw the sign in front of her. It was a large chain supermarket. There is also one in the M area, but I don't know if the layout inside is different. The parking space of the supermarket is on the rooftop, but many cars don't drive up, but find an open space to park, so that it is convenient to drive away directly. This results in the originally wide road being full of vehicles, and people have to take a detour to walk. Wu Sini drove into the mall, and saw the rescue soldiers standing guard at the entrance with guns. A long team lined up silently. It seemed that before they came, the rescue soldiers might have given people a warning, which made people so calm. Wu Sini did not go to the rooftop parking space, nor did he park randomly. Instead, he circled around the mall and found a hidden place to stop. Li Fei got out of the car with a backpack on his back. The huge sign on the top of the supermarket was still hanging. They were only 100 meters away at this time. Wu Sini wore a pure light-colored mountain-style long-sleeved shirt today. The thin fabric made him look very neat and refreshing. But considering the current temperature, he could only wear it like this. There were crowded vehicles on both sides, and only a few long lines in the middle continued to extend. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were slightly excited, some were stamping their feet anxiously, and of course most were depressed and tired. Most of them even spoke in a low voice. I just don't know if there will be enough supplies for everyone to buy when I get to the end of the line. Li Fei had never encountered such a thing in his previous life, so he didn't know what the rules were. He could only make the best of it. Li Fei and Wu Sini found the end of the line and were about to line up. But suddenly someone cut in forcefully and urgently. It was a middle-aged man. He ignored the two people behind him and waved in a certain direction. As a result, a middle-aged woman came running breathlessly, and two young men squeezed in without any courtesy, without even looking at them. The face is really thick. Li Fei narrowed her eyes and shouted, "Get out of here. You are cutting in line." The middle-aged man glanced at her impatiently and said carelessly, "What do you mean by cutting in line? Do you have any evidence? Besides, we came here when we saw the end of the line was empty. If you didn't get in line, it was because you were too slow." The middle-aged woman glanced at them, but said softly with an apologetic tone, "I'm so sorry, but we have two elders and children at home who are in a hurry to eat. Can you let us line up first? Thank you so much." If it was before the end of the world, people who didn't want to entangle more might really give in. But whether it was the end of the world or not, Li Fei didn't want to be angry. And who couldn't see that this couple was a good cop and a bad cop? Li Fei sneered, silently put his hand in his coat, and said, "What evidence do you want? I only believe my eyes. This is the evidence. If you don't leave, I won't be polite." The middle-aged man sneered, and even the middle-aged woman's face lost her previous kindness, as if she had changed into a different person. It can be imagined that they were so shameless before the end of the world. The middle-aged man looked at Li Fei. Although she was wearing a mask, he could see that she was just a young girl, and he didn't take it seriously. He smiled and said, "You're welcome. Why not? You try it? Try it, and you will die." Li Fei quickly took out the pepper spray and sprayed it on his face. The chemicals extracted from the pepper essence and mustard could make him lose all his ability to move immediately. After all, she couldn't take out the folding knife under the eyes of the rescuers. Right? The middle-aged man screamed and wiped his face with his hands in confusion. But the more he wiped, the more his skin burned. Tears and snot immediately covered his face, and saliva came out of his mouth. Looking very embarrassed. It hurts. It hurts so much. Cough, cough. It hurts so much. It's not possible to touch it. It's not possible to rub it. And it's not possible to sneeze constantly. The middle-aged man soon couldn't stand it anymore. Half sitting and half lying on the ground. Unconsciously moving out of the team. Husband. Dad. The middle-aged woman squatted down to check on the man without caring about the cue. Seeing that the latter's face was flushed, she shouted without thinking. Murder. Murder. Is there anyone to take care of it? But at this time, the people who were already queuing up to watch the show saw that Li Fei only had a spray can, which was not even a weapon. So they were more in the mood to watch the show and did not say anything. However, the middle-aged woman's shrill scream still attracted people. 2 rescue soldiers wearing camouflage and holding guns trotted over and asked seriously, "What happened?" The middle-aged woman seemed to have found support all of a sudden. Squatting and crying. "This woman wants to kill my husband. Look at my husband. He is still so uncomfortable. Hurry up and catch her." The rescue soldiers tightened their gun handles when they heard it, but did not make a decision immediately. Instead, they turned to Li Fei and asked steadily, "What happened?" "We just arrived, and this man wanted to cut in line. I asked him to leave, but he refused and tried to harass me. I sprayed him with anti-wolf spray," Li Fei explained calmly, and handed the spray can to the rescue soldiers. The anti-wolf spray has a logo on the surface, and the man's symptoms matched. So the rescue soldiers naturally knew what it looked like to be sprayed. Besides, Li Fei didn't look guilty at all. But the middle-aged woman shouted murder as soon as she opened her mouth, deliberately making the matter serious. The rescue soldier's face turned half dark, but he still said to Li Fei in a deep voice, "Observe the order, queue up properly, and don't make any more noises." The words were a warning, but they didn't sound so harsh. It was estimated that the scales in his heart had already made a judgment. "I know. Thank you." Li Fei nodded obediently. Another rescue soldier also understood the situation, gestured with the muzzle of the gun, and said to the middle-aged woman, "Pull your husband out of the team, and the family members will follow. It's not a big deal. Just wash your face with water, and then line up again. Don't break the rules again." This also cut off the possibility of the 2 sons still joining the team. The middle-aged woman was stunned. She didn't expect the rescue soldiers to be biased towards Li Fei. She couldn't help but said angrily, "You are covering up. Are you?" Before the middle-aged woman finished speaking, 2 black muzzles were aimed at her, which frightened her so much that she stopped talking, trembling slightly, and dared not speak again, leaving only the middle-aged man still groaning. And the 2 sons also came to drag their father away from this place of right and wrong. The rescue troops left and continued to patrol near the team. Li Fei could feel the team behind him start to hum. "Sure." Wu Sini laughed softly beside him. "Does this count as a victory in the first battle?" At such a close distance, Li Fei suddenly smelled a light green fragrance mixed with some powder. In fact, she also smelled this smell in the car just now, thinking it was the car aromatherapy or something. But it turned out not to be the perfume on Wu Sini. The 3 categories of grass, powder and flower, and woody notes reached a harmonious state. But Li Fei was not familiar with it. At best, she just smelled it for her comfort. According to her impression of him, it was quite suitable. Li Fei snorted. "He provoked me first, so I was acting in self-defense. So," she glanced back intentionally or unintentionally, "don't provoke me. Otherwise I can take out more than this." The people behind the team felt Li Fei's cold eyes, and were also frightened and dared not whisper anymore. "I didn't expect that this woman was so young. But her heart was so cruel. You know, anti-wolf spray is a self-defense equipment. Sometimes there will be no trouble after using it. But as long as you get hit, you will be as painful as that middle-aged man." The rescue army said that it would be fine to wash it with water. But now water is saved for drinking. Washing the face is a luxury. But not washing the face is painful, which is simply losing both the wife and the army. If Wu Sini is not mistaken, Li Fei brought this spray when she came to his house for the first time. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to cause her misunderstanding at that time. Otherwise she would definitely spray it without hesitation. And the spicy feeling. I dare not imagine it.